Gambling father, ailing mother in a desperate bid to gather 200,000 from medical expenses. Yuan Hao resorts to the nightclubs for quick cash. Just after receiving his salary, his gambling-addicted father barges in, demanding money. When Yuan Hao refuses, he is brutally beaten, but in a twist of fate, he acquires the ability to see through objects. From that moment on, a new prodigy arises, able to treasure hunt, discover hidden gems, and heal ailments. Everything that once seemed unattainable is now within reach. Chapter 1. The Gambling Father and the Ailing Mother. Yuan Daqiang. This money is meant for my mother's treatment. I would rather perish than allow you to take it away. Yuan Hao glared at the drunken man rummaging through their home, fists clenched in fury. If it weren't for the urgent need to earn money for his mother's care, Yuan Hao would have relished the thought of delivering a fatal blow to this beast. Once, their family was well off, but since last month, when his mother fell gravely ill and was diagnosed with a serious condition, their fortunes plummeted. He had thought that raising 200,000 from medical expenses would be manageable, only to discover that their once substantial savings had vanished without a trace. His biological father, Yuan Daqiang, had secretly accumulated debts amounting to millions through gambling, draining their family's resources and even mortgaging their house too. Creditors. In a single night, they plummeted from paradise to hell because of Yuan Daqiang's gambling debts. Even their relatives were too fearful to lend a helping hand for his mother's treatment. Treat her? To cure your mother's illness, you need at least 200,000. That burden is better off dead. I know the nightclubs pay. Well, you must have received your salary this month. Hand over the money. I'll gamble it away. And perhaps I can win enough for your mother's medical expenses. Yuan Daqiang glanced disdainfully at his wife, who lay weakly on the bed, then spat on the floor, feeling cursed by the situation. Yuan Hao witnessed it all, his heart racing with indignation. Yuan Daqiang, let me make this clear. You will not take a single cent from me. Before he could finish, Yuan Daqiang rushed forward and slapped him hard, causing a ringing in Yuan Hao's ears and blood to trickle from the corner of his eye. You ungrateful wretch! I am your father. What's wrong with asking for a little money? Yuan Daqiang roared, choking Yuan Hao. They say a tiger does not eat its cubs, yet here was his father, willing to take his life for the sake of money. The sensation of suffocation intensified, but Yuan Daqiang showed no sign of relenting. In a moment of desperation, Yuan Hao seized a porcelain bowl from the table and smashed it over Yuan Daqiang's head. Gulme, if you want to take my money, one of us must lie on the ground today. Come on. Do you think I'm afraid of you, you little brat? As Yuan Daqiang took a step forward, Yuan Hao brandished the broken bowl threateningly. Come and meet your end. Good lad, you've got guts. Yuan Daqiang, clutching his bleeding forehead, retreated in shame. Watching his father's retreating figure, Yuan Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He slumped to the floor, his emotions in turmoil. His mother's illness could not be delayed any longer. He had already exhausted all avenues for help, but those so-called relatives avoided him like the plague. In that moment, he thought of his girlfriend, Xiaowei, believing she would surely be willing to assist, considering the money he had spent on her in the past. He quickly dialed her number, and to his relief, she answered promptly. Yuan Hao wasted no time with pleasantries and got straight to the point. Xiaowei, I need to talk to you about something. I need to borrow 200,000 for my mother's treatment. I promise to repay you later. Okay. Yuan Hao was taken aback by her unexpected compliance. Xiaowei, I knew you would help. When can you lend me the 200,000? I'm in urgent need for my mother's treatment. What? 200,000? Huangge slowed down him. I can't breathe. The voice on the other end sent a jolt through Yuan Hao, making his scalp tingle. Before he could respond, laughter erupted from the phone, revealing the presence of another man. Listen, Yuan Hao, we're done. Your family is in such dire straits, and you expect me to lend money for your mother's treatment? Why should I care whether she lives or dies? Had it not been for your family's previous affluence, would I have ever considered you? Don't dream. Besides, you can't stop me from pursuing my own happiness. Yuan Hao's fists tightened, his fingers digging into his flesh, blood trickling between the cracks. Xiaowei's words shattered the last remnants of his faith in the goodness of the world. He had done nothing wrong, yet the universe seemed intent on driving him to despair, as misfortune relentlessly targeted the unfortunate. Hearing the derisive tone on the line, Yuan Hao abruptly hung up, staring blankly out the window. If he ever rose to power, he would ensure that today's humiliations were repaid in full. But where could he possibly procure 200,000 now? Their home was utterly destitute, and even loans were unattainable. That sum loomed over him like a heavy mountain, suffocating him with its weight. Just as despair enveloped him, a message from his boss, Hong Jia, appeared on his phone that a client has specifically requested you hurry to the nightclub. You naive boy, learn to be adaptable. This is a wealthy woman, serve her well, and the commissions will be substantial. Gazing at the message, Yuan Hao's expression grew complicated. In his 20s, with fair skin, standing at 6 feet tall, and possessing a charming visage, he had attracted the attention of many affluent women while working in a nightclub. However, he steadfastly adhered to the principle of selling artistry, not his body, resulting in meager earnings. Yet, with his mother gravely ill, what did a little humiliation matter? Yuan Hao wiped away the blood at the corner of his eye, donned a sharp white shirt, and glanced at his sleeping mother. Steeling his resolve, he left home. Half an hour later, upon entering the nightclub, he was summoned by Hong Jie. This client is in VIP room 888. Make the most of this opportunity. Yuan Hao nodded, forcing a smile as he approached the room. He was mentally prepared. Many wealthy women were often physically unappealing. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback. Inside was only one woman. Her flawless skin glowed with a delicate blush, and her luscious lips were irresistibly inviting. Moreover, her figure was exquisite, particularly in certain areas. She lounged on the sofa, gently swirling a glass of red wine, with her long legs clad in black stockings resting on the table. With a beckoning finger, she tossed a thick wad of cash onto the table, estimating it to be several tens of thousands. "Help me massage my legs." Yuan Hao nodded and hurried over, half squatting as he placed his hands on her legs, gently kneading. The unique texture of the stockings stirred something within him, and as he glanced up slightly, he caught a glimpse of the enticing view beneath her short skirt. Apply more pressure. Yuan Hao, not daring to slack off, increased his strength, but suddenly found his vision blurring. He instinctively rubbed his eyes. When he opened them again, the woman's clothing had inexplicably vanished. Her perfect form was now fully exposed, her skin as pristine as a raw gemstone. Thinking he had hallucinated, he rubbed his eyes once more, but upon reopening them, the scene remained unchanged. Could this be X-ray vision? Do you desire it? A gambling father and ailing mother, Yuan Hao found himself compelled to seek quick money in a nightclub to raise 200,000 from medical expenses. Just after receiving his salary, his gambling-addicted father, Yuan Daqiang, barged into the house demanding money. When his pleas were met with refusal, he violently assaulted Yuan Hao, inadvertently granting him the ability of clairvoyance. From that moment forth, a new prodigy emerged in the world treasure hunting, uncovering hidden gems, gambling on stones, and healing ailments. All that once appeared distant and unattainable was now within his grasp. Chapter 1. The Gambling Father and the Sick Mother. Yuan Daqiang. This money is meant for my mother's treatment. I would rather perish than allow you to take a single cent. Yuan Hao exclaimed, watching the man before him, his face flushed and reeking of alcohol, rummaging through their belongings. Had it not been for the urgent need to secure funds for his mother's medical care, Yuan Hao would have relished the thought of striking this beast down. Once, their family had been relatively well off, but everything changed the moment his mother fell gravely ill last month, only to discover a dire diagnosis. Initially, he believed that raising 200,000 from medical expenses would be a trivial matter, but upon attempting to pay, he found their family's considerable savings had mysteriously vanished. His biological father, Yuan Daqiang, had secretly accrued debts amounting to millions through gambling, draining the family of all its assets. Their home, once valued in the millions, was now forfeited to creditors that, in the blink of an eye, they had plummeted from grace to despair, and due to Yuan Daqiang's gambling debts, even relatives hesitated to lend a hand for his mother's treatment. Treatment? Your mother's condition will require at least 200,000. She's a burden, better off dead. Yuan Daqiang sneered at I know the nightclub pays well. You must have received your salary this month. Give me the money. I'll gamble it away. Perhaps I can win enough for your mother's medical bills. He taunted, casting a glance at his wife, who lay weakly in bed and spat on the floor, feeling cursed. Yuan Hao witnessed it all. Yuan Daqiang. I'm telling you today, not a single penny will you take from me. No sooner had he spoken than Yuan Daqiang advanced, striking Yuan Hao across the face. The blow left him with ringing ears and blood at the corner of his eye. Damn you. You're my son. What's wrong with me asking for a little money? Yuan Daqiang roared, gripping Yuan Hao's throat tightly. It is said that even a tiger does not consume its cubs. Yet this man before him sought his life for mere money. The suffocation grew intense, but Yuan Daqiang showed no sign of releasing his grip. Desperate, Yuan Hao seized a porcelain bowl from the table and hurled it at Yuan Daqiang's head. Cool me. If you wish to take my money, one of us must lie on the ground today. Come on. Am I supposed to fear you, you little brat? Yuan Daqiang taunted, taking a step forward while Yuan Hao brandished the broken bowl menacingly. Cool me. Advance, and I'll ensure your demise. Good lad. You got guts. Yuan Daqiang, clutching his bleeding forehead, retreated in defeat. Watching his father's retreating figure, Yuan Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sitting on the ground, a tempest of emotions swirled within him. His mother's illness could not afford any delays. He had exhausted every possible plea, Yet those relatives he once relied upon now shunned him like a plague. In that moment, he recalled his girlfriend He Xiaowei. In their previous relationship, he had spent quite a bit on her, believing she would be inclined to help. Thus, Yuan Hao hastily dialed her number. The call connected swiftly, and without unnecessary preamble, he got straight to the point. Xiaowei, I need to discuss something with you. I wish to borrow 200,000 for my mother's treatment. I promise to repay you later. Okay. Yuan Hao was taken aback by her ready agreement. Xiaowei, I knew you'd come through. When can you lend me the 200,000? I'm anxious to get my mother treated. What? 200,000? Huanga, slow down. I can hardly breathe. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Yuan Hao felt as though lightning had struck him, his scalp tingling. Before he could respond, laughter erupted from the phone, revealing a man's voice accompanying Yi Xiaowei. Listen well, Yuan Hao, we've officially broken up. Your family is in such dire straits, and you expect me to lend you money for your mother's treatment? What does your mother's fate have to do with me? Had it not been for your family's previous standing, would I have ever looked your way? Don't dream. Besides, you can't possibly stop me from pursuing my own happiness, can you? Fists clenched tightly, Yuan Hao felt his fingers dig into his flesh, blood oozing through the cracks. He Xiaowei's words shattered the last remnants of beauty he held for this world. He had committed no transgressions, yet it seemed the universe conspired to corner him, with every misfortune targeting the most unfortunate. Hearing the contemptuous voices on the call, Yuan Hao decisively hung up, staring vacantly out the window. If he were to rise one day, he would surely repay today's humiliations in kind. But where could he possibly secure the 200,000? Their home was utterly destitute, and even loans were unattainable. That sum loomed like a heavy mountain, suffocating him. That moment of despair, a message from his boss, Hong Jia, pinged on his phone that a client has specifically requested you. Hurry to the nightclub. Silly boy, learn to be adaptable. This is a wealthy woman. If you serve her well, the commission will be substantial. Gazing at the message, Yuan Hao felt a swirl of conflicting emotions. At just over 20, with fair skin, standing at 6 feet tall, and possessing striking good looks, he had garnered the attention of many affluent women while working at the nightclub. However, he steadfastly adhered to the principle of performing without compromising his dignity, resulting in meager earnings. Yet now, with his mother gravely ill, what did a little humiliation matter? Wiping the blood from the corner of his eye, he donned a crisp white shirt and entered his mother's room. Casting a glance at her slumbering form, steeling himself, he departed the house. Half an hour later, upon entering the nightclub, he was summoned by Hong Jia. This patron is in VIP Suite 888. Make the most of this opportunity. Yuan Hao nodded, forcing a smile, and approached the suite. He was mentally prepared, knowing many wealthy women were often unattractive and corpulent. However, to his surprise, upon opening the door, he found only one woman inside. Her flawless, pale skin radiated a delicate blush, with lips so vibrant they appeared succulent. Her figure was exceptionally alluring, particularly in certain aspects. Reclining on the sofa, she swirled a glass of red wine, elegantly placing her long legs, clad in black stockings, on the table. She beckoned Yuan Hao with a finger and tossed a thick wad of cash onto the table, easily amounting to several thousand. Help me with my legs. Yuan Hao nodded, rushing over, half squatting as he placed his hands on her legs, gently kneading them. The unique texture of the stockings sent a rush of warmth through Yuan Hao, and as he slightly tilted his head, he caught a glimpse of a tantalizing sight beneath her short skirt. Apply more pressure. Yuan Hao, not daring to slacken, intensified his grip. Suddenly, his vision blurred, causing him to rub his eyes in disbelief. When he reopened them, the woman's clothing had mysteriously vanished. Her flawless physique was now fully exposed, her skin as radiant as a precious gem. Believing it to be an illusion, he rubbed his eyes once more, only to find nothing had changed. Could this be clairvoyance? Do you desire it? Chapter 2. Entering the antique market, Yuan Hao stood in bewilderment, utterly taken aback by the unexpected boldness of the woman before him. However, what transpired next was even more astonishing. Gu Manuel removed a pendant from around her neck, declaring, I've heard that no matter how much one spends here, they cannot take you out for the night. Yet, if you agree to accompany me today, this pendant, valued at 300,000, shall be yours. Upon hearing these words, Yuan Hao felt a surge of anxiety. The medical expenses for his mother amounted to 200,000, making this pendant a lifeline in his current plight. As his gaze fell upon the pendant, a curious scene unfolded before him. Qianlong period Hitian jade pendant. Replica. Value. 20,000. A replica? Could it be that as discerning, I possess the ability to differentiate authenticity? Yet, this woman hardly seemed like a purveyor of counterfeit goods. After all, the cash she had casually tossed onto the table far exceeded 20,000. Was it possible she had been deceived? Where did you acquire this pendant? Yuan Hao inquired cautiously. What concern is it of yours? Aren't you simply here to make money? People like you have no sense of moral boundaries, Gu Manuel retorted, crossing her legs and adopting a condescending tone. Her words pierced Yuan Hao's heart deeply. Were it not for the dire need to gather funds for his mother's medical care, he would never have accepted a position in such an establishment. Time was of the essence regarding his mother's ailment. Indeed, the sorrows and joys of individuals are seldom shared. Someone from a privileged background like hers could never comprehend his current anguish. Yet, he had once been in her shoes. What could one do when burdened by a profligate father and a mother bedridden by illness? A medical bill of 20,000 could suffocate one's very being. I seek to earn money, but I do not resort to theft or robbery, nor do I engage in unlawful activities. Who does not yearn to live a splendid life in this world? He countered. By the way, I merely intended to inform you that your pendant is a replica worth, at most, 20,000. Yuan Hao stood resolutely before Gu Manuel, his tone cold and unwavering. As she absorbed his words, Gu Manuel's intoxication began to dissipate. She lifted the pendant, scrutinizing it under the faint light. To her dismay, she confirmed that it indeed was a counterfeit, a gift from her ex-boyfriend on her birthday. Today, Gu Manuel had learned that her former partner had been coveting her family's wealth, approaching her with ulterior motives. She had also heard from a friend about a man in the nightclub who adhered to his principles and was not swayed by money. Skeptical of such integrity in the world, she felt compelled to meet him in person. After reflecting on Yuan Hao's earlier remarks, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, she quickly regained her composure. How is it that you can authenticate antiques? Yuan Hao was taken aback by the question. During his family's more prosperous days, he often accompanied his mother to explore various intriguing artifacts. Very well, you just mentioned that no one wishes to live an unremarkable life in this world. Now, an opportunity presents itself. Yuan Hao found himself at a loss for words. What did this statement have to do with her previous inquiry? It still required him to part with something of value, yet he found himself in no position to do so. Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of a crowd, Yuan Hao followed Gu Manuel out of the nightclub. Approaching a striking red sports car, Gu Manuel opened the door and coldly commanded, "Get in." Yuan Hao promptly settled into the passenger seat. The interior was somewhat cramped, and Gu Manuel wore a black lace top that accentuated her figure. From the vantage point of the passenger seat, he could catch a glimpse of her silhouette. Previously, he had maintained a respectful distance in a nightclub, but it was conceivable that the affluent women he encountered were rather unappealing. At his youthful age, it was only natural for Yuan Hao to feel a rush of attraction and even entertain thoughts of taking her in his arms. However, such fantasies were merely fleeting. Otherwise, he would find himself confined for a fortnight. You had better truly possess an eye for treasures. When I instruct you, you must comply without overstepping your bounds, she warned. Yuan Hao nodded, taken aback by the woman's playful demeanor. Curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired, "Where are we headed now? To your home?" "The antique market." Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao's eyes brightened. He realized he had misjudged her intentions. Although he had little prior experience with antiques, he had heard numerous stories of fortunate finds at antique streets. With a stroke of luck, it was conceivable to stumble upon items worth not just hundreds of thousands, but even millions, especially now that he possessed the ability of X-ray vision. As Gu Manuel drove, she spoke in a low tone. Yuan Hao nodded in agreement, having no objections. As long as he could settle his mother's medical expenses, there was no need to linger in the nightclub. After all, he had no initial funds at hand. Once he saved a portion, he could seize opportunities to utilize his X-ray vision to completely transform his fortunes, even achieving a leap in social status. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at the antique market. Expecting it to be deserted at night, Yuan Hao was surprised to find the street ablaze with lights and bustling with people. The antique market comprised several shops, the largest of which was named Jinshiweikai. After exiting the car, Yuan Hao followed closely behind Gu Manuel, being cautious as it was his first visit. He had previously seen reports of scams in antique markets, where a careless bump could lead to the shattering of an heirloom bowl, resulting in extortion of tens of thousands, leaving one with no recourse. Gu Manuel led Yuan Hao directly to the shop named Jinshiweikai. Upon entering, they were greeted by a middle-aged man at the front desk who quickly approached them. "Ah, if it isn't Miss Gu, what treasures do you wish to peruse tonight?" "Old Chun, let us first take a look at this jade pendant from the Qianlong era," Gu Manuel replied, retrieving the pendant from her bag. Old Chun carefully accepted it, hastily donning his glasses. Holding a flashlight in one hand and a magnifying glass in the other, scrutinizing it closely. "Miss Gu, this pendant is a counterfeit, of little value, at most. It's worth around 20,000, he said, his voice tinged with anxiety, fearing she might accuse him of selling her a fake. If it's a counterfeit, that is fine. Rest assured, this did not come from your shop. I merely seek your expertise, Gu Manuel reassured him, then beckoned to Yuan Hao. Help me select 2 items. Yuan Hao was acutely aware that this woman sought to ascertain his expertise in antique appraisal. However, he was not foolish enough to simply present her with a couple of ordinary genuine items. As for the more lucrative antiques, those he intended to procure himself. Thus, Yuan Hao leaned against the counter, meticulously scrutinizing the items within. At that moment, an inconspicuous object in the corner captured his attention. Chapter 3. Gu Manuel's Test. Damaged Qing Dynasty Wooden Box. Genuine article. Value, 2,000 yuan. The wooden box itself was not the focal point. Rather, his keen eye had discerned a hidden compartment within it. The contents of that compartment were of considerable significance. Nevertheless, Yuan Hao had no intention of revealing this to Gu Manuel. Instead, he feigned ignorance and continued to observe the items displayed in the cabinet. It must be said, the antique market was notoriously treacherous. A staggering 80% of the items on display were counterfeit, with many crafted in recent times. Selecting genuine pieces here was akin to panning for gold in excrement. Fortunately, Yuan Hao possessed the gift of discernment, for even an experienced connoisseur might hesitate to confidently identify 2 authentic pieces. After approximately 10 minutes of scrutiny, Yuan Hao ultimately selected 2 antiques, both porcelain artifacts from the Qing dynasty, neither of great value, each worth merely 10 to 20,000 yuan. Gu Manuel then instructed the shopkeeper to continue assessing the items, which left Yuan Hao perplexed. Why would the owner appraise treasures for customers? How could the shop sell its counterfeits under such circumstances? Was there truly a proprietor with such integrity in these times? Very well. Shortly I shall introduce you to a grand spectacle. Gu Manuel was quite pleased with Yuan Hao's performance that day. Yuan Hao pointed to the wooden box in the corner of the counter and inquired. From the tone of her conversation with the owner, it was evident that this woman was clearly a superior to Boss Chun, thereby eliminating the need for subterfuge. He decided to request the item directly, perhaps even securing a discount due to Gu Manuel's presence. With a nod to Boss Chun, the latter, upon receiving the cue, hastily donned gloves and carefully retrieved the wooden box. This box has been in the shop for some time. Since the boss has a connection with this item, I shall do you a favor today, 2,000 yuan. If you are willing, I can package it for you immediately. To be honest, upon hearing this price, Yuan Hao felt a genuine temptation, yet he recognized that displaying too much eagerness might arouse suspicion. Thus, he furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. 2,000 yuan is still rather steep. You see how damaged this box is. Could you possibly lower the price? If you are sincere in selling, I assure you I am equally sincere in my desire to purchase. Boss Chen had not anticipated that Yuan Hao would find even 2,000 yuan beyond his means. Therefore, considering Gu Manuel's standing, he reduced the price to 1,500. Even so, Yuan Hao resorted to 3 different payment methods to transfer the 1,500, prompting Gu Manuel to believe that Yuan Hao truly had been left with no other options, leading him to work in a nightclub. Once the acquisition was secured, Gu Manuel instructed him to accompany her to the auction house, cautioning him not to bid recklessly. Yuan Hao nodded, clutching the wooden box in his arms as he followed Gu Manuel outside. The auction at the antique street differed significantly from what one might witness on television. This is an open auction where anyone can participate as long as they pass the financial verification. Individuals of certain status may take their seats in the front row. Yuan Hao, following Gu Manuel, naturally found himself in the front. At this moment, numerous antique items were displayed on the right side of the auction. Without hesitation, Yuan Hao activated his X-ray vision to observe. Yuan Dynasty Blue and White Porcelain Replica. Value, 200,000. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Hao could not help but draw in a sharp breath, utterly astonished that replicas could appear at such an auction. Whoever buys them would be a complete fool. Subsequently, Yuan Hao could not resist inspecting a few more items. Qianlong Period South Sea Pearl, genuine. Value, 500,000. After assessing the auction items, Yuan Hao settled into his role as a spectator, for he had no money in his pocket. He could only indulge his visual appetite for now. Gu Manuel had brought him along merely to test his appraisal skills once more. Should Gu Manuel find something she fancies, he would simply offer a few suggestions. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from the front. Brother Huang, could you buy me an antique? I know you care for me the most, especially for Wei Wei. The woman spoke while tightly gripping the man's arm, whether intentionally or not, creating a perfect embrace with her curves surrounding his arm. Seated in her position, she continued to twist and turn, fearful that he might not perceive her intentions. Yuan Hao cast a curious glance and was taken aback to discover that the woman was Yi Xiaowei. Today, He Xiaowei donned a pink spaghetti-strap dress, perfectly showcasing her alluring figure. Yet, beside her sat a middle-aged man, greasy and in his 40s, whose physique appeared to weigh twice that of Yuan Hao. To his surprise, He Xiaowei would indeed endure anything for money. Perhaps she was genuinely hungry. All right. Considering your enthusiastic efforts today, I shall buy you a treasure shortly, Huang Jiqiang said, as his right hand firmly squeezed He Xiaowei's curvaceous form. You're so naughty, Mua, He Xiaowei blushed, twisting her body, then boldly planted a kiss on him in front of the crowd. The auction is about to commence. Please maintain silence. Now, let us present today's first item. As the auctioneer's voice echoed, the previously noisy spectators fell silent, their gazes swiftly shifting to the auction stage. Yuan Hao decisively activated his X-ray vision. Qianlong period plum and stone painting. Genuine. Value. 600,000. Gu Manuel examined the item for a moment and inquired curiously. This piece has a starting bid of 200,000. What are your thoughts? Yuan Hao feigned contemplation for a moment. This plum and stone painting is authentic. Valued at approximately 600,000. Gu Manuel nodded slightly, clearly pleased with Yuan Hao's assessment. As the auctioneer's gavel struck, the attendees began to place their bids. This is a fine piece. I bid 200,000, called out a curly-haired man from the corner of the front row. I bid 250,000. Gu Manuel paused for a moment before declaring, I bid 450,000. Many of the spectators present were industry professionals, aware that this artwork was worth, at most, a few hundred thousand. When Gu Manuel declared the price of 450,000, it was evident that no one else dared to continue bidding. As expected, the Maystone painting from the Qianlong period was ultimately secured by Gu Manuel. Subsequently, she began consulting Yuan Hao's opinion on several auction items before deciding whether to bid. Within half an hour, Gu Manuel had acquired several items, which made Yuan Hao realize that this woman was certainly no ordinary wealthy individual. It is worth noting that the total amount for these items had already reached 3 million. The next item up for auction was a piece of Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain, with a starting price of 300,000. As the auctioneer called out, excitement surged once more in the room. The allure of blue and white porcelain is undeniably unique in the eyes of the Chinese people. After a long period of restraint, Huang Jiqiang was also tempted to bid, with He Xiaowei persistently urging him on, almost to the point of exhaustion. Brother Huang, I really like this blue and white porcelain. Could you buy it for me? Tonight, whatever you want, I will comply. Seeing He Xiaowei's fervent demeanor, Yuan Hao conceived a clever method of punishing the pair. Chapter 4. Taking Mother for a Medical Consultation. Sister, I'd like to place a bid on this item, but rest assured, I don't genuinely intend to purchase it. Yuan Hao tentatively inquired, as such a proposition is typically met with refusal. To his surprise, she replied, no problem. Even if you do end up buying it, we can consider it an advance on your salary. Since we have a connection, I feel compelled to remind you, antiques at the auction are not guaranteed to be authentic. So you must weigh your options. If you end up with a counterfeit, you must accept it. Gu Manuel kindly cautioned Yuan Hao, knowing full well that he was not financially well off. Yuan Hao nodded, fully aware of the implications. As the bidding for the blue and white porcelain commenced, Huang Jiqiang suddenly coughed, leading onlookers to suspect he was gravely ill. I bid 60,000, he declared, raising the price by 30,000 in one swift motion, effectively eliminating a number of competitors. The bidders in the front rows turned to see the source of the voice. Huang Jiqiang, the heir of the Huang family conglomerate, was a familiar face at auctions, recognized by many present. With Huang Jiqiang bidding, others felt inclined to remain silent, offering him a favor. However, at that moment, a rather unexpected voice broke through the silence. I bid 65,000. The increase was a mere 5,000, the minimum increment allowed, as Yuan Hao would have preferred to raise it by just $1. This was a clear challenge to Huang Jiqiang, signaling a desire to oppose him. The onlookers eagerly observed, assuming the two were simply seated near one another. Hey, didn't you say this kid was so broke he couldn't even afford medical expenses? How is he participating in this auction today? Huang Jiqiang asked, frowning. Forget it, it doesn't matter. I could squash him like an ant with a mere flick of my toe. How dare he compete with me, Huang Jiqiang? I shall see just how capable he truly is. I bid 70,000. 75,000. Yuan Hao quickly followed suit. Upon hearing the announcement, Huang Jiqiang was nearly consumed by anger. However, he remained somewhat composed and decided to make one final bid, contemplating the possibility of abandoning the item altogether. 90,000. Yuan Hao chuckled softly, recognizing that this counterfeit blue and white porcelain was worth at most around 200,000. The sum of 90,000 was sufficient to ensnare him completely. Greed can lead to one's downfall. Should the bidding continue to escalate, it could prove detrimental to him. Thus, Yuan Hao resolved not to place another bid. 90,000, first call. 90,000, second call. 90,000, third call. Let us congratulate Mr. Huang on successfully acquiring this Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain. Let us extend our warm applause to him. With the host's declaration, thunderous applause erupted across the venue. Nonetheless, Huang Jiqiang's face bore little mirth. He was acutely aware that even if the porcelain were genuine, 90,000 had already surpassed its value. His intention had been to ensnare Yuan Hao, yet he had not anticipated that the young man would suddenly cease bidding. Now, he would have to swallow his disappointment. That wretched woman, you better make it up to me tonight. I've suffered a considerable loss today, Huang Jiqiang exclaimed, as he placed his hand firmly on He Xiaowei's rear, squeezing it with vigor. The auction continued, but Gu Manyu had no intentions of staying any longer. Let us depart. Huang Jiqiang is not to be trifled with. It is best to leave early. He will undoubtedly seek revenge, she advised. Yuan Hao nodded, though he remained perplexed. They had yet to sign a labor contract, and already deductions were being made from his wages. However, having someone willing to cover his medical expenses was indeed a blessing. His mother's illness could no longer be postponed, and had it not been for Gu Manua's persistent testing, Yuan Hao would have left long ago. The current residence was merely a temporary rental, chosen primarily for its affordability. Thus the environment of the complex was less than desirable. Observing the litter strewn across the ground and the foul odor permeating the air, Gu Manyu, despite her mental preparedness, felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. I apologize for the state of my home. Please wait for me here, Yuan Hao noted, having sensed Gu Manyua's expression. No need. I will accompany you upstairs, she insisted. Seeing her determination, Yuan Hao ceased to protest. Their apartment was on the third floor, accessible only by stairs. Upon reaching the door and opening it, the sight that greeted them was one of utter disarray, as though the place had been ransacked. Quickly, call the police. There has been a break-in, Gu Manyu exclaimed, reaching for her phone to report the incident. Yuan Hao shook his head. It's futile. A dog has taken a liking to rummaging through my home. If calling the police were effective, this dog would have ceased its visits long ago. Gu Manyu was baffled by Yuan Hao's words. Soon after, Yuan Hao carried his mother out of the room. Upon seeing her pale face and tightly shut eyes, Gu Manyu finally believed the truth of his earlier statements. I just called for a taxi. It will arrive shortly. My apologies. My car only seats two, Gu Manyu said, offering an awkward smile. Yuan Hao had no objections. His sole desire was to reach the hospital swiftly to settle the payment, fearing that Gu Manyu might change her mind. Upon arriving at the hospital, Gu Manyu indeed fulfilled her promise by settling the medical fees of 250,000 in one lump sum. As Yuan Hao gazed at his mother lying on the hospital bed, receiving an intravenous infusion, the knot in his heart finally began to unravel. Regardless of Gu Manyua's motives for providing the funds, Yuan Hao was determined to fulfill his obligations to her. One must always express gratitude and repay kindness. Moments ago, he had inquired with the nurse about what his mother could eat, and subsequently prepared a bowl of tomato and egg soup. Gu Manyu, holding the meal box, handed it to Yuan Hao with a gentle smile. Thank you, he replied. Adjusting the hospital bed to a more comfortable position, he opened the meal box, scooped a small spoonful of soup, and blew softly on it until it cooled slightly before bringing it to his mother Su Yuan's lips. Mom, you need to drink some. You have surgery tomorrow, he urged. Su Yuan had been keenly aware of the turmoil that had unfolded at home in recent days. Tears began to stream down her cheeks as her voice trembled. Xiao Hao, I have caused you so much distress these past few days. I am so sorry for marrying such a scoundrel. Mom, it's all right. Everything will pass, and our lives will improve, Yuan Hao reassured her, gently patting the back of her hand. It was crucial for his mother to maintain a positive mindset before the impending surgery. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room was forcefully kicked open by a group of unruly individuals. Which one of you is Yuan Hao? You had the money to bring your mother to the hospital. Now, where's our payment? The speaker's voice was somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, Yuan Hao recognized him as Su Xiong Biao, a notorious figure known as Brother Biao in the underworld. It was from him that his father, Yuan Daqiang, had accrued gambling debts. What do we owe you? We've already mortgaged our house, Yuan Hao retorted defiantly. Upon hearing this, Su Xiong Biao, lounging on a nearby bench with his legs crossed, casually cracked sunflower seeds. I'm afraid not. Just a few days ago, your father racked up another gambling debt with us. Exactly 200,000. Get out. That man is not my father. We have no ties to him. This is a hospital, believe it or not. I will call the police. Yuan Hao glared fiercely at the intruders, resolute in preventing them from disturbing his mother's recovery. Noticing Yuan Hao's defiance, Su Xiong Biao straightened up, flexing his muscles as if preparing for a confrontation. This is a hospital, and injuring you would require compensation. I'm not foolish. However, consider this. I can have my underlings visit your dear mother regularly. Capture one, and there will be another. I merely hope for your mother's surgery to go smoothly. Su Xiongbiao emphasized the last few words with a tone of arrogance. The disdainful expression on his face pushed Yuan Hao to his limits, prompting him to reach for the fruit knife on the table. However, at that moment, Gu Manuel discreetly took the knife from his grasp and shook her head, signaling him to refrain from violence. As Yuan Hao looked at the strikingly beautiful woman beside him, Su Xiongbiao's eyes widened in astonishment. The women he typically associated with paled in comparison to her radiant beauty. "Wow, you have quite the fortune, attracting such a stunning girl," he exclaimed. "In this manner I, Su Xiongbiao, am not devoid of humanity. If you allow your girlfriend to accompany me for a few days, I shall grant you an extension, aiming to enjoy until the day your mother is discharged from surgery." Upon hearing these words, Gu Manyu furrowed her brows, about to speak when a furious roar erupted from behind. "Get out!" It turned out that Su Yuan, from her hospital bed, had lifted her head to glance outside, overhearing Su Xiongbiao's statement, prompting her to shout. Subsequently, she fainted from anger, and Yuan Hao, witnessing this, urgently cried out, "Doctor! Doctor! My mother has fainted!" "Su Xiongbiao, I am no pushover. Even a corner dog will leap over a wall. A rabbit, when pressed, will bite. We both possess but one life. If you do not allow my mother to receive proper treatment, you ought to tread carefully when walking alone at night. A blade may enter cleanly, but it can emerge stained with blood." Yuan Hao clenched his fists, veins bulging, a glint of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. Initially, Su Xiongbiao dismissed Yuan Hao's words, but a glance at the fruit knife in Gu Manyu's hand made him realize that if this continued, the youth would indeed fight him. "So, you think you can threaten me? We shall see. Get lost." Yuan Hao trembled with rage. The kind-hearted are often taken advantage of, and the gentle can be ridden. Now that his family has fallen into disarray, even passing dogs bark at him. One day, when he rises again, none of those who have insulted him will escape retribution. Soon, the doctor hastily wheeled Su Yuan into the emergency room for resuscitation. "I apologize for the trouble," Yuan Hao murmured awkwardly. "It's fine. Every family has its share of difficulties. I understand you. For now, focus on caring for your mother. In a couple of days, I shall bring you a labor contract so that you may work with me. You need not worry about these matters. I will handle them for you." After speaking, Gu Manyu extracted a bundle of cash from her bag and placed it on the table, leaving without waiting for Yuan Hao to respond, her hips swaying as she exited the ward. Staring at the empty doorway, Yuan Hao was momentarily stunned, perplexed as to why this woman would extend such assistance. There is no free lunch in this world, and no one bestows kindness without ulterior motives. To truly rise, one must rely on oneself. Contemplating this, Yuan Hao glanced at the neatly packed wooden box. The treasures within might very well constitute his first fortune. Thus, he hurriedly took the box into the restroom, ensuring no one else entered the ward, and cautiously opened it. The outer layer of the wooden box was nearly rotten, yet upon revealing the hidden compartment inside, a brand new and exquisite small box came into view. Yuan Hao promptly retrieved the small box and opened it. Qing Dynasty Vajrabodhi Jade Prayer Beads. Authentic. Value, 3 million. Upon seeing this figure, Yuan Hao's breath quickened. 3 million. Such a diminutive object could indeed transform his dire circumstances. This bracelet, with its lustrous and plump beads, features smoothly worn holes at both ends. The deep, rich reddish-brown hue reflects an impeccable condition, devoid of any signs of wear, truly a remarkable piece. However, where should one sell it? So far, Yuan Hao has only visited the store Jinsher Weikai. He hesitates to approach unfamiliar shops, fearing they would take advantage of him as a newcomer. After all, these proprietors can be quite ruthless. Presently, Yuan Hao is in urgent need of funds, so much so that he cannot even enjoy a meal, leaving no time for the leisurely pursuit of antiques. After much contemplation, he decides to return to Jinsher Weikai. His mother's surgery is scheduled for the following noon, thus early the next day. Yuan Hao arrives at the antique market with a small box in hand. Upon entering the store, he notices Boss Chun engaged in conversation with an elderly gentleman. From the tone of Boss Chun's voice, it seems the visitor carries considerable weight, prompting Yuan Hao to feign interest in selecting antiques while he discreetly observes. However, after several minutes of their uninterrupted dialogue, impatience begins to gnaw at him, especially with his mother still lying in the hospital. Consequently, Yuan Hao approaches the counter and presents the string of beads. "Boss Chun, could you take a look at this item for me?" Boss Chun merely glances at the table and immediately senses the item's significance, hastily donning his glasses and gloves for a closer examination. After scrutinizing it for approximately 10 minutes, he squints at Yuan Hao. "Ah, it's you. Did you purchase this piece for me last night?" "That's a joke. It's a family heirloom. Yuan Hao internally rehearses responses to potential questions from Boss Chun, knowing he must not disclose the circumstances of his acquisition to avoid being taken advantage of. My young friend, this is quite a fine item. I am very interested. Would you consider selling it? If so, please name your price. Upon hearing this, Boss Chun realizes that whatever price is mentioned will not find its way into his pocket, as the man before him is none other than Wang Fuguwei, a renowned entrepreneur and collector from Han City. Yuan Hao is taken aback by Wang Fuguwei's forthrightness, wondering if he might be a novice in the realm of antiques. Yet his attire suggests otherwise. Regardless, Yuan Hao appreciates such straightforwardness. Well, if you truly desire it, I shall offer 2,880,000. What do you think? To his surprise, Wang Fuguwei frowned, causing Yuan Hao to ponder whether he had set the price too high. Chapter 6. Xiaoya. Indeed, that figure is quite agreeable. I like it. Old Chun, what is your opinion on this piece? After Wang Fuguwei finished speaking, he took a magnifying glass to carefully inspect the item. It is indeed genuine, of excellent quality, and worthy of sale. Hearing Boss Chin's affirmation, Wang Fuguwei's face lit up with joy. Very well, my young friend. Would you prefer a check or a bank transfer? Yuan Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had initially assumed Wang Fuguwei was dissatisfied with the price and would seek to haggle. To his astonishment, selling antiques for the first time proved to be so effortless. After a brief reflection, he decided against using a check, as he was unaccustomed to it, and opted for a direct bank transfer instead. Shortly after confirming the transaction, Yuan Hao handed the bracelet to Wang Fuguwei. Gazing at the nearly 3 million balance in his bank account, Yuan Hao inhaled deeply, his emotions akin to the exhilaration of winning the lottery. This sum of money was sufficient to liberate him from the shackles of his miserable existence. Why should the affluent revel in abundance, while he languished in deprivation? Tomorrow, he envisioned himself surrounded by 8 women. No, make it 10. However, Yuan Hao understood the necessity of maintaining a composed exterior, thus he feigned calmness. Just as he turned to leave, he noticed Wang Fuguwei extracting a painting from an exquisite box. Boss Chun, this painting is a recent acquisition of mine. Would you be so kind as to offer your opinion? The picture of Boya playing the qin by Wang Jinpeng, a genuine piece, valued at 6 million. Upon learning about the ancient painting, Yuan Hao promptly retrieved his phone to search for information regarding Wang Jinpeng. Boss Chun scrutinized the artwork for a considerable time, unable to reach a conclusion, fully aware of its substantial worth. He dared not hastily offer judgment. Observing that Yuan Hao had yet to depart, Wang Fuguwei curiously inquired, "Are you knowledgeable in the appraisal of ancient paintings?" "Somewhat. This piece is Wang Jinpeng's picture of Boya playing the qin, a true original. Wang Jinpeng is celebrated as the foremost painter of the Yuan dynasty, renowned for his exceptional skills in boundary painting, meticulous character portrayal, and the harmonious fusion of line drawing and ink wash techniques." Yuan Hao calmly articulated his insights in the presence of both men. "May I inquire who your mentor is?" Wang Fuguwei asked, intrigued, mainly due to Yuan Hao's youth, which suggested an impressive background in such an art form. "I apologize, but I am not at liberty to disclose that information. One cannot expect a person to divulge everything simply because one asks." "Very well, I understand. I have always cherished forming friendships with connoisseurs of antiquities. This afternoon, I am attending an antique appraisal gathering. Would you be interested in accompanying me?" Yuan Hao's eyes sparkled at the prospect, recognizing this as an excellent opportunity to establish connections, given his current lack of networks and resources. However, he regrettably had to decline as his mother was undergoing surgery that very afternoon. "I truly apologize, Boss Wang, but I must accompany my mother for her surgery today. I will certainly join you next time." Not deterred by Yuan Hao's polite refusal, Wang Fuguwei hastily retrieved a business card from his pocket and handed it to Yuan Hao. "No problem at all. Here's my card. Please leave me your contact information, and when you have free time, I shall take you along." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yuan Hao swiftly departed from the antique market. Upon returning to the hospital, his first order of business was to repay Gu Manuel the full amount of the medical expenses she had covered the previous night. However, Yuan Hao was not one to be ungrateful. He would certainly assist her wherever possible in the future. After all, a man of stature cannot remain in the shadows for long. With the gift of insight, he intended to gradually expand his network and carve out his own path. Subsequently, Yuan Hao planned to rent a better apartment, both to provide his mother with a conducive environment for recovery and to ensure that the security in a high-end community was more stringent. Individuals like Su Xiongbiao find it rather challenging to integrate into society. At noon, Su Yuan's surgery proceeded smoothly. Due to the anesthesia, she would remain unconscious for a while longer. Thus, Yuan Hao opted to hire a premium caregiver to attend to Su Yuan's needs. He aimed to expedite the sale of his house and the process of resigning from his job in order to avoid the incessant harassment from those demanding gambling debts, which had become quite bothersome. Given the proximity of the nightclub to the hospital, Yuan Hao decided to first address the matter of his resignation. The nightclub operates around the clock, despite the bright sunlight outside. Within its confines, the distinction between day and night becomes blurred. Upon entering the nightclub, he observed several alluring women at the bar, playfully engaging with clients. Their long, slender legs clad in black stockings occasionally brushed against the patrons, fueling the atmosphere thick with the scent of hormones. Some men, driven by primal instincts, could not restrain themselves from purchasing additional bottles of liquor. Yuan Hao had grown accustomed to such scenes. Most of the women here were in their 20s, some sharing his plight of financial hardship, compelled to seek quick earnings in this environment. Others, accustomed to lavish spending, lacked the skills to earn a more substantial income and thus resorted to this line of work. Each bottle sold yielded a considerable commission, prompting some to accompany clients outside for supplementary earnings. Moreover, certain women had mastered the art of performance. They could convincingly feign affection for naive clients visiting the nightclub for the first time, enticing them to foot the bill. Such occurrences are difficult to regulate, as they rely on mutual consent. Yuan Hao anticipated that resigning from his position would be somewhat contentious, considering he had not generated significant revenue for Hongjia. To his surprise, she readily acquiesced and instructed him to proceed with the resignation formalities. "You are a good child. I understand your family's difficulties. This is your commission for last month. I won't take a single cent. It's all yours." As Hongjia handed him a wad of cash, Yuan Hao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Xiaoya is waiting for you in the lounge. Would you like to see her?" Xiaoya, at the tender age of 20, was the most stunning woman in the nightclub, her innocent visage attracting patrons from hundreds of kilometers away, all eager to request her company. When Yuan Hao first arrived at the nightclub, his pure, sunny disposition felt out of place amidst the nightlife, and Xiaoya quickly became infatuated with him. There were several occasions when she sought to advance their relationship, but Yuan Hao, having witnessed her entertain numerous clients, felt a sense of discomfort. Had he been the type to indulge freely, he would not have upheld his self-imposed boundaries on his very first day of work. Thus, Yuan Hao entered the lounge, and upon opening the door, warm lips pressed against his instantly. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a heated hand firmly pressed against his chest, while another hand attempted to unfasten his belt, accompanied by the sound of escalating breaths. In the confined space, the dim light cast an air of ambiguity. Yuan Hao wished to push her away, yet she clung to him with all her might, prying open his lips with her tongue and greedily sucking. A slight lowering of his gaze revealed Xiaoya's alluring figure. It was undeniable that Xiaoya possessed a certain charm. For a fleeting moment, Yuan Hao found himself tempted to abandon all restraint and seize her. However, reason prevailed, just barely. Yuan Hao almost succumbed to the allure of her tenderness. Every time he recalled that Xiaoya accompanied various men for drinks each month, a sense of discomfort washed over him. "Sister, I have always regarded you as such, never entertaining any other thoughts." Thus, Yuan Hao bit her tongue firmly, yet she seemed unfazed by the pain. Instead, she leaned closer, whispering against his ear, playfully nibbling on his earlobe. "Sister, I came here today merely to bid you farewell. I will no longer be working here. Please respect my decision, or we shall lose even the chance of friendship." Upon hearing this, Xiaoya paused, retreating a few steps. In the dim light, it was evident that she had meticulously applied her makeup today, her ample bosom accentuating her allure, while her innocent, almost ethereal face could easily convince anyone of her youthfulness. "What pretense are you putting on? Did you not spend the night with a wealthy woman last night?" Xiaoya bit her lip, questioning him. "It is not as you imagine, sister. You are a wonderful girl, and if given the opportunity, I would advise you against working in such places. I must take my leave." With that, Yuan Hao turned and walked away, too weary to offer further explanation. The more he explained, the more entangled the situation became. His mind was solely focused on how to earn money. Today, he could make 288,000 with his X-ray vision. Tomorrow, he could amass 10 million. The day after, perhaps even 100 million. Women may come and go, but money remains steadfast. With wealth in hand, what manner of woman could he not attract? Previously, he had been exceedingly kind to He Xiaowei, yet upon his downfall, she would swiftly find herself in the bed of a man twice her age. Thus, Yuan Hao understood that pursuing romance was far less reliable than the pursuit of wealth. After leaving the nightclub, he turned towards a high-end community in Hacheng called Beihai Garden, conveniently located near a hospital and public transport, with a park nearby. Consequently, the property prices were quite steep. A 3-bedroom apartment would cost 20,000 a month. Adhering to the principle that earning money is for the sake of enjoying life, Yuan Hao promptly paid a year's rent after inspecting the apartment. This would also provide convenience for his mother's recovery. As he watched his bank balance diminish by over 200,000, a pang of regret struck him. Money truly does not last long in these times. Just as he exited the community's gate, an unpleasant voice pierced the air. "Oh, isn't that Yuan Hao? I thought I was mistaken." Yuan Hao, who had been in good spirits and wearing a broad smile, felt his expression darken instantly upon hearing that voice. "I'm sorry. I don't recognize you." Yuan Hao, with a stern expression, finished speaking and turned to leave, only to be unexpectedly intercepted by He Xiaowei. "What are you trying to play at? Let me ask you a question. Did you know that the auction item last night was a counterfeit?" The more she pondered it throughout the night, the angrier she became, convinced that Yuan Hao had deliberately led her astray, resulting in her being duped. Unfortunately, in the world of antiques, there is a saying, once the deal is made, it cannot be undone. This pitfall was one she had to swallow herself. And as a result, Huang Jiqiang had mercilessly tormented He Xiaowei the entire night. Indeed, when she emerged from the community entrance, she limped noticeably, suggesting she had certainly endured some bruises in certain areas. Yuan Hao was no fool and would never admit, "Please use your brain. If I were skilled in appraising treasures, would you even have the right to stand here speaking to me?" "He Xiaowei, I am aware that you harbor resentment towards me, but you must understand. We're not married. Your family's current plight is dismal. Should I, He Xiaowei, then rush to your family's aid? We are merely dating, not bound by the vows of marriage. Is it not entirely normal for me to seek someone else?" Although it was indeed somewhat inappropriate for her to call him while she was with Brother Huang, it was merely a matter of moral ambiguity. The law did not prohibit such actions. With her hands on her hips, she adopted a defiant posture, leaving Yuan Hao utterly astonished at her audacity. Acknowledging her moral failings, yet still having the gall to voice them was akin to a cow visiting a doctor. Truly outrageous. "Leave. When we first got together, did I ever look down on you for your family's financial struggles? When you were jobless, I helped you find a good position. And you still have the nerve to bring this up." Yuan Hao felt a wave of disgust wash over him at the sight of He Xiaowei, a visceral unease. He Xiaowei scoffed, "Yes, you treated me well at first, but what of it? Is your family wealthy now? If they are impoverished, why should I stick around with a pauper? What, should I live on the wind from the northwest? Brother Huang treats me splendidly now, buy me bags every month. Last night, you surely intended to set Huang up. Your father is a gambling addict, and your mother is gravely ill. With such a dismal life, you must have done many wicked deeds in your earlier years to deserve this retribution." With a resounding thud, Yuan Hao's fist struck a nearby tree, shaking loose several branches. The previously boisterous He Xiaowei was taken aback by the sight, covering her mouth in shock, too frightened to utter a word. "Get lost, if you don't leave. This punch 1T just land on the tree. My fist could very well cause you to suffer brain damage. I, Yuan Hao, do not strike women, but I never claimed I wouldn't strike a beast." Seeing the veins bulging on Yuan Hao's arms made He Xiaowei hesitate to speak further. Her injuries from the previous night had yet to heal, and should Yuan Hao deliver a blow that sent her to the hospital, her parents would discover the truth about their daughter's character. Yuan Hao trudged away from the community, burdened by his tumultuous emotions, seeking solace in a solitary walk. As he entered an alley, a sudden chorus of shouts erupted from behind him. "That's the kid up ahead. Brothers, make sure to beat him to a pulp. Hey, you little brat, stop right there." Chapter 8. The unusual body. Upon glancing back, I noticed a group of 5 or 6 young men with bleached hair pursuing me. Some wielded sticks, while others brandished knives. It seemed these were the thugs summoned by He Xiaowei. Judging by their youthful appearance, they were likely around 15 or 16 years of age. Surely, not fleeing would be tantamount to courting death. It is well known that such youngsters tend to be reckless. A grown man may hesitate to stab with a knife, but these youths would not think twice. They commanded me to halt. Only a fool would stand still at such a moment. It was precisely because this alley was sparsely populated that they dared to act so brazenly. Once I traversed this passage, safety awaited, for on the other side lay a bustling square, teeming with people. These young men would surely refrain from violence in plain sight of the crowd. Just as I was about to escape, a group of similarly bleached-haired youths emerged at the alley's entrance. Quite sprightly, aren't we? After having tricked our boss Huang and then frightening our sister-in-law? Brothers, today's sister-in-law has spoken. Whoever breaks this brat's leg first shall be rewarded with 100,000. Moreover, there are no surveillance cameras in this alley. The leader of the bleached-haired gang shouted, igniting a glint of greed in the eyes of the others. They were nothing more than idle street ruffians with little income. Upon hearing this, they surged forward with the vigor of youth, as if invigorated by a potent elixir. Yuan Hao took a deep breath. It appeared I was destined to endure a brutal beating today. If I escaped unscathed, I would not let He Shao Wei, that shameless wretch, go unpunished. With a command from a leader, the group of young men charged toward me from both sides. Suddenly, I noticed their movements had slowed considerably, and a wave of relief washed over me. Hope had arrived. The youths swung their sticks at me, yet not a single blow landed, seizing the opportunity to evade their strikes. I swiftly kicked one of the bleached-haired thugs, sending him flying. Goodness, brother, this lad is rather uncanny. We can't seem to touch him. Let us go after him. We outnumber him. We can afford to make numerous mistakes, but should he falter even once, it would be his demise. Despite their bruised faces, these youths refused to relent. Surprisingly, they were quite resilient, resembling scrappy street dogs. At that moment, a familiar red sports car barreled through, scattering the group of bleached-haired thugs and coming to a steady halt. Yuan Hao, get in the car, Gu Manyu called, rolling down the window. Her fair, rosy complexion glistened in the sunlight, delicate enough to seem as if it could drip with dew. The gang, seeing this, prepared to strike. Gu Manyu coldly admonished, "Gentlemen, this car is worth several million. If anyone damages it, you would find yourselves bankrupt." Upon hearing this, the young men hesitated. They were accustomed to bullying students, earning a bit of pocket change or venting their frustrations, but the thought of having to pay for damages was daunting. Their pockets were likely emptier than their faces. Moreover, observing Gu Manyue's demeanor, Huang Mao refrained from acting recklessly, sensing that she was no ordinary individual. Upon noticing this, Yuan Hao hastily slipped into the passenger seat. "Hurry up a drive. By the way, how did you know I was here?" Gu Manyu cast a cold glance at him before pressing down on the accelerator. As the roar of the sports car's engine filled the air, they swiftly exited the alley. "I just visited your mother at the hospital. Your aunt mentioned that you had stepped out, so I surmise you must be looking for a rental. Had I not arrived in time, you might have been lying in the hospital today. You could guess that?" Yuan Hao, intrigued, discreetly assessed Gu Manyue's figure. It must be said, Gu Manyu possessed a captivating allure that grew more enchanting upon closer inspection, not merely a fleeting beauty. Moreover, the unique texture of her black stockings left a lasting impression from last night's leg massage. Enough chit-chat. Come with me to a place. Half an hour later, Gu Manyu brought Yuan Hao to the Jade Raw Stone Trading Center. The Jade Raw Stone market in Han City was not nearly as expansive as the antique market. With at most a handful of shops, Yuan Hao speculated that Gu Manyu was already aware that his financial situation was not dire. However, he could not comprehend why she insisted on bringing him to the raw stone market. Nevertheless, since he was already there, he might as well take a look. Yuan Hao inadvertently fixated on a particular raw stone, which gradually began to become transparent, soon transforming into a blank void. His heart raced in astonishment. Could it be that he was able to see through the jade? Did a blank signify the absence of jade? He proceeded to peer through several more jade raw stones, some revealing a hint of green within. "Sister, does the presence of green in jade indicate that it is indeed jade?" Upon hearing such a naive question from Yuan Hao, Gu Manyu instantly regretted her decision. After all, possessing expertise in antique appraisal did not necessarily equate to proficiency in stone gambling. Initially, she had hoped that if Yuan Hao possessed jade appraisal skills, she would find a way to retain such a valuable talent. Gu Manyue's background was, in fact, quite remarkable. Her grandfather was the chairman of the Gu Group in Han City, and her father had passed away in an accident, with no siblings to share the burden. The weight of the family business would inevitably fall upon her shoulders. The Gu Group operated in the antique and jade industries, and her grandfather was quite troubled by the challenges of maintaining clientele in these times, where companies risk collapse without diligent effort. Gu Manyu had initially yearned for a reliable partner to strive alongside her. Upon discovering that her ex had only sought her for her wealth, she felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. Learning from Yuan Hao that he also had a talent for gem appraisal, she took him to the antique market that night to test whether he truly possessed such abilities. However, the jade sector had reached a critical juncture for the company, which is why she sought to ascertain Yuan Hao's aptitude for stone gambling. Seeing Gu Manyu remain silent, Yuan Hao realized he had posed a rather foolish question. Determined to take action, Yuan Hao selected a particularly unique piece of raw jadeite. What made it special? Perhaps it was simply the deeper shade of green, a hue that resonated with his untrained eye, leading him to believe that the greener, the better. "How much for this?" he inquired. 150,000, fixed price. No negotiations, the proprietor replied. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Hao acquiesced. "Fine, 150,000 it is. Please assist me in cutting it." Upon completing the transaction, the vendor, donned in gloves, placed the chosen stone into the cutting machine. Gu Manyu sighed, realizing the folly in her brother's lack of bargaining. It seemed this sum would likely serve as tuition fees for his lessons in the trade. However, once the cutting was finished. The scene that unfolded before them left everyone astounded. Chapter 9. The exquisite imperial green. The cut revealed a delicate floral green hue, with the jadeite exhibiting remarkable transparency and a vibrant, pure green, truly a masterpiece. It's green. It's green. This is ice-type jadeite with green floral patterns. Young man, you've struck it rich. The gemologist, having toiled all day, finally extracted a piece of quality jadeite worthy of bragging rights among colleagues. Hearing this, Yuan Hao felt a surge of excitement and turned to Gu Manue, asking, "Sister, how much do you think this jadeite is worth? Is it one of the most expensive kinds?" Ice-type jadeite with green floral patterns belongs to the mid to high-end category. Given the size of your piece, it should fetch around 2 million. Consider yourself fortunate. It seems you've stumbled upon a lucky find. Gu Manue believed that Yuan Hao's success was merely serendipitous. 2 million? And this is just mid to high-end jadeite? What constitutes high-end jadeite, and what does it look like? At this thought, Yuan Hao couldn't help but gasp. The potential profits from high-end jadeite were unfathomable, far more lucrative than winning the lottery. High-end jadeite comes in many varieties, but the most classic is the imperial green. It is the finest and most valuable green variety of jadeite, characterized by its pure, rich, and vibrant hue, with an exceptionally high saturation of green. You wouldn't dare hope to uncover an imperial green, would you? Stop dreaming. Such exquisite jadeite is rare and often unattainable. In our Han City jadeite trading market, no one has managed to find an imperial green in recent years. Unbeknownst to Gu Manue, her words only fueled Yuan Hao's excitement further. The absence of imperial green for years implied that such treasures remained undiscovered, perhaps lurking in some corner of the trading house. With newfound determination, Yuan Hao fell silent and began to meticulously inspect the raw jadeite stones at each shop he visited. His method of selection was exceedingly simplistic, almost as if he were perusing a vegetable market. Gu Manue had never witnessed anyone evaluate jadeite in such a manner. After examining the first shop, he promptly moved on to the second, repeating his unchanging approach. "Brother, are you here to buy groceries? Is this how one selects raw jadeite?" Gu Manue furrowed her brows. "Patience. I'll speak once I uncover an imperial green." Upon hearing those words, Gu Manue nearly burst into laughter. Had it not been for Yuan Hao unveiling a jadeite with a rare, icy green hue moments earlier, she would have lacked the enthusiasm to accompany him on further excursions. Experts in the art of stone gambling are exceedingly rare, and she was merely indulging in a flicker of hope. After inspecting several shops, the shopkeepers could no longer contain themselves. "Young man, do you truly possess the ability to discern raw stones? All these stones appear identical on the surface. Even if you spot a flower, how can you ascertain if there is jade within?" Yuan Hao, disinterested in their remarks, continued his observations. However, it must be said that finding imperial green is indeed a formidable task. An hour later, after visiting 5 jadeite outlets, he had yet to catch a glimpse of the coveted hue. "Brother, imperial green is not so easily found. If you could locate it so effortlessly, our company's jade gambling consultants would surely be out of work," Gu Manue remarked, her patience waning. Just as Yuan Hao began to believe that imperial green was beyond his reach, a flash of green emerged from a corner, a color that could quicken the heart. He inhaled deeply, attempting to calm his exhilarated spirit. Perhaps destiny would shift at this very moment. Subsequently, Yuan Hao lifted the jadeite raw stone from the corner. "How much for this stone, my good sir?" "This one is of superior quality, priced at 300,000. Gu Manue intended to negotiate, but before she could utter a word, Yuan Hao had already completed the transaction. Was this a case of foolishness paired with wealth? Undoubtedly. The stone extraction area had gathered a considerable audience, local residents often congregating to witness the excitement. Once a machine became available, Yuan Hao hurriedly approached with the jadeite raw stone and commenced the extraction process. Gu Manue watched in bewilderment at Yuan Hao's clumsy technique. One might mistake him for merely chopping vegetables. Yet, he remained cautious. With so many eyes watching, he could not afford to appear overtly skilled. Lest suspicions arise about his ability to discern the stone's contents. Thus, during the extraction, Yuan Hao deliberately made an initial incision to create a window, then proceeded to carefully polish the surface. When he splashed a scoop of water onto it, a gasp escaped his lips. "Goodness, it seems to be turning green." At this exclamation, the crowd quickly gathered around him. Upon seeing that hint of green, Gu Manue was astounded. Yuan Hao's lackluster stone gambling technique had genuinely unearthed imperial green. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Were it not for her education, she might have questioned whether he possessed some uncanny insight. Onlookers, too, could not suppress their astonishment. "Wow. It has been years since our raw stone trading house has seen imperial green. This young man has truly struck gold. If only I had gone to Old Wong's to purchase raw stones. This is indeed imperial green." It resembles the images found online perfectly. This is the first time in my life witnessing such a sight. Not only was the audience electrified, but Yuan Hao himself was momentarily at a loss for words, eventually regaining his composure to seek out Gu Manhua. Sister, this is indeed Imperial Green. I assent it. What is its worth? Gu Manhua took a deep breath. She had no choice but to reassess the prodigy before her. Indeed, this is unequivocally Imperial Green. Currently, the market price of Imperial Jade stands at 300,000 per gram, and you possess nearly 200 grams, which implies that the value of this Imperial Jade is approximately 60 million. Upon this realization, Gu Manhua found herself increasingly unsettled. Just last night, he was merely a male model working in a nightclub, and within a mere day, his worth had surged by millions. If this were to be shared, it would likely be met with disbelief. Yet, Gu Manhua understood that this was all undeniably real, and thus, she was determined to seize the opportunity presented by this man. Brother, sell me this Imperial Jade. I will offer you 60 million. Old Wong, although this Imperial Jade originated from your shop, your pricing is quite unreasonable. I will offer 70 million. Young man, do you find this price agreeable? Upon realizing the immense value of the Imperial Jade before him, Yuan Hao's hands trembled uncontrollably as he cradled it in his palms, fearful of inadvertently scuffing its surface. This piece was worth more than gold. The stark contrast between poverty and wealth. Could this truly encapsulate the allure of gambling stones? Just as Yuan Hao contemplated selling it, Gu Manhua grasped his hand. Sell me this Imperial Jade for 80 million, and I can also offer you some irresistible conditions. Would you be interested in hearing more? Gazing at Gu Manhua's enchanting smile and her alluring figure, Yuan Hao felt a parched dryness in his throat. Could it be that she intended to offer herself in exchange for this Imperial Jade? Chapter 10. Gu Manhua's genuine affection? Sister, considering the medical expenses you previously covered for my mother, I will certainly sell you this Imperial Jade as long as you ask. As for any notion of offering myself, our acquaintance has not been extensive enough for that, and it feels rather inappropriate. Upon hearing this, Gu Manhua was taken aback. When had she ever suggested such a thing? What are you babbling about? There are too many onlookers here. Let us step away and discuss in private. In recent years, the Seoul raw stone market has not produced any Imperial Jade, and now that one has emerged, the owners would often celebrate with fireworks at their own expense. The more commotion, the better. This was a living advertisement. As the number of onlookers continued to swell, many influential owners began to make offers. Gu Manhua hurriedly cradled the Imperial Jade in her arms and pulled Yuan Hao outside. There will be times when you need to assist in appraising jade and antiques. Just a visit here and there will suffice. Furthermore, any jade or antiques you procure will be purchased at the highest market prices. Noticing Yuan Hao's silence, Gu Manhua realized that her appeal may still lack sufficient allure. Given Yuan Hao's extraordinary talent for gambling stones and his exceptional appraisal skills, a salary in the millions would be well-deserved. Never mind that for now, just sell me this Imperial Jade. Please provide me with your bank account number, and I will transfer the funds to you from the company account shortly. Subsequently, Yuan Hao promptly sent her his bank account details. To him, the Imperial Jade was merely a stone. As long as payment was provided, he was willing to sell it to anyone. Seeing Gu Manhua's eagerness indicated that it was of significant importance to her, given that Gu Manhua had previously rendered him such a considerable favor. Selling it to her seemed only fitting. Upon receiving the news, Gu Manhua coldly donned her sunglasses and pressed the accelerator. Where could she be heading? I'll treat you to a meal. Half an hour later, the crimson sports car gradually came to a halt at the street corner. Arriving before the restaurant, Yuan Hao scrutinized the interior decor, realizing it was nothing more than a quintessential hole-in-the-wall establishment. At first, he had assumed that someone of Gu Manhua's stature would at least opt for a high-end restaurant, perhaps a Michelin star venue. However, he was taken aback when she brought him to this modest eatery. As they entered, Gu Manhua cheerfully called out, "Aunt May, I brought my friend along this time. Please serve us your best dishes." Certainly, it appeared that Gu Manhua frequented this little restaurant. She effortlessly led Yuan Hao into a private dining room. The decor within the room exuded a certain elegance. Perhaps it was due to Gu Manhua's presence, but Aunt May promptly brought out the dishes. They had barely settled in when the food was served: braised pork ribs, braised base, and corn rib soup. Yuan Hao nodded appreciatively and picked up a piece of rib with his chopsticks, savoring its delightful aroma and flavor. Just as he took his first bite, Gu Manhua hurriedly opened 2 bottles of Mao Dai and filled a glass to the brim for him. This is Mao Dai from the year 2000. It's quite rare. Intrigued, Yuan Hao took a small sip, enjoying the smooth and rich taste that enveloped his palate with its fragrant notes. After just a small taste, Gu Manhua refilled his glass. Noticing the puzzled look on his face, she couldn't help but chuckle. "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you afraid I might poison you or something? While Yuan Hao had entertained such thoughts, he dismissed them upon further reflection and relaxed his guard. Of course not. Gu Manua then poured herself a glass and raised it, downing it in one go. The reason I brought you here is that I wish to share my thoughts with you. Every family has its struggles. My own is no exception. My parents divorced when I was very young, and my father passed away unexpectedly when I was 10. Aside from my grandfather, I have no other relatives. As she spoke, Gu Manua drank another glass of liquor, her fair cheeks beginning to flush. Women can be quite hypocritical. It mainly depends on the company they keep. She scrutinized Yuan Hao with a frown. Indeed, there are all sorts of people. Perhaps we could collaborate and see how it goes. The jade and stone industry is exceedingly complex. I understand your reluctance to accept my proposal stems from your desire to carve out your own path. I can assist you, providing resources, connections, and even a salary while you pursue your own ambitions. However, I hope you can help me in return. To be frank, my company is currently in a precarious situation, and my grandfather is overwhelmed with work every day. Yuan Hao was momentarily taken aback. To be candid, the conditions proposed by Gu Manua were exceedingly tempting. As the saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind, and when one embarks on a solitary journey, it becomes all too easy to attract the attention of influential figures within the industry. In the initial stages, a cautious approach is undoubtedly prudent, as the pie of the jade market is rather limited, making it challenging for outsiders to claim a share. Just as Yuan Hao was about to speak, Gu Manua hurriedly interjected, urging him not to rush his response, suggesting that he take some time to ponder over her offer while they enjoyed their drinks today. In matters of the heart, they found a semblance of kinship, and thus, like kindred spirits, they poured out their grievances over the drinks. They consumed baijiu in copious amounts, and within half an hour, the 2 bottles of matai were nearly emptied. Although Gu Manua's ears were flushed with warmth, her mind remained relatively clear. She scrutinized the man before her, noting his handsome and youthful features, complemented by his filial piety toward his mother. Most intriguingly, he possessed knowledge of gambling stones and treasure appraisal. In that moment, an indescribable feeling welled up within her. Having spent a month honing his drinking skills in a nightclub, Yuan Hao's tolerance was commendable. After settling the bill, he led Gu Manua to a nearby hotel to check in. After finally placing her on the bed, just as he prepared to leave, a pair of delicate hands grasped his arm. Gu Manua bit her lip, gazing at him with a dreamy expression. Come here. I have something to say to you. Yuan Hao furrowed his brow, but complied. Just as he bent down, Gu Manua wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, followed by a passionate kiss. Sister, you're drunk. He protested. No, I am not. She retorted. Chapter 11, Revenge. Before Yuan Hao could respond, her warm lips pressed against his once more. Captivated by her beauty and under the influence of alcohol, he surrendered to the unfolding narrative. Time passed in a haze. Yuan Hao was vaguely aware of a sharp pain in his arm. Upon opening his eyes, he found Gu Manua curled up in a corner, twisting his arm while sobbing. What is wrong? He asked, suppressing the pain and speaking cautiously. What did you do to me earlier? She questioned, biting her lip and gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. Wasn't it mutual? Yuan Hao replied, somewhat bewildered by her inquiry. Gu Manua remained silent, lifting the covers to reveal the remnants of crimson staining the sheets. This detail had escaped Yuan Hao's notice. He had not realized that Gu Manua had never engaged in such an act during previous relationships. Yet, he distinctly recalled her pulling him close and initiating the kiss. Could he have misremembered? Nonetheless, the undeniable truth remained, regardless of who took the initiative. The deed had indeed transpired. Don't you have anything to say? She pressed, tears streaming down her face. When Yuan Hao remained silent, she abruptly got out of bed. However, her legs weakened, and she nearly fell. Yuan Hao rushed to support her, stating, I will take responsibility for you if you will have me. Gu Manua cast him a cold glance, gathered her belongings with determination, and stormed out, slamming the door behind her. As she walked away, Yuan Hao found himself momentarily bewildered. What was the nature of this unfolding drama? Gu Manua hailed from a prestigious family and had previously rendered Yuan Hao significant assistance. Were it not for her, he might still be toiling in a nightclub, and his mother could very well be languishing at home. In essence, since their paths had crossed, Yuan Hao's life had indeed taken a turn. It was during his observations of her that he had uncovered his ability of clairvoyance. Contemplating this, Yuan Hao felt a twinge of guilt. Had he maintained stronger resolve moments ago, such an incident would not have transpired. As a man, he felt a sense of duty towards her. Consequently, he hastily donned his clothes and rushed outside. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, he realized it was already midnight, and Gu Manua had vanished in her red sports car, leaving behind a precious imperial green jade worth 80 million. Could it be that she had fallen victim to a newfangled scam? Yet, Gu Manua hardly seemed the type for such deceit. Nevertheless, The immense value of the jade posed a challenge to anyone's composure. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Yuan Hao frantically attempted to reach Gu Manua by phone, only to find the line disconnected. Initially contemplating alerting the authorities, he reconsidered after recalling her generosity in covering his mother's medical expenses. Perhaps she was simply unwilling to answer due to the earlier incident. As he passed by the Beehive Garden community, fate intervened, and he spotted a familiar face. He Xiaowei was inside a luxury car with Huang Jiqiang, engaged in indiscreet activities. Witnessing this scene sparked a vengeful idea within Yuan Hao, prompting him to instruct the driver to pull over. Previously, when he Xiaowei was with him, she had seemed perfectly respectable. He had never anticipated her clandestine escapades with Huang Jiqiang. If they wished to indulge in such clandestine behavior, he would ensure the entire world knew of their transgressions. With this determination, Yuan Hao promptly dialed he Xiaowei's parents. Given the late hour, it took several attempts before someone finally answered. "Who is this? Calling at such an hour? Are you trying to disrupt our sleep?" "It's me, Yuan Hao. I just witnessed he Xiaowei engaged in a violent altercation with a man. It was quite severe. They were using weapons. That man seemed to have dragged her into the car. I'll send you the address and license plate. You have to come quickly." Yuan Hao spoke urgently. "What? You need to intervene. Old man, don't sleep. Your daughter might be in grave danger." Upon hearing this, he Xiaowei's parents were instantly wide awake, scrambling out of bed. "I can't go. I'm no match for him. Besides, I've already broken up with he Xiaowei. Just informing you is already generous of me. I'll send you the address." With that, he ended the call and found a spot to sit and await the unfolding drama. Fortunately, his timing was impeccable. Huang Jiqiang was still inside the car with he Xiaowei, engaged in their illicit rendezvous. 10 minutes later, just as the couple was poised to deepen their indiscretion, a vehicle with flashing red and blue lights abruptly arrived. Emerging from the car were not only the police, but also he Xiaowei's parents. He Xiaowei's parents possessed keen eyesight, quickly identifying the luxurious car. Her father, seemingly having picked up 2 bricks from somewhere, handed one to her mother. At this moment, he Xiaowei remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. Playfully biting her lip and teasingly saying, "Brother, you're so naughty. I miss you. Don't move. I'll be there right away." Huang Jiqiang had just stripped down completely when a series of loud knocks interrupted him from outside the car door. Peering through the window, he spotted a couple wielding bricks, angrily standing outside. "Who the hell are you? Get lost. The further, the better. Don't ruin my good mood." Huang Jiqiang yelled at he Xiaowei's parents. "Who is out there?" He Xiaowei inquired, curiosity piqued. "I don't know. Just a pair of lunatics." Unbeknownst to them, it was precisely he Xiaowei's words that escalated her parents' anxiety. "My daughter is inside. Right there. I just heard her voice." Upon hearing this, the 2 uniformed officers quickly approached, knocking on the car window. "Comrade, please open the door and cooperate with our work." Seeing the 2 men in uniforms, Huang Jiqiang felt an impending sense of dread. He Xiaowei was bound in the back seat, unable to dress, and if they mistakenly assumed it was a kidnapping, the situation could spiral out of control. "All right, please wait a moment." He Xiaowei's father, noticing the delay in opening the door, seized a brick and struck the glass with its sharp edge. He swung again after the first attempt failed. With a loud crash, as the window shattered, he Xiaowei's mother caught sight of her daughter bound by ropes, rendering her speechless with rage. She raised the brick and aimed it at Huang Jiqiang's head. "You scoundrel! You harmed my daughter. I want to let this go. Old man, look what this man has done to our daughter. Why are you just standing there? Do something." Were it not for the officers intervening, Huang Jiqiang might have met a grim fate at the hands of the couple. "He Xiaowei, what the hell is going on? Are you toying with me? Otherwise, why would your parents be here?" "I have no idea. Mom and Dad, you've misunderstood. I'm here willingly." Chapter 12. Finding opportunities in the raw stone market. Regardless of whether you're here willingly or not, please cooperate and come to the station to give a statement. He Xiaowei, covering herself with a coat, asked Mom, "Who told you I was here?" "It was Yuan Hao. That Yuan Hao. I didn't seek trouble with him, yet he brought this upon me." Upon hearing Yuan Hao's name, Huang Jiqiang felt a surge of anger. Today's turmoil was entirely his doing. After resting on a shared caregiver bed for a while, Yuan Hao meticulously assessed his current situation. The ability to see through ancient artifacts and jade raw stones held exceptional potential, and it was imperative to exploit these traits to amass wealth. He recalled that Wang Fugui had left him a business card. Now was the time to leverage their acquaintance and delve into the antique scene. Perhaps he could strike it rich. With this thought, Yuan Hao resolved to reach out to Wang Fugui the following day. Early the next morning, after ensuring everything was in order with the caregiver, Yuan Hao hurriedly exited the hospital. Not long after stepping outside, a striking red sports car gracefully entered his line of sight. "Get in." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yuan Hao stood frozen in place, utterly astonished that Gu Manua had come to pick him up today. He had anticipated it would take at least a few days. Once seated in the passenger seat, Gu Manua drove in silence. After a considerable time, Yuan Hao broke the awkward silence, saying, about last night, it was my fault, and I will take responsibility. What a presumptuous thought. There are many who wish to be with Gu Manua, but first, let us attend to business. The funds for the Imperial Green will arrive in your account today, Gu Manua replied coldly. Yuan Hao then noticed that Gu Manua, while at the wheel, continuously adjusted her seat, seemingly uncomfortable no matter how she sat. Do you have hemorrhoids? Upon hearing this, Gu Manua slammed on the brakes, and despite being buckled in, Yuan Hao nearly flew forward. You don't know why I'm uncomfortable? Indeed, women are like water. Gu Manua's tears flowed freely. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that, Yuan Hao stammered, unsure of how to respond. As she wept, Gu Manua retrieved 2 tissues from her bag to dab at her tear-streaked face. Let us set this aside for now and focus on the task at hand. I'll take you to the raw stone trading market in Jinling City. If you feel guilty, you can help me pick out a few decent pieces of jade. Of course, I will cover the cost of the raw stones, and I'm even willing to split the profits 50-50. If you find a jade piece you like, you can purchase it yourself. Yuan Hao nodded silently, reflecting on how Gu Manua had covered his mother's medical expenses, leaving him without grounds for rebuttal. In truth, her willingness to speak indicated a readiness to forgive him. Assisting her in selecting quality jade was a reasonable proposal, considering he had intended to earn some money today, merely facilitating the flow of events. The journey from Han City to Jinling City would take approximately an hour. As an ancient capital of the 6 dynasties, Jinling City is a hub for various antiques and has long attracted numerous enthusiasts of antiquities and jade. Although the raw stone market in Jinling City may not be as grand as those in Ruiqing or Tongqing, it ranks among the best in the Jiangnan region. The two sat in silence, the tension palpable, and Yuan Hao chose to close his eyes for a brief nap. An hour passed swiftly, and upon reopening his eyes, he realized the car had come to a halt. Seeing Gu Manua exit the vehicle without a word, Yuan Hao hastily unbuckled his seatbelt and followed her. Once outside, he glanced at the raw stone market, which was exponentially larger than that of Han City. Just this single street boasted nearly 100 jade, raw stone shops, and the throngs of visitors filled the streets like a sea of humanity. Following Gu Manua, they casually entered a jade, raw stone shop, just as the sound of a cutting machine resonated from the courtyard. Casting his gaze toward the stone cutting area, he noticed a crowd gathered. One man appeared pale, clearly having suffered significant losses. What terrible luck. Today, I have opened 4 pieces. Yet again, they're all white. The man speaking could not help but spit on the ground, as if the unfavorable feng shui of the place had tarnished his luck. The madmen buy, the madmen sell, and yet another madman waits. Such is the nature of gambling on stones, where it is simply implausible to expect jade every time. A bystander could not resist making a sarcastic remark. You really know nothing, do you? You, poor fellow, just stand there and watch. With such a tongue, why not join the gamble? Darling, don't stoop to his level. He simply desires jade today. Let us try another place. Yuan Hao assessed the woman who spoke. Her attire was quite provocative, and her ample curves seemed either intentional or accidental as she occasionally brushed against the man. Fine. I refuse to believe that I cannot uncover a piece of jade today. Once the couple had walked away, Yuan Hao squinted at the nearby scraps. Among the 4 pieces, one displayed a hint of green. Gu Manua observed Yuan Hao standing still, seemingly reluctant to leave. You aren't actually considering purchasing scrap, are you? Yuan Hao nodded. Boss. How much for this scrap? Upon hearing this, the onlookers and Gu Manua all frowned at him. Scrap is typically sold by weight, and the odds of finding jade are, quite frankly, more elusive than winning the lottery. 1,000 yuan each. The boss, sensing Yuan Hao's unfamiliarity, casually made a price. Gu Manua, displeased, retorted, Boss, your business practices lack integrity. Anyone familiar with stone gambling knows that this scrap is barely fit for the trash. Even if you intend to price it, you shouldn't be so exorbitant. The boss, taken aback by the presence of someone knowledgeable, quickly altered his demeanor. My apologies, I was merely jesting. If you are genuinely interested, I can let you have all this scrap for just 50 yuan. Upon hearing such a low price, Yuan Hao realized that had it not been for Gu Manua's negotiation, he might have foolishly spent 4,000 yuan on these scraps. He then approached the cutting machine with the pieces in hand. The onlookers could not suppress their laughter. Little brother, you expect to uncover jade from scraps bought for 50 yuan? You must be out of your mind. Yuan Hao disregarded their comments, knowing they were merely spectators. Once jade was revealed, they would surely regret their mockery. Soon, The cutting machine roared to life, and the first piece of scrap yielded no jade. The audience erupted in laughter. If that produces jade, I'll wash my hair upside down. Yuan Hao paid them no mind, proceeding to cut the second piece of scrap, which also failed to reveal jade. By then, many onlookers had dispersed. As the notion of finding jade in scrap was utterly preposterous, they had even lost interest in watching. As the third piece also revealed no jade, Gu Manuel was left dumbfounded. Could it be that this lad had merely been lucky in selecting the imperial green yesterday? When it came to the fourth piece, Yuan Hao began to carefully scrape the surface. What was this? The young man had unearthed a hint of green. Chapter 13. The royal purple jade worth 50 million. Incredible. Is this for real? Can such a pile of scraps yield jadeite? A crowd of onlookers gathered, for it is exceedingly rare to extract jadeite from mere remnants, akin to unearthing exquisite jade. At this moment, even Gu Manuel could not resist approaching. This is pure green jadeite. Given its weight, it could be valued at around 3 to 400,000. With a skilled sculptor, its worth might soar even higher. Upon hearing Gu Manuel's words, the surrounding spectators turned envious, particularly the one who had previously made a comment about washing their hair upside down. Now, they had vanished without a trace. 10 minutes later, Yuan Hao had polished the jadeite before him, albeit it was only the size of a quail egg. Nevertheless, the deep, vibrant color and fine texture of this pure green jadeite indeed classified it as exceptional. Yuan Hao casually handed the jadeite to Gu Manuel. I recall you mentioned paying me the market's highest price. Please transfer the funds now, as I am rather impoverished. Without hesitation, Gu Manuel promptly transferred 500,000 to Yuan Hao's account. The market value of this pure green jadeite was at most 400,000, with the excess 100,000 coming from her own pocket. However, this minor loss was inconsequential. One must take risks to reap rewards. As long as she did not suffer a total loss, it could not be deemed a failure. Now, she could wholly trust that Yuan Hao was not only a master in jade appraisal, but also an adept in the art of stone gambling. Fortunately, he had not faced disaster. Otherwise, despair might have set in. First, he demonstrated his expertise in the antique market. Then he successfully selected an imperial green jade right before her eyes. And today, he had unearthed jade from a pile of scraps. Truly a prodigy. After receiving the funds, Yuan Hao led Gu Manuel to a different shop, primarily out of concern that repeatedly unveiling exceptional jade in the same establishment might attract unscrupulous individuals. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. In this perilous society, one could never know if someone in the crowd had lost everything in stone gambling and, upon seeing one's fortune, might be consumed by envy. Moreover, Yuan Hao had noticed that the quality of jade in the previous shop was subpar. This time, he aimed to find a piece of good quality jade for Gu Manuel. Generally, jadeite is esteemed for its green hue. As Yuan Hao entered each shop, he would scan the display cases, yet he found no trace of imperial green. What are you searching for? Surely, you do not still hope to find an imperial green? Gu Manuel inquired with curiosity. Did you guess that? Yuan Hao replied, somewhat surprised. Brother, imperial green is a rarity. Aside from it, there are many other valuable varieties of jadeite. It is not imperative to seek only the imperial green. Not expecting him to genuinely be in pursuit of imperial green, she could not help but tease him. Upon hearing her words, Yuan Hao nodded, recognizing the validity of her point. However, at that moment, he was captivated by a particular piece of material. Its color was distinct from ordinary jadeite, possessing a deep purple hue interlaced with a hint of verdant luster. It certainly appeared to be quite valuable. Thus, Yuan Hao decisively stepped forward and retrieved the jade, raw stone from the corner. This piece of jade was carefully selected for you. Please settle the payment. Gu Manuel did not hesitate and promptly scanned the code to pay 400,000. Subsequently, Yuan Hao moved the jade raw stone to the cutting machine. Initially, he intended to use his X-ray vision for a direct cut. However, observing those around him, who meticulously studied the jade before cutting, he felt that a direct approach might be too blunt. Therefore, Yuan Hao mimicked their actions, drawing a few lines on the jade raw stone. Then, adhering to the learned technique, he took the knife into his own hands, ensuring not to cut into the jade flesh. A buzzing sound filled the air as the cutting machine roared to life, drawing the attention of nearby onlookers back to Yuan Hao. Once the cutting was completed, Gu Manuel, filled with curiosity, stepped forward, only to suddenly narrow her eyes. A deep purple jade came into view. This is violet jade, or even royal purple. It's worth at least 50 million. Gu Manuel's expression became somewhat unsettled. This fellow, unable to find imperial green, had instead secured a royal purple for himself. One must understand, this quantity of royal purple jade is certainly not inexpensive. Young man, Sell this royal purple jade to me for 20 million. No, sell it to me for 30 million. Apologies, everyone, but this jade has already returned to its rightful owner. After speaking, Yuan Hao calmly handed the royal purple jade to Gu Manyu. I promised you before. In this modern era, promises have become mere jokes. How many individuals genuinely uphold their words? Therefore, upon hearing this, Gu Manyu inexplicably felt that Yuan Hao was quite a decent person. Remember, the profits are to be split 50-50, as you stated. You must not cheat me. Gu Manyu nodded. As long as Yuan Hao was willing to assist her in selecting jade, a 50-50 split was acceptable. Aren't we continuing with the stone gambling? Clearly, Gu Manyu remained lost in the joy of the royal purple, following him as if it were not gambling at all, but rather akin to seizing money. Indeed, nothing could compare to the speed of such earnings. Humans are like iron, and meals are like steel. One feels famished after a missed meal. We should find a place to eat. Moreover, we must be cautious in our jade gambling. Having uncovered such a remarkable piece of jade, we ought to leave promptly. Upon hearing this, Gu Manyu hastily tapped her head. She nearly let her joy overwhelm her. Having consecutively unveiled several exceptional pieces of jade, it would be a miracle not to attract attention. Subsequently, Gu Manyu sought a hotel to book a room, only to discover that this particular hotel had but one room remaining. In fact, she had seen on her phone that this was the only hotel in the vicinity with availability, leaving her no choice but to book it despite her reluctance. Tonight, you can sleep on the floor, Gu Manyu bit her lip and declared. All right, as long as you are happy, anything goes. Yuan Hao felt indifferent. Worst case scenario. He could sleep on the sofa. Such upscale hotels generally offer dining facilities, so the two intended to dine there. Just as they arrived at the restaurant and were preparing to settle the bill, a familiar voice called out from behind. Yuan Hao. Turning around, he was astonished to find none other than Wang Fuguwei standing there. What a surprise to encounter him in this place. Beside Wang Fuguwei stood a strikingly handsome young man, likely a scion of wealth given his attire. However, this affluent youth, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, exuded an air of arrogance that rendered him quite uncomfortable to be around. Boss Wang, what a surprise to encounter you here. I am truly delighted. Upon uttering these words, Yuan Hao noticed that the wealthy young man was fixated on Gu Manyu. To Yuan Hao's astonishment, the young man completely bypassed him and took a seat next to Gu Manyu. Hello, I am Ren Ziqiao. My father is the chairman of the Ren Group in Jinling City. Here is 50,000 yuan. If you accompany me, this sum will be yours. Chapter 14. Yuan Dynasty Blue and White Porcelain High-Footed Cup, Restorable. Mr. Ren, this seems rather impolite, Gu Manyu remarked, taking a sip of her coffee. Clearly uninterested in engaging with him. Mr. Ren, this is Gu Manyu, CEO Gu, Wang Fuguwei introduced, recognizing the need to ease the situation. Gu Manyu, a beautiful name. It is a pleasure to meet you, Ren Ziqiao declared. Yet, unexpectedly, he seemed oblivious to Wang Fuguwei's intent, attempting to shake Gu Manyu's hand, which she deliberately ignored. After all, she was not alone, as Yuan Hao was also present. The young man's overt intentions were rather blatant, and to approach her with a monetary offer right from the start was rather presumptuous. The atmosphere grew awkward, but Wang Fuguwei, perceptive as ever, quickly discerned Ren Ziqiao's motives. The dandy was clearly smitten by Gu Manyu's beauty. Thus, he sought a topic to provide both parties an opportunity to save face. Everyone, it is fortuitous that we gather here in Jinling City today. How about we attend the auction together later? It is the annual auction hosted by the Ren Group, and I hear there will be numerous exquisite items. Indeed, my father has emphasized that the items at the auction must be presentable, otherwise, it would be a disgrace to our family. Would you be interested in attending the auction? As he finished speaking, Ren Ziqiao produced 2 invitation cards from his suit pocket and placed them on the table. He assumed that Gu Manyu, upon realizing his status, would fawn over him like other girls. To his surprise, she didn't even spare him a glance, and instead turned to Yuan Hao to inquire. Yuan Hao, do you wish to attend this auction? Yuan Hao picked up the invitation, examining its exquisite craftsmanship, noting that it was even adorned with gold edging. Is this gold edging truly made of real gold? He asked curiously. Indeed, it is genuine gold. With such gilded invitations, it was evident that the Ren Group possessed considerable clout. Yuan Hao, having come to Jinling City with Gu Manyu to earn some profit, realized that the destination mattered little. He was also eager to experience the auction scene, as he had seldom participated in such events. After all, if he wished to navigate the realm of jade and antiques, engaging with auctions was indispensable. Very well, we shall go after finishing our meal. Yet, to their surprise, Ren Ziqiao appeared disinclined to depart. Soon, the waiter arrived with their dishes, for courses and a soup. Mr. Ren, I apologize, but I find it uncomfortable to have someone watching me while I dine. Gu Manue, noticing his presence beside her, spoke up. It was at this moment that Ren Ziqiao became aware of his somewhat intrusive behavior. My apologies, please enjoy your meal, and I shall see you both at the auction later. Gu Manue could hardly be bothered to respond. His gaze was too intent, exuding an unsettling aura. However, Yuan Hao did not dwell on such thoughts and promptly savored a piece of the finest Australian Wagyu, relishing its exquisite tenderness and delicate texture that melted in his mouth. Indeed, the price was justified, as the ingredients were remarkably fresh and delightful. Without the disturbance from Ren Ziqiao, both Yuan Hao and Gu Manue enjoyed their meal in great comfort. After their repast, the duo drove towards the Ren group to attend the auction. Half an hour later, they presented their invitation and entered the auction venue. The floor was adorned with exquisite decor, and the venue could accommodate no more than 200 guests. It was evident that today's attendees were prominent figures. Just as Yuan Hao and Gu Manue settled into their seats, a steady stream of guests began to arrive. Soon, the auction commenced. If we spot something worthwhile, we should consider making a bid. Your fund from the Imperial Green should be arriving shortly. No sooner had Gu Manue uttered these words than Yuan Hao received a notification of a bank transfer. As he beheld the figure of 80 million, his heart raced with exhilaration. Though he had witnessed such scenes in dreams before, the reality of it unfolding before him was electrifying, the thrill lingering within him. This was 80 million. How many individuals toil their entire lives without earning such a sum? In truth, Yuan Hao felt as though he were in a dream from which he would never awaken. Before long, an auctioneer clad in a qipao ascended the podium. Distinguished guests, it is a pleasure to welcome you to the Ren Group's auction. Today, we gather to witness the bidding of numerous rare treasures. The first item on the block is a Qing Dynasty Qianlong Famille rose-covered vase depicting a romantic narrative. Qing Dynasty Qianlong porcelain is characterized by its intricate composition, vibrant colors, and resplendent gold and azure hues, akin to strands of gold woven into white jade. Originating in the Ming Dynasty as Sankai, it evolved into wucai during the Qing Dynasty, gradually establishing a distinctive artistic style during the Qianlong era. This piece stands at a height of 47.8 centimeters, with its lid and rim adorned in vermilion and gold, and the body intricately painted with blossoming floral motifs. The narrative depicted within is rich with characters, showcasing a harmonious interplay of red and green, both aesthetically pleasing and opulent. The starting bid is set at 300,000, with increments no less than 10,000. As the auctioneer's gavel struck, guests began to bid in turn. Yuan Hao, utilizing his keen insight, cast a glance at the item on display. As anticipated, every piece was indeed genuine, confirming the Ren Group's substantial wealth. However, this particular item was valued at a maximum of around 500,000, offering little room for profit. In no time, the porcelain was sold to a bidder for 380,000. The second item is a Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain goblet, adorned with red underglaze and featuring a high-footed design embellished with a coiling dragon motif. The starting bid is set at 800,000. However, the piece bears significant damage, and restoration is likely to be a formidable challenge. Consequently, there are not many willing to place a bid. Yet, at this moment, Yuan Hao's perceptive vision reveals another piece of information: restorable. Restored value, 30 million. If it is indeed restorable, then it certainly warrants a purchase. At this point, the auction price has already reached 900,000, and Yuan Hao was poised to secure it. Without hesitation, he declared 99,000. Previously, Yuan Hao had not given Gu Manue the impression of being an aficionado of antiques, which made her worry that he might act impulsively, hence her interjection. The price of 99,000 is merely a step away from 1 million, and naturally, no one is inclined to continue bidding, especially since this is merely a damaged item. Ultimately, Yuan Hao successfully acquired the collection. Just then, the third item made its appearance. Distinct from the others, a painting by Zhang Xuezhing from the Qing Dynasty titled Chong, a Mao Tree map, with a starting bid of 600,000. This artwork exhibits clear layers, skillfully utilizing variations in ink density to create spatial depth among the depicted scenes. Upon closer inspection, the subtle changes in ink color reveal a rich palette. However, Yuan Hao, employing his keen insight, discerned that beneath this painting lies another layer, which does not resemble a landscape, but rather appears to be a map. Chapter 15, The Treasure Map. Yuan Hao scrutinized the painting for an extended period, ultimately confirming that it is a painting within a painting. Furthermore, the concealed artwork is indeed a treasure map. The use of an original piece to conceal a treasure map speaks volumes about the potential value of this map. Humanity has always been filled with curiosity regarding the unknown, and Yuan Hao is no exception. Thus, he resolved to acquire this painting at any cost. However, The bidding for this artwork seems quite fierce, escalating rapidly from 600,000 to 800,000 in just a few minutes. With each pause, additional bids follow. 1 million, Yuan Hao shouted, his voice resonating in the room. This substantial increase of nearly 200,000 signifies his intent to convey to everyone present that he has set his sights on this painting. Yet, an elderly gentleman wearing glasses also appears interested in the artwork. 110,000. Hearing this, Gu Manuel was momentarily taken aback. It was clear that Yuan Hao was determined to purchase this painting. However, she believed that the collectible value of this piece was at most around 1 million. The current bidding price has already far exceeded its intrinsic worth, making this transaction appear decidedly unprofitable. 125,000. Yuan Hao boldly countered. The elderly gentleman, unfazed, responded, 130,000. This older man was puzzled. The artworks presented at this auction were not numerous, and he had a genuine passion for collecting ancient paintings. Moreover, this fool seemed intent on challenging him. 135,000. Yuan Hao declared. How could this painting possibly be worth such an exorbitant sum? I possess some level of appreciation for art. Gu Manuel furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the painting before her, having previously witnessed Yuan Hao's extraordinary discernment skills. At this very moment, Gu Manuel began to question the meaning of life. After careful observation, she confirmed that this painting was worth at most 1 million. Madness. How could this artwork fetch a staggering 35 million? Who is responsible for this? Ren Zixiao inquired curiously from within the private room. Yuan Hao? Isn't this merely a case of a fool with too much money? Has Gu Manuel really taken a liking to such a simpleton? Ren Zixiao expressed his disbelief. At this juncture, no matter how fond the elderly gentleman was of the painting, he could not bear to raise his bid further. He merely enjoyed collecting ancient art. He was not mentally impaired. Continuing to bid would mean the price of one painting could buy two. 35 million for the first time. 35 million for the second time. 35 million for the third time. We congratulate this gentleman for successfully acquiring the item. Ultimately, Yuan Hao successfully secured the ancient painting, and the subsequent lots held little allure for him. He casually suggested to Gu Manuel a couple of antiquities with higher profit margins. Once the auction concluded, Yuan Hao settled the payment and took possession of his prized acquisition. During the auction, Gu Manuel had wanted to ask him something, but with so many people present, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. She obediently followed Yuan Hao as they exited the Ren group. Meanwhile, Ren Zixiao was still searching for Gu Manuel's figure within the auction hall, unaware that they had left during his brief absence to the restroom. Upon returning to the hotel, Yuan Hao entered the bathroom with two antiquities in hand, locking the door behind him. He wished to keep his unique abilities hidden from Gu Manuel. Yuan Hao then attempted to focus his gaze once more on the blue and white porcelain. Yuan Dynasty red glazed high-footed cup with a coiled dragon pattern. Genuine article. Restoration possible. Valued at 30 million. Upon seeing the words restoration possible, Yuan Hao's breath quickened. However, how could it be restored? The description only indicated that restoration was feasible but did not provide the method. He searched online for techniques to restore porcelain. His other abilities were complex, surely. The restoration of his porcelain could not be accomplished by conventional means. Yet, Yuan Hao hesitated to act impulsively, deciding instead to set the porcelain aside temporarily and consult an expert in porcelain restoration later. However, he found the text somewhat difficult to comprehend, indicating that he would need to seek the advice of a knowledgeable master. It seemed he had no choice but to consult Gu Manuel. Thus, Yuan Hao emerged from the bathroom holding the ancient painting, finally willing to come out. I thought you were planning to have dinner in there, Gu Manuel remarked, biting her lip, evidently irritated. After all, Yuan Hao had entered silently and locked himself away, refusing to share anything with her. Enough joking. Let us get down to business. Take a look at this painting. Can you discern any peculiarities? Observing Yuan Hao's serious demeanor, Gu Manuel began to scrutinize the artwork intently. The variations in ink were subtle, the tones rich, and indeed it was an authentic piece. What else? Yuan Hao sighed. This painting contains another painting within it. Is there a way to remove the surface layer? Of course. I know how to extract the painting. Just wait a moment. Subsequently, Gu Manuel made a phone call, entrusting someone to deliver some equipment. Half an hour later, under Yuan Hao's watchful gaze, Gu Manuel donned her gloves and proceeded to spray a peculiar potion onto the painting. She then, with two delicate tweezers, meticulously began to peel the artwork away before Yuan Hao's eyes. The process of detachment was intricate, demanding absolute precision. It took nearly an hour to complete. Observing Gu Manuel drenched in sweat, Yuan Hao took two tissues from the table to help her wipe her brow. Look, could this be a treasure map? What does the inscription imply? Gu Manuel scrutinized it closely, in times of life and death, one may go to number 13, Fangyuan Road. Wusong digs several feet inside the well and retrieve the foundation for turning one's fortunes. Shengshuanhuai. The front depicted a rudimentary map. Fortunately, the era of the distances marked was not too distant, and with some effort, one could ascertain the precise location of the treasure. Do you know who Shengshuanhuai is? He was once the foremost figure in Wusong, a man who, under the oppressive exploitation of foreign powers, single-handedly established railways, steamships, and education. He was unparalleled in every field, leaving a legacy that benefited future generations. He is indeed a legendary figure, and Yuan Hao realized this was truly a treasure map. You are destined to reap immense rewards this time. Chapter 16, The Frantic Gambler. Upon hearing Gu Manyua's words, Yuan Hao could not help but investigate Sheng Xuanhuai's background. He was a remarkably influential businessman, once hailed as one of the wealthiest in late Qing dynasty, with assets amounting to 13 million taels of silver, equivalent to approximately 1 billion in today's currency. Throughout his life, he achieved 11 firsts in China, characterized by a legendary existence, and his accomplishment holds significant historical importance. It is said that the wealth he left behind could purchase over 20,000 Sihiyuan in the capital. During the turbulent times, with foreign powers invading China, he concealed some treasures within wells to secure a contingency plan. Yet his family could never have anticipated that this treasure map lay hidden within an ancient painting, which, compared to other artworks in their possession, appeared rather unremarkable. Who could have guessed except for the old master himself? Were it not for Yuan Hao's extraordinary insight, no ordinary person would have surmised its significance. Wusong, now known as Haishu, is merely about 300 kilometers from Jinling City, easily reachable by high-speed rail in just over an hour. The address marked on the treasure map could even be located accurately through a search today. Gazing at the treasure map before him, Yuan Hao found himself momentarily speechless, overwhelmed with excitement. Just days prior, he had been destitute, resorting to nightclubs to fund his mother's medical expenses, and now his worth was approaching a modest goal. The value of this treasure map remained uncertain, yet the mere thought propelled him to consider rushing to Haishu overnight. If the old master's family had not discovered this treasure, all the wealth would rightfully belong to him. However, recalling that Su Yuan had a surgery scheduled for the next day, Yuan Hao resolved to accompany his mother through the procedure before heading to Haishu, as travel was remarkably convenient nowadays. A single day was ample time to reach there. Gu Manyua, this treasure map is known only to the two of us. You wouldn't divulge it to a third party, would you? Yuan Hao inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Gu Manyua's expression shifted to one of displeasure. Why would I tell anyone else? I'm not foolish. It's better for us to keep it between us. Very well. Subsequently, Yuan Hao retrieved his phone from his pocket, captured an image of the treasure map, and then, before her eyes, took out a lighter and incinerated the map. Why did you burn the map? Gu Manyua asked, perplexed. Yuan Hao replied solemnly, if this treasure map were to fall into the wrong hands, the secret of the treasure would be unveiled. By burning it now, I ensure absolute security. Hearing this, Gu Manyua felt a twinge of irritation, initially thinking Yuan Hao doubted her. However, upon reflection, she realized his actions were not entirely unjustifiable. She would have done the same in his position. After dinner, Yuan Hao completed a brief wash and reclined on the sofa, contemplating his future. With a substantial sum of money in his possession, it was time to plan his life. The most pressing matter at hand was to purchase a home. While renting was convenient, it lacked the essence of true belonging. He considered acquiring a decent property, as renovations would take time, allowing him to reside in the rented accommodation for the time being. Suddenly, a curiosity arose within him regarding the limits of his X-ray vision ability. At that moment, Gu Manyua was bathing in the bathroom, and the hotel's bathroom door was a solid, thick stainless steel glass. Yuan Hao cautiously glanced towards the glass door. A few moments later, the initially opaque surface began to clarify, revealing Gu Manyua's alluring physique in all its glory. He had not taken the time to appreciate her form during their last encounter when they had indulged in drink, but now, upon closer inspection, he realized her figure was indeed extraordinary, rivaling that of a starlet from the entertainment industry. Every curve was perfectly accentuated. It was undeniably a feast for the eyes. Afterward, Yuan Hao experimented in other locations, ultimately confirming that the clarity of his X-ray vision increased with the duration of his gaze, but currently, he could only see through a single wall at most. Just then, his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from the caregiver. Receiving a call at such a late hour surely indicated something was amiss. Boss, a group of individuals arrived at the hospital just now, clamoring to refund the caregiver fees. They told the doctor they wanted to transfer Annie to another hospital for treatment and demanded a refund of the remaining medical expenses. By the way, that person claimed to be Annie's husband, named Yuan Daqiang. Moreover, he was accompanied by someone who appeared quite menacing. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao's fists clenched tightly, and he slammed his fist onto the table in frustration. He could scarcely believe that such a despicable person would stoop so low for money. Yuan Daqiang would never take their mother to another hospital for treatment. His sole intention was to obtain the funds to pay off his gambling debts. Are they still there? Yuan Hao asked, suppressing his rage. They're still present. He is currently assisting Andy with the discharge procedures. The hospital typically inquired about the patient's wishes regarding refunds, and Su Yuan must have been easily swayed by this unscrupulous man. Otherwise, it would not have been so simple. After taking the caregiver's call, Yuan Daqiang was in a foul mood, for the caregiver had conveyed Yuan Hao's words directly to the doctor. Yuan Hao, I am aware that you have recently aligned yourself with a wealthy woman, leading to your unabashed arrogance. As for me, your father, I am merely burdened with a gambling debt of 250,000. I implore you to assist me, lest the ruthless Biao Gu resort to severing my fingers. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao let out a cold laugh, saying, What do you mean merely a gambling debt of 250,000? Do you not comprehend that this sum could save my mother's life? Assist you? What about helping my mother? If you possess any semblance of manhood, you ought to shoulder the consequences of your own misdeeds, Yuan Chong. Do not make me lose respect for you. Yuan Chong was evidently cornered by his debts. His condition could only be described as desperate. Su Xiong Biao, observing Yuan Chong's complex expression, snatched the phone from his hand, declaring, I am Biao Gu, Yuan Hao. Do not think for a moment that being a kept man grants you any power. Let me be clear. If we do not secure this money today, your mother will have no peace for her surgery tomorrow. I have dozens of men at my disposal, and even if it takes dragging her through the process, we will see it through. At worst, we will detain you. After all, we have not committed any illegal acts. After hanging up the phone, Yuan Hao leaned back on the sofa, contemplating for a moment. Even if this money were to be thrown into the abyss, he would not allow these men to claim it. To Yuan Hao, his mother's life, Su Yuan, represented his only vulnerability, and he was no longer the same Yuan Hao he had been just days prior. With a small ambition in his grasp, was he to fear a mere street thug? Chapter 17, Gu Manuel offers assistance. At this moment, the bathroom door swung open, and Gu Manuel emerged fully dressed. Yuan Hao was somewhat puzzled as to how she had become aware of the situation. Gu Manuel sighed, You were pounding the table in anger just now. Unless I were deaf, there is no way I could have missed it. It is indeed peculiar. In the past, when our family was prosperous, gifts would arrive at our door annually. Now that we have fallen for grace, everyone seems to avoid us as if we were specters. Su Xiong Biao has been entrenched in the Han City area for nearly a decade. Thus he commands a certain respect locally. Many young people, neglecting their studies, have taken to idling with him. To confront him requires some connections, or one could employ financial means to sway him. Though Yuan Hao had no desire to entangle himself with such scum, if it were merely a straightforward request for repayment of gambling debts, there might be room for negotiation. For repaying debts is a moral obligation. However, his manner of demanding this sum was utterly disgraceful. Very well, I shall trouble you with this. Please assess the costs involved in handling these matters, and I shall repay you in full. Gu Manuel cast him a glance, choosing not to respond, and promptly left the room with her bag. Yuan Hao hurriedly followed her out. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Gu Manuel made a phone call, her expression grave, leaving Yuan Hao uncertain of the recipient. Get in. The journey from Jinling City to Han City would take just over an hour by car. As they drove, Yuan Hao cautiously observed Gu Manuel from the passenger seat. In terms of appearance, she was curvaceous in all the right places, and regarding her lineage, her grandfather was the chairman of the Gu Group. Furthermore, Gu Manuel was destined to be the sole heir of the Gu Group. Thus, Gu Manuel undoubtedly stands out as an exceptional individual in this world. Recently, while caring for Su Yuan, Yuan Hao could not help but acknowledge the remarkable qualities of this woman. Moreover, if Gu Manuel possesses commendable character, would it not be foolish to let such a woman slip away? Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Gu Manuel cautiously glanced at the rearview mirror, fearing there might be some unsightly blemish. Suddenly, she questioned, Haven't you seen me just a few days ago? Why do you find me attractive today? Upon hearing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Gu Manuel's heart. It's not that. You simply look even more stunning today than usual. I speak the truth, I swear. Watching Yuan Hao raise his hand in a vow, Gu Manuel couldn't suppress a laugh. Which girl doesn't relish hearing compliments about her beauty? She was no exception. At last, they arrived at the hospital, and Gu Manuel and Yuan Hao hurried towards the inpatient department. Upon reaching the floor where her mother, Su Yuan, was located, Yuan Hao spotted a group of youths with hair dyed in a myriad of colors loitering outside the ward. Keep your voice down if you shout. We'll all be kicked out. Su Xiongbiao suddenly slapped him on the back of the head. Upon exiting the ward, he caught sight of Gu Manua's graceful figure and instantly felt uplifted. Kid, where's the money? Once you hand it over, we're square. Otherwise, shall we borrow your girlfriend for a few days of fun? Money? Did I ever promise you that? Even if I had it, I wouldn't give it to you. Yuan Hao retorted with a cold smirk. Su Xiongbiao, having navigated through life for years, was encountering someone as resolute as Yuan Hao for the first time. Are you looking for trouble? At that moment, Yuan Daqiang, hearing the commotion outside, hurriedly stepped out. Biao Ge, let me speak to my son. Please wait a moment. Yuan Daqiang pulled Yuan Hao aside and whispered, didn't you get involved with a wealthy woman? I heard she's covering your medical expenses. Why not ask her to help your father settle this gambling debt? Once that's cleared, all will be well. Huh? Didn't you say it was 200,000 last time? How has it magically turned into 250,000 over the phone? Observing his father's transformation into this current state, Yuan Hao couldn't help but chuckle, eager to see what trick Yuan Chang intended to pull. It seems the debts have accrued interest to reach 250,000 since you haven't repaid in a while, Yuan Chang said, his face darkening. Did you borrow from loan sharks? Get lost. Yuan Hao glared fiercely at Su Xiongbiao. Witnessing this scene, Su Xiongbiao was puzzled. How could this young lad be so audacious? Did he truly think Su Xiongbiao was intimidated? Thus, Su Xiongbiao rolled up his sleeves, preparing to teach Yuan Hao a lesson. Just then, he received a phone call. Upon seeing the caller ID, he instinctively hunched over, responding with utmost courtesy, Hello, old Shun. What brings you to call me today? As Su Xiongbiao listened to the instructions from the other end, he curiously glanced at Yuan Hao's silhouette, surprised that someone would intervene on his behalf. Where had they been all this time? In the present moment, Su Xiongbiao's face contorted with discomfort, reminiscent of someone who had just consumed bitter melon. Fine, I shall heed your counsel and refrain from provoking Yuan Hao. However, the money I lent is indeed genuine currency. May I seek it from his father? After hanging up the phone, Su Xiongbiao shed his earlier bravado and confronted a nearby young man from the streets with a sharp slap. Who told you to cause a ruckus at the hospital? Get out of my sight. My brother, I sincerely apologize for any offenses committed in the past. You can forego the interest on those tens of thousands. Yet I must insist on recovering the principal, considering the number of brothers who dine with me. Yuan Hao, taken aback, pondered whether this shift in demeanor was influenced by Gu Manua's earlier call. After all, the Gu Corporation held considerable sway in Han City. Do not ask me for anything. I have no ties with Yuan Daqiang. Every grievance has its source, and every debt its debtor. He is capable of earning his own living to repay you. However, from this day forward, do not dare to disturb my mother. Otherwise, do not underestimate my resolve. Upon hearing these words from Yuan Hao, a flicker of joy appeared on Su Xiongbiao's face. As long as the call advised against provoking Yuan Hao, he could simply demand the money from his father. Well then, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and leave. Su Xiongbiao barked at his subordinates. Yuan Daqiang, I shall let the 3,000 in interest slide for your son's sake, and I will also waive 2,000 of the remainder. The remaining 200,000, however, is non-negotiable, but I have no money. Do you not know how to earn it? Do not seek money from your son. You are no man. Your wife lies in a hospital bed, and instead of raising funds for her medical expenses, you gamble. Pathetic. With those words, Su Xiongbiao departed with his entourage of young men. Witnessing Su Xiongbiao's 180-degree transformation, Yuan Daqiang understood that his son had truly ascended to a higher station. Thus, he hastily tugged at Yuan Hao's sleeve, pleading, I implore you, lend me a sum of money. After all, I raised you for over 20 years. Consider that and lend me the funds. As he spoke, Yuan Daqiang fell to his knees with a thud. Chapter 18. In the eyes of a gambler, only money matters. Observing this scene, Yuan Hao felt a twinge of concern. Yet, Yuan Daqiang had proven himself a habitual offender. If he possessed any conscience, he would not still owe a gambling debt of 250,000. His mother lay gravely ill, without even the means for medical expenses. Rather than seeking ways to earn money, he was intent on robbing Yuan Hao to feed his gambling addiction. To think that one could acquire funds for medical bills through gambling was nothing short of a fantasy. Such a man does not merit the title of father. Today, Yuan Daqiang's emotions were not rooted in genuine regret, but rather in fear. Fear of Su Xiongbiao and his associates. This was a matter concerning Yuan Hao's family, and Gu Manua found herself in a position that precluded her from intervening. At that moment, Su Yuan had dressed and sat at the edge of the bed. Had it not been for the caregiver's call to Yuan Hao, she would have indeed attempted to leave with Yuan Chang. Mother, did I not instruct you to rest and recuperate here? Why are you contemplating departure? Yuan Hao gently squeezed Su Yuan's shoulder as he sat beside her. But your father claims he recognizes his mistakes. He says he will never gamble again. When Su Yuan uttered these words, her expression was distinctly marked by a lack of confidence. Yuan Hao furrowed his brow and replied, he said the same before, yet nothing has changed. Su Yuan bit her dry lips, visibly conflicted, and said, I understand, but he is your father after all, and he has raised us for over 20 years. Observing his mother's complex emotions, Yuan Hao realized she still felt pity for Yuan Chang. How could he not cherish such a wonderful woman? All right, I will provide him with this sum of money, but you both must sign a divorce agreement. Once he receives this money, there will be no further ties between us. Where are you getting such a large sum? Yuan Hao gently patted Su Yuan's hand, reassuring her, Mom, you need not concern yourself with that. From this day forth, I will ensure you live a good life. After speaking, Yuan Hao rose and left the room. At that moment, Yuan Daqiang was kneeling motionless on the ground. His expression one of despair. He understood that if he did not secure this money, even losing a finger would be a lenient consequence. When he saw Yuan Hao standing before him, he crawled over on his knees and tightly embraced Yuan Hao's legs, pleading, I truly regret my actions. I should not have gambled, nor should I have hit you. I should not have neglected Su Yuan during her illness. Please forgive me. Whether he was right or wrong had become inconsequential. Tomorrow morning, bring the divorce agreement and have Mom sign it. After that, I will give you the money. From now on, we shall have no relationship, Yuan Hao said coldly, observing the response carefully. All right, no problem. Absolutely no problem, Yuan Daqiang exclaimed. And Yuan Hao couldn't help but laugh. Was this what it meant to acknowledge one's mistakes? He had expected Yuan Daqiang to be reluctant to part with family. Yet it appeared that money was all that mattered to him. Leave? Fearing that Yuan Hao might change his mind, Yuan Daqiang hastily exited the hospital, determined to print the divorce agreement as soon as he left. The sooner he obtained the money, the less trouble it would be. He even feared that Yuan Hao might reconsider. If only he knew that Yuan Hao's worth was approaching a significant milestone, perhaps he would have acted differently. Stepping back into the ward, he saw Gu Manuel crouch down, washing Su Yuan's feet. It was noteworthy that during her relationship with Yi Xiaowei, she had never done such a thing. Gu Manuel, a young lady from the Gu group, was willingly helping her mother with this task, which certainly earned Yuan Hao's admiration. Auntie, I asked the doctor yesterday, and he said that soaking feet is beneficial for health and promotes blood circulation. Upon seeing Yuan Hao enter, Su Yuan's face lit up with a joyous smile. Look at this child. I told her it wasn't necessary. Yet she insisted on soaking my feet. How wonderful it would be if my son could find a girlfriend like you. Auntie, Yuan Hao is quite a good person. He will surely find someone even better than me, Gu Manuel replied, tilting her head and displaying a sweet smile while continuing to massage Su Yuan's feet. What a charming girl with such a sweet tongue and lovely appearance. The more Su Yuan looked at her, the more she liked her. Yet, she was acutely aware of her own family's circumstances. Judging by Gu Manuel's attire and demeanor, it was evident that she came from a well-off background. In families like this, it is customary to seek a match of equal social standing. However, given that the Yuan family has fallen into decline, it is unlikely that anyone would wish to marry their daughter into such a household. After finishing her foot wash, Gu Manuel carried the basin into the bathroom while Yuan Hao carefully tucked the sheets around his mother. Mom, rest early. You have surgery tomorrow. Su Yuan noted up CTV. Having her son by her side brought her a measure of comfort. Once Gu Manuel emerged from the bathroom, Yuan Hao took her to the corridor outside the hospital room. Thank you for taking care of my mother and for your help today. I truly appreciate it. I will find a way to repay you. Gu Manuel quickly helped him to his feet. Then tell me, how do you intend to repay me? By picking out more jadeite, raw stones for you? Gu Manuel scoffed. Is that how you plan to be responsible? What are you thinking? I, Gu Manuel, never agreed to be your girlfriend. After you have taken advantage of me, you expect me to be your girlfriend? That's quite a bold thought. Yes, I will leave as soon as my mother's surgery is over. Watching her figure gradually fade into the distance, Yuan Hao found himself puzzled. He had promised to take good care of her, yet she seemed unwilling. When he mentioned selecting a few jadeite raw stones, she appeared discontented. What exactly did she wish for him to do to make amends? The heart of a woman is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. That night, lying in bed, Yuan Hao took out his phone and meticulously searched for clues about Fanyuan Road in Songhu. Fortunately, the current location of Fanyuan Road is not in the city center. Otherwise, excavating the treasure without drawing attention would be nearly impossible. The vicinity of Fanyuan Road houses several estates, with prices hovering around 50,000 per square meter. Should the need arise, Yuan Hao might consider purchasing an estate outright, but a site visit would be essential. Early the next morning, Yuan Hao sprang from his bed. excitement coursing through him as he envisioned the treasure map and constructed grand business plans in his mind. As soon as his mother's surgery concluded at noon, he would set off. However, just as Yuan Hao was preparing to assist his mother with her morning routine, someone hurriedly entered the hospital room. Chapter 19. The location of the treasure map. Yuan Daqiang entered, clutching a stack of documents, and placed them on the bedside table. This is the divorce agreement. When can I expect the money? Yuan Hao ignored him, sitting at the bedside with a warm towel, patiently wiping Su Yuan's face. After completing this task, he picked up the divorce agreement, scrutinized it for accuracy, and handed it to Su Yuan. Mom, please sign it. We have surgery tomorrow morning. And seeing him is quite distressing. Su Yuan nodded, accepting the divorce agreement. She lifted her gaze to glance at Yuan Daqiang, only to find his attention fixated on their son, Yuan Hao. Sighing, she took the pen and decisively signed her name, fully aware that Yuan Daqiang cared not for his son, but for the money. Upon seeing Su Yuan complete her signature, Yuan Daqiang's face broke into a relieved smile. Can I have the money now? WeChat has transferred the money to you. Make haste to leave, and I hope you keep your word. One more thing, from now on, never appear before my mother and me again, Yuan Hao said, his brow furrowed and voice low. All right, no problem, Su Yuan replied. Witnessing this exchange, tears began to flow from the corners of Su Yuan's eyes. Mom, the past is behind us. Let us forget the unpleasant memories. Once you are discharged from the hospital, I will buy you anything delicious you desire. As the surgery approached, Yuan Hao understood that Su Yuan must still be feeling quite distressed, considering they had been married for over 20 years. He sought various ways to cheer her up. At that moment, another figure appeared outside the ward. Gu Manuel, dressed in a white shirt and sporting white sneakers, hurriedly approached, carrying a thermos. Before Yuan Hao could speak, she unscrewed the thermos lid and ladled out a bowl of chicken soup, carefully blowing on it to cool it down. The air was filled with a rich aroma that made Yuan Hao's stomach growl. Auntie, this soup is made from free-range chicken, enriched with cordyceps. It's very nourishing. I consulted the doctor beforehand, and he said it's safe for you to drink, so please enjoy it. Seeing Gu Manuel brought joy to Su Yuan. You are so kind to my mother. I feel somewhat embarrassed. There is no need for embarrassment. The first time I saw your mother, I felt a strong connection. She resembles my own sister, so warm and approachable. Gu Manuel's sweet words melted Su Yuan's heart, and before she knew it, she had consumed 2 bowls of chicken soup, a stark contrast to her usual minimal appetite. The following morning, Yuan Hao and Gu Manuel waited outside the operating room. Hearing Su Yuan's words filled Yuan Hao with immense joy, as it resolved a significant concern weighing on his mind. After discussing a few more matters with the caregiver, Yuan Hao and Gu Manuel embarked on their journey to Haisher. The high-speed train from Hanxiang to Haisher was easy to book, and they secured business-class seats, arriving in approximately 2 hours. I recall having an antique that might be in your car. Could you introduce me to a master in antique restoration? I wish to inquire about how to restore it, Yuan Hao inquired, reclining lazily in his seat. You're referring to that Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain goblet, aren't you? That battered piece is beyond repair. I still don't understand why you spent so much money on it. That's not a concern. Just help me find a master when the time comes, as I only wish to ask a few questions, Yuan Hao pressed further. After speaking, Gu Manuel donned her mask and fell asleep. Upon reaching Haisher, they took a taxi directly to Fangyuan Road. This area retained the architectural characteristics of the 1990s, with multi-story residential buildings lining both sides. The architectural style was simple and utilitarian, with exteriors typically in the natural colors of cement or bricks, though they had likely been renovated. The greenery was modest, featuring only a few large trees and some simple flower beds. However, these residences were brimming with the essence of life, with close-knit neighborly relations that exuded a strong sense of warmth and vitality. Yuan Hao led Gu Manuel as they strolled leisurely along the street, intently examining the map on his phone. There was no doubt they were on Fangyuan Road. Yet locating shop number 13 proved to be quite a conundrum. Observing Yuan Hao's furrowed brow, Gu Manuel chuckled softly. Are you searching for shop number 13? How did you know? Yuan Hao inquired, intrigued. I just knew you would struggle to find it. Follow me, and all will be well. As they approached the modestly adorned storefront, Yuan Hao could not suppress his curiosity. This place resembles a rustic farmhouse. Are you certain shop number 13 is here? Upon hearing his words, Yuan Hao involuntarily gasped. Treasures from the well might have already been unearthed. It is well known that many owners of such establishments invest considerable effort into their decor to create a unique dining atmosphere. If they were to dig here, the secrets of the treasures would surely be revealed. However, since they were already there, they might as well venture inside, as unexpected discoveries awaited. Upon entering the establishment, They were greeted by the sight of an ancient well situated in the center of the courtyard. The two exchanged glances, astonished that the crucial well remained intact. "Excuse me, what would you like to eat? Feel free to browse. Our chicken and fish are freshly killed." The hostess promptly approached them to offer her assistance. As they had yet to dine, Yuan Hao discreetly signaled to Gu Manua, "You order while I explore a bit. I find her decor quite appealing. I am fond of this aesthetic." "All right, I'll call you when the dishes are ready," she replied, following the hostess to place their order. With the surroundings momentarily clear of patrons, Yuan Hao approached the edge of the well and peered inside. After a moment's gaze, he discerned a brown wooden chest approximately 2 meters beneath the surface. The intricate patterns adorning the chest's exterior indicated its considerable value. Looking deeper, he spotted a collection of exquisite porcelain and ancient paintings within the chest. These antiquities were coated with a thick layer of white clay, which served to protect the porcelain. The absence of any damage on the chest's surface suggested that its contents were remarkably well preserved, rendering their worth incalculable. Adjacent to the ancient paintings lay 2 small, pitch-black boxes, prompting Yuan Hao to glance in their direction. His breath quickened at the sight. To his astonishment, the boxes were filled to the brim with gold bars, meticulously arranged in gleaming splendor. Yuan Hao felt dizzy, his heart racing uncontrollably as he took a few deep breaths to compose himself. The immediate concern was how to secure the treasure, considering this was someone else's establishment. The thought of acquiring such wealth filled his mind with dreams of a blissful future. Chapter 20. Investing in a Restaurant. Yuan Hao felt a surge of curiosity regarding the antiquities concealed beneath the white clay. After all, these were the very treasures buried by the first tycoon of Songhu, Shang Xuanhui, serving as his means of resurgence. Surely they were not mundane items. Gazing at the white clay for several seconds, he suddenly discerned a line of text materializing within his vision. Tang Sankai Phoenix Head Pot. Genuine article. Value, 40 million. Immediately, the true appearance of the porcelain was fully revealed before his eyes. This exquisite 3-color phoenix head pot stands at a height of 33 centimeters. With a mouth diameter of 57 centimeters and a base diameter of 104 centimeters. The pot features a wind head design, a slender neck, a flat and round belly, an elevated foot that flares outward, and a flat bottom. Adorned entirely with glazes of green, brown, and white, the base remains unglazed. The pot's design is ingeniously crafted, employing a sculptural technique that imparts a shallow relief effect to the imagery, making the objects distinctly prominent, with smooth lines and vibrant colors, undeniably a masterpiece. By Tang Yin, titled Lady Playing the Flute, authentic piece. Estimated value, 70 million. The figures within the painting come to life, with Tang Bohu employing fluid strokes to delineate the garments of the characters, both simple and richly detailed. This work is not merely a visually pleasing piece of art, but also a paradigm of Tang Yin's artistic achievements. The combined conservative estimate for these two antiques surpasses 100 million yuan, and Tang Bohu's paintings consistently fetch high prices at auction. Although the information provided by the prospective eye suggests a mere value of 70 million, at auction, a conservative estimate would surely yield a modest target. Another piece. The Tang 3-color phoenix head pot is also a paragon among treasures. Surrounding it are several porcelain artifacts from the Qianlong era, collectively valued at over 10 million. Gazing into the well, filled with rare treasures, my previously calm demeanor stirred with excitement once more. "Handsome, your girlfriend's order has arrived," called the proprietress, to which she quickly added, "If you enjoy it here, feel free to visit often. Our stir-fried free-range chicken is delectable." "Oh, is that so? I must try it," replied Yuan Hao. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he followed the proprietress to a private room named Little Courtyard at Home. The walls of the room appeared to be woven from bamboo and rattan, and dining here indeed offered unique charm. The room also featured a window through which the courtyard scenery, including that very well, was fully visible. It was clear that Gu Manua had specifically chosen this place. "Finally willing to come. Do taste it. Their dishes are truly delightful," she encouraged. Once the proprietress left, Gu Manua promptly closed the door to the room. "Were you lingering by the well for a reason? Is this the location of a treasure map?" The dining table was set with 4 dishes, stir-fried free-range chicken, steamed perch, and 2 additional appetizers. Delicious. This free-range chicken is indeed scrumptious. Spicy and palate-pleasing, the meat is firm yet tender, with a delightful elasticity and smoothness, exclaimed Yuan Hao, relishing a couple of bites of warm white rice, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Why are you not answering the question?" Gu Manwen inquired, puzzled. Leaning closer, Yuan Hao whispered, "This is indeed the location of a treasure map. Let us eat first. A person is made of iron, and rice is steel. One cannot go hungry." "I must admit, The culinary skills of this establishment are quite commendable, with both meat and vegetable dishes exhibiting excellent flavors. After finishing their meal, Yuan Hao suddenly raised his voice, "Boss." The proprietress, concerned that there might be an issue with the dishes, hurried over. "Here I come. Is the food not to your liking?" Yuan Hao displayed a radiant smile and quickly waved his hands, saying, No, the dishes at your establishment are simply exquisite. I haven't savored such delectable cuisine in ages." Observing the scene, Gu Manuel, seated beside him, appeared somewhat bewildered. Although the food was indeed delightful, such extravagant praise seemed unwarranted. Yuan Hao acted as if he had never experienced culinary delights before. Upon hearing his words, the proprietress sighed in relief. "I'm glad you both enjoyed it. Feel free to visit often." "Madam, have you ever considered expanding your restaurant?" Yuan Hao suddenly inquired, shifting the conversation. "I can invest the capital to establish a nationwide chain of eateries, with your restaurant serving as the flagship. We could enhance the ambience with some renovations. What do you think?" Yuan Hao's demeanor transformed from playful to serious and earnest. "Please, do not jest with me. This is a modest establishment, and I am content to manage it as it is," the proprietress responded, skeptical of Yuan Hao's proposal. Yuan Hao continued, "Before I arrived, I researched the real estate market here, noting that the average property price is around $50,000 per square meter. This restaurant occupies approximately 400 square meters, which would value it at about 20 million. Thus, I am prepared to invest 30 million, retaining majority ownership and managing the promotional aspects, while you would only need to focus on the culinary creations to receive a 10 stake. Should you find the equity insufficient, you may also consider investing some of your own funds. How does that sound?" The proprietress remained unconvinced, doubting that such an unexpected windfall could fall into her lap. "Oh, never mind. I appreciate your goodwill, but I am satisfied with my little shop." 40 million. Yuan Hao pressed on. "This isn't merely a matter of money. 60 million. That's really not feasible. 70 million. Upon hearing this figure, both Gu Manuel and the proprietress expressed profound astonishment. Their mouths agape, as if they could fit a sausage inside. Gu Manuel was astonished that Yuan Hao, with barely a billion to his name, was prepared to spend such a sum before his earnings had even settled, and he did so without a flicker of hesitation. Was this truly the Yuan Hao she knew? The proprietress's breath quickened. "Are you certain you are not jesting? If you are agreeable, we can sign the contract promptly and transfer the funds, enabling renovations to commence." "I assure you, I am not joking." Yuan Hao reclined his chair, fiddling with his teacup. "Please, leave me your contact information. I must consult with my husband before providing you with a response," the proprietress stammered. "Of course, I hope to receive your reply soon." After settling the bill, Yuan Hao and Gu Manuel exited the restaurant. Once they had distanced themselves, Gu Manuel could no longer contain her curiosity. "That is a staggering 70 million. Are you truly going to spend it all, just like that? What if the treasures inside are not worth such an amount? What is there to fear? At worst, I would incur a loss. Money can always be earned again. Besides, establishing a nationwide dining chain could indeed be profitable. Moreover, you would need to contribute half of the investment." Yuan Hao replied with a grin. "Why must I also contribute half? You need not invest, but then all the treasures would belong to me. That is unacceptable. I shall invest half as well." Chapter 21. Booking a couple's suite after leaving the restaurant. The two strolled through a nearby park for a while. It was still early, just past mealtime, and they had ample time ahead of them. Since matters at the restaurant would not be resolved quickly, there was no need for haste. After all, that treasure remained hidden underground, unknown to anyone. Yuan Hao took out his phone and searched for some information about Haishur. Recognized as a national central city and a sprawling metropolis, Haishur is also celebrated as a city of historical and cultural significance. Within it, there are several renowned antique streets and markets. Firstly, Juki City, located in Putuwa district, is affectionately dubbed the Panjia Garden of the Magic City by enthusiasts. This market boasts over a decade of history in antique trading, with a night market held every Thursday from late night until dawn. Secondly, Yunju Antique City serves as a comprehensive market for antique collectibles. The Yunju Antique Fair and the Chimbwa Fair have garnered nationwide recognition as major exhibitions. Today, a program called Treasure Hunting will be live-streamed at Juki City. Upon reading this news, Yuan Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a program would undoubtedly attract a plethora of antique aficionados. Antiques are notoriously difficult to authenticate, as even the most esteemed experts can falter in their assessments. He recalled an episode where an expert mistakenly declared a piece of porcelain counterfeit, only to shatter a genuine artifact in the process. Ultimately, it was proven that the destroyed item was indeed authentic. Yuan Hao showed the information to Gu Manuel. She inquired, "That sounds great, but I believe we should wait until after 3 o'clock. It's barely 1 now. Why don't we book a room first? I could take a shower, and then we can head out together. Agreed. To facilitate their interaction with the hotel manager later, they proceeded to a nearby upscale resort hotel. Upon arriving at the front desk, Yuan Hao smiled at the receptionist and asked, "Do you have any well-equipped double rooms available? Soundproofing is essential. The price is not a concern. Why a double room?" Gu Manyu tugged at Yuan Hao's sleeve and whispered. Yuan Hao leaned in closer, whispering into her ear, "Are you foolish? We just pretended to be a couple in front of the manager. We must commit fully to our roles. What if we are found out? Couples on vacation do not stay in separate rooms, do they?" Gu Manyu found his reasoning quite compelling, yet there was an unsettling feeling she couldn't quite articulate. The receptionist, observing their banter, assumed they were a newly blossomed couple. "Not a problem. Let us book for 3 days. Please proceed with the payment via QR code." With Han City being quite close to Haishur and transportation being so advanced, they could always return to finalize the restaurant matters later. "May I please see your identification?" "Kindly look at the camera," the receptionist requested. After completing the check-in process, Yuan Hao took the room key and led Gu Manyu to the elevator. Arriving at their room door, as he unlocked the door, the lavish interior that greeted them caused their cheeks to flush. The room was adorned with colorful ambient lighting and uniquely shaped chairs, while various items, including handcuffs and whips, were displayed on the cabinet, all meticulously packaged. An air of ambiguity enveloped the atmosphere. "Yuan Hao, what kind of room did you book?" Gu Manyu inquired, her cheeks flushed. "It's a couple's suite. As long as we can stay here, it's fine. The soundproofing is excellent. And look, there's even a ball that we can bounce on," Yuan Hao replied, casually closing the door behind her as she entered the room. He had heard that such rooms contained more cameras than a driving test site, and immediately activated his X-ray vision to meticulously inspect every corner, ensuring nothing was overlooked. Observing Yuan Hao's furtive behavior, Gu Manyu couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing? Why is there water on this bed?" Having never encountered a waterbed before, she plopped down to experience it fully. Perhaps it's a hotel feature. "Aren't you going to take a shower? Hurry up, we might run out of time." Yuan Hao quickly diverted the conversation. "All right, but you mustn't peek." Gu Manyu bit her lip, asserting her boundary. "I promise I won't tea." Yuan Hao chuckled inwardly, thinking that if he actually wanted to look, there would be no stopping him. Gu Manyu retrieved a change of clothes from her suitcase and sashayed into the bathroom. Watching her alluring figure, Yuan Hao swallowed hard, suddenly feeling parched. Hearing her shriek, he rushed over. "What happened? Why is the bathroom door transparent?" Gu Manyu's face was flushed with embarrassment. Yuan Hao hastily explained, "It's a room feature. Don't worry, I'll 1T peek, and besides, we've been honest with each other. Being honest doesn't mean it's okay," she retorted, biting her delicate lips. All right. After Gu Manyu exited the bathroom, Yuan Hao leaned back on the sofa, intending to rest for a moment, but the sound of rushing water from the bathroom stirred his imagination. He recalled a piece of knowledge he had come across. Frequently viewing beautiful women was beneficial for men, and suppressing the urge to look could be detrimental to one's health. Thus, it was essential to appreciate beauty. Moreover, it was said that bad boys attracted women. Overly honest men often found themselves lacking in romantic interest. With a tilted head, he cast a glance. The glass door of the bathroom was somewhat translucent, allowing him a glimpse of Gu Manyu's stunning figure, though the view was slightly blurred. After a moment of focused observation, her skin, akin to uncut jade, came into view. Perhaps due to the transparent nature of the glass door, Gu Manyu quickly finished her shower. As she reached for her camisole to fasten it, an unexpected mishap occurred. The clasp of her lingerie snapped. Looking at the broken clasp, she felt a wave of despair. "Yuan Hao, could you please grab a new bra from my suitcase? The clasp just broke." "Sure." Yuan Hao readily agreed, pleasantly surprised by this fortunate turn of events. He rummaged through her suitcase, selecting a black lace piece. It was undeniable that the size was quite ample, slightly larger than Yuan Hao's fist. "I have arrived. Please open the bathroom door. I promise I shall not peek." Yuan Hao stood outside the bathroom door, gently knocking. "No peeking." Gu Manyu cautiously cracked the door open just a sliver. "Just hand it to me. Keep your eyes shut." "All right." Yuan Hao could only squint as he passed the undergarment through the narrow gap. Just as Gu Manyu took a couple of steps forward to receive it, unexpectedly, her foot slipped and she tumbled out. Yuan Hao instinctively reached out to steady her, feeling warmth in his palm, and couldn't he help but give a gentle squeeze. Gu Manyu swiftly grabbed the undergarment and hurried back into the bathroom. Once dressed, they promptly left and hailed a cab to Juki City. Chapter 22. The production team intends to smash 2 billion in treasures. Even now, numerous individuals could be seen queuing with their prized possessions. The essence of this life and death document is as follows. Should the experts authenticate a contestant's treasure as a counterfeit, the host will shatter the item before the audience. Consequently, many spectators gathered, primarily drawn by the spectacle. After leaving the hotel, Gu Manue remained sulking with her arms crossed and her lips pouted, refusing to speak. Yuan Hao leaned closer and gently remarked, "Sister, I apologize. Please do not look at me with such a glare. It makes me uneasy." Gu Manue glanced at Yuan Hao in astonishment. "Why are we both at a loss?" Yuan Hao meticulously elucidated, "Consider this. If we are to collaborate, my earnings equate to your earnings. Therefore, the money you make is theoretically half of what I earn. In other words, my losses are equivalent to our collective losses." Gu Manue pondered thoughtfully, nodding in agreement with Yuan Hao's rationale. With a smile, Yuan Hao beckoned her closer. "Sister, I have one more thing to tell you. Come a bit nearer." Once she complied, Yuan Hao teasingly whispered, "Sister, your figure is truly remarkable." "Yuan Hao, you are in trouble." Gu Manue swung her delicate fist toward him, but Yuan Hao had already scampered away. One must ponder. Which girl does not relish being complimented on her figure by a man? Just as male peers boast about their stature, a compliment can bring pride, while a critique may lead to a playful brawl. Yuan Hao, standing tall, protectively guided Gu Manue through the throng, and surprisingly, they found themselves at the front of the crowd. To outsiders, they appeared as a young couple freshly graduated from university, with Gu Manue obediently standing in front of Yuan Hao, leaning against his chest. Due to the crowd's density, they were pressed closely together. Given Gu Manue's age, it was only natural that she might feel some sensations with their proximity. "Gu Manue, why is your face so flushed? Are you feeling unwell?" Yuan Hao inquired, pinching her cheek. Notably, Gu Manue's complexion was exquisite, radiantly fair and delicately rosy, the kind that seemed almost too perfect to touch. "I'm not unwell at all." Gu Manue felt her cheeks flush, utterly disinterested in engaging with him. Yuan Hao extended the back of his hand to check her forehead, exclaiming, "You have a fever." "Huh, you're the one with a fever. Your entire family is feverish." Gu Manue retorted, biting her delicate lips, and in a fit of exasperation, she stepped on Yuan Hao's foot. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Yuan Hao, curious, inquired, "Are these masters well known?" Gu Manue nonchalantly replied, "They are decent, not top tier, but they do have some renown in the antique circle. Now, let us welcome our first guest with his collection, the Yuan Blue and White Poetic High-Footed Cup. A round of applause, please." Following the applause, an elderly man, carrying a refined wooden box, ambled onto the stage from the right. Scanning the scene, many individuals clutching antiques formed a queue on the right side. Yuan Hao, intrigued by the treasures they bore, utilized his keen eye to scrutinize them. The Qing Dynasty Kangxi blue and white entwined floral vase was a counterfeit. Over 90% of the items on display were forgeries. Even the authentic pieces were valued merely between 100,000 to 200,000. Truly valuable items worth millions were exceedingly rare, with only two present. However, one particular pair of collectibles piqued Yuan Hao's interest. A sweet white glazed hand-press cup from the Ming Dynasty Yongle period, valued at a staggering 100 million. The appraisal process was swift, and these experts indeed had their merits. Their conclusions regarding the genuine and counterfeit items aligned closely with Yuan Hao's findings. Soon, it was time for the pair of collectibles he had his eye on. A man adorned with a conical hat slowly ascended the stage, producing a crumpled piece of fabric from his pocket before the audience. Upon witnessing this, many in the crowd began to scoff. "Haha, he dares to present this for appraisal? He must be out of his mind. How can someone without funds collect genuine artifacts?" The man, of course, heard their derisive comments but chose to disregard them. The host addressed the experts, "Greetings. This piece is a sweet white glazed hand-press cup. I am uncertain of its specific year, and I hope the esteemed experts can lend their discerning eyes. This item has been in my family for quite some time. It should be genuine. I believe it could be worth around 200,000. Hearing the man's words, the host, Chun Gang, couldn't help but chuckle. "Very well. However, should it turn out to be a counterfeit, you won't be taking this piece with you." The man nodded, and the so-called experts on stage, donning gloves and wielding magnifying glasses, began their meticulous examination. Appraisal master Dong Shiyue adjusted his reading glasses and leisurely remarked, "Regrettably, sir, this is a counterfeit. The quality is indeed commendable, but there are signs of forgery present. If it were an authentic piece, it would be worth not merely 200,000, but at least 200 million if it were from the Ming Dynasty Yongle period." Collector Lu Mingche nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, it is a counterfeit, and a high-quality replica at that. It would take a keen eye to discern it at first glance." The man's expression darkened instantly. He cast a helpless glance at the porcelain on the table, feeling a deep sense of disappointment. Yet he had already signed the contract. so he could only nod in resignation. As Chun Gang was poised to shatter the object with a hammer, Yuan Hao, in a state of urgency, pushed through the crowd, exclaiming, "Stop! I purchased this item for 100,000. Chapter 23. Yuan Hao appraises the treasure. Who is this? Security. Where are the guards? How did this person manage to intrude? Chun Gang furrowed his brow and shouted. Shortly thereafter, two burly security personnel approached from the side. Observing this, Yuan Hao raised his voice. Allow me to finish speaking. You believe this sweet white glaze hand cup to be a counterfeit and intend to destroy it, correct? I genuinely appreciate this item and am willing to purchase it. With a smile, Chun Gang replied, Young man, there are numerous antique stalls in Juki City. You can browse the stalls and acquire any piece that catches your fancy. As he spoke, he lifted the small iron hammer in front of him. Please know, rules may be rigid, but humanity is fluid. Just look at his attire. It's evident that earning a living is no easy task. Why not show kindness and sell it? Yuan Hao asserted earnestly. I truly admire this pair of sweet white glazed handcuffs. The onlookers observed the elderly man's calloused hands and his remarkably simple clothing, and their sympathy began to swell. The old man stood there, somewhat bewildered by the unfolding scene. Indeed, if he desired it, why not sell it? After all, it is merely a counterfeit. Exactly. That 100,000 could improve the old man's living conditions. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Chun Gang found himself in a quandary and conferred with several experts. The specialists, donning gloves and wielding magnifying glasses, meticulously examined the item multiple times. Once they confirmed it was a counterfeit, they acquiesced to Yuan Hao's request, though the final decision still depended on the old man's perspective. The old man, being of honest disposition, grimaced and said, Young man, this counterfeit is not worth 100,000. Do not worry, sir. I have taken a liking to this piece. I will transfer the money to you immediately upon exchange. Yuan Hao replied with a smile. What are you trying to do? This item has been identified as a counterfeit. Hurry and leave. If you take it, they will smash it. Chun Gang jested. However, Yuan Hao disregarded him, turning instead to the camera, aware that this was being live-streamed. The number of viewers was uncertain. Purchasing the item and reselling it could surely attract discerning buyers. Miss, is that man on stage your boyfriend? Haha, is he here to entertain us? Gu Manuel's fair cheeks flushed crimson, her ears burning with embarrassment. At that moment, she awkwardly curled her toes, wondering what on earth was going through Yuan Hao's mind. Yuan Hao remained unfazed by external opinions. This pair of sweet white glazed hand cups from the Yongle period of the Ming Dynasty is, in fact, genuine. I assert this here. Whoever offers me 200 million, I shall sell it to them. Ha! You crack me up. The experts just confirmed it as a counterfeit. And you still wish for 200 million. I wouldn't offer you 200. Chun Gang sighed in resignation. Young man, we the experts have just verified that this hand cup is a counterfeit. Do not seek to draw attention here. Security. Why haven't you removed him yet? Wait. Do you experts ever find yourselves mistaken? Yuan Hao exclaimed impatiently. He then proceeded to elucidate, as is well known. The hand-pressing cup was crafted during the Yongle period of the Ming Dynasty at the imperial kiln of Jingdezhan, characterized by exquisite workmanship and an exceptionally delicate body. The sweet white glaze is substantial, and the form is archaic, featuring a flat mouth that flares outward, with the belly walls nearly vertical, tapering inward from the lower belly to the foot. Its dignified and elegant shape exudes both gravitas and finesse, providing a sense of stability and comfort when held. Thus, it is aptly named the hand-pressing cup. The appraiser, Dong Xiuyu, chuckled in response. Young man, this is merely common knowledge. To declare its authenticity based solely on such information is rather laughable. Collector Lu Mingxie chimed in with a smile. You appear to be in your early 20s. Those of us in this circle have encountered more antiques than you have had meals. Best to step aside. We have others waiting in line, and you've wasted so much time. Growing increasingly displeased, some in the audience expressed their dissatisfaction with Yuan Hao. He retorted with a cold laugh. Surely, among so many present, there must be at least one knowledgeable individual. I refuse to believe otherwise. He continued, this piece exhibits a sweet white glaze with hints of blue. Its color rich and uniform. The blue and white decoration is vibrant and naturally dispersed. Due to the thick glaze, the underglaze's biting phenomenon is not prominent. Now, observe the foot. This piece has a glutinous rice body, crystal clear and smooth, exceptionally fine and lustrous. The inscription of the Yongle hand-pressing cup is in minute characters, distinctly legible and cleverly arranged to blend with the patterns. Yuan Hao stated nonchalantly, I've made my claim. Those who recognize its worth may contact me. 200 million. First come, first served. With that, he carefully descended from the stage, clutching his treasured item. The experts on stage, having heard his articulate presentation, found themselves wavering in their earlier judgments. However, since the event was being broadcast live, they could not afford to undermine their own credibility in front of the audience. Lu Mingche remarked with a grin, "Young man, you are too impetuous. You still have much to learn." Yuan Hao, undeterred by their comments, was confident that the hand-pressing cup in his possession was indeed genuine. He believed that broadcasting it live would inevitably attract discerning buyers. He was not concerned with the value of antiques in general. His priority was to realize a swift profit. Once off the stage, Yuan Hao tugged at Gu Manuel's sleeve, urging, "We must leave quickly. This place is not suitable for lingering." Gu Manuel furrowed her brow, asking, "What is the matter? You boldly showcased your treasure in front of so many. Why this sudden concern?" With arms crossed, she looked at Yuan Hao with a hint of mockery. "Fool, a 200 million item is not something just anyone can handle. Isn't broadcasting a faster way to find the right clientele?" After Yuan Hao finished speaking, he hurriedly pulled Gu Manuel away from the scene. During the banquet, the guests continued to discuss Yuan Hao's incident as a topic of conversation. Coincidentally, a renowned appraiser from Huaxia, Baijin, expressed curiosity, asking, "So, a young lad challenged your appraisal results? Do you have a video? Bring it to me. What's going on?" Shun Gang inquired, perplexed. Baijin took a deep breath. "This pair of sweet white glazed hand-press cups from the Yongle period is indeed authentic. Fewer than 5 have been discovered to date. Among them, the Forbidden City possesses only 3. This lad has struck gold. Immediately, I must find a way to contact him." Chapter 24. Discussion on Franchise Matters. Gu Manuel remained fixated on the pair of sweet white glazed hand-press cups, observing them intently. Everyone had misjudged them. Such an occurrence is exceedingly rare. The most significant aspect is that this antique is in impeccable condition, without a single flaw. It is quite challenging for items of considerable age to be preserved so well, especially in the hands of a poverty-stricken old man. Therefore, this object appears to be a recent production, and Gu Manuel also suspects it might be a counterfeit. Yuan Hao emerged from the bathroom after a shower and chuckled upon seeing Gu Manuel's serious demeanor. "Don't worry. This is definitely genuine. I too am astonished that so many experts have overlooked it. In a moment, we will step out together to place this item in a bank's safe deposit box." Gu Manuel bit her lip, her gaze fixed on the hand-press cup. "Oh." Yuan Hao grabbed his identification card and led Gu Manuel to the nearest bank. After renting a safe deposit box and securing the pair of sweet white glazed hand-press cups, he felt significantly more at ease. After all, it is a treasure worth 200 million. Just as they left the bank, Yuan Hao received a call from an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is this?" Yuan Hao asked quietly. The voice on the other end was that of a man. "Hello, I ask if you're Mr. Yuan Hao? I am the owner of Jia Jialo. Did you not discuss franchise matters with my wife today?" Yuan Hao quickly covered the phone and whispered to Gu Manuel. Brimming with excitement, this could be promising. The owner of Jia Jialo. Soon, Yuan Hao composed himself and inquired, "Yes, have you made a decision?" Yuan Hao spoke in a serious tone. "All right, let's find a place to discuss this thoroughly." After hanging up, the owner of Jia Jialo promptly sent a message with the location of the restaurant's private room, indicating that the couple had already conferred. Yuan Hao felt a surge of joy and grasped Gu Manuel's hand. "This matter is likely to be settled. You are quite familiar with the details of the franchise contract, right? So the task of printing the contract will fall upon you." Gu Manuel suddenly felt as though she were merely a secretary trailing behind her boss, with Yuan Hao as the true proprietor. She contemplated refusing, but, upon further reflection, realized that Yuan Hao likely lacked knowledge of the contract's contents. To expedite their acquisition of the treasure, she had no choice but to comply. After printing the contract, Yuan Hao took Gu Manuel's hand and arrived at the restaurant, resembling a pair of affectionate young lovers. Upon entering the private room, the owner of Jia bent slightly and hurried over to shake hands with Yuan Hao. "Mr. Yuan, you're truly accomplished at a young age, and your wife is so beautiful. I envy you." Gu Manuel's cheeks flushed. How had she become his wife before the ink was dry? Nevertheless, every woman enjoys being praised for her beauty, and her heart felt as sweet as if she had consumed candied fruits. The owner of Jia casually handed the menu to Yuan Hao, who glanced over it briefly before passing it to Gu Manuel. "Without further ado, with a substantial investment of 70 million, if you agree, we have the contract ready for your signatures and fingerprints, and our funds can be secured immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Hao produced the contract, causing the owner of Home Sweet Home to tremble at the sight of the stack of documents. 70 million. What a staggering concept. It is nearly an investment worthy of a small target, akin to winning a grand lottery. The owner of Home Sweet Home swallowed hard. Signing is certainly possible, but to proceed with prudence, we would need to consult a lawyer first. Would that be acceptable to you both? Gu Manua shook her head, smiling as she replied. That is perfectly fine. After all, this is not a trivial sum. And we can certainly understand. The owner of Home Sweet Home inquired further. One more thing. When can we commence work after signing the contract? My entire family depends on the livelihood this business provides. Yuan Hao smiled and replied. Once the contract is signed, we can begin immediately. Renovations can start the very next day. However, I will need a day to plan the layout for Home Sweet Home's renovation, and during that time, I would appreciate it if no one would disturb us. Upon hearing this, the owner poured 2 glasses of baijiu, raising one towards Yuan Hao. Absolutely no problem. Mr. Yuan, I toast to you. Yuan Hao paused for a moment. Ma Yunting? Ma Yunting frowned slightly. What is it? Yuan Hao chuckled. You remind me of a very famous executive. I hope that in the future, Home Sweet Home can flourish just as he has, and that you too can become a renowned figure. Cheers! The night was filled with merriment, and although Yuan Hao had intended to indulge until completely inebriated, Ma Yunting suggested having the lawyer review the contract tonight, wishing to expedite the plan. With that in mind, Yuan Hao certainly would not hinder the process. The sooner it was finalized, the sooner the treasures from beneath the earth could be within reach, and a prosperous future would soon follow. After a hearty meal and drinks, Yuan Hao, supported by Gu Manua, departed from Home Sweet Home. He did not acknowledge her, enduring the pain while keeping his eyes tightly shut, observing Yuan Hao's flushed cheeks. One could indeed mistake him for intoxicated. How could someone working in a nightclub become so easily inebriated? Gu Manua abandoned Yuan Hao by the roadside and quietly concealed herself. Yuan Hao possessed the ability of perception, and with his eyes closed, it was no different from being wide awake. He decided to play along, curious to see how Gu Manua would act if he were truly intoxicated. Passers-by, noticing Gu Manua's attractive appearance, did not think much of it. Surely, if a beautiful woman collapsed, no man would treat her so carelessly. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Hao pulled Gu Manua towards him, causing her to tumble into his embrace. Yuan Hao, is this deliberate? She called out a couple of times, but realized he had not opened his eyes. Tentatively, Gu Manua waved her hand before him, only to receive no response. Yuan Hao, why are you so heavy, like a pig? She poked at his slightly flushed cheek. Oddly enough, in this light, Yuan Hao appeared somewhat handsome, prompting Gu Manua to contemplate stealing a kiss on his cheek, reasoning that he wouldn't know since he was asleep. To her surprise, as Gu Manua leaned in, Yuan Hao rolled over and pulled her into his arms, their warm, soft lips meeting unexpectedly. Gu Manua felt as if she were electrified, her entire body tingling. Let go of me, she exclaimed. Yet, Yuan Hao not only refused to release her, but tightened his embrace, his right hand gently caressing her delicate back. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Were you just thinking of kissing me? No, Gu Manua protested. Yuan Hao smiled slightly, turning to firmly pin her beneath him, his large hands gripping her wrists, rendering her immobile. With his other hand, he tenderly caressed her cheek. Is it only permissible for you to tease me? As soon as the words left his lips, he grasped her soft, luscious lips and began to kiss her. Though Gu Manua feigned reluctance, she soon discovered that she was quite taken with it. Gradually, desire overtook her reason, and before Yuan Hao could initiate further advances, she began to initiate the kiss herself. That night, they both drifted into a sweet slumber. The following morning, Yuan Hao's phone was nearly inundated with calls. Chapter 25. Searching for Treasure. Yuan Hao squinted at the screen, noting 2 different numbers. One was from Ma Yunting, the owner of the Jiajialo restaurant, while the other was an unknown caller from High City. Having only recently arrived in High City, who would incessantly call him at such an hour. Clearly, the treasure was of greater importance, so Yuan Hao decisively dialed Ma Yunting's number. Mr. Yuan, I apologize for the early hour, Ma Yunting said apologetically upon answering. Please, continue sleeping. It's no trouble to call back later. Yuan Hao glanced at the clock. It was already 10 o'clock. It's no bother. What can I assist you with? It seems you are quite the busy man, Ma Yunting replied softly, cautious not to irritate him. The contract has been reviewed by our lawyer, and there are no issues. I've already signed it. When can you follow up on your end? After hanging up, Yuan Hao looked at the slumbering Gu Manua. Sunlight streamed through the glass window, bathing her porcelain-like back in a soft glow. How could such a tender woman exist? Unable to resist, he leaned down and kissed her back. Gu Manua pouted, pushing him away. What are you doing? Are you still at it? I can't take it anymore. I raised the white flag. Yuan Hao chuckled. What are you thinking? Get up. The owner of Jiajialo has signed a contract. We need to hurry and dig for treasure. Upon hearing this, Gu Manua sprang from the bed like an arrow released from a bow, quickly dressing in her clothes and casting a glance at Yuan Hao. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Though they knew the treasure lay hidden at the bottom of the well, the thought of not obtaining it left them feeling uneasy. Thus, after both Yuan Hao and Gu Manyu finished their morning routines, they promptly made their way to the Jiajia Le restaurant. Ma Yunting and his wife had tidied the courtyard impeccably. Spotting Yuan Hao's arrival, they hastily set aside their brooms and approached him. "Ah, you're here already." Gu Manyu smiled as she spoke. "Please provide me with an account. This money will be transferred in installments to your account. However, it must strictly be used for the restaurant's renovation and promotion. It cannot be misused." Ma Yunting's face lit up with joy. "That is truly wonderful. The restaurant has already been cleaned. I will send you the bank account details." Upon receiving the bank card account from Ma Yuntang, he handed over the key to the Jia Lu restaurant to Gu Manyu. "The restaurant has been thoroughly cleaned. You two can take your time planning. My wife and I will take our leave now." Gu Manyu accepted the key with a polite nod. "All right, take care." Once Ma Yuntang departed with his wife, and after confirming they were out of sight, Yuan Hao promptly closed the restaurant's main door. To ensure absolute security, Yuan Hao made his way to the surveillance room to turn off the cameras before leading Gu Manyu to the well. They exchanged a glance, unable to suppress their smiles. Gu Manyu glanced into the well. Despite its age, water was still visible. "Are you going down like this? Without any tools?" Yuan Hao then placed an order for a pump, a headlamp, and some nylon rope. Half an hour later, the pump arrived, and he immediately set it up near the well to begin extracting water. The extracted water had no place to drain but into the sewer, and after over half an hour of effort, the well was finally emptied. Next, Yuan Hao secured one end of the nylon rope to a stone bench and wrapped the other around his waist twice. After this, wearing the headlamp, he prepared to descend into the well. Gu Manyu grasped his arm, biting her lip. "Be careful." Yuan Hao smiled and nodded reassuringly. "Don't worry." The well's opening was narrow, allowing him to slowly maneuver down using both hands and feet. With the water drained, upon reaching the bottom, Yuan Hao activated his X-ray vision and discovered a considerable area at the well's base teeming with hidden treasures. But how to descend further? Illuminated by the lamp's glow, he meticulously examined every corner of the well's bottom. Although the water had been removed, a significant amount of silt remained. With this in mind, Yuan Hao crouched down, placing his hands on the base to feel around. The surface was damp and sticky, with some gravel, which felt abrasive against the skin. He pushed against the stone wall, but did not budge. Noticing Yuan Hao's prolonged silence, Gu Manyu anxiously called out, "Yuan Hao, have you found anything yet?" "Oh." Gu Manyu felt a pang of irritation. Her concern for him was the reason behind her inquiry, so why the need to raise her voice? Despite her annoyance, she dutifully kept watch at the door, occasionally glancing at the well, anxious about Yuan Hao's safety. Yuan Hao continued to explore the bottom of the well with his hands until he suddenly encountered something resembling a small round ball. Instinctively, he pressed it. Boom! The stone beneath him vanished, and he fell to the ground with a painful cry. However, upon looking up, he was stunned to see box after box of brilliant gold bars. The gold gleamed under the light, dazzling him and quickening his breath. He had never seen so many gold bars in his life. What could they be worth? Additionally, there lay the valuable Tang Sankai vase worth 40 million, along with Tang Yin's lady playing the flute painting valued at 70 million, all remarkably well preserved. The well, by all accounts, should not easily retain water. Yet, astonishingly, the treasure storage area is remarkably arid, devoid of even a single droplet. Hearing a commotion from the depths of the well, Gu Manyu hurriedly rushed over. "Yuan Hao, are you all right?" In a moment of daze, Yuan Hao suddenly noticed a peculiar piece of paper crafted from an unusual material resting atop the chest of gold bars, inscribed with a multitude of densely packed characters. Curiosity piqued, he approached and picked it up, and upon reading its contents, a shiver coursed through both his body and soul. Chapter 26. The Treasure at the Bottom of the Well. Future descendants, remember the rise and fall of our nation. Should you ever uncover this treasure, may it aid in the resurgence of Huaxia. Promote education to enlighten the people. Strengthen technology to bolster national prestige. Expel all invaders who covet our land. And with our fervent blood, defend every inch of our homeland, safeguarding the everlasting beauty of Huaxia. Gazing at the two neatly arranged chests of gold bars and the exquisite array of antiques and paintings before him, Yuan Hao felt a tightening in his chest. Senior Sheng Xuanhuai speculated that regardless of whether it was his own descendants who discovered this treasure, someone would eventually find it. To him, the ownership of the treasure was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the realization of its intrinsic value. In an era when merely securing a meal was a challenge, those affluent and powerful individuals who devoted everything for their country were indeed true heroes, a caliber of spirit few could emulate. Gu Manyu stood above for quite a while, hearing no sound from below, and began to grow anxious just as she was about to speak. At that moment, a rapid knocking echoed from the restaurant door. Bang, bang, bang. Is Boss Yuan in? Ma Yunting called out with a forced smile. Hearing the commotion above, Yuan Hao dared not stir, fearing he might inadvertently make a noise. Gu Manua, startled, shuddered. Pretending that no one was inside was no longer an option. Ma Yunting possessed the key to the restaurant door, and if he were to stumble upon the treasure, it would spell disaster. Thus, Gu Manua composed herself and walked toward the restaurant entrance, muttering under her breath, "Here we go again. Could you possibly give a heads up next time you decide to knock unexpectedly? I finally had a renovation concept in mind, and you've interrupted my thoughts completely." She opened the door just a crack, enough to peek out. Frowning, she assessed Ma Yunting from head to toe. "Boss Ma, do you need something? We're currently planning the renovations. If it's urgent, perhaps you could return another day. My husband isn't fond of being disturbed while working." Having been in the restaurant business for decades, Ma Yunting possessed enough discernment to avoid offending Gu Manua. He hurriedly clarified, "Please don't misunderstand. I didn't intend to intrude. I left a bag at the front desk and forgot to retrieve it." Glancing toward the front desk, Gu Manua indeed spotted a black bag lying there. Ma Yunting offered a sheepish smile. "Could you please fetch it for me? I'll just wait outside. I want to come in." "All right, please wait at the door for a moment." As Gu Manua turned towards the front desk, she discreetly closed the door behind her. Ma Yunting, intrigued, wondered why one would close the door during renovations. He intended to linger outside to observe whatever was transpiring within, but Gu Manua offered him no opportunity. After a moment's reflection, he concluded that since he had already received his payment, there was no need to fret excessively. A few minutes later, Gu Manua returned the bag she had placed on the front desk to Ma Yunting. He accepted it with a sheepish grin, saying, "I truly apologize. Take your time to brainstorm your ideas. I shall not intrude." As he hurriedly departed, Gu Manua finally exhaled in relief. With the restaurant's door secured, she swiftly approached the edge of the well. Yuan Hao looked up and met her gaze, inquiring, "Who was here just now?" Gu Manua smiled gently. Her expression one of pride. "The owner of Jia Lu, Ma Yunting, left his bag at the restaurant. I have sent him on his way. You need not worry. He did not discover anything about the well, as I ensured he had no chance to enter." Yuan Hao nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in her words. Yet he pondered the challenge posed by the treasures resting at the bottom of the well, particularly the heavy gold bars. It was evident that some tools would be required to retrieve them. Enlisting outsiders to construct salvaging equipment would undoubtedly raise suspicions, necessitating the involvement of trusted individuals. After much contemplation, he realized he must seek Gu Manua's assistance, as he lacked the influence and connections, especially in Haishur. Until the treasures were removed from the well, his heart would remain in turmoil. "Gu Manua, the items below are considerably heavy. We will need some salvaging equipment." Yuan Hao spoke softly. Gu Manua quickly grasped his intention, responding, "No problem. I shall procure the equipment shortly. You should come up first, as I fear Ma Yunting might return." Yuan Hao nodded and, gripping the nylon rope tightly, began to ascend, teeth clenched in determination. Observing Yuan Hao's dusty countenance, Gu Manua furrowed her brow, asking what treasures lie beneath. Aware that any potential sales would ultimately require her approval, Yuan Hao saw no reason to withhold the truth. 2 boxes of gold bars, a Tang Sankai phoenix head pot, a painting by Tang depicting a lady playing the flute, and several intact porcelain pieces. Gu Manua countered, "The painting by Tang? Are you certain? Isn't that piece housed in a museum?" Yuan Hao shrugged, replying, "It could be from the Forbidden City. I have no reason to deceive you. The treasures at the bottom of the well are worth several significant goals. Even among brothers, accounts must be clear. How shall we split this profit?" Gu Manua, understanding Yuan Hao's family circumstances, recognized that while she did not lack for money, she required individuals of value. Yuan Hao's extraordinary talent for appraising treasures was his most precious asset. "I shall take a mere 10%. The remainder is yours." Yuan Hao's expression was one of disbelief as he responded, "Sister, you're a businesswoman. Do business people truly engage in transactions that result in a loss?" Gu Manua, feeling somewhat displeased, furrowed her brow and gazed at Yuan Hao. "How can you speak like that? Your aunt is still lying in the hospital, and your family is in dire need of funds. Moreover, with your extraordinary ability to appraise treasures, opportunities to earn money will abound in the future. I, Gu Manua, am not so foolish as to let a valuable partner slip away." With that, she hurriedly departed from the Jijalern restaurant to procure salvage equipment. Such substantial salvage apparatus could only be reliably acquired through trusted contacts. Otherwise, leaks might occur. If the owner of Vijav Lura caught wind of it, who knows what kind of trouble might ensue. Just as Gu Manua left, Yuan Hao's phone vibrated incessantly from his pocket. It had been vibrating since he was at the bottom of the well, but he had been too preoccupied with treasure hunting to answer. Seizing the moment, Yuan Hao promptly picked up the call. Hello? Who is this? A deep voice emanated from the other end. May I ask if you are Yuan Hao? Yuan Hao raised an eyebrow. What do you want? I'm quite busy at the moment. I've heard you possess a pair of sweet, white, glazed hand-pressed cups. Would you be willing to part with them for 100 million? If so, we can arrange a meeting for the transaction. Yuan Hao, uninterested in further dialogue, hung up the phone. He had already stated in front of the media yesterday that he would not accept less than 200 million. This 100 million was merely an attempt to deceive him. He was well aware of the true value of the sweet, white, glazed hand-pressed cups. No sooner had he hung up than another unfamiliar number called. Yuan Hao answered, What is it? Are you Mr. Ben Hao? I am the assistant to Baidrian. I understand you have a pair of sweet, white, glazed hand-pressed cups you wish to sell. May we meet to examine the items? Chapter 27. The Invitation from Baidrian. Who is Baidrian? I've never heard of him. He wishes to see the items without making an offer. It seems he lacks sincerity. I refuse to meet. Yuan Hao promptly ended the call. The foremost priority was to retrieve the items from the well. He had no interest in anything else, especially when the offers lacked allure. The sweet white, glazed hand-pressed cups were indeed rare treasures. He need not worry about finding buyers, given the abundance of wealthy individuals in Awasha. Half an hour later, Gu Manyer finally arrived. Driving a small van, she entered through the back door of the restaurant, parking at the edge of the well. After opening the door, the vehicle was filled with a complete set of salvage equipment. Yuan Hao curiously glanced over. Are you alone? Can you install this? Gu Manyer straightened her posture. Don't underestimate me. Quickly lend a hand and help me lower this equipment. All right. Following her guidance, they swiftly secured the salvage apparatus. After locking all the doors of the restaurant, they proceeded together to the bottom of the well. Upon reaching the depths, the sight of piles of antiques, calligraphy, and 2 boxes filled with gleaming gold bars left even Gu Manyer, who had grown up in the jade and antiques industry, somewhat astonished. So much. This must be worth several hundred million. Yuan Hao, you have truly struck it rich this time. Yuan Hao remained silent, handing over the writings of Zheng Shenhui to Gu Manyer. After reading the words, she took a deep breath. What do you intend to do with this money? Yuan Hao carefully lifted several pieces of porcelain and placed them on the supporting platform, reflecting on the elder's words about engaging in meaningful endeavors. Gu Manyer observed Yuan Hao's industrious silhouette, a subtle smile gracing her lips, relieved to have not misjudged his character. After considerable effort, they successfully unearthed all the treasures from the depths, allowing the antiques and artworks to bask in daylight once more. Gu Manyer, being quite meticulous, was aware that once porcelain is exposed to the earth, it can easily oxidize and lose its vibrancy, significantly diminishing its value. To prevent any mishaps, she had procured several nitrogen-filled sealed containers. By placing the porcelain within these nitrogen-rich vessels, they could minimize the exposure of the porcelain's pigments to oxygen, thus preserving their integrity. One of the boxes contained approximately 100 gold bars, each weighing around 100 grams. Gu Manyer took out a gold bar to gauge its weight. Currently, the market price for gold was about 600 per gram, suggesting that these 2 boxes of gold were worth at least 12 million. And when combined with the antiques and artworks, the total value could surpass 300 million. Yuan Hao nodded, finding his own valuation in alignment with hers. Gu Manyer's sweet smile illuminated her face. Would you like me to assist you in swiftly selling these items, or is there no rush? Yuan Hao pondered for a moment. Let us proceed swiftly. There are numerous pressing financial obligations at present, and we must ensure the operation of the Jiaolu restaurant, which entails considerable expenditure. As the proprietor, you are adept at managing this side of things, so I kindly ask for your diligent attention. Seeing Yuan Hao's straightforwardness, Gu Manyer did not linger. Very well. I shall take a 10% commission and transfer the funds to your account immediately upon receipt. Additionally, she informed him that a professional construction team would arrive the following day, and she would handle the packaging, advertising, and marketing of Jiaolu restaurant as stipulated in their contract. Noticing Gu Manyer's earnest expression, which was devoid of jest, Yuan Hao recalled a prior promise he had made. You mentioned that whenever I required your assistance, you would be there for me. Yuan Hao nodded, reminiscing about the day his mother, Su Yuan, had been bedridden due to a prolonged illness. He had nearly exhausted himself running after the 20,000 medical fees. A memory he could never forget. Indeed, so what assistance do you require from me? Yuan Hao inquired, a smile playing on his lips. By the way, have you made any progress in locating a restoration expert? Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang once more. Glancing at the caller ID, he dismissed the call. I recognize this number. It belongs to Bai Jin's assistant. They wish to meet without providing a quote. Is this person out of their mind? Look at how busy I've been these past few days. I hardly have time for frivolous errands. Upon hearing the name Bai Jin, Gu Manyer's pupils dilated, and she trembled slightly. Whose assistant did you say? Bai Jian? The one from the appraisal circle? Once the call connected, Yuan Hao inquired, are you Bai Jian's assistant? However, it is rather challenging to propose a price for such an object without having seen it in person. Presenting a figure in the billions may come across as insincere. Gu Manue, standing nearby, inquired softly about which Bai Jian was being referred to. Yuan Hao nodded in agreement. You are correct. You mentioned that you are Bai Jian's assistant. May I ask what industry Mr. Bai is involved in? Upon hearing the voice on the phone, Gu Manue's breath quickened, as if Bai Jian were indeed coming to see her. All right, let us meet at 3:30 this afternoon. I will send you the address now. After the call ended, Yuan Hao indeed received a text with the address. Gu Manue pressed her hand against Yuan Hao's cheek. Yuan Hao, weren't you seeking a restoration expert? This Bai Jian is a prominent figure in the Chinese appraisal circle. He possesses considerable expertise in the restoration of antiques. This was the first time Yuan Hao had witnessed such excitement on Gu Manue's face. Is it really that thrilling? My appraisal skills are quite commendable. I haven't seen you this animated when you see me. Gu Manue shot him a glance. Typically, one must make an appointment to meet this individual. I've heard that appointments are booked 6 months in advance this year, which speaks volumes about his status in the field. Chapter 28. The first meeting with Bai Jian. From this, it was clear that Bai Jian was undoubtedly a towering figure in the appraisal community, and meeting him this afternoon was imperative. If the 30 million Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain cup could not be restored, it would simply be a pile of worthless debris. The journey to establishing a personal commercial empire was still fraught with challenges. Naturally, forging connections and acquiring resources was an indispensable path. With this in mind, Yuan Hao curiously asked, do you know what Bai Jian likes? It might seem rather impolite to arrive empty-handed for our first encounter. Gu Manue pondered for a moment, then directed her gaze towards the exquisite antiques and paintings in the van. This esteemed elder has spent his life among antiques and art. He must surely appreciate these treasures. Why not choose one to gift him? Her tone carried a hint of playful teasing. However, Yuan Hao took her words to heart. Yet, given their unfamiliarity with Bai Jian, parting with a gift valued at tens of millions felt rather excessive. After all, in China, there are many so-called experts whose abilities are often overshadowed by mere reputation. If he were to squander such an amount, he would surely be restless at night, tormented by his thoughts. Observing the complex emotions on Yuan Hao's face, Gu Manue quickly deduced his hesitations and smiled. Rest assured, Mr. Bai is not like those other experts. To engage Bai Jian for appraising antiques, one must not only pay a hefty fee, but also possess a sense of fate. Fate? Yuan Hao raised an eyebrow. Gu Manue casually closed the van's door. It's about whether you resonate with him. If he finds you unappealing, he may refuse to appraise your items. Establishing a connection with Bai Jian will surely allow you to thrive in the antique world. Having said this, Gu Manue turned and took her seat in the driver's position of the van. Casting a glance at Yuan Hao, stop dawdling, get in. Aren't you concerned that the treasures inside might be discovered? All right. Yuan Hao hurriedly opened the passenger door and settled himself inside. After departing from the Le Jia restaurant, Gu Manue drove the van to the Gu Group's branch in Haishur, located in a skyscraper, albeit on a single floor. Securing such a space in a city where every inch is precious certainly reflects a degree of strength. Upon entering the company, Yuan Hao noticed that many desks were vacant, with only a handful of employees scattered about. He refrained from asking too many questions, observing Gu Manue as she placed her valuable items into the safe, which brought him a sense of relief. Turning to Yuan Hao, Gu Manue inquired, would you like to choose a painting to take along? Yuan Hao nodded and approached the safe to retrieve the exquisite painting, the woman playing the Shao, valued at 70 million. Gu Manue gazed at this scene, astonished. You are truly generous. If this painting is indeed an authentic work by Tang Yin, its worth is certainly in the tens of millions. After carefully wrapping the ancient artwork, Yuan Hao remarked, I am aware. The question lies in whether it is worthy of my gift. After this, please take me to retrieve the goblet and the sweet white glazed cup, and afterward, I need to purchase a proper outfit. It's essential to maintain decorum. Gu Manue nodded in agreement. No problem. I will ensure these treasures are sold swiftly. Exiting the office building, she promptly led Yuan Hao to select a suitable business suit. Along the way, Gu Manue increasingly perceived that Yuan Hao was no ordinary young man. His ability to amass such wealth in a short time frame without becoming arrogant was impressive. His willingness to present gifts without hesitation, choosing the most valuable painting, made her consider that letting such a man slip away would be a grave oversight. Indeed, one's appearance can significantly influence perception. Yuan Hao, with his naturally sunny disposition, exuded a certain charm after a bit of grooming. A nearby salesgirl sweetly remarked, Sister, Your boyfriend is incredibly handsome, just like the protagonist in an anime. I truly envy you. Gu Manue smiled faintly and reached for her phone to pay for Yuan Hao's purchase. However, he interjected, "Allow me, I still have enough for this. I have already troubled you with so many matters." The moment these words left his mouth, Gu Manue's expression darkened unexpectedly. Unaware of the subtle changes in Gu Manue's emotions, Yuan Hao's mind was preoccupied with rehearsing the upcoming meeting with Bai Jian. After leaving the shopping mall, Gu Manue did not sulk, despite her displeasure. She remained clear-headed about the situation's gravity. After retrieving the items that required restoration, the two proceeded directly to the address provided by Bai Jian's assistant. Looking up, they saw the elegantly simple sign that read "Ya," and the interior architecture was uniquely inviting, imparting a sense of utmost comfort. This appeared to be a high-end private club. And sure enough, just as Gu Manue and Yuan Hao were about to enter, two security guards approached to block their path. "Do you have an appointment?" one of them inquired. Yuan Hao smiled and replied, "We were invited by Bai Jian's assistant." The guards, upon hearing this, promptly allowed them to pass. "My apologies. Please follow me." Upon entering the doorway, the interior decor captivates the eye, featuring an array of intricately carved bamboo artifacts, their patterns vivid and lifelike. Undoubtedly the work of a master craftsman. Before they could fully appreciate the surroundings, Yuan Hao and his companion were ushered to a private room. Within, a middle-aged man, perhaps in his 50s, sat cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed, savoring a cup of tea. From a distance, one could sense an extraordinary aura emanating from this man, exuding a commanding presence that was palpable. Bai Jian set down his teacup and glanced towards the entrance. "Welcome, please come in." He poured a cup of freshly brewed tea for Yuan Hao and his companion, encouraging them to indulge. With a smile, he stroked his beard and remarked, "Indeed, this is exquisite Biluakan tea. May I inquire who discovered that the pair of sweet white glazed cups is genuine? Could you allow me to examine them?" Gu Manue flashed a delightful smile. "It was this gentleman beside me, Yuan Hao. Do show Mr. Bai." Chapter 29. Finalizing the transaction with Bai Jian. Yuan Hao decisively retrieved the sweet white glazed cups, which had been carefully packaged in advance. As he opened the box, Bai Jian, who was about to take a sip of tea, paused in astonishment upon seeing the cups. The prized Biluakan tea, poised at his lips, was set aside as he squinted to scrutinize the exquisite sweet white glazed cups. Prior to meeting Yuan Hao, Bai Jian had already familiarized himself with the circumstances surrounding these cups, which originated from a peasant during the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty. However, the preservation of these cups was remarkably pristine, as if they were brand new. It was well known that during the 1990s, many families struggled to afford basic sustenance, leaving little room for the preservation of porcelain. Even if some had the means, such immaculate items were often quickly sold, as most peasants were unaware of their true value. Even when not sold, preservation was a complex matter, leading experts to hastily declare such pristine items as fakes upon seeing them in the hands of peasants. Furthermore, genuine sweet white glazed cups from the Yongle period were exceedingly rare, with only a few in existence and only a handful having seen the originals, making the misidentification unsurprising. What piqued Bai Jian's curiosity was how Yuan Hao, so young, had discerned the authenticity, especially with several expert appraisers present, where the likelihood of error was remarkably low. Yuan Hao was, of course, certain of the cup's authenticity. Noticing Bai Jian's astonished expression, he inquired curiously, "Mr. Bai, what is your assessment of these items? I would appreciate your expertise." Bai Jian, perceiving Yuan Hao's subtle intent, replied with a smile, "These are indeed genuine. I have a question, though I hope it does not come off as intrusive." Yuan Hao smiled slightly. "Please, feel free to ask." Bai Jian continued, "Who is your father? Or who is the master that taught you to appraise such items?" Yuan Hao shook his head. "No one taught me. I have always been fond of antiquities and artworks since childhood, learning through my own exploration. Now that we have established these sweet white glazed cups are genuine, what shall we do next?" A glimmer of brilliance flickered before Bai Jian's eyes. Could one truly attain mastery without a teacher in this day and age? Such talent would indeed be extraordinary. It was merely a reluctance to speak. Upon hearing these words, Yuan Hao could not suppress his excitement. His body quivered slightly. 200 million. What does that even signify? A mere stack of cash could fill a house of over 100 square meters. Such wealth could grant any ordinary individual financial freedom. Luxury cars, beautiful women, anything one desires could be theirs. For an average person, earning 10 million in a lifetime is already commendable. This pair of porcelain alone is valued at 200 million. Just this pair could alter the course of anyone's life. In this era, Yuan Hao, relying solely on his own abilities, amassed such wealth, placing him above 99% of his peers. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Hao quickly calmed his racing heart and presented the meticulously prepared high-footed cup. I have been informed that you are the foremost restoration master in Huaxia. I possess a porcelain piece that is significantly damaged, and I seek your expertise to determine if it can be salvaged. Bai Jin, already intrigued by Yuan Hao, agreed to examine the piece. He opened the box and assessed the Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain cup with a discerning eye. It was indeed a fine item, a genuine artifact. Alas, it suffered from moderate damage, with considerable areas of breakage that severely impacted its usability and aesthetic appeal. However, it still held some value post-restoration. At best, it might be worth several $100,000, and I wouldn't recommend restoring it, given the high costs involved, which would leave little room for profit. Unless it holds special significance. That would be a different matter altogether. Yuan Hao frowned slightly, for the information gleaned from his perspective indicated a value of 30 million. How could Bai Jian appraise it at only a few $100,000? Was he perhaps speaking untruths? That seemed unlikely. Could there be more sophisticated restoration methods? Thus, Yuan Hao inquired once more, is there a way to completely restore this high-footed cup? Bai Jian seemed to have heard an outrageous jest. If such a method exists, do inform me. I would be eager to learn from the master. If there truly is a technique that can fully restore this blue and white porcelain cup, its value would undoubtedly exceed 8 figures. 8 figures, which perfectly matched the information he had received. It appeared Bai Jian was not fabricating tales. The world is indeed vast and full of wonders. Perhaps such miraculous restoration techniques truly exist. It was a pity that they could not be realized in the short term. Nevertheless, it was still far from enough to persuade Yuan how to willingly part with his painting valued at 70 million. Since he had brought it along, he might as well let Bai Jian gaze upon it. I also have a painting I wish for you to inspect. After speaking, Yuan Hao casually placed the painting by Tang Yin on the table. Upon hearing this, Bai Jian's curiosity about Yuan Hao's background intensified. As the lady playing the Shao by Tang Yin came into view, Bai Jian immediately stood, his brow furrowing deeply. For a long moment, he remained silent, hastily donning gloves and retrieving his tools for a meticulous appraisal. A few minutes later, Bai Jian glanced at Yuan Hao while admiring the ancient painting, then shook his head in disbelief. How did you acquire this artwork? Yuan Hao smiled and replied, I stumbled upon it in a collection of paintings. Stumbled upon a painting within a painting? Intriguing. Bai Jian nodded repeatedly, for he knew that the 3 items Yuan Hao had presented were all genuine artifacts, each possessing considerable value. Apart from the damaged blue and white porcelain goblet, how could a self-taught individual uncover such a remarkable find? If that were indeed the case, it would be quite fascinating. A natural talent for appraisal is a rarity, indeed. A master craftsman would surely seek to mentor someone with such potential. This thought lingered in Bai Jian's mind, yet he knew he must be cautious and thoroughly ascertain Yuan Hao's character and background. Should he discover any deceit, it would be better not to engage with such a person. This painting of the flute-playing maiden is indeed an authentic piece. Yuan Hao, your appraisal skills are certainly commendable. Bai Jian praised, closely examining the artwork before him, his eyes gleaming as if he had encountered a precious gem. The status of Tang Yin in the realm of Chinese calligraphy and painting is widely acknowledged, and it is only natural that Bai Jian would admire it. Yuan Hao waved his hand modestly. You flatter me. I merely had good fortune. But good fortune is a manifestation of ability as well. Now, I have matters to attend to. Let us hope to meet again, Xiao Yu. Please escort Mr. Yuan to complete his bank account details, Bai Jian said with a smile. Shortly after, a woman wearing glasses approached. Mr. Yuan, please follow me. Gu Manuel and Yuan Hao stood up together. We shall not disturb you any longer. Bai Jian took a small sip of tea. Safe travels to you both. As Yuan Hao filled out the bank account information, his hands trembled. After all, this was 200 million. He feared making a mistake with even a single digit. After completing the form, he double-checked it repeatedly, anxious about potential errors. Gu Manuel, arms crossed, stated with exasperation, it's correct. I've been watching you, and you've counted it nearly 20 times. I could recite the bank account number by heart. Upon receiving this sum, how did he plan to spend it? Lying in bed previously, he often fantasized about how he would spend 200 million. How indeed would one wisely allocate such a fortune? Chapter 30, Returning to Han City. Picking up mother from the hospital. Yuan Hao and Gu Manuel had just departed from the club. Bai Jian, squinting as he savored his tea, appeared to be contemplating a matter. After a moment, he called out, Xiao Yu, assist me with a task. Investigate this Yuan Hao's background. Xiao Yu adjusted her glasses and nodded, understood. Your account, ending in 857, has received a deposit of 200 million yuan. 1/10,100,000 billion. 200 million. How astonishing that 200 million could amount to so many zeros. Gazing at the sequence of zeros on his phone screen, Yuan Hao was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of suffocation. Gu Manua casually glanced at him in the passenger seat and noticed the unusual expression on his face. "You don't look quite well. Is everything all right?" Yuan Hao shook his head, expressing, "No, it's nothing. It just feels surreal. The changes in such a short span have been quite overwhelming, and I find myself struggling to adapt." Gu Manua nearly burst into laughter. "Is that for real? You're contemplating giving away a painting worth millions, and you're surprised by your own reaction? By the way, why didn't you gift him the painting earlier?" Yuan Hao glanced out the window. "The timing isn't right yet. I'm still uncertain about his character, so I must remain cautious. If you had 200 million, what would you do with it? Perhaps invest in a company?" Yuan Hao furrowed his brow. Gu Manua, feeling a pang of urgency, quickly clarified. "It would be for expanding the business. One must learn to make money work for oneself." An idea sparked in Yuan Hao's mind. "That's an excellent suggestion. I anticipate that my future dealings will involve antiques and jade. Perhaps I should consider opening an antique shop or a jade store." Seeing the seriousness on Yuan Hao's face, Gu Manua cautioned, "You must think this through. This industry is fraught with complexities. Without connections, how could you possibly manage alone?" Yuan Hao playfully retorted, "But I have you, don't I? Who said I would help you?" Gu Manua quipped, though inwardly, she felt a sweetness akin to candied fruit. Gu Manua was uncertain of her own feelings. She desired Yuan Hao's concern, yet when he showed it, she wished to distance him. The conflict within her was intricate. Although Yuan Hao had not been by his mother Su Yuan's side for the past few days, he diligently inquired about her condition with a dedicated nursing staff each day. He intended to take her out for a delightful outing, having promised her a life filled with happiness, a promise he was ready to fulfill starting today. Without hesitation, the two proceeded to the hospital room to finalize Su Yuan's discharge. Upon seeing Su Yuan, Gu Manua's face lit up, and she exclaimed, "Auntie, it's been a few days since we last met, and you look so much better. When I stood outside the door, I thought you were my sister." Su Yuan's face broke into a long-lost smile. "Oh dear, Annie is no longer young, as you say." Gu Manuel linked her arm with Su Yuan's. Resting her head on Su Yuan's shoulder, to the outside world, they appeared as a mother and daughter. "Auntie, I mean it. Your smile makes you look like a star from the television. You are truly beautiful, so please smile more often. They say a daily smile can add years to your life." Yuan Hao found the atmosphere delightful and chose not to interrupt their conversation. "Mom, later, I will take you to buy a car and a house. As I promised, I will ensure you live a joyful life from this day forward. I want you to be the happiest mother." Hearing these heartfelt words from Yuan Hao, Su Yuan's previously dry eyes brimmed with tears of warmth. "My dear, with you by my side, I'm the happiest mother. Just half a month ago, lying in that hospital bed, I was filled with despair, surrounded by dim lights, yellowing walls, and the agony of illness. I thought I wouldn't survive the months ahead." Gu Manyu hastily wiped away the tears from Su Yuan's face with her fingertip. "Auntie, it's all in the past now. Yuan Hao is doing exceptionally well. He has earned a substantial amount of money today. In the future, he can provide you with a comfortable life, and those difficult days will be no more." Su Yuan suddenly paused, anxiously grasping Yuan Hao's hand. "My child, you haven't done anything morally reprehensible, have you?" Yuan Hao nearly chuckled aloud. "Mother, how could I ever engage in such deeds? You are well aware of my character." Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Then what you just mentioned about buying a car and a house. How could you earn so much in such a short time? Are you perhaps a Jamba consultant?" "Yuan Hao, when did you become an expert in appraising treasures?" she inquired with a furrowed brow. Yuan Hao offered an awkward smile. "Mother, perhaps I suddenly had an epiphany and just figured it out. Now, let's not dwell on it. We should hurry and leave." Once in the car, Yuan Hao took the driver's seat, occasionally glancing at the nearby residential complexes. Gu Manyu had a point. Starting an antique or jade shop without connections was impractical. In Han City, many affluent individuals resided in the Jiayuan community. It was a neighborhood only the wealthy could afford. It was rumored that without connections, it was nearly impossible to purchase a property there. Thus, Yuan Hao casually mentioned to Gu Manyu, "Gu Manyu, are you familiar with the Jiayuan community?" Gu Manyu, engrossed in conversation with Su Yuan, slightly frowned upon hearing Yuan Hao's words. "Yes, are you considering buying a house there?" Yuan Hao replied, "I would like to, but I've heard that connections are necessary." Gu Manyu smiled. "No problem, leave it to me. I've heard there happens to be a well-furnished house available for immediate move-in." Su Yuan's expression turned somber. "Isn't that house going to be quite expensive?" "My child, making money these days isn't easy. Don't spend it all at once. I've heard the real estate market is sluggish lately, and many people who bought houses a couple of years ago are now facing significant losses." Yuan Hao reassured her, "Mother, we are buying it to live in. There is no concept of profit or loss here. Please don't worry. Remember to let me know about any houses available, Gu Manyu interjected. But today, let us focus on checking out cars. It's inconvenient to travel without our own vehicle. With that, Yuan Hao pressed the accelerator, taking Gu Manyu and his mother to a nearby 4S dealership. Chapter 31. Purchasing a luxury car. As soon as they entered, several saleswomen hurried over to greet them, and Yuan Hao found the service quite commendable. However, within mere seconds, an older saleswoman suddenly waved her hand, whispering to a colleague nearby, "I've seen this lady before. She used to live next door to my rental. They don't have much money, so we should conserve our energy to attend to other customers. She is probably just here to look around. Her family likely spent a fortune on medical expenses." Although he couldn't quite grasp the reason, Yuan Hao overheard the woman's whispered comments clearly. The pleasant mood he had quickly soured, much like a single drop of ink ruining an entire pot of soup, prompting him to consider leaving with Su Yuan and Gu Manyu immediately. Unexpectedly, the younger salesman standing nearby remarked, "Sister, we shouldn't overthink it. Everyone will eventually have their time to prosper. It's perfectly fine to come and check out the cars you like." It was precisely this statement that prevented Yuan Hao from turning away. The other salespeople dispersed, leaving only this younger salesman to attend to Yuan Hao. "Hello. What type of vehicle are you interested in?" The lovely salesperson inquired with a sweet smile. Yuan Hao glanced around and replied, "Could you recommend a model that is quite comfortable and suitable for family use? And what price range are you considering? I can take you to have a look," she said, still smiling. Yuan Hao pondered for a moment. Since he was determined to purchase a car, it certainly should be well equipped, with ample funds at his disposal. He saw no need to skimp. "Around 1 million, I suppose." "Excellent. Please follow me." The enthusiastic young salesperson led Yuan Hao and his companions towards the luxury cars. The salespeople standing aside continued to exchange sarcastic remarks. "Let me tell you, in our area, it's remarkable if someone can pull out 100,000. Now they want to see cars in the million range?" She's just a newcomer, full of enthusiasm at the start. "Is that true?" One of them sighed. "I haven't closed a deal in over a month. Thank goodness you shared this information with us. Otherwise, we might have eagerly approached them." Yuan Hao, standing at a distance, could still hear their incessant chatter, a faint smile creeping upon his lips. Indeed, when one lacks money, everyone looks down on you. She is merely a salesperson, yet one might think this dealership belonged to her. "Sir, take a look at this BMW X5. It is the brand's first all-wheel drive SUV. Spacious and powerful." Although the young woman knew this sale might be in vain, she energetically introduced the vehicle to Yuan Hao and his companions. Yuan Hao pointed to another model. "How much is this Porsche?" He circled the Porsche Cayenne, feeling quite satisfied with the model, though he suspected that the configuration of a Porsche priced over $1 million would not be particularly high. "What is the price for the top-tier Porsche Cayenne? Do you have it here?" With a smile, she replied, "We just happen to have the latest model, the 2025 Turbo GT40T. Upon hearing her description, Gu Manyu, standing nearby, felt tempted to test the car. Su Yuan, however, felt a pang of anxiety at the price. Over $5 million? That's exceedingly expensive. Gu Manyu grasped Su Yuan's wrist reassuringly. "Annie, don't worry. Yuan Hao isn't short on funds." Yuan Hao then signaled for the young woman to unlock the car door so he could inspect the interior. She complied without hesitation, explaining that, being the latest model, she needed to request the car keys from the front desk. The salespeople nearby, overhearing this, began to question her. "He cannot even afford to buy it. And you're letting him inside to test drive? What if he scratches something? Will you take responsibility, or shall I?" The young woman found herself in a quandary. Having just started her job, she was not in a position to make such decisions. Yuan Hao, upon overhearing the discussion from a distance, hurriedly approached and said, "Please prepare the purchase contract for me. I intend to buy this latest model Porsche Cayenne outright, with a credit card." All the salespeople turned their gazes toward Yuan Hao, and Xiao Xin felt a mix of surprise and delight, staring blankly at himself. "Are you referring to me?" Yuan Hao nodded affirmatively. "Yes, you. Prepare the purchase contract for me, and I will make the payment after the test drive." A jubilant smile spread across Xiao Xin's face. "Certainly. Please hold on. A vehicle worth over $5 million would yield a commission of several thousand, an extraordinary fortune for a recent graduate." The salespeople who had previously hesitated were now envious, their eyes nearly bulging. "Didn't you claim he was short on funds? Surely he couldn't afford it. Now he is paying in full. If it weren't for your interference, I might have had a share of this deal." 10 minutes later, after the test drive, Yuan Hao handed his bank card to Xiao Xin. "Please process the payment, the full amount. Providing excellent service to such a significant client could lead to future business." "Is this what you call being broke? Your words are quite damaging. If it weren't for you, I would have had my share of those thousands in commission." After the purchase, Yuan Hao invited Su Yuan and Gu Manue to experience the newly acquired vehicle. Gu Manue made a call to have the company driver come and take the car away. Subsequently, Yuan Hao drove the latest Porsche Cayenne into the city. Su Yuan was in an exceptionally cheerful mood. All right, I'll follow your lead. 10 minutes later, Yuan Hao arrived at the dilapidated apartment complex. The foul stench wafting from the surroundings starkly contrasted with the pristine Porsche Cayenne. Gu Manue shook her head. It's all right. I've been here before. Inside, the chaos was palpable, with drawers ransacked, likely the handiwork of Yuan Chong in a desperate search for money before his departure. At that moment, a stone was hurled through the window, shattering the glass into fragments. A group of men with dyed yellow hair, wearing black masks and wielding clubs, stood at the entrance. One of the leaders pulled a photograph from his pocket, scrutinizing it. This is the one. Get him. Chapter 32. Huang Jiqiang's Revenge. Gu Manue was momentarily stunned by the sight before her, while Yuan Hao swiftly shielded the two women behind him, grabbing a broom from the ground in haste. Su Yuan, fearing that Yuan Chong had once again incurred gambling debts, urgently inquired, Gentlemen, there must be some misunderstanding. If it's Yuan Chong you seek, we have no ties with him any longer. Please, spare our family. In Su Yuan's eyes, their good fortune was just beginning, and encountering this incident was truly distressing. The leader, noticing Su Yuan's fear, scoffed, Spare you? You're looking for Yuan Hao, right? I'm not concerned with Yuan Chong. I'm here for your son, Yuan Hao. Attack. Leave no one standing. In the blink of an eye, the ruffians, emboldened by their numbers, lunged menacingly at Yuan Hao, brandishing steel pipes with malicious grins. As he confronted these brutish thugs, Yuan Hao felt an undeniable surge of anxiety, yet he couldn't allow himself to falter, especially with Gu Manue and Su Yuan standing behind him. He could not permit them to be placed in harm's way. Moreover, these scoundrels had sworn to spare no one. As a man, he could never allow them to inflict even a scratch upon his mother. Thus, with determination, Yuan Hao gripped the broom tightly and shouted as he engaged in combat with the thugs. Suddenly, he noticed that their movements seemed to slow down before his eyes. He effortlessly evaded their attacks. Initially, he thought it was an illusion, but as he dodged several strikes from their clubs, a smile crept onto his lips. Glancing at his hands, he pondered whether he had somehow developed a sort of enhanced perception. Boss, this kid is a martial artist. He has evaded several blows, remarked one of the yellow-haired ruffians from behind their leader. The man in charge scoffed disdainfully. So what if he is a martial artist? There are 8 of us here. Even if Bruce Lee were to appear today, I'd make him pay dearly. With bravado, he prepared to strike first. The club sliced through the air, creating a sharp whoosh. Yuan Hao smirked, exuding confidence as he effortlessly sidestepped the fierce blow. Enraged by Yuan Hao's mocking demeanor, the leader unleashed a torrent of furious strikes aimed directly at Yuan Hao's head, showing no intention of granting him any respite. Gu Manue clutched Su Yuan's hand tightly, their palms drenched in sweat, eyes wide with fear, dreading that Yuan Hao might soon become a lifeless corpse. Yet, to their astonishment, regardless of how ferociously the man attacked, Yuan Hao evaded every strike with apparent ease, his expression betraying no signs of stress. The other thugs stood dumbfounded. Had they not witnessed this with their own eyes, they might have thought they were watching a film. After several futile attempts, the leader began to tire. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Hao swung the broom down onto the man's knee and then delivered a powerful kick to his chest. The man fell to the ground, and before he could catch his breath, Yuan Hao ruthlessly stepped forward, pressing his foot down hard upon the man's forehead. Ow! Ow! Hurry up and help me. Do you want me dead? Yuan Hao shot a piercing glance, declaring, one more step forward, and I will crush your leader's skull. Do you dare to test me? The ruffian leader felt a sharp pain in his forehead and quickly cried out, for heaven's sake, don't come any closer. Can't you see I'm about to be crushed? Upon hearing their leader's plea, the other thugs froze in place, bewildered. Yuan Hao bellowed, throw down your weapons. Now! The frightened ruffians, unable to hesitate any longer, promptly tossed their clubs to the ground. Hero, please spare us. We were merely doing a job for someone else. We just wanted to teach you a lesson. The leader of the thugs, trampled by Yuan Hao, urgently pleaded for mercy. Yuan Hao nearly burst into laughter. If his initial intention had been to teach himself a lesson, the subsequent blows had undoubtedly been aimed at his life. Who sent you? The thug leader dared not hesitate. It was President Huang. Yuan Hao furrowed his brow. Which President Huang? Huang Jiqiang. The moment the name escaped his lips, Yuan Hao understood entirely. We are merely mercenaries. Grievances have their sources, debts have their masters. You should seek him out. The thug leader implored desperately. Observing this, Yuan Hao resolutely released his foot, and the thug scrambled to his feet, scurrying out the door like a frightened rat. Su Yuan hurriedly approached. My son, are you hurt? These people are truly wicked. Who is that Huang Jiqiang? How did you offend someone outside? Yuan Hao patted Su Yuan's shoulder. Mom, I'm fine. Leave this matter to me. Your son is no longer the Yuan Hao of the past. Su Yuan glanced out the window. Oh no, I completely forgot to call the police. These people are too malicious. They must be apprehended. Yuan Hao explained. Mom, I deliberately let them go. They outnumber us, and if we had called the police immediately, they might have retaliated against us. Now we can report it. Gu Manue approached with a serious demeanor. I have already called the police. If all goes well, they should encounter the officers downstairs. I know this Huang Jiqiang. He is the heir of the Huang group in Hacheng, our Gu group's sworn enemy. How dare he act so ruthlessly against me? Gu Manue, will not let him escape. As her words fell, a sharp sound of police sirens echoed from below. Don't move. Su Yuan peered out the window. They've arrived. If these thugs are captured, that Huang Jiqiang will surely be apprehended as well. Yuan Hao shook his head. No. Without substantial evidence, these men won't betray Huang Jiqiang. To dare lay hands on my family is a grave mistake. I will ensure he regrets his actions today. Gu Manue looked up into Yuan Hao's eyes, witnessing a determination she had never seen before. If he could overthrow Huang Jiqiang, it would mean a significant blow to the Huang group, benefiting the Gu group immensely. Although, given Yuan Hao's current status, dismantling the Huang group seemed implausible. Gu Manue felt that if Yuan Hao set his mind to it, he would undoubtedly succeed. Moreover, she would protect him from any adversity. Any lingering selfishness dissipated in the moment he shielded her with his body. It is often said that the hero saving the damsel is a cliché, yet when it occurs, most still find it endearing. Who wouldn't he wish for their beloved to be their gallant savior? Su Yuan nodded and followed closely behind Yuan Hao as they made their way outside. Upon reaching the ground floor, it was astonishing to find that the brand-new Porsche Cayenne had sustained no damage. It appeared that the thugs had been waiting for Yuan Hao's arrival all along. That day had been exhausting. Su Yuan quickly freshened up before falling into a deep slumber. Yuan Hao entered the living room and contemplated for a moment. You mentioned that Huang Jiqiang is your adversary at the Gu group, which is quite fortuitous. I would relish the opportunity to see him utterly disgraced. Gu Manue arched an eyebrow, inquiring, what ingenious plan do you have in mind? Chapter 33. The plan to acquire a luxurious residence. Yuan Hao pondered for a moment, suggesting, what if we orchestrate a trap to ensnare Huang Jiqiang? After all, this young man lacks discernment. He is merely a spoiled scion. However, to Yuan Hao's surprise, Gu Manue immediately shook her head. Just because Huang Jiqiang is not particularly perceptive does not imply his father lacks capable associates. Moreover, the Huang group is substantial. Setting such a trap is not as simple as it seems. Without a reputable appraisal agency, he would never consider engaging, and any agency of merit would certainly not be inclined to collaborate with us, jeopardizing their own livelihood. Hence, this matter requires careful deliberation. Even if you manage to deceive him out of 2 or 3 billion, it would hardly cause him any real harm. By the way, how did you offend him in the first place? Yuan Hao's thoughts drifted to that fateful night with He Xiaowei, and a mischievous grin spread across his face as he recounted the entire episode to Gu Manue. Upon hearing his tale, Gu Manue's laughter was unrestrained. You are quite the rascal. To employ such tactics, it's no wonder he has retaliated fiercely against you, though he underestimated your resolve to stand your ground. Yuan Hao nodded, recognizing that his own well-being was of little concern, but the fact that his mother had been targeted was intolerable for any man. Gu Manue rose, her handbag in hand, embodying the image of a dutiful daughter as she gazed at Yuan Hao, her eyes brimming with affection. There is no need for you to see me off. I have arranged for my driver. Are you still interested in that property? I shall have news by tomorrow. Yuan Hao affirmed, yes, indeed. Securing a residence in a respectable neighborhood could cultivate valuable connections, beneficial for future endeavors. Very well. I shall see you tomorrow, she replied. As she departed, Gu Manue approached Yuan Hao and enveloped him in a warm embrace, causing a blush to creep onto his cheeks. She whispered softly in his ear, whatever you choose to do, I will support you. With that, she opened the door and exited, leaving Yuan Hao momentarily entranced by the closed door. Feeling a surge of sweetness within his heart. Could it be that alongside his newfound ability, his body had undergone some extraordinary transformation? Yuan Hao raised his right hand, gently clenching his fist, feeling a sense of emptiness. He instinctively glanced at the teacup on the table. Approaching it, he grasped the cup tightly in his palm, and with a slight exertion, the cup crumbled into fragments, slipping through his fingers like dust. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Yuan Hao felt a rush of elation. With such abilities, he would never again fear the thugs and ruffians. Early the next morning, Yuan Hao slowly opened his eyes, and, as he stepped out of his bedroom, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of chicken soup wafting through the air. Mother, you needn't rise so early to prepare breakfast for me after your recent illness. I can take care of it. Su Yuan emerged from her room, inquiring with curiosity. Oh, it wasn't me. It was that girl, Xiaoya. She arrived early this morning, insisting on making chicken soup for me. Gu Manyu, adorned in a delicate pink scarf, sampled the chicken soup with a spoon. Auntie, this flavor is just right. Allow me to serve you a bowl. Yuan Hao, if you wish to drink, feel free to help yourself. Indeed, awakening early had left him quite famished, prompting Yuan Hao to immediately ladle himself a generous bowl of soup. Gu Manyu, with her spoon in hand, carefully offered a small spoonful of soup to Su Yuan, patiently blowing on it. Auntie, it's ready to drink now. Please give it a try. Su Yuan found herself increasingly fond of Gu Manyu. Her beauty and nurturing nature made her the kind of girl any mother would cherish. As Su Yuan took a small sip of the chicken soup, a blissful smile graced her face. Xiaoyu, this soup is truly exquisite. It must be free-range chicken. One cannot find such chicken in the city. And this broth is the finest. Leaning affectionately against Su Yuan, Gu Manyu replied, Auntie, if you enjoy it, I shall come by more often to prepare it for you. Su Yuan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Is that appropriate? It seems too much trouble for you. Not at all. I see you as I would my own sister. What is wrong with a sister preparing soup for her elder? Gu Manyu's few words kept Su Yuan smiling from ear to ear. After finishing breakfast, Gu Manyu finally broached the topic of the Jiyuan community. There is only one unit left, 360 square meters, duplex with a garden, priced at 13 million. Have a look. It's exquisitely renovated and ready for immediate occupancy. Is there no room for negotiation on that price? Yuan Hao inquired. Gu Manyu shook her head. You must understand, people are clamoring to move into this community. The network and connections here are invaluable. Yuan Hao conceded that Gu Manyu was right. Then let us go see the property now. If it suits us, we shall finalize it today. Absolutely. Gu Manyu replied with a cheerful nod. Subsequently, Yuan Hao joined Gu Manyu in her car as they entered the Jiyuan community. Upon entering the gate, residents were required to undergo facial recognition. Outsiders were not permitted entry. Clearly a resident, Gu Manyu led Yuan Hao inside after passing the recognition check. This community housed prominent figures from Hancheng, boasting the highest security standards. The unit I'm showing you is ideally located, well-ventilated, and offers excellent privacy. Let me take you to see it, Gu Manyu said, parking with a charming smile as she continuously introduced the place to Yuan Hao, seemingly eager for him to reside there. However, her excessive enthusiasm piqued Yuan Hao's curiosity. At that moment, a familiar voice called out from the side. Yuan Hao, what brings you here? Haha, Miss Gu certainly knows how to flatter. Wang Fuguwei laughed heartily and turned to Yuan Hao. Do you have time this afternoon? There's a jade market worth visiting. Gambling on stones is far more entertaining than antiquities. Care to join the excitement? Chapter 34. Huang Jiqiang's Challenge. Recently, the expenses had multiplied, and who would pass up an opportunity to earn? Moreover, an invitation to a jade market from a collector of Wang Fuguwei's caliber promised to be anything but ordinary. Otherwise, he would have little interest. Seizing such an opportunity was a stroke of fortune for Yuan Hao, and he was determined to grasp it firmly. Upon hearing this, Wang Fuguwei chuckled and teased, You must come this time. Last time I invited you, you said another day. It's been several days without any contact from you. Very well. I shall not disturb you too any longer. Do remember to reach out to me after viewing the house. With a wave of his hand, Wang Fuguwei departed, driving away from the community. Gu Manyu gazed at Wang Fuguwei's receding figure and remarked, Wang Fuguwei is quite an admirable person, deserving of deeper connections. He has a good reputation within the circle. Yuan Hao glanced at Gu Manyu and replied, All right, let us go take a look at the house. By the way, why is there no agent or salesperson to show me around? Gu Manyu paused for a moment, then hurriedly explained, It's unnecessary. I can show you just the same. I had someone help me secure this unit for you. You should see if it suits your needs. Yuan Hao nodded, and under Gu Manyu's guidance, they arrived at the villa. This was a standalone villa with a garden. Upon entering the gate, a subtle fragrance of fresh grass wafted through the air, making it an ideal living space for those of advanced age. The villa comprised 4 floors with 6 spacious bedrooms, featuring a rational layout. The master bedroom was equipped with an ensuite bathroom and a walk-in closet, while some bedrooms boasted balconies that offered splendid outdoor views. The villa was exquisitely furnished, complete with all necessary amenities, ready for immediate occupancy. Yuan Hao ventured out to the 4th-floor balcony and surveyed the surroundings. The villas were separated by several meters, with trees providing ample privacy. On pleasant days, one might even enjoy cooking on the balcony. Realizing that Wang Fuguwei also resided here, he reflected on the potential for networking. And after a moment's contemplation, Yuan Hao turned to Gu Manyu. Gu Manyu felt somewhat uneasy under Yuan Hao's piercing gaze and asked, Why are you looking at me like that? Yuan Hao, with a complex expression, inquired, this community wouldn't happen to belong to your family, would it? Gu Manhua waved her hand dismissively. How could that be? Just tell me if you are satisfied with the house. You won't find such an opportunity again. I am indeed quite satisfied, but who do I pay? Yuan Hao queried, somewhat perplexed. Just a moment, Gu Manhua replied, turning to make a phone call. Within 10 minutes, a distinguished middle-aged man arrived at the villa entrance. Dressed in an elegant suit, he exuded a comforting presence. Hello, Mr. Yuan. I am from the property management of JUN community. Have you taken a liking to this house? The total price is 13 million with a 3 discount, bringing it to 61 million. Would you like to arrange for an installment plan? Yuan Hao shook his head. No need for installments. I will pay in full. By card. Very well. Please sign the purchase agreement. The property manager then produced a stack of prepared contracts. After thoroughly reviewing them, Yuan Hao affixed his signature and presented his bank card. Gu Manhua's smile had not waned since Yuan Hao decided to purchase the villa. Curious, Yuan Hao asked, what are you so happy about? Why shouldn't I be happy? Now I can visit often. Don't get any wrong ideas. I simply want to spend time with Aunt Su Yuan, Gu Manhua chirped joyfully, humming a light tune. After receiving the key to the villa, Yuan Hao hurriedly called Wang Fugui. Boss Wang, it's me, Yuan Hao. Everything is in order here. Where are you now? Ah, Xiao Hao. I'm having tea just across the community. It seems we are neighbors now. Feel free to visit me anytime. I can show you a thing or two, Wang Fugui replied. Sipping his tea, upon noticing Yuan Hao's intention to leave, Gu Manhua immediately followed suit. I want to go too. I know a bit about jade. Yuan Hao was aware that Gu Manhua was also acquainted with Wang Fugui, so he thought it would be fine to bring her along and did not object. Upon arriving across the community, the trio entered Wang Fugui's Bentley and headed towards the jade market. After approximately half an hour of travel, they arrived at the entrance of an exceedingly lavish establishment named Jinyuj. The parking area was filled exclusively with luxury cars, making it appear as though an auto show was taking place. After disembarking, Yuan Hao and Gu Manhua followed Wang Fugui to the entrance. Wang Fugui retrieved an invitation from his suit pocket and proceeded directly inside. The interior revealed numerous display cases adorned with exquisite jadeite, with the striking emperor green showcased in a separate case, drawing the admiration of many. Wang Fugui smiled and remarked, this area features various jadeite appreciation sections. Do you see that one, the greenest? It's called emperor green, and it is quite valuable. The most esteemed jadeite is green, especially those with vibrant, pure, and evenly distributed colors. Variants such as violet, yellow, and red jade are also exceedingly expensive. Merely viewing the ready-made jadeite here is rather mundane. We must explore the rough stone area, he continued, leading Yuan Hao to the section where raw stones were displayed. These stones were sourced from the renowned Old Pakong mining area, celebrated globally as Myanmar's most famous jadeite region. Come, feel the texture of these raw stones, Wang Fugui encouraged, gently caressing the surface of a stone as if it were a beautiful maiden. He then produced a device resembling a flashlight and shone it on the raw stone. However, Yuan Hao found this unnecessary. With his keen insight, he could easily discern the presence of jade within. Just then, he caught sight of an old acquaintance, Huang Jiqiang, who was there with Yi Xiaowei examining jadeite raw stones. Upon noticing Yuan Hao standing unharmed before him, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Perhaps not expecting Yuan Hao to be out of the hospital, Huang Jiqiang approached, draping an arm around Yi Xiaowei, and coldly mocked. Isn't this Jinyuj a place only accessible to those with invitations? Why is it that today anyone can enter? It's quite demeaning to see someone of such caliber here with me. His words immediately drew the attention of onlookers. Wang Fugui's brow furrowed. Yuan Hao was his invited guest, and Huang Jiqiang's actions were a blatant public insult. With a serious demeanor, Wang Fugui addressed Huang Jiqiang. I am curious about what kind of person you think Xiao Huang is. Yuan Hao is my invited guest. What is inappropriate about that? Huang Jiqiang never anticipated that Yuan Hao had such a connection with Wang Fugui, allowing Wang to publicly support him. Heh, Uncle Wang, in this day and age, there are many deceivers. Do not let some young scamps trick you. This fellow is so poor that he can barely afford a meal. Last time, he duped me into buying a counterfeit, so be wary. Huang Jiqiang continued his sarcastic jibes. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao nearly burst into laughter. How amusing. Is it not true that anyone can call out a bid at an auction? If you do not wish to bid, simply refrain from doing so. How can you accuse me of deceiving you? But truth be told, had you not been foolish with your money, that counterfeit might have ended up in my hands. So I owe you my gratitude. Upon uttering these words, Huang Jiqiang's face turned crimson, resembling that of a pig's head. Yuan Hao, are you certain you wish to oppose me? Chapter 35, The Bet on Raw Stones. Yuan Hao scoffed. Mr. Huang, it appears you are quite forgetful. Since we are here, allow me to convey this. I, Yuan Hao, do not seek trouble, yet I am not afraid of it. Individuals like Huang Jiqiang, who openly target their own kin, do not deserve my courtesy. Should an opportunity arise to completely overturn the Huang group, I would take decisive action without hesitation. He Xiaowei, witnessing her wealthy boyfriend being publicly reprimanded by Yuan Hao, swiftly intervened. Oh, unafraid of trouble, you say? Were you really? Brother Huang could easily have you thrown out with a mere gesture. Yuan Hao, in light of our past friendship, I offer you a chance. Bow your head and apologize to Brother Huang. Perhaps I could persuade him to grant you some funds for your mother's treatment. Gu Manuel crossed her arms and disdainfully retorted, silence yourself. What are you to make demands? As for Yuan Hao, none of you can force him to leave, but you, I can certainly have removed. He Xiaowei glanced at Huang Jiqiang, and upon noticing his silence in her defense, she understood the intricate ties Gu Manuel had with Jinyu Pavilion. Wang Fugui's expression also grew grim. All present were prominent figures in Hacheng, and Yuan Hao was his invited guest. Mr. Huang, perhaps you should manage your own people. In these economically challenging times, all sorts of fraudsters abound. If someone recommends you to buy raw stones, Uncle Wang, do exercise caution. Yuan Hao smiled and retorted. From your words, Mr. Huang, it seems you possess considerable expertise. Otherwise, do you think I am like you? Huang Jiqiang raised his voice deliberately, ensuring all present could hear. Yuan Hao shrugged. If that is the case, why not engage in a wager, to see whose skills in betting on stones are superior? Yuan Hao was confident that Huang Jiqiang would accept his challenge, for Huang had dealt with jade and gemstones since childhood, while Yuan Hao had only recently begun to explore this realm. Thus, Huang believed his chances of losing were negligible. Furthermore, with so many distinguished guests at Jinyu Pavilion today, this was an opportune moment to bring Yuan Hao to disgrace. Undoubtedly, Yuan Hao shared this sentiment. Upon hearing this, Huang Jiqiang's lips curled into a smile. No problem. Since we are wagering, let us make it grand. Mr. Yuan, your family is impoverished, so money is out of the question. If you lose, you won't be able to pay anyway. Should you find yourself defeated, simply crawl out of the Golden Jade Pavilion's entrance, and from that day forth, when you see me, Huang Jiqiang, you should take a detour. I wish not to have you within my sight. Yuan Hao chuckled and nodded. No problem. If you lose, all you need to do is pay for the jadeite raw stone and, in front of everyone, declare thrice that I, Huang Jiqiang, am the vanquished underling of Yuan Hao. Ha ha ha. You have guts. But who will appraise the value of this jadeite? Huang Jiqiang began to envision Yuan Hao crawling out. For the Huang group had long been a significant purchaser of jadeite, raw stones from the Golden Jade Pavilion. A mere flicker of an eye would suffice to guide him towards some excellent specimens. No problem. I am quite curious, Miss Gu. With your natural beauty and being the heir of the Gu group, why would you be interested in a discarded shoe? Huang Jiqiang teased, laughing heartily. He then approached the raw stone stall. Jadeite raw stones may differ in shape, yet they are fundamentally stones. Huang Jiqiang illuminated one with his flashlight and then glanced at the vendor at the stall. The vendor nodded slightly, indicating that the quality of this piece was quite commendable. With a jovial demeanor, Huang Jiqiang selected a stone, confirmed the cutting direction, and then took it to the cutting area for the craftsman to process. As the cutting machine roared to life, a crowd gathered, for the Chinese have an inherent love for excitement, especially when a wager is at stake. Upon completion, the craftsman splashed water upon the cut surface, revealing a pure and rich red hue. Red jade is indeed red jade. Huang Jiqiang still possesses some skill. Upon hearing this, Huang Jiqiang burst into hearty laughter. Ha! This red jade is of excellent quality. It seems to be of ice type. Its weight is estimated to be around 20 grams, worth 2 to 3 million. At the moment the red jade emerged, Wang Fugui felt a chill run down his spine. He had initially intended to support Yuan Hao, yet the wager had been proposed by Yuan Hao himself. Yuan Hao feigned a frown and slapped his thigh. Oh dear. How could it be red jade? What will I do now? Am I destined to lose? Huang Jiqiang pointed at Yuan Hao with derision. Ha! Isn't it only natural for you to lose? I advise you to leave quickly. Yuan Hao shook his head. No, I have not yet begun. There is still a chance. Perhaps my luck surpasses yours. Dreaming foolishly, I have already unveiled a premium red jade. Do you think that the finest jadeite is something you can simply unearth? If you can find something more valuable than my red jade, I will wash my hair upside down. Huang Jiqiang was exceedingly arrogant at this moment. Gu Manuel had great faith in Yuan Hao's stone gambling abilities, as this prodigy seemed to find imperial green as easily as picking cabbages. Meanwhile, Wang Fugui wore a frown. Yuan Hao patted Wang Fugui on the shoulder reassuringly. Brother Wang, give it a try. If you uncover a fine piece of jade, it shall be yours. Wang Fugui sighed. Brother, your heart is truly vast. Such exquisite jadeite is not so easily uncovered. Today, Huang Jiqiang seems to have stumbled upon extraordinary luck, revealing a remarkable piece of red jade. Otherwise, it would be somewhat awkward to not recognize the value of jadeite. The quality of raw stones at Jinyu is indeed commendable. Yuan Hao, with his keen sight, discerned numerous specimens of excellent water quality. All of these are worthy investments. Yet to surpass the red jade in Huang Jiqiang's possession, one must be meticulous in selection. Observing Yuan Hao's indecision, Huang Jiqiang assumed he was intentionally stalling. Hey, can you hurry up? If you lose, just admit it quickly and stop dragging your feet. At that moment, Yuan Hao spotted a pure shade of green, with a lustrous and full texture, its transparency so high it seemed as if the water would overflow, evoking a refreshing sensation. How much is this raw stone? Yuan Hao inquired. For 100,000, no bargaining. Excellent. I'll pay by card. After completing the transaction, Yuan Hao sketched several cutting lines on the raw stone, then closed his eyes, hands clasped in prayer, earnestly beseeching, Amit Ba, may I be blessed with an exceptional piece of jadeite. Huang Jiqiang erupted in laughter. Haha, has this kid gone mad? Is he out of his mind? Believing he can unveil an extraordinary jadeite? If praying could help, those stone gamblers would have already amassed fortunes. Yuan Hao disregarded his mockery. This was intentionally performed for their benefit, a smokescreen to mislead them into thinking he was merely fortunate, as he did not wish to attract unwanted attention. After his ritual, Yuan Hao placed the jadeite raw stone upon the cutting machine. You truly are relentless, not seeing the yellow river until you are disheartened. Just remember, if you lose, crawl out from here. I, Huang Jiqiang, do not wish to see such a clown prancing before me. Chapter 36, Exquisite Dragonstone Jadeite. As the cutting machine whirred to life, onlookers could not help but feel anxious for Yuan Hao. Perhaps due to Huang Jiqiang's arrogance, the majority of spectators hoped Yuan Hao would unveil jadeite, surpassing Huang's red jade. Come on, show green. Some spectators could not contain their encouragement for Yuan Hao. Wang Fugue wore a grave expression, his gaze fixed on the cutting machine. Once the cutting was complete, the stone cutter slowly opened the machine, revealing a pure, vibrant green hue. Wow, it's green. It's really green. But is this imperial green? It appeared to be dragonstone jadeite. If it were dragonstone imperial green, this lad would strike it rich. Gu Manyu excitedly patted Yuan Hao on the shoulder. Yuan Hao, you truly are something. This is indeed dragonstone jadeite. The quality seems quite impressive. Wang Fugue, visibly relieved, smiled. Dragonstone is an old variety with vibrant color, accurate hue, and strong fluorescence. Due to its superior quality and rarity, it symbolizes the elusive nature of a divine dragon. Hence its name. At this moment, Huang Jiqiang's expression resembled one who had tasted bitter melon. He slowly approached the cutting machine. Impossible. How can this be? Yuan Hao jested with a smile. Perhaps heaven favors me for being more handsome than you, so luck is on my side this time. See, I told you sometimes. Desperate prayers do bear fruit. Huang Jiqiang swallowed hard, bracing himself as he declared, what of the longsure jade? My red jade is of equally fine quality. Let the appraisers determine whose jade holds greater value. Soon, both parties meticulously cut their respective jades, calling upon the esteemed appraisers from Jinyuj to render their judgment. To ensure impartiality, 5 jade appraisers convened to assess the worth. Huang's red jade was of the highest grade, an ice-type red jade, valued at approximately 100,000 yuan per gram. Thus, a 20-gram piece could fetch around 2 million yuan in the market. In contrast, the gentleman's longsure jade exhibited an extraordinarily delicate texture, with virtually no visible flaws, smooth as silk and remarkably lustrous, free from cotton and impurities. Achieving a level of glass-like quality, even more translucent than the glass type, categorizing it as a superior jade. This longsure jade weighed 30 grams, and due to its exceedingly scarce market availability, its value could soar to 3 or even 4 million yuan. Upon hearing this, Huang Jiqiang's countenance darkened significantly, casting a cold glance at He Xiaowei, suspecting her of colluding with Yuan Hao to deceive him. He Xiaowei, naturally intimidated by Huang's piercing gaze, hurriedly explained, Brother Huang, this fellow merely had a stroke of luck. He truly knows nothing about betting on stones. If he were adept, how could he possibly be unable to cover his mother's medical expenses? The outcome of the wager was now clear, irrespective of He Xiaowei's justifications. Huang Jiqiang was convinced that her information was unreliable. If Yuan Hao truly lacked knowledge of jade and antiques, how could he choose a stone from among countless raw stone stalls that surpassed the value of his exquisite red jade? Such remarkable fortune seemed utterly implausible. Huang Jiqiang coldly shouted at He Xiaowei, get out. Covering her face, she fled in tears towards the exit. Observing this, Wang Fugue approached with a teasing remark, President Huang, the outcome of the wager is clear. Shouldn't you settle the bet? It's time to pay for that jade, raw material. Huang Jiqiang waved his hand dismissively, feigning indifference. It's merely 400,000. Consider it assistance to the less fortunate. Without hesitation, he transferred the 40,000 to Yuan Hao. Thank you for your generosity, President Huang. Yuan Hao replied. Just as Huang Jiqiang intended to leave, Yuan Hao called out to him, Huang Jiqiang, I believe I mentioned that upon your loss. You must not only pay for the raw stone, but also publicly declare 3 times that you, Huang Jiqiang, are the defeated underling of Yuan Hao. With a grand estate and a gentlemanly demeanor, Huang Jiqiang, known for his integrity, would surely not renege on his word, right? Yuan Hao understood that Wang Fugui's earlier comment had provided Huang Jiqiang with a way out, yet his own statement effectively closed off any retreat for Huang. Although it is often prudent to avoid creating enemies, Yuan Hao felt that since he had already marked Huang Jiqiang as a formidable adversary, he might as well make the enmity thoroughly definitive. The bystanders, eager spectators of the unfolding drama, chimed in. What does this mean for President Huang? He would certainly not go back on his word. Indeed, true gentlemen know how to take and relinquish with grace. Huang Jiqiang now found himself in a precarious position. Yuan Hao, must you insist on pushing this to such extremes? Yuan Hao, puzzled, replied, if I were the one to lose. Are you certain you would not expel me from this place? A moment ago, someone expressed their disdain for the sight of a mere jester like me prancing about. Yet now, I wonder who truly embodies that role. You. Huang Jiqiang glanced around at the distinguished figures present, hesitant to confront Yuan Hao. In a dazed murmur, he lamented, I, Huang Jiqiang, am but a defeated foe of Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao shook his head. What? Speak up. I didn't catch that. Why does Mr. Huang sound so effeminate? Like a delicate flower? Have you not eaten? Speak louder. With these words, Huang Jiqiang's face flushed crimson, resembling a blushing pig. I, Huang Jiqiang, am Yuan Hao's defeated foe. After repeating this thrice, he found himself bereft of the dignity to remain and promptly turned to exit. Wang Fugui was in high spirits, utterly astonished that Yuan Hao not only possessed an eye for treasures, but also excelled at gambling on stones. Brother, you truly have a remarkable talent. Yuan Hao, with a smile, explained, Brother Wang, it is merely luck. Perhaps the divine was kind after my recent prayers. Wang Fugui laughed heartily. If praying could yield jade, those gamblers would all be wealthy. Yuan Hao concurred with a chuckle. To each their own belief, sincerity begets miracles. By the way, as promised, this piece of jadeite is yours. He presented the dragonstone jade to Wang Fugui, who was momentarily taken aback, for this jade was valued at 3 to 4 million. Though fond of the dragonstone jade, Wang Fugui hesitated to accept. Brother, you should keep this jade for yourself. 4 million is no trivial sum. Yuan Hao, undeterred, placed the jade firmly in Wang Fugui's hands. Brother Wang, your words feel distant. I promise to gift you this if it turn out well, and I, Yuan Hao, am a man of my word. I hope to accompany you to broaden my horizons in the future. Wang Fugui understood the implication and, smiling, accepted the jade. With such words, it would be disrespectful for me, as your elder, not to accept. Casting a glance at Gu Manuel beside him, Wang Fugui quietly inquired, Are you two currently in a relationship? To which they both exclaimed in unison, Ah, I merely wish for you two to become acquainted. Whether it flourishes depends on your fate. Wang Fugui then made a call to his daughter, urging her to hurry to Jinyuj without divulging specifics. Standing nearby, Gu Manuel began to regret her earlier words, silently praying that the two would not find favor in one another. A jadeite stone worth 5 to 600,000 could, through a master's exquisite carving skills, be transformed into a piece valued at over 1 million. However, the raw jadeite itself typically costs only hundreds of thousands, or even mere tens of thousands. Thus, the profit margin on raw jadeite is considerable. Yet, due to its limited availability, not everyone can partake in this lucrative venture. Approximately 10 minutes later, a girl with a ponytail and a hint of baby fat approached the entrance of Jinyuj. When I locked eyes with Wang Fugui, the smile on my face never faded. Her smile revealed 2 delightful dimples, adding to her charm. This must be Wang Fugui's daughter. She possessed a tall, slender figure, approximately 1.7 meters in height, dressed in a simple white shirt paired with ultra-short denim shorts, radiating youthful vitality. Her long, straight legs, fair and elegantly shaped, had just a hint of softness, captivating attention with her natural sway as she walked. This, I presume, is what men refer to as pleasantly plump. Dad, why did you rush to call me? Wang Jiro inquired, slightly breathless but smiling. Wang Fugui patted Yuan Hao's shoulder and said, Let me introduce you to a friend. This is Yuan Hao, around your age and single. And this lovely lady here is my friend, Gu Manuel. You can just call her sister. Yuan Hao had a fair complexion and a sunny disposition, tall and robust, fitting the category of handsome enough to naturally attract the attention of young women. Wang Jiro, with her breezy personality, extended her hand to Yuan Hao, saying, "Hello, I'm Wang Jiro. It's a pleasure to meet you." Yuan Hao reciprocated the handshake, responding, "Hello, I'm equally pleased to meet you." However, Gu Manuel sensed a hint of unease, her expression betraying her discomfort. "Sister Gu, would you and my dad like to check out some jade raw stones?" Gu Manuel paused for a moment, taken aback. "Huh?" Wang Fugue, understanding his daughter's intentions, clearly noted the immediate chemistry between them. "All right, Yuan Hao, take Jiro out to have some fun. Miss Gu, let us not intrude on these young folks." Gu Manuel awkwardly nodded, okay, though internally, she felt quite displeased. What did he mean by young folks? She was only 25 herself. Wang Jiro took Yuan Hao's hand and headed towards the exit of the Jinyu Pavilion. "What do you usually enjoy doing for fun? Can you take me along?" One must admit, Wang Jiro's beauty and physique rivaled Gu Manuel's, and no man could resist such a proposal. "What do you want to do? Shopping for clothes? Or perhaps a movie?" Yuan Hao asked, puzzled. Wang Jiro, hands behind her back, had her long, fair legs glistening softly in the sunlight. "None of that sounds interesting. Don't boys usually enjoy racing?" Suddenly, Yuan Hao had a flash of inspiration. "All right, I'll take you somewhere." Back in his school days, he would secretly race motorcycles with friends up in the nearby hills. Not motorcycles, but two-wheeled bikes, often referred to as ghost riders by outsiders. However, Yuan Hao was not the reckless type. He simply cherished the thrill. The hills, being less crowded, provided a perfect escape whenever he felt overwhelmed. A few laps would significantly lift his spirits. He adored the sensation of the gentle breeze, mingled with the faint scent of earth, brushing against his face. That was the essence of freedom. The family's previous motorcycle had long been lost due to the city's motorcycle ban. Now, all Yuan Hao possessed was a Porsche Cayenne. With minimal surveillance in the hills, he decided to take the Cayenne for a spin, leading Wang Jiro to the parking lot of his apartment complex. As Wang Jiro took out the key and settled into the luxurious Porsche Cayenne, her expression revealed a hint of surprise. However, recalling that it was her father, Wang Fugue, who had made the introduction, she felt it was rather customary. She opened the passenger door and plopped down into the seat, fastening her seatbelt when Yuan Hao, inadvertently, caught a glimpse of a unique sight. In his youthful vigor, he felt a rush of exhilaration and hastily rolled down the window, glancing outside. "We're off." This subtle gesture did not escape Wang Jiro's notice, and instead, she found Yuan Hao somewhat endearing, which kindled a sliver of affection. Half an hour later, they arrived at the hill where they had once raced. The roads were flanked by lush maple trees, and perhaps due to the approaching dusk, there were scarcely any vehicles in sight, not to mention a dearth of pedestrians. Yuan Hao suddenly pressed the accelerator, and the Porsche Cayenne surged up the hill like an arrow released from a bow. The 40T twin-turbo V8 engine was no trifling matter. It could accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers in just 31 seconds, the powerful thrust unmistakably exhilarating. Both Yuan Hao and Wang Jiro's adrenaline surged in tandem with the increasing speed. "Yuan Hao, isn't this a bit too fast?" Wang Jiro exclaimed, a tinge of fear creeping into her voice. Yuan Hao, chuckling, reassured her, "Don't worry, not only am I fast, but I'm also incredibly steady. As an experienced driver, just enjoy the ride." The trees on either side blurred into indistinct shapes at their swift pace. To Yuan Hao, the speed of 120 miles per hour felt merely like a leisurely 60. After approximately 10 minutes, he guided Wang Jiro from the base of the hill to its summit. Once the Porsche Cayenne came to a steady halt, Wang Jiro leaned against the passenger seat. Her cheeks flushed, clearly still reeling from the experience. "Wow, that was exhilarating," she exclaimed. Yuan Hao, concerned that Wang Jiro might develop a penchant for reckless driving, cautioned, "Just this once, let us not make a habit of it. Speeding is not advisable." As the sun descended, painting the sky with deep crimson clouds, the surrounding area lay deserted, and the atmosphere within the car turned momentarily intimate. Yuan Hao dared not meet Wang Jiro's gaze, fearing he might inadvertently glimpse something he ought not to see. After casually finding an excuse to leave Jinyu Pavilion, Gu Manuel swiftly took out her phone and called Yuan Hao. When Yuan Hao noticed Gu Manuel's call, he was about to answer when Wang Jiro, smiling, interjected, "When we're out having fun, let us not be preoccupied with work. We are humans, not beasts of burden. We should relish life when it's time to enjoy, and work earnestly when it's time to toil." Yuan Hao found Wang Jiro's perspective quite reasonable, since Gu Manuel had indicated they were merely ordinary friends. Her call likely concerned the jade antiques. With Wang Fugue's substantial family background and Wang Jiro's admirable appearance, he realized it would be worthwhile to engage with her. To thrive in Han City, One must learn to leverage opportunities, and he intended to seize this chance. Thus, Yuan Hao decided against answering Gu Manuel's call. Observing the call go unanswered, Gu Manuel's imagination began to conjure various sweet scenarios of Yuan Hao and Wang Zhiro. Oh no, what if he is so entranced by a beauty that he forgets everything else? If they end up together, what will I be? Next time, I want to be so stubborn. Chapter 38. To marry a general, one must wed him while he is still a soldier. Gu Manuel pondered for a moment and suddenly conceived an excellent idea. If her own phone calls went unanswered, then surely Su Yuan would answer the phone of Yuan Hao. With this thought in mind, Gu Manuel decisively hailed a taxi and headed straight to the residential complex where Yuan Hao resided. Having visited the place the previous day, she easily located the specific apartment. Upon arriving at the door, she tidied her attire, donned a smile, and knocked gently. "Sister, it's Xiao Yu. Are you home?" Su Yuan, recognizing Gu Manuel's voice, was naturally elated. She opened the door, slightly puzzled to see Gu Manuel alone. "Come in. Why are you the only one here? Didn't Yuan Hao leave with you this morning?" With a pitiful shake of her head, Gu Manuel replied, "We did leave together, but outside he suddenly abandoned me. And now I can't reach him by phone." Given the context, Su Yuan understood the underlying implication of Gu Manuel's words. Gu Manuel was strikingly beautiful, well-mannered, and from a good family. It was indeed a stroke of fortune for the Yuan family to have someone like her interested in Yuan Hao. Subsequently, Su Yuan stepped onto the balcony and called Yuan Hao. Upon seeing his mother's name on the caller ID, he answered without hesitation. "Yuan Hao, what delicious dish do you want for dinner?" "I just stepped out to buy groceries," Su Yuan inquired. Hearing this, Yuan Hao felt a twinge of urgency. "Mom, you've just recovered from a serious illness. Why are you going out to buy groceries? You should be resting and taking care of yourself. It's not the right time to be moving around." Glancing at the clock in the upper right corner, he noted it was already 6 in the evening. Without a caregiver after his discharge, it was evident that no one was there to prepare her meals. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed the accelerator, and his Porsche Cayenne sped down the road. After dropping Wang Zhiro off at the entrance of the complex, he turned in another direction. Wang Zhiro slipped into a pair of pink strawberry slippers, commenting, among wealthy young men, he actually is quite a decent character. In a secluded place like the mountains. He didn't make any inappropriate advances toward me. Wang Fuguwei chuckled and responded, "Wealthy young man? He is certainly not one of them. The Yuan family has fallen on hard times. They have been quite impoverished in recent years." His mother's medical expenses were covered by Gu Manuel. Wang Zhiro expressed surprise. "So where did the Porsche Cayenne come from? Was it given by Gu Manuel?" Wang Fuguwei shook his head. "He bought it himself. This young man not only has a knack for identifying treasures, but also has a talent for gambling with stones. He is a rare gem. Today, he even purchased an apartment in Jiyuan Complex." While Gu Manuel undoubtedly assisted him, it is understandable, without a background or capital, a man striving for success needs a little leverage to create significant waves. "I have high hopes for him." Continuing, Wang Fuguwei advised Xiao Rou, "Good men are a scarce resource in the market. They are not easily attainable. If you wish to marry a general, you must seize the opportunity while he is still a soldier. Consider this. If your father were unaware of his background and character, would he truly be willing to introduce his precious daughter to him?" Xiao Rou, hold on to him tightly. It is evident that Gu Manuel has feelings for Yuan Hao, but she is restrained by her pride from expressing them. In the realm of romantic pursuits, the adage "a woman chasing a man is like a layer of silk" rings true. Seizing the opportunity can be of paramount importance. It was the first time Wang Zhiro had heard her father extolling the virtues of a man in such a manner. While many fathers dote on their precious daughters, Wang Fuchi's praises suggested that if Yuan Hao merely nodded, not only would the dowry be waived, but half of the family fortune could also be offered as a gift. However, Wang Zhiro understood well that good men are not easily found. She was well aware that in terms of both lineage and appearance, she held her own against Gu Manuel. As she retrieved her keys and opened the door, a mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air. Su Yuan sat on the sofa, beckoning to Yuan Hao, "Hurry in, we've been waiting for you ages." Yuan Hao entered with 2 bags of groceries, noticing Gu Manuel in an apron, diligently preparing soup. The dining table was already adorned with 3 dishes: braised ribs, stir-fried red vegetable shoots, and celery with beef. The meal was prepared with such appetizing allure that Yuan Hao could hardly contain himself, eagerly picking up chopsticks to sample the ribs. The flavors were spicy and rich. The meat tender. If only it could be paired with rice, it would be perfection. Gu Manuel approached, carefully carrying the soup. "Here comes the soup. It's yam and rib soup, very nutritious. Sister, let me serve you a bowl." Su Yuan shot Yuan Hao a disapproving glance. "The food isn't even on the table yet, and you're already thinking about eating. Look at Gu Manuel. She's like my own daughter." Yuan Hao, unabashed, replied, "That's because Gu Manuel's cooking is simply delightful. I couldn't wait to taste it." All right, come eat with us, Manuel." Su Yuan then piled several pieces of braised ribs into Gu Manuel's bowl. This dinner brought Yuan Hao immense joy. It felt like the most familial meal he had enjoyed in a long time. It had been ages since they had all sat down together to share a meal. After dinner, Su Yuan stood up, saying, "I've misplaced something. I'll go check in my room." Yuan Hao furrowed his brow and rose as well. "What have you lost? Let me help you look for it." Su Yuan shot him an irritated look. "Sit down. Why would I need your help? Gu Manuel is still here. She is a guest, and you're the host. Is this how you treat your guests?" With only Gu Manuel and Yuan Hao remaining in the living room, Yuan Hao poured a cup of tea for Gu Manuel. "How is your relationship with Wang Jiro?" Gu Manuel inquired casually. Yuan Hao pondered for a moment. "She's quite beautiful, straightforward in character, and not pretentious." Gu Manuel, visibly upset, bit her lip. "I asked how you get along, not what you think of her." Yuan Hao, puzzled, replied, "Why are you acting like this? Have you encountered some issue?" He recounted Gu Manuel's earlier words. "Did you not say we are just ordinary friends? Then we can be good friends." Chapter 39. Gu Manuel requests Yuan Hao's collaboration. Gu Manuel paused, her expression a mixture of emotions, and under the soft glow of the lights, her eyes seemed to glisten with unshed tears. She slightly turned her face and, upon looking at Yuan Hao again, wore a smile. "I would like to ask you for a favor. You could say I wish to collaborate with you." Yuan Hao nodded. "Speak freely. I promised I would assist you with anything, as long as it does not involve illegal activities." Gu Manuel smiled and said, "How could that be possible? Have you ever considered opening an emerald and jade store? Let me confide in you, as I regard you as one of my own. If you choose to disclose this, I shall simply admit that I misjudged your character." At this point, Gu Manuel lifted her gaze to rest upon Yuan Hao's face. "To speak candidly, I see hope in you. However, I am fully aware that your talents would be squandered in our company as a gambling stone consultant, which is why I wish to collaborate with you. Currently, our company operates over 30 stores within the province, and I can provide you with connections, sources, and sales channels. All you need to do is assist in selecting the jadeite rough. Moreover, our company is willing to purchase jadeite rough from you. For every piece you select, I can offer you 60% of the profit." As she concluded, Gu Manuel's voice gradually softened. Frankly speaking, any rational person would deem it unnecessary to collaborate with Gu Manuel. By establishing their own jadeite business, they could retain all the profits rather than splitting them with her. If Yuan Hao were to decline this proposal, where would Gu Manuel find another expert in gambling stones as extraordinary as him? It would be an impossible task. Yuan Hao pondered for a moment. "I currently have only 2.5 in funds. Is that sufficient?" Gu Manuel raised her head slightly, a smile gracing her face. "It is indeed. The last batch of antiques was valued at 450 million. If I take a 10% cut, you would still have 400 million left, which should be deposited into your account in the next few days. The last batch of antiques must have been those from the well, as the information obtained through my perspective confirmed their considerable value. By the way, you mentioned that the Huang Group is your family's sworn rival, and that your jade industry is struggling. How are they faring?" "They seem unaffected." This was intriguing. While suppliers for the Gu Group continued to raise prices, the Huang Group appeared to be in no distress, indicating an issue on the supplier's end. Finding a new supplier was no simple task, as there were only a handful of places with jadeite mines. What benefits had the Huang Group provided to their suppliers? Otherwise, there would be no reason for a reliable supplier to turn rogue. Regardless, dismantling the Huang Group was also on Yuan Hao's agenda, making collaboration with Gu Manuel a fitting choice. At the moment when he needed assistance, it was Gu Manuel who extended her hand. Such a favor must be repaid. "I will need to trouble you with the store setup. Just let me know how much it will cost." Upon hearing Yuan Hao's words, Gu Manuel's spirits lifted considerably. At that moment, Su Yuan emerged from the bedroom with a small wooden box. She sat beside Gu Manuel and opened the box, revealing an object wrapped in a red silk cloth. As she unveiled the cloth, a silver bracelet adorned with an intricately carved phoenix came into view. Although the silver bracelet may not hold significant monetary value, its symbolism is undoubtedly special. Su Yuan took the silver bracelet and effortlessly placed it on Gu Manuel's left wrist. Worn on the left, it brings in more luck, blessings, and wealth. At this moment, Gu Manuel was in high spirits, embracing Su Yuan's neck and affectionately leaning against her. "Sister Yuan, you are truly wonderful to me." Yuan Hao, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Where did this bracelet come from? I have never seen it before." Su Yuan shot him a glare. "There are many things you haven't seen. From now on, you're not allowed to bully Xiao Yu. I warn you, if you do, I'll make you pay for it." She turned to Gu Manuel and assured her, "Xiao Yu, if Yuan Hao bullies you, do not hesitate to inform me. I will stand up for you." Gu Manuel pouted, her eyes brimming with innocence, and nodded, "All right. Sister Yuan, he just bullied me." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan raised her hand and struck Yuan Hao playfully. Yuan Hao quickly dodged, exclaiming, Hey, this is unjust. I haven't done anything. I am your own flesh and blood. How can you not trust me?" Gu Manyu bit her lip and murmured, "No, it's true. He just bullied me. Sister Yuan, look, my eyes are red." Su Yuan, noticing this, exclaimed, "Oh my, it really is true. Why would Yuan Hao bully someone for no reason?" She then stood up and playfully swatted him a couple of times. This time, Yuan Hao did not evade, pretending to be in pain as he cried out, "Ouch! Ouch!" Gu Manyu burst into laughter at the sight. Hee, that is what you get for bullying me. Next time you do, I'll tell Sister Yuan." Su Yuan gently caressed Gu Manyua's delicate right hand, saying, "Why don't you sleep here tonight? In the same room with me?" Gu Manyu nodded eagerly. "Okay." Yuan Hao reclined on the sofa, unable to suppress a slight smile. He was well aware of Gu Manyua's affections for him. Though she claimed in public that they were merely friends, he resolved to abide by her wishes. What did it mean to keep things under wraps? Did she consider him a backup? Meanwhile, Bai Jian had received the background investigation information on Yuan Hao. After a thorough review, Bai Jian fell into deep contemplation. With no discernible background, lacking expertise in archaeology, and not having studied under any master, could an ordinary person truly possess such talent? Xiaoyu, are you certain there were no errors in this background check? Bai Jian asked with a smile. Excellent. This young man is destined for greatness. Help me devise a plan to encourage him to willingly become my disciple. Xiaoyu trembled slightly. Are you serious? Bai Jian frowned. Nonsense. Do you think I have time to jest with you? Xiaoyu chuckled. This is the first time I've seen you take the initiative to take on a disciple. If he is interested in antiques, why not host a collection exhibition? Announce that there is a counterfeit among the items, and anyone who identifies it will receive a reward. Surely, he would come. Bai Jian nodded slightly. Very well, let us proceed with that. Start preparations tomorrow. Tonight, you will work late to disseminate the news. With the location set in Jinling City. Chapter 40. Invitation to Bai Jian's exhibition. The following morning, Yuan Hao emerged from his bedroom to find Gu Manyu had prepared an extensive breakfast spread, fried dough sticks, buns, soy milk, and freshly made millet porridge. As he approached the sink, he casually remarked, "As a young lady from the Gu Corporation, it's quite rare to see you enjoy cooking so much." Gu Manyu placed her hands on her hips, frowning. "If someone is making breakfast for you, you should just be grateful." Indeed, a significant exhibition is set to take place in the antique circle in the coming days. Would you care to attend? It has been initiated by Bai Jian, and the venue is rumored to be located in Jinling City. This exhibition is unlike any other, as it will feature a counterfeit item among the treasures. Should anyone manage to identify it, they will not only receive an antique valued at 1 million, but also an opportunity to dine with Bai Jian. As this was mentioned, Gu Manyua's expression grew increasingly animated. Most importantly, it is said that Bai Jian is considering accepting disciples. Yuan Hao, while brushing his teeth, scoffed. Did he personally state that? Do you genuinely believe such hearsay? Gu Manyu shot him a glare. You wouldn't understand. Where there's smoke, there's fire. This sudden news might very well hold some truth. As the most authoritative expert in antique appraisal in the country, being accepted under his tutelage would undoubtedly lead to a promising future. After finishing his morning routine, Yuan Hao sat at the dining table, consuming a youtiao with millet porridge. Securing an invitation to this exhibition must be quite challenging. Those elite families will surely seize this opportunity. Gu Manyu pondered for a moment. We could give it a try. Jinling City is just next door. A strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. Yuan Hao inquired further, when does the exhibition commence? He nodded. If this rumor were indeed true, he must seize this opportunity. The counterfeit presented by Bai Jian would certainly possess some intricacies, undoubtedly a high-quality imitation, which would test the discernment of those participating. While others might meticulously appraise each piece, Yuan Hao had confidence in his ability to identify genuine artifacts at a glance, regardless of whether they were exquisite replicas or not. He could discern the truth of any counterfeit with ease. The night before, as he lay in bed, Yuan Hao contemplated his future direction. His ability to see through objects could enable him to rapidly amass wealth through stone gambling and antique appraisal. He was also reminded of Mr. Sheng Xuanhuai's words, to utilize this wealth to aid in the rise of China, to promote education, enlighten the populace, and bolster technology to enhance national strength. This lofty ambition could not be achieved alone, and his current funds were merely a drop in the bucket. Thus, if he could indeed become a disciple of Bai Jian, it would provide immense assistance to his career, and he must seize this opportunity. At that moment, an urgent knock echoed from outside the door. Who is it? I'm coming. I'm coming, stop knocking. Upon opening the door, Yuan Hao was taken aback to find Wang Jiro standing there. The snug, well-fitted jeans accentuated her form, providing Yuan Hao with a delightful view. Wang Jiro greeted him with a sweet smile, waving her hand. Yuan Hao, I hope I'm not disturbing you so early. Tomorrow is the Baijian exhibition, and I would like to invite you to accompany me. There are only 2 invitations, and I've managed to secure one for you, thanks to my father's efforts. Yuan Hao stood momentarily stunned. He had just been contemplating the Baijian exhibition, and now Wang Jiro appeared before him with an invitation. Even more puzzling was how she knew where he lived. Upon reflection, it is quite remarkable that Wang Fuguwei managed to procure an invitation to the Baijian exhibition in such a short span of time. It would surely not be a daunting task for him to ascertain the location of his residence. Yuan Hao accepted the invitation and inquired, "Shall we sit for a while? Would you care to join me for breakfast?" Wang Jiro seized Yuan Hao's hand, her delicate lips pouting adorably. "Are you busy today? If not, would you accompany me for a stroll through the antique street?" Yuan Hao pondered the situation, having just accepted a favor. It would indeed be somewhat unreasonable to decline her request. "Very well, wait for me a moment while I put on my shoes." Upon hearing this, Gumanua, who had been savoring her millet porridge, lost her appetite and hurried over. "I want to go too." Wang Jiro, noticing Gumanua's closeness to Yuan Hao, appeared somewhat bewildered. "What is going on between you two?" Yuan Hao clarified, "Do not misunderstand. It is merely a temporary arrangement." After changing his shoes, Yuan Hao led Wang Jiro to the underground parking lot, with Gumanua trailing closely behind, murmuring countless disparaging remarks about Yuan Hao. Wang Jiro, taking the opportunity, linked her arm through Yuan Hao's and cheerfully addressed Gumanua. "Sister Gu, you can sit in the back seat. I would like to occupy the passenger seat." Though Gumanua was reluctant, she felt too embarrassed to voice her objections and could only agree stiffly. Once inside the vehicle, Yuan Hao followed the navigation to the antique street in Hansheng. Perhaps due to it being the weekend, the street was bustling with numerous vendors showcasing their wares. The stalls were adorned with an array of exquisite trinkets, which typically allure young women, though most of the items marked as $99.99 were counterfeit. Even Gumanua, who possessed some knowledge of antiques, was tempted to take a look. Wang Jiro crouched down, her curvaceous form quite noticeable, while Yuan Hao deliberately positioned himself behind her, wishing to shield her from the gaze of other men, as he believed such treasures should not be squandered on outsiders. Wang Jiro examined a small decorative piece and asked the vendor, "How much for this?" Yuan Hao glanced at the item, recognizing it as something that had entered the market from a small workshop last month, worth at most 5 yuan, yet the unscrupulous vendor dared to demand 3,000. Before Wang Jiro could negotiate, Yuan Hao interjected, 10 yuan, will you sell it? If not, we shall take our leave." Upon hearing this, the vendor realized he was dealing with an expert. Wang Jiro was somewhat taken aback. She had witnessed haggling at the market, but had never seen such a decisive strike. The vendor, smiling broadly, conceded, "All right, this is the first sale. Let us consider it auspicious." Yuan Hao promptly handed over 10 yuan, and upon receiving the hairpin, Wang Jiro was elated, linking her arm through Yuan Hao's and exclaiming, "Brother, you are truly impressive. I have never seen anyone negotiate like that." Gumanua observed how Wang Jiro seemed to lean more towards Yuan Hao, remarking, "Hey, did Little Rose skip breakfast? She seems a bit faint. Her legs look weak." As soon as she spoke, Gumanua instinctively supported Wang Jiro. Yuan Hao, well aware of the antics of the 2 women, was disinclined to engage in their playful schemes. Upon arriving at the antique street, it was inconceivable to leave empty-handed. However, at that moment, a particular ring at a vendor's stall captured Yuan Hao's attention. While I couldn't ascertain the specific year, it is undeniable that this ring is authentic and possesses considerable antiquity, making it difficult to trace its origins. This situation is indeed intriguing. A mere street vendor on the antique street manages to offer such exquisite items. Yuan Hao eagerly approached, taking care to avoid alarming anyone nearby. He first glanced at some porcelain pieces. "How much for this porcelain, my good sir?" The vendor, sporting sunglasses, leaned in for a closer inspection. "This is a Qing Dynasty Lu Jun glazed lantern vase, priced at 4,000. "For 1,000? That seems exorbitant. The vendor next door sells similar items for just over 2,000. Could you lower the price?" Yuan Hao held the porcelain, his brow slightly furrowed. Gumanua and Wang Jiro, drawn in by Yuan Hao's conversation, came closer to observe. A mere glance revealed to Gumanua that the porcelain was of mediocre quality, and most worth a few thousand, leaving her puzzled as to why Yuan Hao was scrutinizing it so intently. Upon noticing the stunning beauties standing behind Yuan Hao, the vendor assumed he was a wealthy heir. He sighed, "Sir, with your affluence, why bother haggling over such trifles? It is not easy for us ordinary folk to earn a living. We are merely trying to make ends meet. 2,000 barely covers my costs. Yuan Hao examined the porcelain for a moment longer. 4,000 is indeed steep. How about I select another item to total 4,000? The vendor, resigned, nodded. All right, go ahead and choose. Yuan Hao glanced around and chose the largest item, which was also the most valuable piece at the stall aside from the ring. He chuckled. Isn't this what you suggested? But please, don't select something so extravagant. How about a smaller item? The vendor's casual remark unexpectedly aligned with Yuan Hao's intentions. Finally, Yuan Hao picked up the ring. This one will suffice, correct? The vendor leaned in to inspect it, noting that the ring was covered in dust and had a missing corner. It is well known that any antique with blemishes suffers a significant reduction in value. All right, this one it is. 4,000 is the final price. Upon receiving the vendor's agreement, Yuan Hao promptly made the payment, eager to ensure the vendor would not change his mind. He handed the packaged porcelain to Gumanuel. This is a gift for you. He cradled the ring as if it were a treasured possession, fearful of it being damaged. As they continued their stroll, nothing else at the stall caught Yuan Hao's eye. He merely accompanied the two beautiful women. As they walked, Yuan Hao felt an unusual aura emanating from the ring, though he could not pinpoint its uniqueness. So he slipped it onto his finger. The moment he did, a surge of energy coursed through him, akin to an enlightening revelation. Yuan Hao was momentarily stunned. This sensation was undoubtedly not an illusion. What was the true origin of this ring? He lifted his hand, gazing at it in bewilderment. At that moment, Wang Zhiro pointed toward the crowded stall, exclaiming, Yuan Hao, come quickly. Is that not the gambling stone you mentioned? Unexpectedly, there were two stalls displaying uncut jadeite stones, likely aiming to capitalize on the weekend crowd. Yuan Hao nodded. Indeed, it is. Are you interested in this? Wang Zhiro gazed at Yuan Hao with a cheerful smile. I am familiar with this. One cut can lead to poverty, while another can bring wealth. I wish to purchase one for amusement. However, I lack the skill to select the raw stone. Would you assist me in choosing one? I trust your judgment. Certainly, Yuan Hao replied decisively. He then crouched down to scrutinize the jadeite raw stones before him. To his astonishment, out of the 100 or so stones on display, over 90 were entirely white. The few remaining were merely of the glutinous variety. It seemed that the vendor only occasionally set up shop here. Otherwise, if too many buyers came, trouble would surely follow. Yuan Hao inquired, how much are these jadeite raw stones? The vendor, noticing the two beautiful women accompanying Yuan Hao, retorted, 5,000 each, non-negotiable, regardless of size. Yuan Hao chuckled, my friend, 5,000 each? These jadeite stones do not originate from any renowned source. This price seems rather excessive. The vendor defended, my friend, one cut can lead to poverty, while another can lead to wealth. That's the gamble with raw stones. What if you uncover an imperial green? Wouldn't that be a tremendous profit? Smiling, Yuan Hao countered, 3,000. Can we agree on that? 5,000 is simply too steep. The vendor shook his head. 5,000 is final. Standing up and dusting himself off, Yuan Hao said, let us be on our way. If the seller is unwilling, we can enjoy some small expenditures on Antique Street without being taken advantage of. Just as they took a few steps, the vendor hurried after them. Wait. 3,000 it is. Choose one. As a temporary vendor, he surely aimed to earn whatever he could, selling jadeite raw stones. Making 10 transactions in a day would be quite satisfactory. After completing the payment, Yuan Hao selected a piece of purple glutinous jadeite, which only he could truly appreciate. As the raw stone was placed into the cutting machine, Wang Zhiro clasped her hands in prayer, earnestly wishing, may I uncover a piece of jade. Please bless me. Yuan Hao nearly burst into laughter. You still believe in this? Perhaps if you pray to me, you'll be fortunate. Give it a try. Wang Zhiro scrutinized Yuan Hao from head to toe. Are you serious? Yuan Hao continued his playful banter. Why not give it a shot? There's no harm in trying. It was unclear whether Wang Zhiro was genuinely naive or merely pretending. She closed her eyes and bowed toward Yuan Hao. At that moment, the cutting machine finished its task, extracting the raw jadeite and splashing it with water. Oh my, purple. The vendor appeared equally stunned that this seemingly worthless stone could indeed yield jade. Wang Zhiro eagerly leaned closer to take a look. This seems to be glutinous purple jade. We've truly uncovered jade. Your belief truly paid off. After exclaiming this, she planted a gentle kiss on Yuan Hao's cheek. Gumanuel, witnessing this scene, was infuriated, stamping her feet in frustration. Yuan Hao touched his warm cheek and then sniffed. Fragrant? Gumanuel, seeing him actually sniff, approached in a fit of anger. Are you really going to smell it? She asked, fragrant. Am I not? Wang Zhiro approached with a piece of purple glutinous jade. Yuan Hao, can you help me assess how much this jade is worth? Of course. The moment Yuan Hao took the glutinous jade, a surge of purple energy surged into his ring. Yet, it seemed that only he could perceive it. while those around remained oblivious. Why are you standing there in a daze? Quickly help me assess the value of this jade. Chapter 42. The ring only reacts to jade rough. The price of glutinous purple jade is generally quite low. A piece weighing around 10 grams is estimated to be worth about 10,000. However, with careful polishing and transformation into a pendant or ornament, the price could rise significantly, potentially reaching 20,000. Wang Zhiro then turned her head, her clear eyes blinking at Gu Manue, reminiscent of a naive and innocent university graduate. Upon seeing Gu Manue nod, Wang Zhiro immediately beamed with joy, her dimples lingering on her cheeks. Although Wang Zhiro was not short of money, the exhilarating thrill of gambling small for big returns was an experience she had never encountered before. With a cheerful look at Yuan Hao, she exclaimed, "Brother, you are truly amazing. What should I do if I want to buy 2 more pieces to try?" Yuan Hao quickly waved his hand in refusal. The probability of striking green from gambling stones is quite low. This time, it was merely good fortune. Next time, luck may not be on your side. All right then, where shall we go next? Wang Zhiro asked softly, her hands clasped behind her back and her lips pouting adorably. Yuan Hao glanced around. The antique street was predominantly filled with various antique shops. The ring he held had indeed absorbed a wisp of gas upon contact with the jade rough. He wondered if touching genuine antiques would similarly allow for the absorption of gas. The more gas accumulated, the better, as it would only manifest its true potential once a certain level was reached. In a low voice, Yuan Hao suggested, "Let us explore the antique shops." The trinkets sold by street vendors are primarily aimed at deceiving tourists and lack substance. At that moment, Wang Zhiro resembled a sweet neighborly girl, dutifully agreeing to whatever Yuan Hao said and obediently following closely behind him. Gu Manue, standing nearby, understood Wang Zhiro's intentions all too well. She dismissed such tactics, knowing that securing Su Yuan was already half the battle won. It could only be said that Wang Zhiro's approach was rather naive. The two followed Yuan Hao into an antique shop, where a plethora of exquisite antiques and paintings adorned the counter. The owner, wearing reading glasses, was playing with 2 black agates. "Hello, what treasures would you like to see? I have only the finest goods." Yuan Hao ignored him, standing at the counter, meticulously examining the antiques and paintings with his discerning gaze. Wang Zhiro and Gu Manue remained silent, following behind Yuan Hao like 2 curious onlookers. After 10 minutes, Yuan Hao finally identified a genuine piece among the hundreds of antiques. Qing Dynasty imitation Guanyao hexagonal earthenware vase. Authentic. Value. 30,000. Yuan Hao pointed at the hexagonal vase before him and said, "Owner, let me have a look at this." As the owner of the antique shop, he was well aware of the treasures within, and upon seeing Yuan Hao immediately select a valuable item, he recognized him as an expert. The owner did not play any tricks, donning gloves and placing the hexagonal vase on the counter. "You truly have an eye for quality. This porcelain piece is a Qing Dynasty imitation Guanyao hexagonal earthenware vase. If you are genuinely interested, it is yours for 40,000. Yuan Hao smiled silently, donning his gloves and gently caressing the bottle surface, only to discover that the ring had not absorbed any gas this time. To ascertain whether the ring could influence antique calligraphy and paintings, he turned a glance at the artwork on the wall. After confirming its authenticity, Yuan Hao swiftly approached the painting, lightly resting his ring-adorned right hand on the frame. The anticipated gas did not manifest. Could it be effective solely on jade? Observing Yuan Hao standing motionless before the ancient artwork, the proprietor mistakenly assumed he was enamored with the piece and fervently began recounting its provenance. Yuan Hao paid no heed to the man's words. Regaining his composure, he signaled to Gu Manue and Wang Zhiro that it was time to leave. "Apologies, but we did not find anything to our liking. We shall take our leave." Gu Manue noticed Yuan Hao's hurried steps and realized he had likely sensed something unusual. Spending so long in front of a piece one did not desire. Could it be that he was merely indulging in idle curiosity? The shopkeeper finally called out, scolding as Yuan Hao exited the store. Yuan Hao, uninterested in sparring with the shopkeeper, focused on confirming whether the ring could indeed absorb a certain unique gas. Gu Manue caught up and quietly inquired, "Did you discover something again this time?" Wang Zhiro, overhearing, was instantly thrilled, exclaiming, "Wonderful. I would like to purchase 2 raw stones to play with." "Don't worry, I am not overly concerned about the cost. I simply enjoy the sensation of working with jade." The antique street in Han City was merely 5 kilometers from the raw stone market, and they arrived at their destination in about 10 minutes. Upon reaching the market, Yuan Hao led the 2 stunning ladies directly to the raw stone stalls. It was undeniable that the figures of Gu Manue and Wang Zhiro drew considerable attention, as the market was predominantly filled with older gentlemen. Rarely did one encounter star-quality beauties and when the two appeared, the onlookers' gazes converged upon them, rendering the jade stones less appealing. After all, a glimpse of beauty could prolong life. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Hao felt a twinge of regret for bringing them along, as he had initially hoped to discreetly select a couple of exquisite jade pieces. Now, with so many eyes upon them, choosing quality stones could attract the attention of thieves. Although Yuan Hao's skills were sufficient to contend with such rogues, the unpredictability of their actions posed a significant risk, particularly if they targeted those close to him. Wang Zhiro remained oblivious to Yuan Hao's concerns, engrossed in examining the raw stones. Gu Manue, however, sensed the atmosphere and gently nudged him, with so many people around. Be cautious. Yuan Hao nodded and employed his X-ray vision to meticulously sift through the raw stones. Upon discovering a hint of green within one particular piece, he reached out to touch it, and as his fingers made contact with the jade stone, a faint green gas swiftly entered the ring. The process was remarkably rapid, yet Yuan Hao was entirely certain of its authenticity. Subsequently, within a mere half hour, he had explored every jade-bearing raw stone in the market, successfully absorbing a considerable amount of gas. The quality of this batch of jade raw stones is rather poor, rendering them of little monetary value. Hence, Yuan Hao does not intend to make any purchases. As for Wang Zhiro, he casually selected 2 raw stones for her, neither of which contained any jade. The reason for not choosing 2 more valuable jade stones was primarily due to a concern about leading her astray. Although Wang Zhiro's family is affluent, there are many who have lost everything due to a gambling addiction to stone betting, resulting in broken families. Yuan Hao did not wish to bear such a burden. Wang Zhiro gazed at the jade raw stones devoid of jade, her expression tinged with disappointment. Oh, gambling on stones is not fun at all. Yuan Hao's character is well understood by Gu Manue, who smiled and reassured her. Indeed, otherwise everyone would become wealthy through stone gambling. Both Gu Manue and Wang Zhiro nodded in agreement. That's true. What purpose does this gas serve? Can it command the elements like in the movies? Or emit some form of energy wave akin to Qigong? Yuan Hao attempted to imitate the Kamehameha wave from an anime, but to no avail. Perhaps the activation method was incorrect? It cannot merely be a decorative object, can it? Chapter 43, attending by Jian's collection exhibition. Just then, Gu Manue called Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao, when are you moving? The paperwork for GUN is all set. You can just pack your bags and move in. Her tone, whether intentional or not, had a hint of sweetness. Upon hearing her voice, Yuan Hao was transported back to that first night they met, captivated by the unique texture of her black stockings. Gu Manue sweetly inquired, if you need any help, just let me know. By the way, what should I wear to the exhibition tomorrow? I have trouble choosing. Can I show you some options on video later for your opinion? Yuan Hao was taken aback. Such a delightful opportunity? Sure, but it will have to wait a bit. I still have some matters to attend to. Gu Manue softly acknowledged, leaving Yuan Hao feeling a delightful tingling sensation. What could be the reason for her peculiar tone today? Could it be related to her impending menstrual cycle? As the thought lingered, Yuan Hao noticed a wooden box on the table. Inside the box lay a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain goblet awaiting restoration. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a subconscious urge to open the wooden box. Following his inner inclination, he opened it and cradled the goblet in his hands. At that moment, a faint green gas slowly rose from the ring and entered the goblet. To his astonishment, the previously shattered blue and white porcelain goblet was miraculously restored. Yuan Hao rubbed his eyes and tapped his forehead, feeling a slight pain, confirming that this was neither a dream nor an illusion. The blue and white porcelain goblet worth 30 million had truly been restored. In this light, those antiquities that had lost their original value due to damage were still rare treasures in Yuan Hao's eyes. He estimated that perhaps only he in the entire world could accomplish such a feat. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, inadvertently bursting into laughter. Su Yuan, hearing the commotion from the bedroom, shouted, Yuan Hao, what are you laughing about in there? At that moment, Gu Manue sent an invitation for a video call to Yuan Hao. Offering fashion advice to beautiful women was a task Yuan Hao relished, especially with his spirits high. So he promptly accepted the call. As the video connected, Yuan Hao's pupils dilated in surprise, and he felt a rush of heat. The image of Gu Manue displayed her simply clad in a purple lace ensemble, her fair skin akin to unblemished jade. And the purple undertones of her attire sparked a cascade of imagination. Upon seeing Yuan Hao on the screen, Gu Manue instinctively licked her dry lips, feeling a surge of delight within. What do you think of this white chest-length dress? She inquired, holding up the garment before stepping into the fitting room. When she reappeared on screen, dressed in the gown, Yuan Hao's eyes widened further. Gu Manue, already possessing an alluring figure, now appeared like a celestial being in the elegant evening dress, rendering everything around her dull by comparison. "You look stunning," Yuan Hao couldn't help but exclaim. Gu Manyu crossed her arms and smiled slightly. "You've seen me before. Was I not beautiful then?" Her embrace drew even more attention, causing Yuan Hao to lose control. Drooling at the corner of his mouth, Gu Manyue's fair profile flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. "You rogue," she exclaimed playfully, feigning anger as she abruptly ended the video call, secretly pleased, affirming her allure remained intact. With a mere beckon, she could easily captivate Yuan Hao. After the call ended, Yuan Hao felt an insatiable longing. Drooling was rather undignified. Reflecting on the ancient adage, a gentleman's nature is to appreciate beauty, he mused that such impulses were merely a reflection of sincerity. Knowing he had an exhibition to attend the next day, Yuan Hao washed up and retired early for the night. At the break of dawn the following day, he drove Gu Manyu and Wang Jiro to the exhibition venue. By 7 o'clock, they arrived to find the parking lot filled with luxury cars and a long queue at the entrance. It was well known that those able to procure tickets to Bai Jian's exhibition were either wealthy or influential. Ordinary folk could hardly gain access. The sight of affluent heirs queuing so early hinted at Bai Jian's esteemed standing within the antique community. "Brother, how long have you been here? It's only 7 o'clock. And the line is already this long. How terrifying." Yuan Hao casually inquired of a nearby man. The man sighed, replying, "I heard some people started lining up the night the news broke." Yuan Hao furrowed his brow. "Really? That seems excessive. What is the point of arriving so early?" The man explained, "You see, this exhibition will feature a counterfeit item. Whoever finds it could secure a bright future. The early birds gain priority access. And by the time we get in, others will have already viewed hundreds of artifacts. Being first in line is a significant advantage." "Wow, that is true. Had I known, I should have come yesterday," Yuan Hao lamented, glancing at the lengthy queue, feeling a sense of dismay. Missing such an opportunity could mean waiting an eternity for the next chance. Meanwhile, Bai Jian was savoring tea in the lounge. At that moment, Xiaoyu hurriedly approached the door and knocked. "Come in." Xiaoyu entered, breathless. "The person you were looking for, Yuan Hao, has arrived." P.S. waiting at the door. Upon hearing this, a smile involuntarily crept across Bai Jian's lips. "Wonderful. Has everything been arranged? We must ensure that nothing goes awry." Chapter 44. The Sneaky Xiaoyu. Rest assured, everything is already in place. After waiting outside for 2 hours, the moment of the exhibition finally arrived. And Yuan Hao felt for the first time how interminably long 2 hours could be. Upon entering the exhibition, Yuan Hao immediately surveyed his surroundings. The exhibition spanned 3 floors, each containing nearly 1,000 artifacts, totaling approximately 3,000 pieces, not including the areas dedicated to coins and stamps. The challenge of locating a single counterfeit among such a vast collection was immense, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, this was merely a daunting task for an ordinary individual. Yuan Hao possessed the unique gift of insight. Gu Manuel looked at the dense array of artifacts with a furrowed brow. "With so many items, do you feel confident you can find it, Yuan Hao? It's a pity Wang Jiro doesn't understand appraisal. Otherwise, she could lend a hand." Wang Jiro, hearing this, frowned slightly. "Huh? Aren't we here to appreciate the treasures? What help do you expect me to provide?" At that moment, a familiar yet jarring voice came from the front left. "Dad, why is that brat Yuan Hao here as well?" Huang Jiqiang seethed, pointing at Yuan Hao. Beside him stood a kindly middle-aged man, presumably his father, Huang Yaogua, flanked by several bespectacled gentlemen, likely experts in the field of appraisal. Huang Jiqiang's half-baked efforts to identify a counterfeit among the vast collection were bound to fail. But his father wielded considerable influence. A stern expression crossed Huang Yaogua's face as he spoke in a low voice. "Yuan Hao, you had the audacity to publicly humiliate my son the other day." Yuan Hao was fully aware that while he could dismiss Huang Jiqiang, he needed to tread carefully around Huang Yaogua, a man capable of expanding a conglomerate and even inciting a supplier to betray the Gu family. Seeing his father intervene, Huang Jiqiang wasted no time in ridiculing Yuan Hao. "Don't think that just because you managed to snag a ticket by playing the pretty boy, you can leap into the ranks of the esteemed. You think someone like you could ever be worthy of Bai Jian's mentorship? Such delusions. While luck might favor one in stone gambling, treasure appraisal relied on genuine skill and knowledge, something a pauper like Yuan Hao could hardly possess." In response to the taunts from the Huang father and son, Yuan Hao shrugged nonchalantly. "It's all good. As long as I can win, who knows? My luck might just shine through, and I could stumble upon that counterfeit." "You're dreaming." Huang Jiqiang shot Yuan Hao a fierce glare. At that moment, Bai Jian, microphone in hand and dressed impeccably, stepped forward to address the crowd. "I am delighted that all of you could take the time from your busy schedules to attend this exhibition. This event is unlike any previous ones, featuring a total of 4,000 artifacts, among which lies one counterfeit, be it a coin or an antique painting. Whoever can locate this counterfeit shall not only receive a priceless antique artwork valued at millions, but will also have the opportunity to share a meal with me. As I grow older, I have indeed contemplated retirement and seek someone to inherit my legacy. I urge everyone to take this event seriously. Now, I declare the exhibition officially open, and you may commence your appraisal. As soon as the words left his lips, the expressions of the guests attending the exhibition were filled with palpable excitement. Bai Jian's final remarks solidified the rumors of his desire to take on a disciple. Finding the counterfeit equated to obtaining a token for apprenticeship, an opportunity not to be missed. Thus, as they passed the display cases, each guest widened their eyes, fearful of overlooking the elusive counterfeit. Gu Manuet gently patted Yuan Hao's shoulder, her expression grave. Wang Jiro and I will explore the first floor. You should head to the third floor for greater efficiency. We must seize this opportunity. All right, call me with any updates, he replied. Yuan Hao then ascended the stairs on the left to the third floor, where the display cases were adorned with a myriad of coins and stamps. These coins were haphazardly piled together, devoid of any order, making it easy for an untrained eye to overlook them. However, Yuan Hao was different. He deftly employed his X-ray vision, and to his astonishment, all the coins and stamps were authentic. Among them, the most valuable stamp was the national landscape in crimson, with fewer than 300 copies remaining in existence. In recent years, similar stamps have fetched astronomical prices of up to 7 million. While marveling at the treasures, Yuan Hao did not lose sight of his primary objective. After thoroughly examining the third floor exhibits, he unhesitatingly proceeded to the second level. The second floor housed approximately 1,000 pieces of calligraphy and paintings. As he scanned the collection, he felt a surge of pressure. Each artifact had admirers engaged in appraisal. Despite his advantage of X-ray vision, he feared that luck might favor someone else who could outpace him. After all, there were several experts in gem appraisal present. Thus, Yuan Hao accelerated his assessment, and within 10 minutes, he had evaluated all the exhibits on the second floor, confirming that they were indeed all genuine. Could it be that the counterfeit lay on the first floor? With this thought, Yuan Hao's expression turned serious. The first floor was the most crowded, and if a counterfeit were present, it might very well be discovered. Without hesitation, he made his way to the first floor. Yuan Hao, why are you back down? Haven't you found the counterfeit? Gu Manuet called out as she noticed his solemn demeanor. We've only assessed half of the first floor, and our eyes are nearly strained. The first floor consisted of various ceramics and ornaments, and Yuan Hao swiftly began appraising the first artifact. As 10 more minutes passed, when he evaluated the final antique, he was left in a state of shock. Why was he stunned? Because every exhibit was authentic. There were no counterfeits. Yet, Bai Jian had insisted that there was indeed a counterfeit. Could it be a deception? No, that was implausible. Had he perhaps overlooked something? However, with his X-ray vision functioning like a scanner, how could he have missed it? Gu Man, you detected the unusual gaze of Yuan Hao, and this time she chose to remain silent, fearing she might disrupt his thoughts. She was most familiar with Yuan Hao's ability to appraise treasures. Since the day they met, he had never misjudged anything, and although he hadn't evaluated many antiques, her intuition told her that his skill in this realm was undoubtedly exceptional. The second level indeed contained all genuine artifacts, so it was time to ascend to the third level for another round of verification. Confirming the authenticity of the items on the third level, she found them all to be genuine as well. This was perplexing. Was the old gentleman merely toying with them? Yuan Hao could not fathom why the elder would play such a prank on everyone. Sitting on a bench, he observed the earnest spectators engrossed in their evaluations. Lost in contemplation, at that moment, a woman donned in white-framed glasses and a mask, carrying a black bag, stealthily approached a corner on the third level. Her behavior was rather surreptitious, and the others were so focused on the antiques that no one noticed her presence. Only Yuan Hao, seated in the lounge, caught sight of her. Driven by curiosity, he activated his X-ray vision and discovered that the masked woman was none other than Xiaoyu, the assistant of Bai Jian. What was Xiaoyu up to here? Stealing coins? That seemed unlikely. In Chapter 45, Discovering the Forgery, Yuan Hao directed his X-ray vision towards Xiaoyu's bag. Witnessing her discreetly produce a counterfeit coin from within, placing it quietly in the exhibition area among the other coins. Subsequently, she nodded towards the surveillance camera and swiftly exited the scene. With numerous coins displayed haphazardly, the sudden introduction of a counterfeit coin would go unnoticed by anyone. Why did she feel the need to insert a forgery on the third floor? Yuan Hao felt no inclination to ponder the reason. The elder had his own motives for such actions. A faint smile crept across Yuan Hao's face as he hurried to the coin display, quickly identifying the forgery amidst the 20 or so coins. Qishan Tongbao, forgery. Value, 30,000. This counterfeit coin, valued at 30,000. Exhibited craftsmanship and artistry that were truly remarkable. It was likely that its creation had been guided by Baiji and himself. Disposable gloves had been placed in advance at the display to prevent any spectators from inadvertently damaging the antiques during their appraisal. The attendees were prominent figures, and there was no need to consider that someone might attempt to pilfer or purposely damage the items. Yuan Hao donned the gloves, grasping the counterfeit Qixiang Tongbao in his palm, and swiftly made his way to Bai Jian, extending his hand. "This is the forgery you seek, the Qixiang Tongbao." Bai Jian first cast a glance at the coin, then looked up at Yuan Hao, nodding with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. "Well done." Bai Jian understood that anyone capable of identifying this coin must possess considerable skill. A mediocre appraiser would undoubtedly overlook it. Grasping the microphone, Bai Jian tapped it lightly. "Ahem, everyone, the forgery has been found." Upon hearing this, the treasure appraisers were momentarily stunned, quickly rushing to the first floor to discover who was fortunate enough to have made such a find. Huang Jiqiang and his father Huang Yao had descended to the first floor, where they encountered Yuan Hao standing beside Bai Jian. Instantly, a cloud of discontent shadowed Huang Jiqiang's expression. How could it possibly be this young man? It is inconceivable. Father. This fellow undoubtedly hails from a destitute background. His ex-girlfriend explicitly informed me of this, leaving no room for doubt. Huang Jiqiang found himself perplexed. For Yuan Hao's acquisition of this counterfeit could very well elevate him to new heights. Huang Yao shot a stern glance at Huang Jiqiang, but soon softened, presenting a benevolent demeanor. He swiftly approached Yuan Hao, patting him on the shoulder with feigned familiarity. "Yuan Hao's a talent from our Hacheng. He truly brings us honor." "Well done." The surrounding crowd erupted into applause, leaving Huang Jiqiang bewildered. Given Huang Yao's character, the reputation of the Huang family was paramount. Even if Yuan Hao had discovered a counterfeit, it did not guarantee him the status of Bai Jian's apprentice. What could have prompted such a sudden change? Gu Manuel, upon realizing that Yuan Hao had found the counterfeit, felt a surge of joy, but her elation swiftly transformed into ire upon witnessing Huang Yao's attempt to ingratiate himself. She hastily approached Yuan Hao, accompanied by Wang Zhuro, her heels clicking resolutely. "Yuan Hao is a longtime friend of mine. I am genuinely pleased that you have uncovered this counterfeit." What scheme was Huang Yao concocting? Yuan Hao was well aware of his intentions. Without hesitation, he took a step back, scrutinizing Huang Yao with an unusual gaze. "I believe we are not acquainted, are we?" Huang Yao was taken aback by Yuan Hao's blatant disregard for his dignity, yet as a man seasoned by life's tempests, he brushed it off. "No matter. From this day forth, we shall be acquainted." Yuan Hao shook his head. "My parents have always advised me against forming casual relationships with strangers." The atmosphere became palpably awkward, and Bai Jian, perceiving the underlying tension between the two, interjected. "Ladies and gentlemen, while the counterfeit has indeed been found, the appraisal may continue. I am feeling somewhat unwell and must excuse myself for the time being." After relinquishing the microphone, Bai Jian approached Yuan Hao and Huang Yao. "You are Yuan Hao, correct? Please visit my lounge around noon. I have matters to discuss with you." Yuan Hao nodded with a smile. "Certainly. No problem." Taking advantage of their conversation, Huang Yao discreetly made his exit. Huang Jiqiang observed his father's futile attempt to engage with Yuan Hao, puzzled. "Father, Yuan Hao clearly wishes to avoid you. Why did you approach him?" Bai Jian has not even indicated a desire to accept him as a disciple. Huang Yao sighed, eyeing Huang Jiqiang's rotund figure. "You, my son, must exercise a little more wisdom. What if he truly seizes this opportunity? In the business world, one should refrain from creating enemies indiscriminately. We must learn to turn foes into friends. Our livelihood depends on jade and antiques. If we offend him and he becomes Bai Jian's disciple, what then?" Huang Jiqiang, feeling aggrieved, responded, "Oh, but it seems we have already offended him gravely." Huang Yao appeared bewildered. "Surely not. It was merely a betting agreement. He lost money, but that hardly constitutes a grave offense." Huang Jiqiang quietly clarified, "It was more than that. I sent someone to his home to confront him and his family." Upon hearing these words, Huang Yao nearly fainted from anger. No wonder Yuan Hao had no desire to be associated with him in the slightest. Wang Zhiro, with a cheerful demeanor, looked at Yuan Hao and said, "Yuan Hao, you must seize this opportunity. I heard my father praising Mr. Bai endlessly yesterday. Gu Manuel, too." Felt genuine happiness for Yuan Hao from the bottom of her heart. "I sense that Mr. Bai has a favorable impression of you. This matter should go smoothly." Yuan Hao smiled without a word, and then retrieved a packaged ancient painting from a trunk. Wang Zhiro furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is this?" Yuan Hao replied with a smile, "A treasure. Its effectiveness will determine our success today." Gu Manuel instantly understood. This ancient painting was likely the famous lady playing the flute by Tang Yin, You can find a place to eat later. Here are the car keys. Contact me after you're done. Yuan Hao tossed the car keys to Gu Manue and alighted from the vehicle with the ancient painting in hand. Upon entering the lounge, Bai Jin noticed Yuan Hao entering and greeted him with a smile. Ah, you've arrived. Come, have a seat. I have a few questions for you. How did you acquire such expertise in appraising treasures? Please be honest. Yuan Hao understood that Bai Jin was probing for more information about him. When I was a child in my hometown, there was an elderly man in the village who had a penchant for antiques. I found these objects intriguing and often visited him. One day, he asked if I liked these items, to which I replied affirmatively. He then inquired if I wished to learn how to discern their authenticity, and thus he guided me on this path. As Yuan Hao spoke, his expression was earnest, revealing no signs of fabrication. Bai Jin nodded, asking, could this elder introduce me to his friends? Perhaps I know one of them. Yuan Hao shook his head, his expression tinged with melancholy. He has been gone for many years, but he did mention a friend with the surname Bai. Could it possibly be you? Bai Jin's heart quivered. What was this elder's name? Yuan Hao slowly shook his head. He never disclosed it. He wasn't a local and moved here suddenly. We all called him Old Huadaw. Bai Jin sighed. What a pity. Your ability to learn such skills speaks volumes about your talent in this field. I hope you continue to cultivate it. May I ask if you are still interested in furthering your studies in the field of appraisal? Chapter 46, Becoming Bai Jin's Disciple. As soon as the words left Bai Jin's lips, Yuan Hao knelt down with a thud and presented the ancient painting with both hands. His heart raced with trepidation, fearing that Bai Jin might decline. To be accepted as Bai Jin's disciple would secure him a certain status within this circle. Aspiring to make a living from antiques and art cannot be achieved without proper connections. Relying solely on oneself in this society is a formidable challenge. If you do not mind, I would like to take you as my master. This is a token of my sincerity. Bai Jin, appreciating Yuan Hao's earnestness, felt a fondness for his prospective disciple. The lady playing the flute by Tang Yin. This painting is priceless. Why not sell it for money to improve one's circumstances? Yuan Hao slowly lifted his head, his gaze imbued with unwavering determination. This painting possesses not only immense artistic value, but also holds significant historical importance. It is a representative work of lady paintings from the Ming and Qing dynasties. To carelessly let it go in the hands of a merchant ignorant of ancient art would indeed be a grievous waste. Your esteemed knowledge of antiques and paintings is well recognized, which is precisely why I have chosen this exceptionally precious item. Bai Jin has always had a fondness for ancient paintings, and the surviving works of Tang Yin are few. This lady portrait is truly a masterpiece among masterpieces. Bai Jin had already thoroughly investigated Yuan Hao's family background, coming from humble beginnings. It was remarkable that he would present such a treasure as a token of apprenticeship rather than selling it for profit. Such integrity is indeed rare. Bai Jin nodded in satisfaction. Rise. Your youthful awareness is indeed commendable. Here, accept this. He placed a jade pendant on the table and pushed it towards Yuan Hao. The pendant was intricately carved with the character for white and adorned with lifelike floral patterns. The craftsmanship of the artisan must have been exquisite, belonging to the highest echelons of masters in Huaxia. Holding the pendant in his palm, Yuan Hao could feel its delicate texture and warm luster akin to mutton fat jade, with a distinct oily sheen. Mutton fat jade, genuine, value 1 million. Upon realizing this, Yuan Hao hastily bowed deeply. Master, please accept my humble homage. Bai Jin poured a cup of tea for Yuan Hao. Drink this tea, and let us dine together. I must warn you that being my disciple will inevitably bring many troubles, so do not regret it later. Yuan Hao rose with a smile, drank the tea in one gulp. To be accepted under your tutelage is a blessing I must have earned in my past life. How could I possibly regret it? If you deem me worthy of cultivation, then it is an honor. Bai Jin was amused by Yuan Hao's flattery. Good lad. But I do not favor flattery. One must engage in practical endeavors. Afterward, they proceeded to the adjacent room for a meal, where a splendid array of delicacies awaited. Bai Jin's assistant, Xiao Yu, had been waiting eagerly. Upon seeing Yuan Hao, she extended her hand with a cheerful smile. From now on, you shall call me senior sister, little junior brother. You are such a good little junior brother. Yuan Hao nodded, refraining from inquiring further. He understood that Bai Jin's arrangements had their purpose, and he would simply follow suit. After the meal, Xiao Yu took Yuan Hao to select a treasure worth 1 million. Yuan Hao initially intended to decline, considering the jade pendant Bai Jin had already bestowed upon him was valued at 1 million. However, Xiao Yu insisted. With no other option, he chose a piece of blue and white porcelain valued at 1 million. After selecting the item, Xiao Yu added Yuan Hao's contact information and included him in a group chat. He had anticipated that a master like Bai Jin would have thousands of disciples, But to his surprise, there were only 3 in the sect: Xiaoyu, Yuan Hao, and Bai Jian. After bidding farewell to his master and Xiaoyu, Yuan Hao departed from the exhibition to reunite with Gu Manyu. Upon learning that Bai Jian had taken Yuan Hao as his disciple, both Gu Manyu and Wang Jiro were utterly elated. Yuan Hao, you truly excel. Let us celebrate you tonight, Wang Jiro exclaimed with a beaming smile. Gu Manyu added with a grin, I am genuinely happy for you. Bai Jian is the foremost master of antique appraisal in the country. Henceforth, no one in the antiquities business will dare to disregard you. However, I have 2 pieces of good news to share. Would you like to hear them? Yuan Hao nodded. Please, go ahead. The restaurant you invested in is currently under renovation, and it will commence promotion according to the plan by next week at the latest. Additionally, the location for your jade shop has been secured right in the heart of Han City. If you wish, you could open today. Though we must first procure a batch of goods. We can't very well open a shop without jade to sell, can we? Therefore, you might consider purchasing an initial stock from others, Gu Manyu stated, though she felt a twinge of anxiety about the jade shop's timeline. To be honest, the timing felt rather rushed. With Yuan Hao now under Bai Jian's tutelage, simply leveraging his title could ensure effortless profits. Industry giants would be clamoring to collaborate with Yuan Hao, but the Gu Group could not afford to delay any further. The market conditions were becoming increasingly dire. And just last night, the jade suppliers had announced a price hike. Gu Manyu wished to ally herself closely with Yuan Hao for both professional and personal reasons. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Hao replied, No, we must not act hastily. If we are to proceed, it must be with the finest jade shop in Huaxia. Moreover, as Bai Jian's disciple, acquiring goods without due diligence would be a disgrace to my master. The restaurant must be approached with care. We need to ensure its success. Additionally, I have surveyed the jade market in Han City, and the quality is subpar. We should venture to the neighboring Haishur to source materials, and we must also enlist a top-tier jade carving master for collaboration. Hearing this, Gu Manyue's expression dimmed slightly. Her lips pressed together, as if on the verge of speaking, but holding back. Yuan Hao gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, Rest assured, I am mindful of your situation. I shall not allow the Huang family to monopolize. Gu Manyu lifted her gaze to meet Yuan Hao's determined eyes and nodded slightly. I know a master carver named Song Shi, who is proficient in figures, flowers, and animals, emphasizing cultural depth and artistic beauty in his designs. However, persuading him to collaborate with you may prove challenging. You will need to think creatively, for even generous compensation may not sway him. Observing Wang Jiro's cheerful demeanor, Yuan Hao set aside his concerns and proceeded with Gu Manyu towards the jade market in Haishur. Chapter 47. Gu Manyu directly questions, Do you or do you not like me? Haishur is a bustling international metropolis, boasting a GDP that ranks among the highest in the nation, and thus, its jade market is formidable. The journey from Jinling City to Haishur spans merely 300 kilometers, taking approximately 3 hours. Yuan Hao, please stop the car. Gu Manyu said softly. Yuan Hao, believing there was an urgent matter, promptly pulled over to the side of the road. Unexpectedly, Gu Manyu exited the vehicle and opened the passenger door, sitting down with determination. We can go now. Yuan Hao inadvertently cast a glance at the striking black silk adorned with Balenciaga patterns. The images of their recent tender moments flooded his mind uncontrollably. He hastily slapped his forehead and pressed down on the accelerator, creating an awkward atmosphere within the car. Gu Manyu, with her head lowered, kept her glistening lips in motion. Do you like Wang Jiro? Of course, what man wouldn't he be enamored by her? Wang Jiro was tall, had a perfect figure, a wealthy family, fair skin, and stunning long legs, all while calling him brother endearingly. How delightful. Yuan Hao chuckled at Gu Manyue's abrupt question. Why are you asking such a strange question all of a sudden? Strange? Not at all. Yuan Hao, do you think I'm a frivolous girl? Gu Manyu turned to face him, her eyes slightly reddened. Yuan Hao sensed something was amiss. How could that be? You were the only one willing to help me when I needed it most. I have always recognized your noble character. How could I think otherwise? Gu Manyu pouted, looking utterly aggrieved. Is it because I said, in front of Wang Fugue, that we were merely ordinary friends that you grew so close to Wang Jiro? You keep saying you want to take responsibility for me, yet you have not even made a formal confession. All I desire is a proper declaration of affection, so I can introduce you as my boyfriend to others. I've been waiting for your confession for so long. I fear I might wait in vain. At this, 2 tears trickled down Gu Manyue's cheek. She wiped away the traces of her tears. Now I ask you formally once more, do you truly like me? The 20,000 yuan for her mother's medical expenses, which he had provided at a critical moment, could mean the difference between life and death if her condition were to deteriorate further. If he were to lose a girl like her, Yuan Hao would undoubtedly regret it for a lifetime. He pulled the car over to the side of the road, turned off the engine, and embraced Gu Manyu tightly. I'm sorry, it is indeed my fault. I thought you didn't tea like me, which is why you said we were ordinary friends. Gu Manyu clung to Yuan Hao, her voice quivering as she lamented, Wu, you bad guy. I don't want to see you anymore if you keep going out with Wang Jiro. I want to go out and find handsome younger brothers too, Wu. Suddenly, Yuan Hao pushed Gu Manyu away, lifting her chin. No way. Gu Manyu pouted defiantly, why not? If you can, so can I. I like you. So you can only be mine. Without hesitation, Yuan Hao pressed his lips against hers. Her soft, glistening lips held a hint of the unique fragrance of youth. Initially, Gu Manyu wanted to resist, but she could not match Yuan Hao's strength and gradually acquiesced, becoming the willing lamb to the slaughter. Moments later, Yuan Hao sensed an unusual presence around them and released Gu Manyu. Turning his head to glance outside, he saw a group of elementary school students, backpacks on their backs and lollipops in hand, giggling at the sight. Gu Manyu, witnessing this scene, felt her ears flush crimson and promptly rolled up the car window. Blushing face. My mother says that girls like this will have children someday. Sometimes, when a girl is upset, a little coaxing will suffice. After sharing a sweet kiss with Yuan Hao, Gu Manyu let herself be carefree. Her mood was indescribably joyous. Humming a cheerful tune, once there was a little Yuan Hao who never bathed. I wielded a small whip, playfully tapping his bottom. Yuan Hao chuckled. Whether I've washed or not, you know very well, it's not like you're unaware of the saltiness. Huh? What saltiness? Gu Manyu initially failed to grasp the meaning. You rogue. Always speeding ahead. Now we really are speeding. Yuan Hao teased with a laugh. 3 hours later, they arrived at the original stone market in Haishu. As afternoon approached, the market remained bustling with activity. From a moment, Gu Manyu stepped out of the car. She had not let go of Yuan Hao's hand. Yuan Hao, you haven't formally confessed to me yet. Remember to keep that in mind. Yuan Hao nodded. All right. Rest assured, we're here for business. How much jadeite does your company need to stock up for a while? Gu Manyu pondered for a moment. Let us see. The more mid-range jadeite we have, the better, especially the medium quality. Although high-end jadeite has substantial value, the number of consumers who can afford it is limited. Most consumers can afford mid-range jadeite, which constitutes the backbone of the market. After all, the wealthy are still a minority in Huaxia. In reality, due to the vast population of Huaxia, there are still quite a few individuals with fortunes in the tens of millions or even billions. Yuan Hao contemplated for a moment. Considering what still needed arrangement, have you spoken with the people at the branch office? We need to buy stones from different vendors rather than purchasing in bulk from one shop, as it would attract attention. Gu Manyu whispered this last sentence close to Yuan Hao's ear, and in an instant, a spark ignited within him. The unique texture and alluring figure lingered vividly in his mind. All right, let us buy 2 masks first. Put them on and follow me. Yuan Hao promptly led Gu Manyu to a shop to purchase 2 masks. They then entered the original stone market. Chapter 48. Gamble on Cracks. Prices surge. This original stone market is known as Shangwang Road Jadeite Street, covering an area of 30,000 square meters and comprising 3 floors. It is undoubtedly among the foremost markets in Huaxia. Looking around, each stone stall was surrounded by numerous people, many of whom were merely there to observe, eager to watch others gamble on stones. If someone lost, they felt a delightful thrill, having gained from merely watching. However, if they witnessed someone winning, it was as if they had bitten into a piece of wasabi, unpleasant. The owners did not chase away these onlookers, as they hoped for their shops to be bustling with activity. Those who frequently lingered were potential clients, perhaps one day deciding to purchase a stone themselves. After walking for a few minutes, Yuan Hao suddenly halted. Gu Manyu inquired, what is wrong? I feel like something is missing. Let me think. Yuan Hao furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before suddenly slapping his thigh. I remember now. The bodyguards. Today, we have come here with the intention of making significant purchases. Given the bustling crowd and the multitude of eyes, it is inevitable that the precious raw stones will attract the attention of some individuals. To circumvent any unnecessary troubles, it would be prudent to hire some bodyguards. Gu Manyu nodded in agreement. All right, I will contact a security company right away. Regarding the price, do not be stingy. Let's hire the best. Money should be spent wisely. What is the daily rate for top-tier bodyguards here in Haishu? Yuan Hao inquired further. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Manyu replied, approximately around 20,000 a day. Very well, at that price, let us summon 4 bodyguards. Once the arrangements were made, Yuan Hao and Gu Manyu commenced their exploration of the first floor, awaiting the arrival of the bodyguards before proceeding with their purchases. Boss Chun, trust me on this. Look at the quality of this material. The texture is exquisite. Come, take another look at the jade's translucence. A young man with blonde hair illuminated the stone with a strong flashlight, continuously introducing the raw stone to a man carrying a briefcase beside him. The man with the briefcase had bloodshot eyes and appeared quite disheveled. There exists a certain type of individual in a casino. Upon sighting them, one instinctively feels that they are destined to lose. Betting against such a person significantly increases the odds of winning, and this briefcase-carrying man exemplified that archetype. Boss Chun took a deep breath, holding the strong flashlight in his hand, scrutinizing the internal quality and texture of the material. It must be said that, aided by the tool, the raw stone indeed appeared promising. The young man with blonde hair slightly raised his head to glance at the boss, who then stated, "This material is from the Pekin mine. It does not come cheap, priced at 3 million. Boss Chun hesitated, as that 3 million likely represented his entire fortune. At that moment, a nearby onlooker hurried forward, exclaiming, "Are you going to buy this material? If not, I will take it for 3 million. Boss, let us process the card." Upon finishing his sentence, the onlooker produced a bank card from his wallet. With a determined grit of his teeth, Boss Chun asserted, "I saw this material first. 3 million. I will take it." As he handed the bank card to the vendor, his hands trembled. Gu Manuel leaned closer to Yuan Hao and whispered, "It seems Boss Chun is a bit too invested. By the way, how does the material in his hands fare?" Yuan Hao remained silent, narrowing his eyes to observe for a few seconds before his pupils sharply constricted. The raw stone in Boss Chun's possession was an old pit glass type of jade, substantial in weight, though regrettably marred by cracks. In the gambling stone community, there is a saying, "Do not fear large cracks, but be wary of small ones." Large cracks can still yield some profit after processing, while numerous small cracks render the stone nearly worthless. Through his keen vision, he discerned that the fissures in this stone were not particularly deep. However, once it was cut, Boss Chun would likely experience a mental breakdown. This was not a situation Yuan Hao would interfere with, as he had no desire to offer unsolicited advice. After purchasing the raw stone, Boss Chun clasped his hands together in silent prayer, subsequently requesting the stone to be cut on site. As the stone-cutting machine powered up, he trembled, his bloodshot eyes fixated intently on the machine. When the cutting was completed, the outcome was revealed. It was green. Success. It appeared to be of the old pit glass variety. Upon witnessing that fleeting green light, Boss Chun felt an overwhelming surge of joy, his lips involuntarily curling upwards. After pouring a ladle of water over the cut surface, his legs buckled, and he fainted on the spot. "Quick, help Boss Chun to rest." This was a chicken foot crack. Disastrous news. 3 million had gone down the drain. Had it not been for the minor crack, a profit of 3 million would have been assured. In the realm of stone gambling, there exists a saying, "Better to bet on color than on cracks." Fear not the large fissures, but the small ones. The chicken foot crack is elusive, while the horsetail crack is a dire omen. The chicken foot crack resembles a chicken's claw and is highly destructive. After receiving basic first aid, Boss Chun finally regained consciousness. Gazing at the chicken foot crack on the stone, he clenched his fists and relentlessly struck his forehead. "It's over. All is lost." Huang Mao attempted to console Boss Chun, saying, "Some chicken foot cracks are merely on the surface, while others penetrate the jade flesh. Should we take a gamble to see how deep this crack goes?" Boss Chun felt a wave of anxiety. The risk of betting on a crack was far too great. Who would be foolish enough to purchase a semi-transparent stone with a chicken foot crack? Who would pay 50,000 for such a flawed piece? Yet, a flicker of hope remained in his heart. The onlookers averted their gazes from Boss Chun, save for Yuan Hao, who met his eyes with a knowing glance. Boss Chun seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the semi-transparent stone still held potential. If the crack isn't too deep, there might still be a profit. 50,000. Are you interested? Yuan Hao, wearing a smile, replied, "Since there is still hope, why not continue with the gamble?" Upon hearing this, a tempest of anger surged within Yuan Hao. He initially intended to subtly suggest that Boss Chun keep cutting. Those who gamble their life savings on stones are not deserving of sympathy. Yuan Hao scoffed. 50,000? Do you think I'm foolish? If it collapses, it's a total loss, at most 40,000. Take it or leave it. Boss Chun scanned the crowd, noticing that none of the spectators were inclined to bid. In a moment of resolve, he decided, "Fine, I'll accept 40,000. Gu Yuan contemplated dissuading Yuan Hao, recognizing the immense risk of betting on the crack. However, upon reflection, she realized Yuan Hao's acumen in the stone gambling field was remarkably astute. Unexpectedly, Yuan Hao insisted on cutting the stone on the spot. Hearing this, Boss Chun lost any desire to leave. As his right hand touched the raw stone, a wisp of emerald green vapor surged into his ring. After marking the cutting line, Yuan Hao handed the semi-transparent stone to the master cutter, exclaiming, "Cut it immediately. If it fails, I'll consider the 40,000 a charitable donation." At the moment the cutting machine roared to life, Boss Chen's heart twisted in knots. He secretly prayed for it to collapse. If Yuan Hao's gamble succeeded, it would feel worse than death. Little did he know, Yuan Hao intended to show him firsthand. Once the cutting machine completed its task, Yuan Hao poured a ladle of water over the cut surface. A vibrant, bright, and rich emerald green appeared before their eyes. The earlier chicken foot crack had vanished. Wow, brother, you're incredible. It's a successful gamble. Even the chicken foot crack could turn favorable. My eyes have truly been opened today. Upon seeing the old pit glass stone as success, Boss Chen felt a rush of blood surging to his chest and fainted once more. Yuan Hao smirked disdainfully. A gambler who stakes their life savings on stones is not worthy of sympathy. Upon hearing these words, Gu Manwë instantly comprehended why Yuan Hao had insisted on inspecting the raw stones on site. Perhaps it was a resonance with memories of his past life. The old pit glass jade bought for 400,000 was bound to appreciate tenfold or more. Gu Manwë, has the bodyguard arrived? Yuan Hao casually inquired. Gu Manwë glanced at her phone. They had already arrived at the entrance. Have them bring a small cart. After all, we've spent money. And we certainly can't carry these raw stones all the way ourselves. Chapter 49. Shopping in Haishur. That should be no problem. The van for transporting the raw stones is already in place. It all depends on your performance. Gu Manwë whispered to Yuan Hao, then playfully planted a kiss on his cheek. Once the bodyguard, costing 20,000 a day, was in position, Yuan Hao scrutinized him closely. Standing at 6 feet tall, with calloused hands, likely from handling firearms, and bearing several marks of training, he appeared to be a veteran who had transitioned to bodyguard work after military service. Such a background assured a certain caliber of character. Furrowing his brow, Yuan Hao instructed, "Your task today is to ensure the safety of the raw stones and both of us. We cannot afford to let any thieves steal the raw stones, understood? No problem." Immediately, Yuan Hao placed the old pit glass jade on the small cart in front of the bodyguard. He then led Gu Manwë and the 4 bodyguards to explore the raw stone shop one by one. Gu Manwë had previously mentioned that their company primarily dealt with mid to high-end jade, especially medium-grade jade, so Yuan Hao intended to acquire any raw stones that met the medium standards. The Huang family's ambition to dismantle the Gu Corporation was nothing short of delusional. However, the yield of medium-grade jade was not high for a raw stone shop. Managing to offer 10 pieces of medium-quality jade was already commendable. This is why it is said that exceptional jade is often a matter of serendipity rather than pursuit. As they strolled, Yuan Hao's gaze suddenly fixated on a piece of raw stone nestled in a corner. The vibrant green hue glimmered brightly, suggesting it contained golden threads. Golden silk jade. Value, 3 million. How much for this piece, boss? Yuan Hao inquired, illuminating it with a powerful flashlight. The owner cheerfully approached. You have a keen eye. Sir, this raw stone is quite remarkable. Yuan Hao replied solemnly, what is the price? The owner chuckled, 20,000. Yuan Hao examined the stone, a faint smile appearing. 20,000? Not worth that much. How about 15,000? Will you sell it? The owner shook his head. 15,000 is far too low. No one negotiates like that. It has to be at least 18,000. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao turned to leave with Gu Manwë. As they neared the shop's exit, the owner, in a panic, called out, all right, 15,000 it is. Let us settle the bill. It's your choice, Yuan Hao said, looking at Gu Manwë. Great. Without hesitation, Gu Manwë promptly arranged the payment, trusting Yuan Hao's discerning eye for raw stones. After leaving the shop and wandering around a bit more, they had acquired a total of 30 pieces of raw stones, aside from the golden silk jade, at a cost of approximately 8 million, with the potential for profits to multiply tenfold. After all, this was a lucky find, courtesy of Yuan Hao's extraordinary perception. As Gu Manwë gazed at the cart overflowing with raw jade stones, her curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to ask, could you teach me how to select these stones? Yuan Hao, with his hands clasped behind his back, smiled and explained, it's quite simple. Would you like to know? Gu Manwë's eyes sparkled with interest as she eagerly nodded in agreement. Yuan Hao playfully pinched her delicate cheek and added, however, I'm not inclined to teach you just yet. I must first observe your performance. With that, he swiftly ascended to the second floor, leaving Gu Manwë to mutter to herself, all right, so it's about performance, is it? One should not attempt tasks beyond their capabilities. This is your doing. In this world, there are only overworked oxen, not overtrodden fields. Meanwhile, the Huang father and son received word that someone was making a significant purchase in the jade market of Haishur. Huang Jiqiang frowned, pondering whether it was the Gu group engaging in such buying. Huang Yaohua, upon hearing this, chuckled disdainfully. Isn't that splendid? It's well known how perilous it is to buy raw stones in the market, indicating that the Gu group has reached a desperate impasse. Huang Jiqiang nodded in agreement. Father, You are correct, but this fellow named Yuan Hao is rather peculiar. If he truly aligns himself with Baijian and supports the Gu group, it could pose a threat to us. Recalling Huang Jiqiang's previous violent actions, Huang Yao hurled his teacup at him, exclaiming, "How dare you speak? Is it any wonder Yuan Hao has shown me disdain before so many witnesses? Clearly, you have offended him beyond repair. I have warned you repeatedly to temper your arrogance and learn to win hearts. As a leader of a company, one should not create enemies. How can I entrust the Huang group to you in the future?" Huang Jiqiang fell to his knees, pleading, "Father, I understand my mistake. I won't dare again." Huang Yao barked, "Do you still wish for future? You claim to know Yuan Hao's ex-girlfriend. Find a way to glean some information about him. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. A man must not allow romantic entanglements to hinder his progress." Meanwhile, Yuan Hao had completed his exploration of the jade market, acquiring over 90 pieces of raw jade across 3 floors. Among them, only 2 were of exceptional quality. One was a golden silk jade, and the other a high-quality black ice jade. Black ice jade, a variant of ice jade, is characterized by its black speckles, resembling the plumage of a crow. Thus, it is also referred to as crow jade. The combined value of these 2 stones approached 10 million. The remaining 90 stones were predominantly of mid to high quality, averaging around 1 million each, summing up to over 90 million in total. The overall cost did not exceed 10 million, making this purchasing endeavor quite fruitful. Gu Manyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. While Yuan Hao was well aware of the potential worth of the stones, a knowledge that eluded her, she playfully wrapped her arms around Yuan Hao's sturdy waist and whispered in his ear, her voice laced with mischief, "Wonderful. You've truly worked hard today. I shall reward you handsomely this evening." Chapter 50. Returning to the company to unveil the stones. Observing Gu Manyue's alluring demeanor, a mischievous smile crept across Yuan Hao's face. Taking advantage of her momentary distraction, Yuan Hao swiftly pinched Gu Manyue's pert backside, ensuring that no one noticed his audacious gesture. Gu Manyue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson from the unexpected assault. "What are you doing?" Yuan Hao chuckled lightly, turning to address the bodyguards escorting the small cart. "I would appreciate your assistance in transporting these raw stones to the truck. Once they are safely delivered to the company, your task will be complete." As Gu Manyue observed Yuan Hao and the bodyguards receding into the distance, she instinctively touched her own pert backside. "Is it smaller? That can't be right. I feel no difference at all." After the raw stones were loaded onto the small truck, which had been prearranged by the company, Gu Manyue hailed a cab to follow closely behind. The quantity of goods extracted from this batch of raw stones tonight would determine how long the Gu Group's jade business could remain robust. Currently, the reserves of jade were perilously low, sufficient for only another month at most. If a swift replenishment could not be secured, they would either have to bid farewell to the jade industry entirely or concede to the suppliers' demands for a price increase. The suppliers hailed from Myanmar, a country renowned for its jade production. It is a well-known fact that the jade stones mined from the world-famous quarries boast superior quality. This is indisputable. Although there are regions within Huaxiao that also yield jade, the limited reserves have already been monopolized by several prominent figures in the industry. For a company of the Gu Group's stature, acquiring a share from their hands is a futile endeavor. The suppliers had insisted on price increases 4 times within a single year, clearly taking advantage of the situation. While both parties had signed a contract beforehand, allowing for claims of penalties in the event of a breach, the current turbulent environment made it commendable to have a stable supplier. Additionally, given Myanmar's notorious instability, the contract bore little weight, akin to a mere piece of paper. To these suppliers, the prospect of profit from cooperation makes them willing partners. If they deem you unworthy, they will simply walk away, rendering the agreement meaningless. In Myanmar, some lives are valued less than those of dogs. The Gu Group preferred not to sever ties with them, particularly since there were no better alternatives available at present. In the taxi, Yuan Hao stole a glance at the ring he wore, noticing a faint halo emanating from its edge. Curiously, it seemed invisible to others. Otherwise, Gu Manyue would have certainly noticed it immediately. When selecting the jade raw stones earlier, Yuan Hao had brushed against each piece capable of yielding jade, and with each touch, wisps of gas emerged from the stones, swirling into the ring. Today, he had touched at least several hundred jade raw stones. Could it be that the gas had accumulated to a certain threshold? He needed to take the time to thoroughly investigate this ring. Upon arriving at the company, Gu Manyue instructed the employees and bodyguards to place the jade raw stones in front of the cutting machines. The company lobby had long been cleared out, and 10 cutting machines stood ready, each poised to work simultaneously, ensuring that the 90 or so jade raw stones would be processed swiftly. Each machine had a skilled cutter waiting in anticipation. What piqued Yuan Hao's curiosity was that these stone cutters were of considerable age, suggesting that they would likely retire soon. Upon noticing the peculiar glance from Yuan Hao, Gu Manue instantly discerned his thoughts. Place the raw stones in the cutting area. Your work for today is complete. The financial department will remit your fees to your company. The stone cutters will need to exert themselves a little longer. I shall personally cover double the overtime pay for you tonight. After issuing her instructions, Gu Manuel led Yuan out of the window. Among the company, only these 10 seasoned employees remained willing to toil, while the younger staff members were entirely reluctant to work overtime. Given the current economic downturn, layoffs seemed inevitable if the company could not endure. Being on the brink of retirement and facing job loss would be unbearable for anyone. However, it was clear that without restructuring, the company could not survive, indicating that the Gu Group still possessed a modicum of corporate responsibility. As the sound of the cutting machine roared to life, Gu Manuel's clear eyes remained fixated on its operation. President Gu, we have jade. Ice-type jade. The quality is quite commendable. Oh my, I have also uncovered jade. Another ice-type jade. Goodness, President Gu, the quality of this batch of raw stones is exceptional. Every single one has yielded jade. Listening to these joyous tidings, the smile on Gu Manuel's face never wavered, for she understood that the success of these raw stones was entirely attributable to Yuan Hao's expertise. With a beaming smile, Gu Manuel declared, "Everyone, I hope you can keep today's events confidential. Trust in the company's strength. The Gu Group will surely weather this storm." The stone cutters responded with cheerful agreement, "Absolutely. With such good fortune, we shall surely turn misfortune into blessing." Ultimately, the result of the stone cutting aligned perfectly with Yuan Hao's prior estimations. An investment of 10 million had generated a value of 100 million, and Gu Manuel recognized that this was far from Yuan Hao's limits. It was merely the threshold of that street of raw stones. Gu Manuel approached with 10 bottles of mineral water. "Thank you all for your hard work. Let us conclude today's tasks. You may leave for the day, and I will handle the closing." Once the employees departed, Yuan Hao intended to exit as well. But Gu Manuel unexpectedly grasped his arm. With a hint of confusion, Yuan Hao queried, "What's wrong? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Gu Manuel beckoned him with a finger. "Come to my office. I have something to say." Without further thought, Yuan Hao followed her into the office. Upon entering, Gu Manuel deftly drew the curtain. Yuan Hao frowned. "What is the matter? It's just the two of us here. You can speak freely without closing the door and drawing the curtain." Gu Manuel remained silent and turned off the light. The room was not engulfed in darkness. The moonlight and the illumination from the opposite building allowed them to discern each other's features. Gu Manuel slowly approached Yuan Hao, her hand gently caressing his cheek, stirring a flutter within him. With slightly parted lips, she appeared as if she wished to speak, but hesitated, biting her luscious, glistening lips. Noticing Yuan Hao's lack of initiative, she boldly wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned in for a kiss. This was the first time Yuan Hao had seen Gu Manuel so forward. The night is enchanting, and as fellow workers labor tirelessly in their offices, the manner of their toil may differ. It is indeed time to move into the property at Jiyuan community. After spending such a considerable sum on it, to leave it uninhabited would be a travesty. Chapter 51. He Xiaowei's Relentless Pursuit. This individual is none other than He Xiaowei. Yuan Hao, unwilling to engage in conversation, chose to ignore her completely, feeling a sense of foreboding that urged him to hasten his relocation. Despite her dissatisfaction at being disregarded, He Xiaowei restrained herself upon seeing Yuan Hao's indifference. Could one not greet an old acquaintance? Yuan Hao, disinterested, continued on his path, prompting He Xiaowei to quicken her pace and block his way. Yuan Hao furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you want?" "I do not know you." "What do you mean I am not someone of significance?" "It is, in fact, unlawful to disregard a woman's wishes," He Xiaowei retorted, her tone laden with grievance. Yuan Hao barked, "I have no time for idle chatter. If you're feeling discomfort, remedy it yourself." Had this been a different time, He Xiaowei would have exchanged harsh words with Yuan Hao. However, circumstances had shifted. Huang Jiqiang had promised her that if she could extract any information from Yuan Hao, she would gain a certain status. An opportunity to enter high society was a rare jewel for someone like He Xiaowei. Thus, she resolved to extract something from Yuan Hao at any cost. "You must understand me. I was merely momentarily bewitched," He Xiaowei implored, her voice almost pleading. Observing her disheveled state, Yuan Hao could not help but laugh. "Understand you? What are you? Go away, do not obstruct my path." With that exclamation, He Xiaowei stood frozen, unable to move. Noticing her stillness, Yuan Hao proceeded toward his home. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find that He Xiaowei had stealthily followed him. The moment she spotted Su Yuan, she beamed. "Annie Su, it has been so long." You look much better than before. Yuan Hao promptly shoved her back outside. What are you doing here? Get out. Su Yuan, unaware of the tension between Yuan Hao and He Xiaowei, remarked, Yuan Hao, a breakup is one thing, but there's no need to make it so unpleasant. After all, there was once love. It does not have to be this way. She shot a glare at Yuan Hao, determined to open the door, and He Xiaowei felt relief when she realized it was Su Yuan who had opened it for her. She had genuinely feared that the door would remain shut. Xiaowei, come sit inside, Su Yuan beckoned with a smile. He Xiaowei nodded eagerly. Certainly, Auntie Su. Once inside, Yuan Hao begrudgingly prepared a cup of tea for her. Su Yuan inquired warmly, did you come to see Yuan Hao for a specific reason? He Xiaowei, with a bold demeanor, explained, oh, not much. I mainly came to check on how Auntie is doing. At this, Yuan Hao nearly burst into laughter, when it required 200,000 for medical treatment. I sought your assistance while you were with another man. And now you come to inquire about my mother's health? How dare you say such things? Leave. Su Yuan frowned deeply. Is this true? He Xiaowei did not expect Yuan Hao to show her no mercy. At that time, we were already broken up. The law does not prohibit sleeping with another man after a breakup, does it? This is my home. You should leave. Yuan Hao shouted angrily, pointing towards the door. He Xiaowei was startled by his furious outcry, perhaps clouded by Huang Jiqian's promises. I remember you clearly couldn't appraise antiques before. How suddenly are you capable of it now? Where did you learn this? Can you tell me? I beg you. My mother is on her deathbed. Upon hearing the term appraise antiques, Yuan Hao sensed that there might be a conspiracy at play. On the day of the exhibition, Huang Yaohua had attempted to win him over publicly, but Yuan Hao not only denied him that opportunity, but also humiliated him. Judging by Huang Jiqian's character, it was likely that Huang Yaohua was not a good person either. The fact that He Xiaowei was downstairs blocking him today was likely orchestrated by the Huang father and son. Suddenly, Yuan Hao conceived a clever plan. Why not turn the tables? He spoke in a deep voice. An older sister taught me while I was working at a nightclub. I truly did not know how to appraise antiques before. Why is your mother suddenly in the hospital with a severe illness? That's not important, He Xiaowei replied casually. Yuan Hao was taken aback, Your mother's hospitalization is not important? No, I mean that my previous inability to appraise antiques is not important. Do you still have contact with that sister? Can you give me her information? I really need this money. I'm truly begging you. He Xiaowei glanced at Su Yuan, who was sitting on the sofa, then suddenly knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head towards Su Yuan and Yuan Hao until her forehead turned red. Su Yuan, feeling a pang of compassion, hurriedly helped He Xiaowei up. Yuan Hao, since you know such an expert, just help her a little. She does look quite pitiful. Feigning hesitation for a moment, Yuan Hao watched as He Xiaowei knelt before him, tears streaming down her face. I beg you, if you don't wish to see me, I promise I will never appear before you again. For my mother's sake, please help me. Yuan Hao pretended to be impatient. All right. I cannot give your contact information, but I can ask if she has time to meet with you. If she can, I will help you pick out a treasure. Once you obtain this money, you can properly care for your mother. He Xiaowei was immediately overwhelmed with joy. Great. Thank you. I will remember your immense kindness for a lifetime. Yuan Hao pointed towards the door. You should leave now. I do not wish to see you. All right. I will leave now. Remember to call me after you arrange it. It's still the same old number. After saying this, He Xiaowei hurried out. Once downstairs, her previously pitiful demeanor vanished entirely, and she smiled slightly. Yuan Hao, I wondered how you suddenly became wealthy. No wonder there is a powerful figure supporting you. Once I help President Huang recruit this expert, you'll have your share of hardships ahead. Today you humiliated me. I will make you repay it doubly in the future. Chapter 52. Seeking Xiaoya's assistance. Su Yuan curiously inquired, Yuan Hao, when did you come to know such a remarkable person? We ought to invite them over for dinner to express our gratitude, as they are indeed a significant benefactor in your life. Yuan Hao waved his hand dismissively. Mother, there's no need for you to concern yourself with this matter. He Xiaowei is not a good person. When she comes to our home next time, we must not open the door. He sighed. Never mind about that. We won't need to open the door at all. We are moving tomorrow. Recently, I purchased an apartment in Jiyuan, fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. To weave a more convincing lie, he realized he would need someone to assist him. During his time at the nightclub, apart from Xiaoya, he had not formed close ties with anyone else. Thus, he dialed Xiaoya's number, uncertain if she would answer at this hour, as nightclub workers typically rested during the day. To his surprise, the moment he called, Xiaoya picked up after just one ring. Her voice sounded somewhat languid, likely indicating she had just awakened. What do you need? She asked. Yuan Hao replied, well, I would like to propose a business arrangement. All you need to do is collaborate with me to stage a performance, and upon its successful execution, You will receive a handsome reward. Xiaoya pressed for details. Performance? Since when did you venture into the entertainment industry? I didn't expect you to do so well after leaving the nightclub. No wonder you initially overlooked me. Those beauties in the entertainment world are indeed captivating. All fresh graduates from prestigious art schools. Sister, you misunderstand. It's about my ex-girlfriend, Yuan Hao clarified, recounting the events involving He Xiaowei in detail. Her sudden appearance was undoubtedly instigated by Huang Jiqiang, and her mother's illness was likely a fabricated excuse. When one becomes deranged, no words are too extreme. Today, when Yuan Hao mentioned the assistance of a remarkable individual, He Xiaowei's eyes gleamed with interest, indicating that she would surely find a way to introduce this so-called expert to Huang Jiqiang during their meeting. Hearing He Xiaowei's comments incensed Xiaoya, who retorted, "That woman is utterly revolting. Consider it done, sister. Tell me how I can assist you." Delighted by Xiaoya's enthusiastic agreement, Yuan Hao responded, "Excellent. I will purchase a headset for you. Just follow my instructions. Let's arrange to meet He Xiaowei this afternoon." "All right, sound good." After the call ended, Yuan Hao promptly sought a courier to procure a miniature headset, opting for a reputable brand to prevent any malfunctions. Once everything was in place, he contacted He Xiaowei to confirm their meeting at Hancheng Square at 2 o'clock that afternoon. Upon receiving the news, He Xiaowei leapt with excitement and hurried to inform Huang Jiqiang. "Brother Chang, Yuan Hao said this remarkable person will meet me at 2 o'clock this afternoon. This time, it must be genuine. I stake my reputation on it. After years of following him, I've never seen him possess such treasure-appraising abilities. There must be someone extraordinary guiding him. I always wondered how he suddenly became wealthy." Huang Jiqiang, upon hearing this, was equally exhilarated. "Fantastic. In a bid to ensure all possibilities were accounted for, I plan to take her to my shop this afternoon to ascertain whether this extraordinary person truly possessed remarkable abilities. If so, I would spare no effort to recruit them." He Xiaowei nodded with delight, exclaiming, "All right, Brother Chang, you must promise me." Huang Jiqiang casually replied, "Rest assured, I will certainly fulfill my promise. Now, quickly prepare yourself." Upon hearing this news, He Xiaowei felt a sweetness akin to savoring candied fruit, and her smile remained unyielding. She returned home, joyfully selecting a beautiful outfit in anticipation of their afternoon meeting. At 2 o'clock, Yuan Hao arrived early at Hancheng Square to meet Xiaoya. When he laid eyes on her, he was momentarily entranced. Compared to her previous appearance, she seemed like a completely different person. Once embodying innocence, she now radiated the charm of a sophisticated urban woman, strutting in high heels with a captivating sway. Indeed, one's attire can transform their essence, and Xiaoya now resembled an accomplished professional. "Why, is that you, Sister Xiaoya?" he exclaimed, noticing her radiant transformation. Xiaoya, observing Yuan Hao's astonished expression, couldn't help but smile slightly. Yuan Hao chuckled, explaining, "How could I not recognize you? It's just that you are stunningly beautiful. He Xiaowei should be arriving shortly. This is the earpiece I prepared, and I've ensured the equipment is functioning properly. Please remember to follow my instructions closely." "All right, but what if what He Xiaowei claims is true? What if she truly needs money to save her mother?" Xiaoya inquired earnestly. Crossing her arms, Yuan Hao pondered for a moment. "If it turns out to be genuine, I suppose I shall act out of kindness. Enough of that. He Xiaowei is here." In the distance, He Xiaowei approached, impeccably dressed and striding confidently in her black high heels. Yuan Hao took the initiative to introduce them. "He Xiaowei. This is the remarkable individual I mentioned, Sister Xiaoya." He Xiaowei smiled and extended her hand. "Hello, Sister Xiaoya." He Xiaowei felt no embarrassment. After all, this person was indeed extraordinary, and it was only natural that they did not know each other, given that it was Yuan Hao who facilitated this meeting. Yuan Hao awkwardly continued, "Sister Xiaoya, this is a friend of mine. Her mother is gravely ill, nearing the end of her life, and if we cannot gather the necessary medical funds soon, it will be truly disastrous." He Xiaowei displayed commendable acting skills, tears welling in her eyes as she implored, "Master, I beg you, please help me." Xiaoya sighed. "Yuan Hao, I have told you countless times that I do not assist everyone indiscriminately. Your friend bears no familial ties to you. There are countless others in need of money in this world. Why should I help her?" Feeling a surge of panic, He Xiaowei realized that if Xiaoya refused to assist, Huang Jiqiang's plan would fall apart, shattering her dreams of entering high society. In desperation, she fell to her knees, repeatedly bowing her head to Xiaoya in the street, truly demonstrating her sincerity, her forehead reddening from the effort. Xiaoya, despite herself, felt a pang of respect for He Xiaowei's determination, conceding, "All right, this time only, but there shall be no next." Observing this, Yuan Hao seized the opportunity to excuse himself, Thank you, sister. I have matters to attend to at home. I appreciate your assistance with my friend. After Yuan Hao had walked away, Xiaoya glanced at He Xiaowei and said, Get up. I shall take you to select an antique. But let this be a one-time exception. He Xiaowei quickly rose, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, master. I truly appreciate your kindness. Allow me to escort you to the antique shop. Following Yuan Hao's instructions, Xiaoya nodded affirmatively, lead the way. Subsequently, He Xiaowei hailed a taxi and took Xiaoya to the antique store owned by Huang Jiqiang. Chapter 53. Playing along upon entering the antique shop. He Xiaowei exchanged glances with the receptionist, who responded with a slight nod. Master, could you kindly assist me in selecting an antique? He Xiaowei gestured for Xiaoya to proceed. Having little knowledge of antiques, Xiaoya stood before the display case with her hands clasped behind her back, scrutinizing the items as instructed by Yuan Hao. Meanwhile, Yuan Hao was in the adjacent antique shop. The establishments on Antique Street were closely situated with thin walls, allowing for easy observation. To his surprise, he caught sight of Xiaoya's captivating figure, curvaceous in all the right places, her skin resembling unrefined jade. It would be a shame not to utilize her back for cupping therapy. Focus, focus, we have serious matters at hand, Yuan Hao chided himself, promptly directing his attention to the antiques on display before Xiaoya. Counterfeit, worth 5,000 yuan. Counterfeit, worth 3,000 yuan. After meticulous examination, he confirmed that all the items in front of him were indeed forgeries. Xiaoya furrowed her brow, letting out a series of sighs. He Xiaowei, sensing something amiss, hurriedly approached. Master, is there something wrong? Xiaoya glanced at her with a frown. What is the background of this shop that led you to bring me here? He Xiaowei appeared bewildered. What's wrong? Is there an issue with this shop? Xiaoya raised her voice sharply. How could this antique shop operate with such blatant deception? All these items are mere forgeries, poorly crafted at that. They profit by deceiving the unsuspecting. We must leave at once and seek another shop. This place is a scam. With that, Xiaoya turned to leave. Huang Jiqiang, noticing her departure, hurriedly emerged from the lounge. Master, please wait. Please understand, the valuable items must be kept inside, lest they attract thieves. Seeing Huang Jiqiang, Yuan Hao's suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, one cannot change their nature. To unearth information about him, she would fabricate tales of a gravely ill mother. What a world of wonders we inhabit. As Yuan Hao spoke, Xiaoya repeated his words. Xiaoya scoffed. Oh, if the treasures are kept inside and you're not sincere in selling them, then it seems unnecessary for us to continue our visit. He Xiaowei, let us depart. There are plenty of antique shops on this street. We need not linger here. Huang Jiqiang, maintaining a smile, interjected, Please wait a moment. I assure you, the items inside are exceptional. Take a look, and I promise you shall not regret it. In the future, you will be thankful for this choice. Xiaoya, amused, replied, Oh, if you insist, it would be rather impolite not to take a look. Please, after you. Huang Jiqiang gestured invitingly. They then ascended to the second floor, where the antiques exhibited signs of age. Some porcelain pieces were dusted with grime. Upon reaching the second floor, Yuan Hao found himself in a somewhat awkward situation. Utilizing his X-ray vision required him to look upwards, and if he were not careful, he might inadvertently gaze upon things better left unseen. Noticing Yuan Hao's upward glance, the shopkeeper, intrigued, approached him and inquired, Sir, what captivates your attention? I have no antiques adorning my ceiling. Yuan Hao feigned discomfort, squinting slightly. It seems something has entered my eye. It feels rather unpleasant. The shopkeeper, with good intentions, tiptoed closer. Allow me to assist you. Yuan Hao quickly waved his hands in refusal. No, it's quite all right. A mere squint will suffice. I possess a certain cleanliness obsession, and should I detect an unpleasant odor from your mouth, I might be compelled to vomit, which would surely tarnish your business. Hearing this, the shopkeeper retreated, crestfallen. Yuan Hao's X-ray vision lingered momentarily on the antiques located on the second floor. Huangsong Tong Bao, 9-stack seal, authentic, value, 2 million. Yuan Hao paused slightly, gazing at the coin inscribed with Huangsong Tong Bao. Whatever I say next, you must echo, he instructed. Xiaoya shook her head gently. This is Huangsong Tong Bao, minted during the reign of Emperor Rinzong of the Northern Song Dynasty. From the second year of the Baoyuan era to the end of the Huangyu era, it stands as a rare specimen among thousands of ancient coins. It is regarded as a treasure by collectors throughout history. To discover such a piece here was truly unexpected. Huang Jiqiang felt a surge of joy. If Xiaoya truly possessed such expertise, the Huang group would certainly wish to recruit her talents. Moreover, she was a striking beauty. Observing Xiaoya's alluring figure, he could not help but swallow hard, reflecting on how he had previously settled for far lesser company. Master, Your discerning eye is indeed commendable. To be candid, today's meeting was initiated by my desire to meet you. With your remarkable abilities, you could easily lead a life free of worries. Have you considered joining our Huang group? As he spoke, Huang Jiqiang produced his business card from his pocket. Xiaoya took the card, glancing at it skeptically. What does this imply? Is he Xiaowei not gravely ill? Before he Xiaowei could interject, Huang Jiqiang stepped in front of her, declaring, she is inconsequential. I can cover her medical expenses. Master, if you join our group, name your salary. He then produced a check from his pocket. Xiaoya cast a glance at the check. Turning away, what a farce. Are you attempting to insult me? I am not the sort to be swayed by money. My willingness to assist stems solely from my friendship. Huang Jiqiang smiled faintly. Then let us say this. Should you decide to join our company, this sum shall serve as a token of our acquaintance. It would be disingenuous for Xiaoya to claim she was unmoved. However, Yuan Hao persistently urged her to remain steadfast. With a scoff, Xiaoya replied, I have no need for it. Huang Jiqiang smiled subtly. How about 500,000? Xiaoya remained silent. Internally, she yearned to acquiesce, yet Yuan Hao advised against it. 1 million? Yuan Hao continued to advocate for her silence. Xiaoya's heart raced, nearly leaping into her throat. For an ordinary individual, 1 million could indeed transform her life. 1.5 million. I have my limits, and I hope you understand. Huang Jiqiang's tone conveyed a hint of dissatisfaction. Only then did Yuan Hao permit Xiaoya to accept the offer, though she was advised to maintain a composed demeanor. In ancient times, Liu Bei made 3 visits to the thatched cottage, and now, Mr. Huang has earnestly invited me out of seclusion thrice. Such sincerity is a testament to the heavens. How could I bear to let it go to waste? Xiaoya, suppressing her inner excitement, accepted the check for 1,500,000 from Huang Jiqiang. Upon seeing Xiaoya accept the check, Huang Jiqiang felt a surge of joy within. The wealth generated by winning over a master of gambling stones far exceeded the sum of 1,500,000. This business venture was evidently a guaranteed profit. I await your call. The Huang group will always welcome your arrival, Huang Jiqiang stated with utmost seriousness. Xiaoya nodded. Rest assured. I shall visit in a couple of days. Once these words were spoken, Xiaoya turned and left, hurrying to the bank to cash the check. Upon seeing the sum of 1,500,000 deposited, her heart raced uncontrollably, unable to contain its excitement. Xiaoya promptly called Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao, I truly received it. I hope I won't face any trouble. Yuan Hao chuckled and reassured her. I told you it's a meeting gift. What is there to fear? Just say you've reconsidered and won't be attending. There's a phone recording. He can't do anything to you. Hearing this, Xiaoya felt a wave of happiness wash over her. Great. I trust you. Meanwhile, on Huang Jiqiang's side, he Xiaowei, having completed her task, sought to claim the promise made by him. What? Did I ever promise you any status? He Xiaowei, do not indulge in delusions. Take a moment to reflect on yourself in a mirror and see what you truly are. Do you think I, Huang Jiqiang, will be interested in you? Such foolishness. Chapter 54, He Xiaowei's Counterattack. Upon hearing Huang Jiqiang's insults, He Xiaowei's mind went blank in an instant. She could hardly believe that after investing so much, she had become a mere clown. Her dream of marrying into a wealthy family could not shatter like this. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Mr. Huang, you promised me a good life. You said those words yourself. Moreover, if it weren't for my efforts to arrange a meeting with that expert behind Yuan Hao, you would never have been able to find him. Huang Jiqiang replied with a hint of disdain. So what? What does it matter that it was said before? I no longer wish to waste time on you. You are like a discarded shoe, seeking status from me. Go where you feel comfortable. With that, Huang Jiqiang grabbed his car keys and prepared to leave. As he passed by, He Xiaowei felt a jolt in her heart, instinctively reaching out to grasp his arm. Huang Jiqiang forcefully pushed her away, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground. Luckily, the store had a sofa. Had it been a wooden stool, she would have surely injured herself. He Xiaowei, don't overstep your bounds. Our dealings end here. Huang Jiqiang adjusted his shirt nonchalantly, scoffed, and turned to get into his car. As the engine roared to life, He Xiaowei regained her senses and hurriedly scrambled to pursue him. 2 legs could never outrun 4 wheels. She was well aware of this, yet felt a tinge of unwillingness in her heart. Clenching her fists tightly, her long black nails broke painfully, blood oozing from her injured fingers. Yet He Xiaowei seemed oblivious to the pain. Tears and remorse surged within her at this moment. When she was with Yuan Hao, she had never been treated this way. He Xiaowei gazed at the retreating figure of Huang Jiqiang, shouting in desperation, Huang Jiqiang, do you think I, He Xiaowei, am someone to be trifled with? Since you are so heartless, I shall ensure your disgrace. Yuan Hao, still in the neighboring shop, observed the unfolding scene with a mix of ridicule and disdain. The Huang Group's influence in Han City is so formidable. How could an ordinary woman like He Xiaowei possibly bring about Huang Jiqiang's ruin? The very thought seemed implausible. As dinner time approached, Yuan Hao ventured to the market, purchasing 2 pounds of pork belly, a bundle of bok choy, and a small bottle of the shopkeeper's homemade rice wine. The price was modest, but the flavor was commendable, possessing a certain potency that could lead to intoxication if consumed excessively. Today was a momentous occasion, warranting a couple of celebratory drinks. Upon returning home, Yuan Hao washed his hands and commenced preparations for the evening meal. He diced the pork belly into uniform pieces, placed them in cold water with scallions, ginger, and cooking wine, bringing it to a boil. After skimming off the froth, he rinsed the meat clean. Adding more water, he simmered it over high heat until the sauce thickened, resulting in a steaming bowl of braised pork ready to be served. Yuan Hao savored a piece. The pork was rich yet not greasy, melting in his mouth, with a lingering aroma that stirred his appetite. Emerging from the kitchen with the dish, Yuan Hao called out, "Mom, wash your hands and come eat. Taste your son's culinary skills. You should refrain from drinking the wine for now, as you haven't fully recovered." All right. My son has cooked braised pork for me. I already feel quite blessed." Su Yuan felt a deep sense of pride in Yuan Hao's growth. Just as they started their meal, Yuan Hao received a phone call from Gu Manua. Before he could utter a word, she hastily exclaimed, "Yuan Hao, you must check the short video platform. What transpired between He Xiaowei and Huang Jiqiang these past few days? Did it somehow involve you?" Yuan Hao quickly retorted, "Nonsense. This has nothing to do with me. I'll take a look." After hanging up, he opened the short video platform and found He Xiaowei had posted a video denouncing the scoundrel Huang Jiqiang. The video had garnered considerable attention, nearing 10 million views, likely due to Huang Jiqiang being the son of the Huang Group's chairman. The content mainly detailed Huang Jiqiang's acts of domestic violence during their relationship, accompanied by photographs of her injuries, which appear to be inflicted by a whip. In the realm of jade and precious stones, the female consumer demographic is equally robust as that of men. In today's society, once allegations of domestic violence are substantiated, it effectively equates to a death sentence. Moreover, for the Huang Group, which deals in jade and precious stones, the impact of such public sentiment on their business could be catastrophic. The comments section of the video was already filled with women rallying in solidarity with He Xiaowei, voicing their intent to boycott all jade and precious stone products under the Huang Group. The influence of short videos should not be underestimated. This is no trivial matter. The supplier undoubtedly seeks to profit. Given the poor performance of the Huang Group, they will naturally ease their pricing towards the Gu Group, for in their eyes, money is the ultimate truth. Upon viewing the video, Gu Manua immediately surmised that Yuan Hao must be involved. Otherwise, why would He Xiaowei and Huang Jiqiang, seemingly well, suddenly be at odds? After watching the footage, an excellent idea suddenly struck Yuan Hao, prompting him to hastily call Xiaoya. "Xiaoya, have you seen the short video? Regarding Huang Jiqiang, if he calls to ask when you will start at the company, use that as an excuse to decline the position." Xiaoya nodded vigorously. "All right, I am about to resign anyway. I've secured 1,500,000 and I've decided to clear my name. I've purchased a ticket to go abroad tomorrow." At this moment, Huang Jiqiang knelt before Huang Yaohua, looking utterly defeated. "Dad, how was I to know that wretched woman would take photos secretly? That's not domestic violence. It was merely a playful interaction between lovers, and she consented." Huang Yaohua's furrowed brow could have crushed several flies. "Do you have evidence to support that? Can playful interaction result in such a beating? Who would believe you? You can't even handle one woman. I truly wonder how I, Huang Yaohua, ended up with such a worthless son." After pondering for a moment, Huang Jiqiang shook his head vigorously. "Dad, no way. I have no desire to marry this woman." Huang Yaohua, exasperated, fumed, incompetent. "Can't you think? Matters that can be resolved with money are not problems. ISNT this woman after money? Hurry and come up with a solution. I've already dispatched the PR team to handle it." "All right, Dad. I'll think of something right away." Huang Jiqiang dared not hesitate and scurried out of the office. Chapter 55, The Trap. After leaving the company, Huang Jiqiang promptly called He Xiaowei. "He Xiaowei, what is the meaning of this? Are you inciting public outrage against me? Do you think I, Huang Jiqiang, am a pushover?" He Xiaowei, seeing that Huang Jiqiang remained defiant, refused to back down. Huang Jiqiang, you were the one who wooed me, the one who made promises, and the one who abandoned me. Now you question my intentions? Don't you find that rather amusing?" Upon hearing this woman daring to confront him, Huang Jiqiang's anger surged. Yet, recalling his father's instructions, He forced himself to swallow his fury. Fine, fine, today I was in the wrong. It's my fault. Where are you now? Shall we meet to discuss this? He Xiaowei scoffed. Ha, now you want to meet? During the day when I asked you to stop, you refused. It's too late. Just as it seemed Yi Xiaowei was about to hang up, Huang Jiqiang urgently interjected. Don't hang up. You wanted my promises, right? I'll give them to you at the Han Chung International Hotel. This time, it's absolutely genuine. As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up the call. Yi Xiaowei felt a flicker of uncertainty. A mutually destructive path would yield no benefit for her. Yet, fearing retaliation from Huang Jiqiang, she arranged with her friends that if she did not receive a call confirming her safety within an hour of arriving at the hotel, she would report to the police. Once all matters were settled, Yi Xiaowei descended the stairs and hailed a taxi to attend her appointment. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Han City Grand Hotel, she spotted Huang Jiqiang lounging on a sofa, his leg crossed, a half-burnt cigar nestled between his fingers, exuding a sense of leisure. As Yi Xiaowei approached, Huang Jiqiang waved her over, saying, I've reserved a private room. Let us discuss matters there. Yi Xiaowei shook her head, replying, I want to go. You're not a good person. What if someone harms me once we're inside? Huang Jiqiang took a puff of his cigar and scoffed. That won't happen. I, Huang Jiqiang, am here to resolve issues, not to create trouble. It would indeed be inappropriate to discuss business in such a public setting, especially considering how much noise you've made about this issue. If someone were to capture it on camera and post it online, it could backfire on you. Reluctantly, Yi Xiaowei followed Huang Jiqiang into the private room. Upon confirming that they were alone, she breathed a sigh of relief. Huang Jiqiang, just say what you need to say. Huang Jiqiang pulled out a stack of checks and placed them on the table. I'd like you to issue a clarification video, stating that all these matters are mere fabrications of your own making. Yi Xiaowei frowned. Huang Jiqiang, are you out of your mind? That's impossible. Your words from this afternoon would come back to haunt you. You're dreaming. Despite his annoyance, Huang Jiqiang maintained a smile, though it bore an unsettling quality. One should never speak in absolutes. Don't you desire a good life? An opportunity has presented itself. If you are willing to release the clarification video, name your price, and I shall pay. Yi Xiaowei shot him a disdainful glance. It's too late. No amount of money will convince me to release a clarification video. Huang Jiqiang shook his head. No. One must never speak too definitively until the end. Let me give you a figure. 5 million. Yi Xiaowei hesitated. 5 million was indeed a significant sum. In a standoff where neither party would gain anything, why not seize this opportunity? With 5 million, she could lead a fulfilling life. Noticing her wavering gaze, Huang Jiqiang smiled slightly and wrote a check for 2,500,000, sliding it across the table to her. Why is it only 2,500,000? Yi Xiaowei questioned. Huang Jiqiang chuckled. After you release the video, come to me for the remaining 2,500,000. He continued to persuade her. Take it. You may never see such a sum again. Why hesitate? With this money, you can do as you please, buy bags, luxury cars, even a house in a smaller city. If Yi Xiaowei were to release the clarification video, the tide of public opinion would turn. The Huang group would then sue for defamation, leaving her with nothing. Although he was a frivolous scion, the legal team under Huang Yaoguo was formidable and unyielding. After much contemplation, Yi Xiaowei finally took the check and tucked it into her pocket. Witnessing this, Huang Jiqiang felt a sense of relief wash over him. I thought you were of a higher moral standing. Yet here you are, accepting the check. Just say you want money. Why publish a video claiming that I am an abuser? You used to be so flamboyant. Don't you have any self-awareness? Yi Xiaowei remained silent, clutching her handbag as she turned to leave the private room. Huang Jiqiang immediately dialed the company's legal department. The matter is settled. The moment this woman releases a clarification video, I will sue her. How dare this despicable woman challenge me? She is simply too naive. That evening, Yuan Hao, after taking a shower, lay on his bed playing with a ring when Wang Fugui called. Yuan Hao, I hope I'm not disturbing you at this late hour? Yuan Hao chuckled. Not at all. I just laid down not long ago. Brother, is there something you need to discuss? Wang Fugui replied. I'm heading to the countryside tomorrow to collect some items. Would you like to accompany me? Collect items from the countryside? What kind of items? Yuan Hao was taken aback. Previously, many had ventured into rural areas to acquire antiques or coins, mainly capitalizing on the information gap, as the locals often had no idea of the true value of these items and would sell them for a reasonable price. However, in this day and age, could one still go to the countryside for such pursuits? Antiques, stamps, anything that looks good can be collected. Just let me know if you're coming. Yuan Hao did not hesitate. All right, what time shall we meet tomorrow? Wang Fugui responded, tomorrow morning. I'll pick you up from your neighborhood. Chapter 56. A trip to the countryside the next morning, just as dawn broke, Yuan Hao received a call from Wang Fuge. After a quick wash, he rushed downstairs without having time for breakfast. As he got into the car, he noticed the dimples on Wang Jiro's cheeks. A ray of morning light streamed through the car window, illuminating her fair complexion with a gentle blush. "Are you going too?" Yuan Hao casually inquired. Wang Jiro crossed her arms and pouted. "I'd be bored at home alone. Besides, I won't hinder your business." "What's wrong? You seem reluctant to have me join," she added. Yuan Hao shook his head in protest. "Not at all. I was merely speaking thoughtlessly. Don't take it to heart." As Wang Fugue drove, he interjected, "Yuan Hao, let me give you a heads up to prevent any misunderstandings later about me luring you into the wilderness. We are heading to a place called Laoyao Village, a small mountain village surrounding Jinling City. Being an ancient capital of the Six Dynasties, Jinling boasts a rich cultural history and has given rise to numerous exquisite artifacts. To my knowledge, this village hasn't been explored by others for goods, so this trip will certainly be worthwhile." Yuan Hao smiled. "Brother Wang, I trust your judgment completely." He inadvertently glanced at Wang Jiro's outfit. Despite it being a simple casual ensemble, her physique was striking. A plain white shirt paired with jeans on her frame appeared almost enchanting, captivating the gaze of any man. Yuan Hao frowned. "Brother Wang, while I am fine with collecting goods in the village, I'm not sure it's appropriate for Wang Jiro to join. I've heard that some men in rural areas can have inappropriate thoughts towards beautiful outsiders." Wang Fugue smiled and remarked, "This village may not be as sprawling as you imagine. It is largely isolated from the outside world, with only a little over 100 households, predominantly comprised of the elderly. The youth have long since moved away. In this day and age, who would willingly reside in such a secluded mountain nook? Only these elderly souls, having lived their lives here, find it difficult to part with their home." Yuan Hao nodded thoughtfully, considering that if the village were indeed cut off from the world, then offering money for goods would likely prove futile. In this era, one can access the internet with a mere smartphone to gather information. Surely, one could ascertain what treasures lay within these walls with just a search. Even if the elders were unaware, there must be younger generations in their families who could provide insight into any antiquities they possessed. However, judging by Wang Fugue's earnest demeanor, he had likely done his due diligence before venturing into the countryside. After a lengthy journey of over 2 hours, they finally arrived at the small town, navigating several mountains before coming to a halt at a fork in the road. "Are we there?" Yuan Hao inquired with curiosity. He felt a sense of resignation. It was hard to believe that such a village could still exist in proximity to Jinling City. Yet, if the roads were well established, those who sought to collect goods from the countryside would have undoubtedly arrived long ago, leaving no opportunity for them. An old adage rings true: to seek wealth, one must first pave the roads. After waiting for about 10 minutes, 2 motorcycles descended from the mountain path. The riders appeared to be among the few middle-aged men of the village. One of the motorcycle drivers waved and called out, "Boss Wang, you're back again." Wang Jiro initially planned to hop on, but felt somewhat awkward sandwiched between 2 men. Yuan Hao, sensing her discomfort, promptly took the initiative to mount the motorcycle first. Once he was settled, Wang Jiro considered sitting sideways. The motorcycle driver chuckled, cautioning, "The mountain path is quite steep. Sitting that way might be perilous." With no other choice, Wang Jiro reluctantly climbed aboard sideways. The motorcycle, designed for men, was somewhat lengthy and could barely accommodate 3 passengers. The individual seated at the rear had to press closely against the front or risk precarious positioning. "Are you settled?" the motorcycle driver inquired. "Yes, all set," Wang Jiro replied, a blend of nerves and excitement coursing through her as she faced the daunting mountain road. Lacking any support handles, she resolved to embrace Yuan Hao's sturdy waist for stability. The instant she did, Yuan Hao felt a wave of softness and a delicate fragrance wafting from her, intensified by the bumpy ride along the rugged path. Noticing the flush creeping to Yuan Hao's ears, Wang Jiro was well aware of the reason, and her own cheeks began to warm. After a half-hour journey, they finally reached the entrance of the village. Upon disembarking, Yuan Hao hurried to the outhouse to relieve himself, hoping to cool his flustered state. Once finished, Wang Fugue led Yuan Hao to pay a visit to the village chief. As the most influential elder in the village, the chief's approval was essential for their endeavor to procure goods. Initially, I anticipated that the negotiation process would be quite intense. However, upon sighting Wang Fugue, the village chief greeted him as if encountering an old acquaintance. "Boss Wang, it has been a while. You must indulge me with a few drinks tonight," the village chief, leaning on his cane, called out from a distance. Remarkably, judging by his voice, the elder seemed to possess a sturdy constitution. The mountains provided untainted, natural sustenance, and the air was refreshingly pure, making it an ideal abode for the elderly. Wang Fugui hurriedly approached the village chief, exclaiming, "Chief Bai, why have you come so far to greet me?" Chief Bai, still leaning on his cane, glanced at Yuan Hao and Wang Zhiro. Wang Fugui introduced, "This is my daughter, Wang Zhiro, and this gentleman beside her is my friend, Yuan Hao." "Chief Bai, I truly cannot drink today. We have a shipment arriving tomorrow. If I were to indulge in drink and delay matters, it would lead to significant troubles." Chief Bai chuckled, "You frequently send supplies to our village. We have little to offer in return. How can we possibly accept such generosity without reciprocation?" The prices in Haishur were exorbitant. The higher the price, the more they felt the items befitted their status. "Therefore, I plan to collect some old items in the village tomorrow. Rest assured, nothing will be taken without fair exchange. Based on the item's value, I shall offer cattle, sheep, eggs, or perhaps a massage device from the city in return." It was evident that the village had received numerous goods from Wang Fugui. Upon hearing his suggestion, Chief Bai's expression subtly shifted, indicating some reluctance. However, given the sheer volume of items received, it would be unreasonable to refuse. Thus, he waved his hand dismissively, stating, "You speak as if exchanging goods requires my approval. Such matters need not involve me. As long as the villagers are willing, you may trade with them. I am no landlord." Wang Fugui's face lit up with joy. "Such words cannot be taken lightly. Chief Bai, you are the head of Laoyao village, and I must seek your counsel." Chief Bai furrowed his brow, his tone slightly displeased. "Let us dispense with flattery. You must share a few drinks with me tonight. After all, you have brought 2 companions. Let us ensure the young men have sufficient energy for tomorrow." Reluctantly, Wang Fugui acquiesced, "Very well, but we must first arrange accommodations for the 2 young ones." Chief Bai patted Wang Fugui on the shoulder. "There are plenty of places to stay in the village. I will have someone arrange it immediately. Now let us go. The meal is prepared, and we shall enjoy a few drinks first." Chapter 57, Laoyao Village. After a day of travel, everyone was quite hungry as they followed the village chief into the tiled house. The table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes, causing their stomachs to rumble. Chief Bai, with a proud smile, proclaimed, "This chicken is free-range from the forest, the vegetables are nourished by our mountain spring water, and the fish was freshly caught from a stream. You must try this. You cannot find such delicacies in the city." The elders had not yet touched their chopsticks, and Yuan Hao and Wang Zhiro dared not begin. Wang Fugui picked up his chopsticks and chimed in, "Chief Bai, please partake as well. How can we dare to eat if you do not?" The village chief smiled as he picked up his chopsticks. "All right, everyone, stop dawdling. After a whole day of travel, we're all starving." It must be said that the chicken and fish from the mountains possess a distinct flavor, quite different from that of the city. The chicken soup carries a natural sweetness, with the meat being firm and chewy, perfectly complemented by a sip of the village's homemade wine. A warm sensation enveloped his stomach, bringing a considerable sense of comfort. After indulging in a hearty meal and drink, Wang Fugui knew he could not leave just yet. He had to stay and share a few more cups with the village chief. The pathways of the village were paved with blue stone slabs, and it took only a few steps down to reach the homes. Although the exteriors of the houses appeared somewhat rustic, the interiors were meticulously clean. The first floor housed only 2 rooms, closely situated, with the bathing area next door, necessitating an exit through the main door. These walls were constructed of wooden planks, with fine gaps between them. As dusk approached, the villagers mostly retreated into their homes to watch television, leaving only the distant calls of birds in the woods. Wang Zhiro, having spent an entire afternoon in transit, felt sore from sitting and, after dropping off her luggage, exclaimed her desire to take a bath. However, upon noticing that the bathroom was outside, her usual boldness faltered. She stood there clutching a small packet of pink undergarments, biting her lip and fidgeting nervously. Yuan Hao, with a smile, inquired, "What is the matter? Are you afraid to bathe?" Wang Zhiro's expression was somewhat conflicted. "It's so dark outside, I'm scared. Can you please stand guard at the door?" She pleaded, "I can't bear not bathing after such a long journey. Please, Yuan Hao." Seeing her pitiful demeanor, Yuan Hao relented. "All right, just be quick about it. I'll be outside swatting mosquitoes." "Okay." Wang Zhiro nodded with a smile. Once inside the bathroom, she promptly shut the wooden door. The unfortunate reality was that the many gaps in the wooden panels allowed for a clear view of the interior whenever the light was on. Blushing, Wang Zhiro called out, "Yuan Hao, turn around. No peeking." Yuan Hao chuckled, thinking to himself that if he wanted to sneak a glance, turning around wouldn't be effective. Nevertheless, he complied, "All right. Just hurry up. I will." With the sound of rushing water filling the bathroom, images of Wang Zhiro's alluring figure began to form in Yuan Hao's mind. As the saying goes, a gentleman's nature is to appreciate beauty, and there are studies suggesting that frequently admiring beautiful women can contribute to longevity. With this thought, Yuan Hao subtly turned to sneak a look. Wang Jiro's skin, as smooth as cream, appeared exceptionally supple under the lather of the shower gel. The view was nothing short of splendid. Wang Jiro noticed Yuan Hao's slight movement, but she dared not voice her awareness, for she had yet to finish her bath. The fact that he was drawn to her in such a manner only affirmed her allure. Pleased with this realization, a pair of dimples began to surface at the corners of her mouth. Observing Wang Jiro giggling while bathing, Yuan Hao found himself perplexed. How could one find such amusement in the act of washing? 10 minutes later, Wang Jiro finally emerged from the bathroom. She was adorned with lustrous, raven black hair and donned a pink strawberry pajamas, revealing a rather conspicuous mark. Yuan Hao couldn't help but blush. Wang Jiro immediately realized this and hastily covered her chest, exclaiming, "No peeking." Returning to the bed, she recalled the earlier scene, feeling a flush of warmth on her cheeks, instead of anger. She felt a flicker of joy within her heart. Meanwhile, Yuan Hao was lost in thought, idly toying with the ring in his hand. Having absorbed a significant amount of energy from the raw stone market, the edges of the ring shimmered with a faint ethereal glow. Yuan Hao sensed that the ring was on the verge of breaking its seal, yet he remained uncertain on how to achieve this breakthrough. Would it require the absorption of more jade raw stones? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he succumbed to sleep on the bed. He enjoyed a deep slumber that night, only to be awakened the next day by Wang Fugue. The villagers rose early, and the promised goods had arrived, necessitating extra hands for assistance. Following Wang Fugue to the village entrance, he was greeted by a mountain of items that had been transported: cattle, sheep, eggs, and even foot massage chairs from the city. "Boss Wang, what are we distributing today? I see cows and sheep among the goods," Yuan Hao inquired. Wang Fugue chuckled. "Today we are distributing eggs and some furniture. As for the cattle, sheep, and massage chairs, they will be part of a trade. You see, I have opened a refurbishment factory primarily focused on revitalizing old items and packaging them for sale in Haishur. I noticed that there are numerous old items in the village. You can exchange these for something in return. I will assess the value of your old items to determine whether you receive cattle or sheep." Seeing this, village chief chimed in, "Everyone, Boss Wang has generously provided our village with many items. Those old and used possessions can be offered to him in exchange. He has assisted us greatly. We cannot owe him this favor, nor can we shortchange him." As soon as the village chief's words were uttered, the villagers were stirred with excitement, each rushing home to fetch various old belongings. "Boss, what can I get in exchange for these stamps from my collection?" Chapter 58. Is the parchment a treasure map? Wang Fugue patted Yuan Hao's shoulder and said, "Yuan Hao, come take a look with me." "Certainly, Brother Wang," Yuan Hao replied, following him to an elderly villager who was retrieving a stamp collection album from a cardboard box. Yuan Hao noticed the villager's hands were calloused, and through his clothing, he could see numerous scars and bullet wounds on his back. This elder was no ordinary individual, at least not in the past. Wang Fugue casually flipped through a few pages, glancing briefly at the stamps. The villager furrowed his brow and continued to turn the pages, saying, "Take a look at this one. The 1980 year of the monkey stamp. And it's a complete set." The information obtained through Yuan Hao's penetrating vision revealed that this complete set of monkey stamps is indeed genuine, with an estimated value of over 2 million due to its impeccable preservation. This particular collection represents the first series of zodiac stamps from Huaxia, and its rarity is matched only by its unique artistic worth and profound cultural significance, making it one of the most promising stamps for appreciation in Huaxia today. Wang Fugue initially intended to inquire about the authenticity of the stamp, but upon meeting Yuan Hao's unwavering gaze, he found his answer. He approached the villager and quietly remarked, "My friend, this stamp is a pity. If it were genuine, its worth would be immeasurable." Yuan Hao furrowed his brow, ready to interject. But Wang Fugue placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Xiao Hao, please fetch the catalog. If there are any quality pieces of furniture available, we can offer a trade with our friend here." Upon hearing Wang Fugue's words, the villager grew anxious. "Fake? That cannot be. I purchased it in the capital when the first set was released." Wang Fugue, smiling, probed further. "This monkey stamp is exceedingly rare. How could you have acquired it so easily? You mentioned you bought it in the capital. May I ask what your profession was at that time?" The villager sighed. "I am a retired soldier, a veteran of the battlefield." Wang Fugue suddenly stood in respect. "It is utterly disgraceful to sell counterfeit stamps. Here's what we will do. You may select 2 items, and I shall bear the cost myself. We cannot let our heroes feel disheartened." The villager waved his hand dismissively No need for that. The price is what it is. I will not take from the people. If it is fake, then so be it. Hearing this, Yuan Hao was taken aback. He had understood during his shared glance with Wang Fugui that he must have known this set of monkey stamps was not a forgery. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to seek out better furniture options. The disparity between merchants like Shang Xuanhui and Wang Fugui was stark. This was a retired soldier, a hero who had once risked his life to protect us. Taking advantage of him was something Yuan Hao could not reconcile with his conscience. Yuan Hao approached with the catalog, his expression grave. Wang Fugui, observing Yuan Hao's peculiar demeanor, subtly shook his head, signaling him not to reveal the truth. Yuan Hao suspected that Wang Fugui had invested considerable resources for this occasion and, to avoid offending anyone, he resolved to cover the cost himself. One must be true to one's conscience. Gentlemen, how many others in the village share your status as retired soldiers? Yuan Hao inquired softly. The villager smiled. There are still 4 or 5 of us. We were all in the same platoon, while the rest of our comrades have long since departed. Yuan Hao nodded. In that case, I will personally finance the construction of a nursing home in the village with dedicated staff to care for you. You protected us when we were young. Now that you have aged, it is our turn to safeguard you. The villager immediately shook his head in refusal. There is no need. Establishing a nursing home would require substantial funds, and it is unnecessary in our village. Moreover, the mountain roads are treacherous. Larger vehicles cannot access them. Yuan Hao replied firmly. It is all right. I will take care of all expenses. Providing welfare for everyone brings me peace of mind, so please do not decline my goodwill. Wang Fugui discerned Yuan Hao's subtle intentions and promptly concurred. Fellow villager, the youth's heartfelt gesture deserves your acceptance. Establishing a nursing home would undoubtedly benefit everyone in our village. The villager, leaning on his cane, nodded appreciatively. Very well, I shall express my gratitude on behalf of all. Following this, Yuan Hao and Wang Fugui explored other antiquities, with the most valuable item in the village being a complete set of monkey stamps. Additionally, there were coins such as the Yuan Daitu. The artifacts brought by Wang Fugui were estimated to be worth around 100,000, while the complete set of monkey stamps alone could yield substantial profit. At that moment, a villager approached with an exquisite wooden box. Boss Wang, what can I exchange for this wooden box? After a few moments of scrutiny, Yuan Hao discovered a scroll of parchment nestled within. The parchment bore intricate symbols, resembling a treasure map. The wooden box itself was not particularly rare. It was a modern rosewood box, worth a modest sum. Wang Fugui, discerning this, suggested, perhaps it could be traded for some furniture. Yuan Hao, why don't you take him to select something? Yuan Hao remained silent and, before Wang Fugui, pried the box open. Hey, why did you dismantle my wooden box? The villager exclaimed, but Yuan Hao paid him no mind as he unfurled the parchment. What is this? Wang Fugui exclaimed, leaning in closer as the surrounding villagers gathered around. Curiosity piqued, Wang Fugui inquired, how did you know there was something inside this box? Yuan Hao smiled. Boss Wang, have you forgotten my expertise in appraising treasures? The joints of this wooden box are misaligned, clearly indicating it was assembled later. The contents of this parchment appear to depict a map, although I struggle to comprehend the markings and symbols. Village Chief leaned in for a closer look, seemingly struck by a revelation, yet unable to articulate it immediately. Suddenly, he smacked his thigh. I remember now. This is indeed a map. These symbols can only be deciphered by the elders of our clan. Pointing to the symbols on the parchment, Village Chief explained, see this curve? That represents our old waste village. A stream flows upwards, leading to the back mountain where an ancient locust tree stands. The tree is adjacent to a massive rock, and the inscription indicates that finding the rock will lead to the entrance. Upon hearing the chief's explanation, both Wang Fugui and Yuan Hao recognized that this was undeniably a genuine treasure map. Village Chief, just now, several employees who were unloading with Boss Wang seemed to have headed towards the back mountain. Hearing this, Wang Fugui furrowed his brow. What? He quickly counted the personnel and confirmed that 5 were indeed missing. Initially, he had assumed that the delivery team had sent extra help out of a sudden pang of conscience. This is bad. Village Chief we must send a younger villager to lead us to the location on the map. Those individuals likely headed there with ulterior motives. Chapter 59. The thieves are armed. Village Chief did not hesitate. If the village's treasures were to be stolen by outsiders, he would be remiss as the leader of Old Waste Village. Xiao Mao, quickly take Boss Wang and a few others up the mountain, the chief commanded, pointing to a middle-aged man in the village. Boss Wang, should we arm ourselves or perhaps call the police? I've heard that those in this line of work are quite ruthless, and we must be cautious about our safety. Wang Zhiro hurriedly stepped forward. Dad, I want to go too. A girl like me sitting here, do you think this is a game? There could be real danger ahead. And if you go in, you'll just be a liability for us. After speaking, Wang Fugue grabbed a hoe and prepared to leave, while Yuan Hao also took a hoe. With the two remaining porters, there were a total of 5 individuals. Initially, those 2 porters had no intention of getting involved. Earning a few hundred yuan a day was not worth risking their lives for their boss. However, Wang Fugue activated his monetary incentive. Each person who followed him up the mountain would earn 200,000. Earning that much outside would take them 2 years without eating or drinking. The prospect of such wealth spurred them on, and they steeled themselves for the journey. The mountain path was somewhat rugged, but fortunately, a villager named Xiao Mao was extremely familiar with the terrain. Occasionally, he would venture up the mountain to gather wild delicacies, and he could even show Yuan Hao and the others some shortcuts. What would typically take about an hour to reach the old locust tree now only took half an hour. However, they noticed that a large boulder adjacent to the old locust tree had been moved, revealing a dark entrance. As they approached, they observed numerous footprints from climbing shoes around the entrance, and by assessing the depth of the prints, it seemed that others had entered not long ago. Boss Wang, do we really have to go in? We only have a hoe, and we didn't bring any flashlights. We can only rely on our phone lights. One of the porters hesitated, staring at the dark entrance. Another porter echoed, yes, what if there's a trap inside? We might lose our lives. Why don't we just wait here for them to come out? They must return with whatever they're looking for. Xiao Mao glanced at the map on the parchment. That is not right. It indicates several exits inside. They might not even come out here. The fact that these individuals knew about a treasure in Laoyao village suggested they possessed a treasure map. Otherwise, how could they find this location so precisely? The village chief mentioned that only the elders in their clan could decipher the symbols on the map, implying that someone from the village had colluded with outsiders. There was no time to ponder further. Yuan Hao squinted and cautiously peered into the cave. To his astonishment, the formerly pitch-black entrance appeared vividly clear through his enhanced vision. To maintain discretion, Yuan Hao took out his phone and activated the flashlight. Everyone, my eyesight is exceptional. I can see clearly within the cave. Just stick close to me and do not act independently. With that, Yuan Hao led the way into the cave. Wang Fugue hesitated momentarily, perhaps fearing for his life. Yet something compelled him to brave the darkness and follow. The remaining 3 had no choice but to follow suit. Yuan Hao, at the forefront and aided by his enhanced vision, quickly noticed some footprints on the ground at a fork in the path ahead. As long as one follows the footprints, there is no chance of error. The unloading worker noticed that Yuan Hao was advancing with remarkable speed, surrounded by an impenetrable darkness. He felt a shiver run down his spine. Brother, isn't it the timid who consult maps? You're navigating so swiftly without one. If you end up in a dead end, it will be disastrous. The worker glanced at his phone, but alas, there was no signal within the cave. It is known that speaking loudly in a cave causes sound to reflect multiple times, traveling great distances. Wouldn't that be akin to alerting the enemy? Yuan Hao spotted the thieves not far ahead. Upon hearing a noise, one of them pulled out a dark object from his pocket. Go outside and see if anyone is tailing us, the leader of the thieves commanded. Understood. The blonde thief promptly chambered a bullet, then cautiously stepped outside, gun in hand. Yuan Hao's pupils constricted. He quickly pressed himself against the rocky edge of the cave, signaling to those behind him to turn off their phone lights and remain silent. The soft crunch of hiking shoes on the loose stones produced faint sounds. At that moment, everyone dared not even breathe. Those rustling noises were akin to a death knell, growing ever closer as a beam of light pierced from within to outside. Except for Yuan Hao, the others trembled slightly. When the blonde thief came into view, it was clear he held the so-called weapon of truth. Everyone shut their eyes, silently praying. If they were discovered here, their lives would surely be forfeit. Yuan Hao, too, dared not exhale. Although he had noticed a significant improvement in his skills after fighting with thugs, this was a bullet. A shot to the body could indeed be fatal, and Yuan Hao was not willing to take that risk. The blonde thief, wielding a flashlight, scanned the surroundings but found no signs of life. He resolved to conduct a thorough search. What to do? Yuan Hao looked around, seeking a means of escape. At that moment, he spotted a pitch-black bat overhead. An idea struck him. He concealed his right hand within his sleeve, seizing the bat and tossing it toward the blonde thief. The thief, already on edge during his search, instinctively pulled the trigger when a dark object suddenly appeared before him. Bang! The group of thieves inside the cave heard the gunfire and rushed out. Achong, are you all right? The leader of the thieves whispered. The blonde wiped the sweat from his brow, shining the flashlight around. Boss, I'm fine, but that scared me. It was just a bat. Are you out of your mind? Shooting at a bat? The leader scolded angrily. One of the female thieves pondered for a moment. Wait, we did hear voices earlier. Didn't you see anyone? The blonde shook his head. I didn't see anyone. Perhaps it was just villagers passing by outside. Did you catch what they said? The leader cursed vehemently. What nonsense. Since no one followed us in, let us focus on finding the goods. That's our priority. If we discover anyone has entered, shoot on sight. One must never let a living soul escape. Here, there are no surveillance cameras, nor witnesses. No one will discover it. Chapter 60. The legendary nine-eyed celestial pearl. After the band of thieves departed, the group finally had the opportunity to breathe. Yuan Hao inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself, and then whispered, "They have left. If you wish to speak later, do so quietly." We all heard what they said. These individuals are merciless killers. The relatively slender loader detected a peculiar scent in the air and quietly inquired, What is that strange odor?" Illuminating his surroundings with his phone's light, he noticed that the man beside him was anxiously clutching his pockets, the seams of his trousers visibly damp. "Brother, did you wet your pants?" The man hurriedly whispered in defense. "No, the bottled water in my pocket spilled in my trousers." "Boss Wong, I shall refrain from proceeding further. You all witnessed that gang. And they are armed. I merely came to unload. It is not worth risking my life here. I fear this 200,000 may be earned, but not spent." Wang Fugui's expression was complex. He was frightened of the thieves, yet reluctant to depart. Turning around, he suddenly realized that Yuan Hao, who had just stood beside him, had vanished without a trace. "Boss Wang, that young man has surely gone in, hasn't he?" Xiao Mao, seeing Wang Fugui's silence, feared he might stubbornly follow, and thus seized Wang Fugui's wrist. Frowning, Xiao Mao sighed. "Boss Wang, you must not be foolish. That group possesses weapons. The young man's keen eyes might ensure his safety. But in this cave, my vision is as good as blind. Indeed, preserving our lives is paramount. We ought to gather more people, for this is beyond the capacity of us ordinary folk." The loader murmured in agreement. Wang Fugui glanced into the depths of the cave, and with a resigned sigh, said, "Alas, let's first go out and report this to the authorities." Yuan Hao, uninterested in further debate, chose to venture in alone. Their reluctance to enter was understandable. Earning such a meager sum was hardly worth risking one's life. Yuan Hao was well aware that these individuals were genuinely armed. But as long as he could get close, there remained a chance. Moreover, the cave's impenetrable darkness provided the perfect cover for him. After all, with the advantage of his X-ray vision, this pitch-black cave was rendered inconsequential. It would be a lie to say he was unafraid. Yet Yuan Hao was deeply curious about the treasures that could compel a band of thieves to bring firearms and declare that no living witness should be spared. The equipment possessed by this gang of thieves was quite sophisticated, suggesting a level of professionalism beyond that of ordinary criminals. He observed as a female thief withdrew a detector from her climbing backpack. After multiple scans, she produced a pen, utilizing the beam of her flashlight to scribble numbers in a notebook, seemingly engaged in calculations. Approximately 10 minutes later, having reached her conclusions, the female thief employed a Luoyang shovel to excavate a small hole at the edge of the wall. Immediately, a slender detonator was inserted, and he waved his hand, signaling everyone to step back. The thieves quickly retreated several meters, covering their ears with their hands. Bang! The force of the detonator was just right. It created a small hole in the wall without damaging the geological structure of the cave. The leader of the thieves, holding a flashlight, cautiously shone it inside. By the light, everyone saw a luminous orb resting upon a stone pillar deep within the cave. With just a fleeting glance, they all recognized that this orb was of immeasurable worth. Yuan Hao paused for a moment, his gaze fixed upon the orb. Nine-eyed celestial pearl, genuine. Value, 60 million. Only 2 nine-eyed celestial pearls exist in the world. The nine-eyed celestial pearl was oval in shape, rounded in the center, flat at both ends, with intricate patterns of 9 eyes adorning its surface. In Buddhist culture, the nine-eyed celestial pearl holds significant importance, believed to ward off all calamities. "Brother, we're going to strike it rich this time." The leader of the thieves gasped, his breath quickening. Such a treasure was something one would be lucky to encounter even after raiding 100 tombs. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, he swiftly donned a pair of gloves and approached the nine-eyed celestial pearl, cradling it gently in his hands as if it were a newborn daughter. Afraid to move, lest it fall to the ground, Yuan Hao was astonished to discover that the ring on his right hand was also reacting strongly, as if there were an inexplicable bond between it and the nine-eyed celestial pearl. Even more perplexing was the sensation that the ring seemed to desire to consume the nine-eyed celestial pearl. Why he felt this strange impulse was beyond his comprehension. You wish to devour a 60 million pearl? Madness. Moreover, there are only 2 in existence. Even if taken out, It could be claimed as a unique artifact, and people would believe it. The price would undoubtedly double. To feed something so valuable to a ring? That seemed utterly insane. The leader of the thieves carefully placed the nine-eyed celestial pearl into a box, then stowed the box in his backpack, checking it several times for assurance. However, he had no inkling that this scene was witnessed by another individual aside from his comrades. The moment Yuan Hao saw the leader place the nine-eyed celestial pearl into the backpack, a brilliant idea struck him. He could discreetly cut a small opening in the backpack while they were busy packing the porcelain. He had often encountered pickpockets at the train station and could employ a similar tactic now. However, he needed to wait for the right opportunity to strike. The tool for cutting open the backpack could be easily obtained from the leader of the thieves, as Yuan Hao had noticed a military dagger tucked in the left pocket of the leader's pants when he used his X-ray vision. The cave was filled with various bottles and jars from the Qing dynasty, all of which held some value and could fetch a good price, perhaps 100 to 200,000. He was curious about the origin of Laoyao village. Collectively, the bottles and jars could be worth several million. Therefore, these thieves were equally keen on ancient artifacts, as no one would ever complain about having more money in their pockets. The thieves exhibited a clear division of labor, having even brought bags in advance. They diligently stuffed the various bottles and jars into these bags, which are notably padded with bubble wrap to safeguard fragile items like porcelain. "Boss, look at this." Upon hearing this, the leader of the thieves hurried over. Yuan Hao, seeing a few of them turn the corner, quickly followed. The 5 thieves formed a tight circle, their eyes widening in astonishment at the antique before them. "Brother, what is this?" "It resembles the Emperor's jade seal." The leader of the thieves remained silent, donning gloves as he carefully turned the jade seal over. The base of the seal bore 8 clear characters, mandated by heaven, "May it last forever." Chapter 61. The Imperial Jade Seal. Mandated by heaven, may it last forever. The leader of the thieves was taken aback. "Is this truly the Imperial Jade Seal?" "Boss, I recall that during the Han Dynasty, the Empress Dowager, Xiao Yuan, once dropped it, chipping a corner. Check if there's a defect." Upon hearing this, the leader swiftly flipped the seal over and indeed found a chip on the upper right corner. The female thief exclaimed with delight, "Boss, this is authentic. Who would have thought that the Imperial Jade Seal, lost to the annals of history, would appear in this small village? How much could this Imperial Jade Seal be worth?" The blonde thief casually inquired. The leader's lips curled into a slight smile. "Priceless. Whatever price we set, there will be buyers. Ha, we truly struck it rich this time. To avoid any unforeseen complications, let us quickly pack these items and leave." At that moment, Yuan Hao was concealed in a dark corner, observing everything unfold. The Imperial Jade Seal, Qing Dynasty, its predecessor being the He by value, 200 million. The Imperial Jade Seal, symbolizing supreme imperial authority and divine mandate, holds a value that undoubtedly exceeds 200 million, enhanced by its historical and cultural significance. There was no way these treasures could fall into the hands of the thieves. Selling them domestically was out of the question. The moment the Imperial Jade Seal was revealed, it would undoubtedly attract significant attention. To dispose of it quickly, they would have to flee abroad. The gang was invigorated by their possession of these rare treasures, eagerly stuffing the bottles and jars into their bags. The leader, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, stood supervising. Perhaps lost in dreams of a prosperous future, the leader wore a foolish grin, blissfully unaware of the danger quietly encroaching. Under the cover of darkness, Yuan Hao stealthily approached from behind the thieves. Spotting the familiar backpack, his adrenaline surged, and he dared not breathe, fearful of being discovered. Holding his breath, he cautiously crept closer to the leader, crouching down and carefully gripping the handle of his combat knife. Yuan Hao glanced up at the thief leader, noting his lack of reaction, and cautiously drew the knife from its sheath. When the dagger was fully drawn, Yuan Hao felt as if a heavy stone had finally been lifted from his heart. Just then, the leader of the thieves made a sudden movement, prompting Yuan Hao to immediately crouch down and cease his actions. The blonde thief, while packing porcelain, chuckled, "All right, boss, we made quite a haul this time. Look, we've already filled 3 or 4 sacks. Each sack is worth at least 2 million. For sacks mean 8 million. I'm going to the Asian market to find some young models to play with." The leader of the thieves laughed. "Look at you with all that money. Why seek out young models? I'll introduce you to some rising stars from the entertainment industry." Upon hearing this, the blonde's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Boss, are you serious? I might take that to heart." The leader patted his chest. "With money, anything is possible. You can have your pick, don't worry." Seizing the moment while the two were conversing, Yuan Hao decisively slashed the bottom of the backpack with his dagger. The cut was swift and precise, creating a 10-centimeter gash in the backpack. Holding his breath, He quickly reached in and grasped the bottom of the wooden box, slowly maneuvering it downward. When Yuan Hao caught sight of the transparent bag containing the Imperial Jade Seal, his heart raced almost to his throat. The Imperial Seal, 4 inches in diameter, was crafted from white jade with a dragon and tiger knob, featuring 5 intertwined dragon motifs, and inscribed on the front with the words commanded by heaven. Long life and prosperity, pinned by Li Si. Not daring to be careless, Yuan Hao quickly tucked the item into his sleeve and stealthily made his way toward the exit. The leader of the thieves suddenly sensed that the backpack felt significantly lighter. Instinctively, he reached back to feel it and was startled to discover the backpack had become deflated. Realizing it had been punctured, he shouted, "What the hell? A thief snuck in behind us. The Imperial Seal and the nine-eyed Heaven Pearl are gone. Quick, pursue him. He can't have gone far. Shoot on sight. Anyone who dares to steal from me will pay with their life today." Upon hearing that both the Imperial Seal and the nine-eyed Heaven Pearl had been stolen, the thieves were invigorated, with one shining a flashlight ahead while the others swiftly loaded their firearms. Yuan Hao, upon hearing the shouts echoing from the cave, dared not relent. He ran as swiftly as possible, knowing that bullets do not discriminate. A bullet striking his body could create a wound, while one to the head would prove fatal. As a beam of light fell upon Yuan Hao from behind, the blonde thief pointed at his silhouette and shouted, "I see him. That kid is right ahead. Don't let him escape. Fire." Bang, bang, bang. The three did not hesitate, emptying their magazines within mere seconds. A dozen bullets were fired in rapid succession, and given the narrowness of the cave, no matter how fast Yuan Hao ran, he could not outpace the bullets. One bullet fortuitously struck his calf. "Got him. I hit his leg. Damn it. How dare he steal from us? He'll die here today." The blonde shouted as he ran. In response, Yuan Hao quickly scanned his surroundings and spotted a fork in the path, decisively darting into it. The blonde and his companions reached the spot where Yuan Hao had been hit, only to find a pool of blood on the ground. "Huh, thought you could escape? A single leg manages to flee. What a remarkable feat." Yuan Hao, upon noticing the yellow-haired individual following the blood trail, felt an impending sense of dread. To his astonishment, the yellow-haired one displayed a glimmer of intellect at a critical moment. Concealing himself at this fork in the road was evidently futile. He had to escape swiftly, for falling into their clutches would surely spell his doom. As he ran, Yuan Hao suddenly halted, standing dumbfounded in place. Before him lay a dead end, a chasm so profound that its depths were unfathomable. He faced a grim choice: leap into the abyss or be captured by the bandits. Surrendering to them would yield no favorable outcome. With the Imperial Jade Seal now in his possession, ancestors of bygone emperors, if you wish to prevent this national treasure from falling into the hands of scoundrels, may you bestow your blessings upon your descendants. Having uttered these words, Yuan Hao steeled himself, closed his eyes, and leapt into the void, clutching the Imperial Jade Seal and the nine-eyed heavenly bead. Chapter 62. The Enigmatic Power of the Ring. Moments later, Yuan Hao collapsed onto the ground, casting a glance at the intact Imperial Jade Seal and nine-eyed heavenly bead nestled in his sleeve, and exhaled in relief. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself encircled by rock, with no alternative route available. Yuan Hao was acutely aware that the bandits, upon discovering his descent, would not relent. They would undoubtedly devise a means to follow. After all, treasures valued in the billions are not so easily relinquished. What a farce it would be. Just as Yuan Hao attempted to rise, he realized his legs were unresponsive, utterly immobilized. Looking down, he witnessed his legs grotesquely contorted, with bones piercing through flesh and a considerable accumulation of bruised blood darkening his limbs. It seemed his legs were beyond salvation. Within mere minutes, a piercing pain radiated from his legs, overwhelming him to the point of unconsciousness. At that moment, the nine-eyed heavenly bead within his sleeve transformed into wisps of mist, continuously infusing itself into the ring. In the cavern, several bandits followed the blood trail to the vicinity of the cave. The yellow-haired one, peering into the abyss with a flashlight, found that the peculiar gases within the cave rendered the bottom invisible, creating an illusion of an unfathomable chasm. What now? This wretch has jumped. The Imperial Jade Seal and nine-eyed heavenly bead are in his possession. Panic seized the yellow-haired one. The female bandit contemplated for a moment, then picked up a stone from the ground and tossed it into the cavern. After approximately 2 seconds, the sound of the stone hitting the ground echoed back. The female bandit spoke. "This cave is likely over 10 meters deep. Without any safety measures, jumping down would be tantamount to certain death." One of the bandits shot the yellow-haired one a glare. It's your fault for blustering, proclaiming he would die today. When cornered, even a dog will leap the wall. If he intimates such threats, would he have jumped? The yellow-haired one feigned innocence. What does this have to do with me? Who knew this fellow would be so audacious? The female bandit retrieved a radio from her waist. Enough bickering. I'll inform the boss of the situation. Upon learning the details, the bandit leader rushed over. This little rascal has jumped? Unacceptable. Today we must either witness him alive or find his corpse. The priceless treasure worth billions has been secured, and I cannot afford to lose it. The leader of the thieves felt a surge of frustration. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Do we have 20 meters of rope in our bags? The young thief furrowed his brow. Boss, are you suggesting we descend? What if the rope is insufficient? We could end up suspended halfway down, unable to go up or down, risking our lives. The leader glared fiercely at him. The invaluable treasure lies below. Consider whether you wish to descend. Moon, check if the ropes in everyone's bags can be tied together sufficiently. If not, think of a way to extend the length with clothing. We must acquire the imperial seal and the nine-eyed heavenly pearl today. Understood. The female thief dared not hesitate and immediately retrieved the ropes from their bags, tying them together. Each rope measured only 4 or 5 meters, which was clearly inadequate. Reluctantly, they resorted to using their clothing to add length. One end of the rope was tied to a stone pillar, and they secured it firmly to the ground with cement nails. The leader of the thieves, feeling the weight of his earth gun at his waist, declared solemnly, "For safety's sake, I will descend first to assess the situation. You must pull me up promptly. Do not hesitate." As he descended into the cavern, Yuan Hao felt the nine-eyed heavenly pearl vanish from his sleeve, its ring emanating a soft, colorful glow. Uniquely, the ring seemed to harbor a vibrant life force. In an instant, colorful mist enveloped Yuan Hao, transporting him not to the depths of the cavern, but to a hidden paradise. Beneath a blue sky adorned with white clouds, he found himself amidst mountains, streams, grassy fields, and a small grove, an expanse reminiscent of a football field. The imperial seal had also materialized in this idyllic realm. After being enveloped in the colorful mist, the bruises on Yuan Hao's legs swiftly faded, and his previously shattered legs appeared not only restored but even more robust than before. Suddenly, Yuan Hao's fingers twitched, and he opened his eyes wide, only to feel his heart plummet upon seeing the stone wall beside him. It's over, my legs are ruined. How will I ever escape? After a moment of lament, he noticed a thick rope attached to the wall, seemingly swaying. Rising to his feet, he grasped the rope and gave a tug. Halfway up, the leader of the thieves felt the rope jolt unexpectedly, nearly sending him tumbling. What on earth are you doing up there? Stop moving. Falling could be fatal. The young thief, hearing his leader's voice, frowned. Boss, we haven't moved. The leader pondered for a moment. You haven't moved? Then who did? Could it be that the kid jumped down and is still alive? Hearing the commotion from above, Yuan Hao hastily released his grip. How is it possible that I'm standing up? Yuan Hao thought to himself as he lowered his gaze and discovered that his legs had miraculously regained their strength. Momentarily bewildered, he soon realized that the ring, radiating with a colorful glow, was likely the source of his salvation. Clenching his fists, he felt an abundance of untapped energy coursing through him. Glancing at the stone wall, he resolutely struck it with his fist. Boom! Not only did his hand emerge unscathed, but a fist-sized indentation appeared in the rocky surface. With such formidable strength, how could he possibly fear these thieves? The leader of the bandits, now apprehensive, shouted urgently, "Pull me up. That little brat is trying to kill me." Huang Mao, perplexed by his leader's words, questioned, how could he survive such a fall? You heir, grasping the rope tightly, interjected, "Why are we wasting time? Hurry and pull the boss up." Observing the rope retracting steadily, Yuan Hao decisively seized it and began to ascend gradually. Huang Mao, muscles taut with strain, protested. But the boss wasn't this heavy when he jumped. Why is he so burdensome now? Enough with the chatter, Huang Mao. The boss has spoken. Just get on with it. After several exhausting minutes, the four of them finally managed to pull their leader back up, panting heavily. Huang Mao collapsed onto the ground. Big brother, you need to lose some weight. When did you become so heavy? Even with 4 of us, we struggled to pull you up. The bandit leader took a moment to catch his breath. That brat is still alive. We need to devise a plan to lure him up here. Are you looking for me? Chapter 63. The greatest hatred is for those who threaten my family. Before he could fully regain his composure, a sudden, intense pain surged through his chest, as though several ribs had been shattered by a single forceful blow. Yuan Hao scoffed. I hear you wish to kill me? I'm curious if you possess the ability to do so. No sooner had he spoken than the bandit leader was sent flying several meters away. Crashing heavily against the cave's edge, where he lay unresponsive. The remaining thieves, witnessing this, swiftly drew their makeshift guns and aimed them at Yuan Hao, firing indiscriminately. To Yuan Hao's astonishment, the bullets' trajectories appeared remarkably slow through his enhanced vision. Thus, he began to replicate the cinematic spectacle of dodging bullets. In awe of the extraordinary scene unfolding before him, Huang Mao slapped himself in disbelief. This isn't a dream. Is this kid human or a ghost? We chose this auspicious day to act, and yet we encounter a specter. Yuan Hao taunted, traveling on dark paths will inevitably lead one to encounter ghosts. The bandit named Yuan clearly dismissed Yuan Hao's words as mere nonsense. Given your abilities, you're likely acquainted with the underworld. Hand over your valuables, and we shall part ways. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao couldn't help but laugh. Are you truly unaware of your circumstances, or has your mind clouded? Do you genuinely believe that the four of you are my match? Frowning, Yuan replied, you must think carefully. We are not individuals you can afford to offend. Should you earn our enmity, both you and your family will face our wrath. Consider the anguish of witnessing your wife, mother, or even daughter subjected to humiliation before your very eyes, while you remain utterly powerless. Thus, I strongly advise you to relinquish your possessions. Once again, a threat to my family. Had you lacked such prowess, you would have faced unimaginable disgrace that day. Yuan Hao declared with a grave tone. There is nothing I despise more than threats against my loved ones. Moon, under the impression that Yuan Hao was intimidated, scoffed derisively, if that is the case. Then why not in an instant? A shadow darted past, and before she could comprehend the situation, the thief known as Moon found herself hoisted effortlessly by Yuan Hao. To his surprise, his speed was remarkable, perhaps due to the dim light within the cavern that obscured his vision. To the thief, it all transpired in the blink of an eye. Release Moon, the blonde-haired thug bellowed. Yet, before she could regain her bearings, Yuan Hao brutally shattered her arms. This is the price you pay for threatening my family. Yuan Hao thundered, following up with a swift kick that broke her legs. A piercing scream echoed through the cave as Moon, now bereft of her leg support, collapsed before Yuan Hao. In her eyes, he resembled a malevolent demon come to collect souls. Gone was her earlier arrogance. Only tears and remorse remained as she muttered repeatedly, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Forgive me. I truly understand my error. Yuan Hao's fierce gaze swept across the remaining thieves, who dared not move. At that moment, a flood of light poured into the cavern from the direction of the exit. The blonde thug exclaimed with a grin, we are here. Someone is coming. We are saved. Help. There's a madman here. Hearing the cries for help from within the cave, Uncle Hat rushed in with a flashlight. Listen up. No one is to move. You are all surrounded. Upon seeing Uncle Hat, the thieves suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of security. Yuan Hao feigned a pitiful demeanor, pointing at the thieves, help me. They want to kill me. If it weren't for their bickering over the spoils, I might have already been dead. The blonde thug was utterly taken aback by Yuan Hao's unexpected display of vulnerability. You're talking nonsense. My boss and Sister Moon are the ones you attacked. How can we possibly deal with you? Yuan Hao quickly positioned himself behind Uncle Hat. They have tools for their crimes in their backpacks, and they are armed. Deep within the cave, there are antiques they packed, but did not take with them. They even mentioned selling these antiques to foreign devils and to the Japanese devils. You're spewing lies. The blonde thug seethed with rage. It is well known that there exists a bitter enmity between China and Japan. Upon hearing Yuan Hao's accusations, Uncle Hat's demeanor toward them changed drastically. Hands on your heads. Crouch down. You're all coming with us to give statements. The thieves, realizing the gravity of their situation, dared not retaliate with their firearms, as attacking an officer would surely result in severe consequences. They understood the weight of their choices. As Uncle Hat forcibly led him out of the cave, Huang Mao cast a fierce glare at Yuan Hao, vowing, you, kid, I will remember you. Our enmity is sealed. At the police station, when recording his statement, Yuan Hao had the villagers from Laoyao village testify on his behalf, rendering the thieves' accusations against him utterly futile. What were these so-called Imperial Jade Seal and Nine-Eyed Heavenly Bead? He had never even seen them. What do they look like? Can you show me? I am completely unaware of their appearance. So how can you claim I possess them? Do you have any evidence? Without evidence, your claims are nothing but slander and fabrication. The injuries on the leader of the thieves and on Yuan were deemed by the forensic experts to be impossible to have been inflicted by human hands. Yuan Hao broke their hands with his bare hands? Human bones are not that fragile. It is inconceivable. It is impossible for anyone to shatter the ribs of an adult man into fragments with just a single kick. Furthermore, there were no surveillance cameras in the cave. And after completing his statement, Yuan Hao was released. When Wang Fuguwei saw Yuan Hao emerge unscathed, a heavy stone in his heart finally lifted. You can't act on your own like that next time. If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to your mother? Yuan Hao chuckled, but look, I'm fine. Wang Zhiro gazed at Yuan Hao with concern in her eyes, fully aware of the dangers that lurked within the cave. This group of individuals was armed, and at first, upon hearing the villagers' voices, they had intended to pursue them and resort to violence. Wang Zhiro bit her lip and softly inquired, Yuan Hao, are you all right? As he stared at the ring on his hand for a moment, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and his eyes gradually began to close. Chapter 64. The Small World Within the Ring. When he opened his eyes again, Yuan Hao found himself in what appeared to be a celestial realm. An endless expanse of plains stretched before him, under a blue sky adorned with white clouds, and a crystal-clear stream flowed gently. Even the air was sweet. However, this so-called celestial realm was somewhat limited, confined to a mere 10 acres. The thought that this place could only be accessed by himself filled Yuan Hao with delight. Initially, upon acquiring the Imperial Jade Seal, he had been quite anxious, pondering where to safely keep such a treasure without having to surrender it. If anyone outside were to catch a glimpse of it, disaster would surely follow. For thousands of years, countless individuals have coveted the Imperial Jade Seal. Now, with this wondrous small world, he could toss the treasure inside, where even deities would be unable to locate it. Yet, he lamented the fact that the ring had absorbed the nine-eyed heavenly bead. Otherwise, he could have sold it for a handsome price. Speaking of which, aside from storage, could this small world possess any extraordinary functions? Observing the fertile land before him, Yuan Hao crouched down to grasp a handful of soil. Black soil? It is well known that fertile lands are typically darker in color, and this black soil is ideal for cultivating fruits and vegetables. Thus, he could potentially plant some crops in this small world, which might prove invaluable in critical moments. With this in mind, Yuan Hao resolved to head to the market to purchase some seeds. Just as he exited his bedroom, the door swung open, revealing Gu Manuel linking arms with Su Yuan. Both engaged in cheerful conversation. Yuan Hao gently touched his slightly damp cheek and inquired, "What is the matter with you?" Gu Manuel slid down the zipper of her attire, revealing a black lace underlayer that accentuated her alluring figure. Yuan Hao was taken aback by this spectacle, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Gu Manuel lowered her head to admire her physique, questioning, "Do you not like it? Aren't all men fond of this sort of thing? Or is my figure not alluring enough for you?" Ever since she and Yuan Hao had engaged in some indescribable activities, Gu Manuel discovered an increasing affinity for such sensations. It was as if she had opened Pandora's box, and once unleashed, there was no turning back. Prior to this experience, she had never entertained such thoughts at all. Now, having tried it once, it was as if she had been ensnared, unable to forget. Yuan Hao instinctively pulled Gu Manuel into his embrace, his right hand gently caressing her pert posterior. Flattery without cause is suspect. "Are you seeking my assistance with something?" Gu Manuel pouted playfully. "What nonsense! I merely wish to express my gratitude. This evening, I intend to reward you. Would you prefer peaches or grapes?" Yuan Hao furrowed his brow. "Only children make choices. I want both. But tell me, what have I done to deserve such a reward?" Gu Manuel observed Yuan Hao's genuinely bewildered expression, as if he truly had no idea. The suppliers, in pursuit of profit, had rescinded their price increase demands against our Gu group, reviving the jade business within the company. However, He Xiaowei's plight was rather unfortunate. I heard she was ruined by a lawsuit from the Huang group. The Huang father and son have indeed avenged you this time. At that moment, Su Yuan emerged from the bedroom, carrying a large storage box. Upon seeing her, Yuan Hao hurried over to lend a hand. "Mom, what is this for?" Su Yuan handed the storage box to Yuan Hao. "We need to pack up? Xiaoya mentioned that you purchased a new home in Jiyuan and asked when we would be moving in. With such a large house, it would be a waste to let it sit empty, wouldn't it?" Hearing this, Su Yuan grasped Gu Manuel's hand. "Xiaoya, listen to Annie. Just sit here obediently while Yuan Hao takes care of the packing. Guests should not be made to help with such tasks." Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, Yuan Hao retrieved his keys, preparing to drive the Porsche Cayenne to the market for some fresh ingredients. However, upon reflection, he reconsidered the idea of driving a luxury car to a wholesale market, fearing it would attract unwanted attention, and thus decided to take a taxi instead. As he stood at the entrance of the community, ready to hail a cab, a pair of feminine hands pressed against the car door. Frowning, he looked up to see He Xiaowei biting her lip, gazing at him with a pleading expression. "What are you doing? I have matters to attend to," He Xiaowei implored. "Yuan Hao, I realize my mistakes now. I truly do. Can you help me? Save me? The compensation from the Huang group is beyond what I can afford. Even if I were to sell myself, Yuan Hao grasped Xiaowei's hand and pulled it away from the car door before sitting inside, declaring, "You are an adult. You must take responsibility for the choices you make. When I initially sought your assistance for my mother's medical expenses, do you recall how you spoke? Have you forgotten? You said, 'What does it matter to you whether your mother lives or dies?' Just based on that remark, even if you were to perish right before me, Yuan Hao, would not spare you a glance. Driver, please take me to the nearby vegetable market." The driver cast a glance at Xiaowei, thinking to himself how a woman like her could still shamelessly ask for help, utterly devoid of embarrassment. Xiaowei watched the vehicle fade into the distance, feeling utterly despondent. She had hoped to marry into wealth, to transform from a crow into a phoenix. Yet in the end, she gained nothing and accrued a mountain of debt. Initially, she purchased some cabbage seeds, but upon further reflection, she realized that growing vegetables would take time. It would be far quicker to buy prepared food. At a critical moment, one must eat. After all, one cannot survive on cabbage seeds alone, can they? Thus, Yuan Hao turned and went to a department store, acquiring over 100 pounds of shredded beef jerky, along with bottled water, instant noodles, and other quick meals. As for the issue of heat, a portable gas stove would suffice. To Yuan Hao, this expenditure was merely a trifling sum. After procuring these items, he pushed his cart into a fire escape, seeking a location devoid of surveillance, and then swiftly deposited all these goods into his ring's miniature realm. Once everything was arranged, Yuan Hao felt that something was amiss. Spotting the electric bicycles and regular bicycles on the road, he suddenly had a revelation. Vehicles are indeed invaluable. He should purchase several to keep in the small world as reserves. With this thought, Yuan Hao promptly bought a mountain bike and a luxury motorcycle worth 20,000 yuan. Su Yuan glanced at Yuan Hao and called out, "Hurry up and come eat. I prepared everything for you. You ought to express your gratitude to Xiao Yu. Auntie, Yuan Hao has also lent me a significant hand. It's nothing to fret about." Gu Manuel smiled as she spoke. Just as Yuan Hao settled at the dining table and picked up his chopsticks, a text message from his master arrived on his phone. He dared not delay. Promptly opening the group chat. "Bai Zhen, Yuan Hao, book a flight for tomorrow to New City. You are to meet a man named MIT in the Hitian region, who will be waiting for you at the airport." Yuan Hao understood. He did not inquire further, recognizing this was his master's first request of him. Thus he focused solely on execution. Subsequently, he checked the duration for the earliest flight to New City. Gu Manuel caught a glimpse of Yuan Hao's phone and noticed he was checking flight times. "Are you going to New City tomorrow? I happen to have no plans and would like to accompany you." Chapter 65. Bai Jian's Task. Digging for jade in New City? Yuan Hao chuckled. "This is a task for my master. Why do you feel the need to tag along?" Gu Manuel pouted. "Can't I just consider a vacation trip?" Su Yuan placed a piece of meat into Gu Manuel's bowl, remarking, "Yuan Hao, now that you have your own career, there are many matters that mother will no longer question you about. However, there is one thing I wish to convey. A man must not only establish his career, but also build a family. Good women are hard to find in this day and age. When you find one, you must cherish her." Yuan Hao nodded. "Understood, I'm well aware of that." After dinner, Yuan Hao purchased tickets for a flight to New City scheduled for 9 o'clock the following morning, with Gu Manuel accompanying him. She would gladly stay even for a lifetime, not just for a night. In the dead of night, as Yuan Hao slept soundly, he suddenly sensed the bedroom door being pushed open. Perhaps due to the healing properties of a ring he had worn previously, his physical senses had heightened significantly. In terms of strength, he could rival a world champion weightlifter. Should he encounter Kato Takashi, the latter would have to step aside. Once Gu Manuel stealthily entered the bedroom, she quietly closed and locked the door behind her. Yuan Hao was perplexed by her midnight antics of sneaking in and locking the door. Before he could utter a word, Gu Manuel slipped under the covers. Almost immediately, a cool sensation enveloped him as he opened his eyes to find her teasingly caressing his Adam's apple. "What are you doing?" he inquired. With a playful smile, Gu Manuel draped her long, slender legs, clad in black stockings, over his own. "I'm playing with fire, dear husband," she purred, her voice laced with a soft, enticing timbre that sent a shiver down his spine. He instinctively grasped her delicate face, asking, "Aren't you afraid of me?" With a hint of pride, she replied, "I'm not afraid." As soon as the words left her lips, she sealed them with a passionate kiss. After a lingering moment, she whispered in his ear, "Do you want to taste peaches? Fresh ones." This statement ignited a flicker of desire within Yuan Hao. That night, neither of them truly slept. One could say they hardly rested at all. Yuan Hao, however, was better off, his constitution having significantly improved, allowing him to endure the night, while Gu Manuel appeared to be unaffected the following day. Reflecting on the previous night's events, he realized that had he still been an ordinary man, he would have been no match for Gu Manuel. The distance from Han City to New City is over 600 kilometers, and the flight takes roughly 5 hours. The restless night could be compensated for during the flight. Once aboard, Gu Manuel fell asleep almost instantly, while Yuan Hao diligently perused an abundance of information regarding New City. It was clear that Bai Jian had summoned him for some important purpose. New City is the origin of Huaxia as Hetian Jade, situated at the northern foot of the Kunlun Mountains. The Yulong Kash River in the Hetian region is one of the primary sources of Hetian Jade. The lore surrounding the Black Mountain producing mutton fat jade originates from this area, known for its exceptional quality. Additionally, the southwestern area of Hetian, the Yeqing region, and the northeastern area, the Moyu region, are also renowned for their jade production. Could it be that his Master-S summons to New City pertains to jade? Yuan Hao pondered whether this jade could be absorbed by the ring, akin to emeralds. If so, he yearned for the ring to absorb more energy, exploring its potential for further extraordinary uses. A small world was already so wondrous. If it could absorb a substantial amount, who could say what treasures lay ahead? After 5 hours, they finally arrived in New City, with Gu Manuel linking her arm with Yuan Hao's, her expression radiating sheer contentment. To an outsider, they appear to be merely a couple on vacation. Upon disembarking from the plane, Yuan Hao promptly sent a message to his mentor. Bai Jian informed him that Amiati was waiting outside and had sent a photograph for identification. He advised Yuan Hao to speak sparingly and observe before deciding on any course of action. Confused by Bai Jian's message, Yuan Hao pondered the gravity of the situation, as if it were a matter of military secrecy. What was the true intention behind his mentor's visit to the new city? Glancing at the photograph, Yuan Hao noted that Amiati stood at an impressive height of 185 meters, with a robust physique indicative of a diet rich in lamb and beef. In the crowd, Amiati was unmistakably conspicuous, holding a sign that read, "Welcome Yuan Hao to the new city." "Hello, Amiati. I am Yuan Hao," he greeted with a smile, extending his hand courteously. Amiati scrutinized the photo on his phone before casting a somewhat predatory glance at Gu Manuel. "And who might this be, Mr.?" I did not mention he would be accompanied by a lady. Fearing for Yuan Hao's safety, Gu Manuel interjected, "I am merely here for tourism. You may continue with your business." Amiati nodded and then shook Yuan Hao's hand, saying, "Welcome to the new city. My vehicle is just outside. Follow me." After speaking, Amiati turned and led the way. Yuan Hao lightly patted Gu Manuel's shoulder, cautioning, "Be wary of that individual. I sense something unsettling in the way he looked at you." Gu Manuel smiled, teasing, "Are you feeling jealous? After all, you are Bai Jian's disciple. Would he dare to harm a disciple of Bai Jian?" Yuan Hao shook his head. One must never be too cautious when venturing out. It is prudent to remain vigilant. Observing the seriousness in his expression, Gu Manuel nodded earnestly in agreement. Once they boarded Amiati's vehicle and continued for another 2 hours, Amiati, noticing Yuan Hao's silence, casually inquired, "Did Mr. Bai mention why he summoned you here?" Yuan Hao replied, "My mentor did not elaborate. I would appreciate any insights you could offer." "It's related to the jade diggers," Amiati responded. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao observed Amiati's eyes gleaming with interest through the rearview mirror. After learning of the situation, a businessman named Li from the port city had invested heavily in hiring specialists for jade excavation, and you are likely one of the experts he engaged. Indeed, Amiati affirmed with a grin, in recent years, the likelihood of unearthing jade has diminished significantly. Our village is pinning its hopes on this venture for a substantial profit. Amiati glanced out the window, remarking, "Look at the number of jade diggers along the riverbed. Everyone dreams of discovering a precious jade stone and achieving overnight wealth." Through the car window, Yuan Hao observed a throng of jade diggers lining the riverbanks. The winter in the Hetian region is prolonged, leaving the local populace without agricultural tasks, prompting them to summon friends and family to join in jade hunting along the riverbed. Curiously, Gu Manuel asked, "What are they doing, holding hands in the river?" The most challenging aspect of jade digging in the river is relying solely on one sense of touch, Yuan Hao explained. Gu Manuel nodded in a somewhat understanding manner. The business focus of the Gu Group has always been on jade rough stones, and although there was some involvement with Hetian jade, she did not possess extensive knowledge about it. Accompanying Yuan Hao to the new city served as an enlightening experience for her. Renowned worldwide, Hetian jade has two prominent sources. One is the jade mines hidden deep within the vast expanse of the Kunlun Mountains, and the other is the Yulong Kash River that flows through Hetian City. This riverbed, stretching over 100 kilometers, is the origin of Hetian seed jade. With a small mountain village at its source, our village, Heishan. When Aimedi spoke of the village, pride radiated from his face. Noticing that Imedi had been driving for a while, Yuan Hao inquired about their plans for the day. Upon arriving at the town, Yuan Hao exchanged contact information with Imedi, then proceeded to a nearby supermarket to purchase some cold weather gear and oxygen tanks. It is crucial to note that these items could be life-saving at an altitude of 5,000 meters. Ordinary individuals tend to avoid carrying excessive weight, thus limiting the number of oxygen tanks they bring. Yuan Hao, on the other hand, had the advantage of the ring's small world, allowing him to carry as many as he wished. However, purchasing an excessive number of oxygen tanks might attract undue attention. Therefore, he planned to acquire around 10 or 8 tanks, as it was his first time engaging in jade mining, and he felt a tinge of nervousness. Given the high altitude and harsh climate, the risks associated with jade mining in the mountains were significant. Yuan Hao glanced at Gu Manua's delicate and exquisite face, furrowing his brow. Perhaps you should explore the town while I go up the mountain to mine jade. It is perilous up there, the weather is severe, and the area is remote, lacking both villages and stores. There is also little surveillance. If we were to unearth any exceptional jade, one cannot guarantee the integrity of human nature. Understanding his concerns, Gu Manua smiled and reassured him, Yuan Hao, do not underestimate me. I regularly engage in physical exercise. Before I met you, I had already climbed several mountains with altitudes reaching thousands of meters. She took his hand, smiling, and added, wherever you go, I will follow. I wish to accompany you, so rest assured I will not hinder you. There was something about her earnest gaze that sent a shiver down Yuan Hao's spine as she spoke those words. It was no wonder that ancient emperors often fell prey to the schemes of their favored concubines, which man could remain unfazed by such declarations. Recalling his significantly improved physical condition, Yuan Hao felt confident in his ability to protect Gu Manua. Consequently, he did not oppose her desire to join him in the jade mining venture. To keep Gu Manua and Imedi unaware of the ring's spatial capabilities, he concocted an excuse to send Imedi away for a meal with Gu Manua. Once Imedi was occupied, he seized the opportunity while Gu Manua was in a restroom to rush to a shop and purchase 20 oxygen tanks. Stealthily, he carried the tanks to a secluded corner and effortlessly transferred them into the small world. After Gu Manua had finished her business, the two ventured to the town's night market to enjoy some food. Yuan Hao had never visited the new city before, and naturally, he was eager to savor the local delicacies. Among the renowned dishes from the Hotan region was the stuffed lamb stomach, a culinary delight made by encasing fresh lamb meat and lamb fat within a sheep's stomach, followed by roasting or stewing. Yuan Hao purchased a stewed version of the stuffed lamb stomach for merely 25 yuan per pound. Taking a small bite, the savory broth burst in his mouth. While the lamb stomach offered a delightful chewiness, and the lamb, succulent and juicy, was perfectly balanced in fat and lean meat, devoid of any gamey taste. Gu Manua also indulged, exclaiming, Yuan Hao, this is absolutely delicious. It's entirely different from the stuffed lamb stomach we buy back home. The vendor chuckled, of course. Our lamb is freshly slaughtered and cooked daily, grazing on the mountain grass without any feed. Subsequently, Yuan Hao tried a roasted egg and a watermelon roasted pigeon, both of which were quite delectable. The vendor would adjust the spice level based on customer preference. And Yuan Hao believed a hint of chili would enhance the flavors even further. After a quick bite, he received a message from Imedi, who sent a location pin, urging Yuan Hao to finish his meal and join the group, as everyone was already gathered. Without hesitation, Yuan Hao, with his backpack slung over his shoulder and Gu Manua by his side, promptly made his way to the destination. It was a well-decorated residential building with 3 stories, where all expenses for the jade excavation would undoubtedly be covered by Bosley. Upon entering, Yuan Hao surveyed the surroundings and noticed around 20 individuals present. Imedi quickly introduced everyone. Among the group, aside from Yuan Hao and Gu Manua, 3 were locals from Heishan village, with Imedi leading the way. There were 5 Uyghurs, headed by a woman named Ilia. Their unique characteristics made their presence quite normal. Additionally, 5 security personnel were led by Chalim, all armed. Given the potential threats from wild animals and the high profits associated with jade mining, it was understandable to have security on hand to ward off any potential thieves. The remaining individuals were professional exploration specialists. Yuan Hao exchanged glances with the security personnel, feeling an unsettling discomfort from just that brief moment. Using his keen observation, he noted the numerous scars and wounds on the security personnel, which suggested a history of conflict. They were certainly not veterans, lacking the spirit of retired soldiers. Perhaps it was the presence of their firearms that contributed to the feeling of vulnerability. After all, his life would be in their hands. This sensation of having one's life controlled by others was indeed disconcerting. Once Imadi concluded the introductions, he expressed his enthusiasm. I hope this mission is a resounding success. We shall ascend the mountain together early tomorrow. The group responded with applause and agreement. Following this, room keys were distributed according to the arrangement of 2 individuals per room. Naturally, Yuan Hao and Gu Manuel, as a couple, would share a room. Upon returning to their quarters, Yuan Hao promptly locked the door. Noticing Yuan Hao's unusual expression, Gu Manuel softly inquired, "What is wrong?" Chapter 67, Heishan Village. After Yuan Hao waited for the passerby outside the room to walk away, he finally spoke. These security personnel seem rather suspicious. Their appearance distinctly suggests they are not locals. Yuan Hao intended to elaborate on their physical characteristics, but, upon reflection, realized that doing so would reveal his secret ability to see through things. Thus, he wisely chose to remain silent. Gu Manuel nearly burst into laughter. Imadi has already stated that this jade excavation plan was initiated by Boss Li from Port City. It is understandable that the security personnel are from his circle. If we happen to discover any jade and hide it, Boss Li, being far removed from the situation, would have no authority over it. Therefore, it's only sensible to have his own people keeping watch. You seem a bit anxious, perhaps because this is your first jade excavation? Yuan Hao was uncertain how to respond to Gu Manuel, so he simply nodded. Yes, yes. Gu Manuel leaned back against the bed, regarding Yuan Hao with a teasing glint in her eyes. Oh, I didn't realize you had a day of fear. Fear not, come into my arms, and Sister Yeye will protect you. Seeing Gu Manuel's audacious demeanor ignited a fire within Yuan Hao. One day without discipline, and she dares to mock me? She'll learn to fear, he thought. Noticing the wolf-like gaze from Yuan Hao, Gu Manuel suddenly sensed something amiss and timidly asked, "What do you want to do?" Without a word, Yuan Hao strode to the bedside, lifting Gu Manuel into his arms. At that moment, she resembled a delicate wife, clinging obediently to his neck. They remained silent as Yuan Hao carried her directly into the bathroom, turning the shower head towards the wall before turning on the water. Gu Manuel bit her lip, about to speak, but Yuan Hao silenced her with a passionate kiss, his other hand wandering. Gradually, Gu Manuel succumbed to her desires, her rationality overwhelmed. The following morning, Imadi went from room to room, rousing everyone. In the winter, the sun rises late in the Tianshan region, usually appearing around 9 or 10 in the morning. Additionally, the cold temperatures of winter lead to significant temperature fluctuations between day and night, with morning temperatures typically around -10 degrees Celsius. After donning their cotton jackets and equipping themselves, they prepared for their journey into the mountains, with Gu Manuel brimming with excitement. This experience held special significance for her, being her first venture into jade excavation. After a 2-hour bus ride, they arrived at a small path where they stopped. There were several shops renting out donkeys, the only reliable mode of transport in the Kunlun Mountains. However, the donkeys could only ascend to an altitude of 4,000 meters. Beyond that point, they would have to continue on foot. While renting the donkeys, Imadi specifically reiterated that anyone feeling unwell should refrain from accompanying the group into the mountains. In such harsh climatic conditions, he could not guarantee everyone's safety. Yuan Hao had anticipated that many experts would be deterred, but surprisingly, not a single person expressed a desire to withdraw. They all insisted on proceeding. The only route connecting Heishan village to the outside world was a narrow path nearly 30 kilometers long, taking 5 hours to ascend from the valley to the summit, requiring everyone to ride the donkeys the entire way. Yuan Hao sat beside Gu Manuel, with a cushion placed on the donkey to ensure a measure of comfort. After several hours, they finally approached Heishan village, which appeared as though it were an ancient settlement abandoned for ages. Amat said with a smile, "This is our Heishan village. We're almost there. Aksu Lake is situated at an altitude of 5,000 meters, and we must ascend for a few more hours. Should we rest in the village today?" At that moment, an expert wearing reading glasses frowned and remarked, "Rest again? This delay is becoming excessive." Ilea quickly countered, "The temperature in the mountains drops significantly at night, and we have yet to locate the jade mine accurately. Venturing into the mountains recklessly could be perilous, not to mention the possibility of encountering wild beasts. Extreme weather such as torrential rain or hail at night would pose a considerable threat." The group largely agreed with Ilea's perspective. The majority prevailed, and the reluctant expert had no choice but to accompany them to Heishan village. As Yuan Hao dismounted from the donkey and set foot on the land of Heishan village, he noticed a fleeting ink-like hue shimmering at the edge of his ring. The others were oblivious to this spectacle. Yuan Hao surveyed his surroundings and fell into contemplation regarding the humble village. Could there be remarkable treasures hidden beneath this land? He refrained from inquiring about the situation from Amat, as Baijian had specifically advised him before their departure. Speak little, observe much, and deliberate carefully before deciding on any action. The accommodation for the night was not as favorable as the previous evening. At least there had been a bathing and toilet facility then, whereas today they were relegated to an outdoor latrine. Due to the remote location of Haishan village, food was relatively scarce, compelling everyone to rely on their own provisions. Subsequently, Amat arranged lodging, which was essentially staying in a villager's home, the payment for which had undoubtedly been settled beforehand. Otherwise, the villagers would not have been amenable. After returning to their room, Gu Manue and Yuan Hao, feeling idle, decided to take a stroll. While wandering through the village, Yuan Hao suddenly spotted Amat, furrowing his brow as he argued with 3 men beneath a barren tree in the distance. When we repay the debt? One of the men, stout and dark-skinned, sneered. Ah, Amat, not that we lack respect for you, but tell us, how long have you delayed the 20 million? He casually placed his hand on Amat's shoulder, applying slight pressure, causing Amat's complexion to turn a shade of gray. Amat, looking troubled, replied, this time it's for real, just give me a little more time. Estimating the distance from Yuan Hao to Amat's quarrel to be around 100 meters, though their voices were not particularly loud, Yuan Hao could hear them quite clearly. Gu Manue, noticing Amat's flushed face from afar, curiously asked, has Amat encountered some trouble? Yuan Hao casually suggested, why not ask him? He waved his hand and called out, Amat, what are you doing over there? He turned around and noticed Yuan Hao and Gu Manue standing at a distance. A smile crept onto his face as he remarked, just catching up with a few old friends. Have you seen that young man? He asked the expert invited by Boss Lee from the harbor city. Yes, you. I'm not deceiving you this time. Just give me a little time. The 3 understood that there were indeed some new faces in Haishan village today. All right, I'll grant you another week. If I don't see the money by next week, don't blame me, brother, one of them warned as they walked away. Once the 3 debt collectors had left, Aimadi let out a sigh of relief and walked over to Yuan Hao with a smile. Gu Manue curiously inquired, did you encounter some trouble? You appeared quite intense while speaking with them. Aimadi waved his hand dismissively. It's almost the new year, you see. I lent them a few tens of thousands in the past, and now I'm just here to collect. In this day and age, those who borrow money are treated like royalty, while those who seek repayment are akin to servants. Honestly, had I not regarded them as brothers, I would have lent them a dime. Gu Manue nodded in understanding. I see. It's certainly like that nowadays. If they refuse to pay, you could always report them or take them to court. Aimadi shook his head. We are all from the same village. It's best not to make things too awkward. By the way, are you 2 out here because the accommodations are too poor? He continued. Given the conditions in the village, I hope you can bear with it. Tomorrow morning, when we head into the mountains, we'll have to settle for tents. Gu Manue replied, not at all. We just want to take a walk. The village has everything, and it's quite pleasant. Yuan Hao had overheard Aimadi's conversation with those men, but had no intention of exposing his deceit. With debts amounting to 20 million, how could he possibly repay it within a week? Suddenly, Yuan Hao pondered. Could he be planning to use Boss Lee's investment to locate a jade mine and fill the financial void with Etienne jade? That group of security personnel was not to be trifled with. They were armed with real weapons. However, it was indeed feasible to discreetly procure a couple of pieces. Returning to their dwelling, Yuan Hao and Gu Manue each prepared a bowl of instant noodles for a quick meal. Due to the scarcity of resources in the mountains, they could not indulge in daily showers as they did in town. That night, they simply washed their faces and rinsed their feet before heading to bed. The bedding was somewhat cold, and Gu Manue pressed herself against Yuan Hao, finding warmth in his proximity. Yuan Hao didn't mind if she sought warmth. He casually offered her a massage, kneading here and patting there. Gu Manue accepted, evidently accustomed to Yuan Hao's playful advances. Let us get some sleep. We need to head up the mountain early tomorrow. Stay close to me once we're up there, and don't wander off. Aimadi is suspicious, he advised. All right. Gu Manue nodded, biting her lip, feeling sweetly flattered by Yuan Hao's concern. She nestled her small head under the covers, and after some time of fidgeting, they both finally drifted into a deep slumber. The next morning, just as the sun began to rise, Aimadi called everyone out one by one. It must be said that as a leader, Aimadi proved to be quite competent. Once everyone had gathered, he meticulously checked their luggage once more. The climate on the mountain is notoriously unpredictable. Possessing essential survival gear can be a matter of life and death. Once everything was meticulously prepared, a 20-member team set forth with great determination towards the lofty heights of Uksha, standing at an elevation of 5,000 meters. The biting cold wind pierced through their layers, and despite the sun shining directly overhead, Warmth was a distant memory. Gu Manua had bundled herself up quite thoroughly, yet she still felt the chill. Instinctively, she grasped Yuan Hao's hand. The warmth radiating from his touch felt akin to holding a hearth. Yuan Hao, Gu Manua began. But Yuan Hao quickly covered her mouth and gently shook his head. Understanding his silent message, Gu Manua nodded obediently. As they ascended the mountain, Yuan Hao noticed his own peculiar resilience. While the others shivered uncontrollably, he felt as though he was unaffected. It seemed that the ring he had received previously not only healed him, but also enhanced his physical capabilities, including his resistance to the cold. It is well known that at Uxia Lake, the temperature drops approximately 0.6 degrees Celsius for every 100 meters of altitude gained. After a strenuous journey, they finally reached the 5,000-meter mark, their faces flushed from the cold. Yet Yuan Hao remained seemingly unfazed. Aimtai retrieved a map from his pocket and scrutinized it carefully. Let us push a bit harder. We are nearly at the exploration site. Just then, an unexpected gust of wind swept through, knocking everyone to the ground. The strong wind is here. Quick, seek shelter. Aimtai instinctively clutched a nearby tree trunk. As the tempest raged, those nearest to Aimtai, unable to find cover, clung desperately to his legs. Don't grab my pants. Aimtai shouted in frustration. The wind howled fiercely, and one of those clinging to Aimtai's legs gave a sudden tug, inadvertently revealing his floral-patterned thermal leggings. I told you not to pull my pants, Aimtai exclaimed, losing his grip and being swept away by the gale. Help me, he cried out just before crashing heavily against the stone wall, narrowly avoiding being carried off by the wind. At this altitude, the terrain is elevated, open, and devoid of obstructions, resulting in even more ferocious winds. Gu Manua, caught off guard, was also toppled by the gale, her frail frame at the mercy of the storm. Yuan Hao clenched his teeth, gripping the tree trunk with one hand, while seizing Gu Manua's hand with the other. Hold on tight. Do not let go, he urged. Gu Manua nodded in determination. The tempest surged in swiftly, only to dissipate just as rapidly. Moments later, the team members sprawled against the stone wall, groaning in pain, each sustaining varying degrees of injuries. The most incensed was Aimtai, who had been securely holding on to cover but was forcibly pulled away, becoming a human cushion and sustaining the worst injuries of all. Fortunately, his injuries were merely a few more bruises than the others. Aimtai had brought along local mountain yam, reputed to be a remedy for bruises. After applying it to his wounds, he leaned on his trekking pole and insisted that the group continue their ascent. Aimtai spoke gravely. This area is flat and unsuitable for resting. The recent gale likely reached force 8. In the mountains, it is not uncommon to encounter winds of force 10. Should one find themselves in such a tempest, the situation transcends mere bumps and bruises. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, and thus they supported Amat, proceeding in the direction he indicated. Chapter 69. The Discovery of the Jade Mine. Amat and the security personnel betray. With each 100 meters traversed, the thick, black mist emanating from the ring grew denser. Theoretically, this suggested that Amat might not have been lying. Indeed, beneath the ice cap of Lake Oksai, which lies at an altitude of 5,000 meters, there was a jade mine. After walking for half an hour, Amat gestured, indicating their arrival. We should be in the vicinity. Upon hearing this, the accompanying experts immediately retrieved an array of advanced exploration instruments from their bags. Yuan Hao ascended the ice cap, lowering his head, and through his X-ray vision, he pierced through the ice to see various raw stones below, their surfaces smooth. As he delved deeper with his vision, he observed an array of colors in the Hatian jade, characterized by its fine texture and oily luster, with a tightly woven internal structure. To his surprise, Amat had pinpointed the location with remarkable accuracy. The jade mine seemed almost too easy to locate. A rough estimate suggested that the jade mine could conservatively hold close to 100 tons. Half an hour later, under the scrutiny of the exploration experts' sophisticated instruments, a conclusion was finally reached. We found it. Amat, you were correct. Beneath this ice cap, there truly exists a jade mine. The current estimated reserves are conservatively over 50 tons. At that moment, Amat, momentarily disregarding the pain in his leg, exclaimed with joy, "Ha ha, that's splendid. Is there any way to extract these jade resources?" The exploration expert pondered for a moment. The geological structure here is rather complex. To extract them, we must devise a plan. Amat's tone shifted subtly. So is there a way? After a moment of contemplation, the expert replied, yes. But we must first report our findings to Boss Lee before proceeding with any further action. Amat coldly retorted, there's no need to report to Boss Lee. You must find a way to extract these jade resources immediately. The exploration expert, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, responded, "That is not possible. Bosley specifically instructed that we must report the discovery of the jade mine at the earliest opportunity. We are not obliged to follow your directives." Aurelia furrowed her brow. "Amat, what are you planning? The security personnel are present. Are you being delusional?" Charlie, the head of the security team, chuckled. "I heed Amat's words. I advise you to comply with his wishes, or else my bullets do not discriminate." Witnessing this unfolding scene, Yuan Hao was taken aback. He had initially assumed that Amat would merely pocket a few pieces of Hittian jade during the mining operation. He never anticipated that Amat, alongside the security personnel, would betray them outright. Curiosity piqued Yuan Hao. Given that Bosley had dispatched this contingent of security to oversee matters, it implied they were trusted confidants. How had these confidants been swayed by Amat? Gu Manuel, encountering such a situation for the first time, was gripped by fear, trembling behind Yuan Hao. He gently patted her hand, reassuringly whispering, "With me here, you need not worry." Gu Manyu was acutely aware that, in such perilous circumstances, if any misfortune were to befall them, Yuan Hao would struggle to ensure his own safety, let alone protect her. Yet in times of grave danger, a woman often yearns for a pillar of support. Hearing Yuan Hao's words provided her with a modicum of reassurance. The security personnel wielded firearms, and everyone present was compelled to adhere to the directives of Imadi. Yuan Hao possessed the capability to neutralize these security guards, but he was reluctant to take such action at that moment. The jade mine below contained dozens, if not hundreds, of tons, even without selling it. Merely absorbing the gases emanating from the jade could potentially elevate the quality of their rings. As long as Imadi did not provoke Gu Manyu and himself, Yuan Hao decided to bide his time, akin to a mantis stalking a cicada, waiting for the right moment to leverage the situation. Imadi ordered with a smile, "Exploration expert, devise a method to breach the ice cap and extract the jade mine. The rest of you, set up tents here." The exploration expert replied, "Brother, we lack the necessary mining tools. We need equipment suited for high altitudes and harsh environments." Imadi casually tossed several small shovels onto the ground. "Isn't this a tool? Get to digging." The exploration expert glanced at the shovels and lamented, "Brother, while the jade mine lies just beneath this ice cap, with our limited manpower and these shovels, we won't make much progress anytime soon. We hardly have enough oxygen tanks to last a few days." Imadi appeared oblivious to this reality and conferred with the head of security, Charlie Mu, for a while. Due to the absence of signal in the mountains, they would need to send someone down to rent equipment. Consequently, Charlie Mu dispatched 2 of his security personnel to the base of the mountain to procure the necessary tools. Imadi then addressed the group, commanding, "Hand over all your mobile phones. Otherwise, there will be severe consequences." Seeing the firearm in Charlie Mu's possession, no one dared to entertain rebellious thoughts. One by one, they obediently surrendered their phones. When Imadi approached Yuan Hao and Gu Manyu to collect their devices, he once again scrutinized Gu Manyu's exquisite features. At this altitude, everyone's complexion was darkened by the ultraviolet rays, yet Gu Manyu, with her delicate beauty, was a sight one could only glean from television. Sensing Imadi's unsettling gaze, Gu Manyu instinctively retreated behind Yuan Hao, feeling a wave of danger approaching. Imadi mocked, "Do you think hiding behind him will help? I hold the truth in my hands. With just 2 bullets, I could eliminate your boyfriend. This lovely woman shall entertain us tonight." None dared to intervene, as the security personnel were poised with their weapons aimed at them. The crowd could almost envision the grim fate awaiting Gu Manyu. Chapter 70. Imadi's sinister intentions. However, Yuan Hao displayed no sign of fear. Instead, he positioned himself directly in front of Gu Manyu. Clenching his fists tightly, he resolved that should the adversaries choose to strike, he would ensure they fell to the ground in an instant. Yuan Hao spoke with a grave demeanor. "Imadi, I am a disciple of Baijin. Do you not fear retribution from my master for treating me this way?" Imadi scoffed, "Fear? I am already in this situation. Even if the King of Heaven were to come, I would not be afraid." As soon as the words left his mouth, Charlie, the head of security, hastily pulled Imadi aside and whispered, "Do not provoke a fatal incident. Mere intimidation will suffice. Baijin is a renowned treasure appraisal master in Huaxia, and everyone knows how fiercely he protects his own. While you may not fear trouble, my brothers and I would prefer to avoid such chaos. Moreover, although the jade mine lies beneath this ice cap, extracting it is no simple task. Otherwise, we would not require these experts." Imadi sighed, his thoughts drifting to the enchanting figure of Gu Manuel, stirring a sense of longing within him. The succulent morsel was just out of reach. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Having usurped Boss Li's business, it was clear that Boss Li would not let him off easily. Offending Bai Jian would make little difference to him. Tentatively, Imei inquired, "I was merely toying with that little lady. I had no intention of taking her life." Charlie cast a piercing glance across the room, causing the exploration experts to lower their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Otherwise, they would have to report that upon entering the mountains, they encountered extreme weather, and none of the exploration experts survived. Upon finishing his statement, Charlie gave Imei an approving nod. Imei's lascivious smile reappeared. "Did you hear that? We do not intend to wantonly slay the innocent. You should graciously come out and entertain us." For Gu Manuel, this was the first time she had encountered such a situation, with no village nearby and no surveillance. If these ruffians decided to be forceful, it seemed there was little she could do. Although she knew Yuan Hao would surely protect her, he was but one man. Bare fists could hardly contend against many, especially when the adversary wielded a firearm. Having spoken of not slaughtering innocents, it had not been stated that they could not inflict harm. Terrified, Gu Manuel dared not cry out, hiding behind Yuan Hao, trembling uncontrollably. She yearned for Yuan Hao's protection, yet feared for his safety as well. Yuan Hao remained steadfast before Gu Manuel, showing no intention of retreating. "Boy, you possess some spirit, but have you watched too many movies, always dreaming of being the hero, rescuing the damsel?" Charlie instructed one of his men to deal with the young man. Recognizing Yuan Hao's muscular build and realizing he was no match, Imei signaled Charlie to call someone forth. Charlie exchanged glances with the security personnel behind him, who tossed the firearm at Charlie and then advanced directly towards Yuan Hao. The onlookers felt a wave of anxiety for Yuan Hao. These security personnel were professionally trained. How could an expert in treasure appraisal like Yuan Hao stand against such a bodyguard? Seeing that Yuan Hao showed no signs of retreat, the bodyguard's eyes glinted with malice, giving Yuan Hao no chance to react. With a tight fist, he aimed directly for Yuan Hao's forehead, unleashing a rapid punch. The bodyguard smirked, already envisioning Yuan Hao crumpling to the ground, begging for mercy. As the fist drew perilously close to Yuan Hao's head, he effortlessly seized the assailant's wrist. The bodyguard's complexion turned ashen, his right fist caught in a dilemma. He could hardly believe that the strength of this man before him surpassed his own by such a considerable margin. The bodyguard's right hand trembled uncontrollably. Charlie Mu interjected, prompting Imei to relent, casting a fierce glare at Yuan Hao. Leaning closer to Imei, Charlie Mu whispered, "This lad is a disciple of Bai Jin. He will undoubtedly prove invaluable in critical moments. Once we secure the jade mine, we can deal with him as we please. For now, he still holds some utility." Imei nodded with a smile, unaware that Yuan Hao had overheard their conversation. Once the jade mine was excavated, Yuan Hao would undoubtedly take swift action against them. Gu Manuel was unnerved by the earlier situation, nearly succumbing to signs of hypoxia, her face paling noticeably. Yuan Hao promptly retrieved an oxygen tank from his backpack, allowing Gu Manuel to take a couple of breaths. He then enveloped her in his embrace, gently patting her back. Clinging tightly to Yuan Hao, Gu Manuel sobbed softly. "How could they be like this?" Yuan Hao reassured her, "It's all right. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen." Imei bellowed, "Did you not hear what was said? Quickly find a proper mining location. I tell you, this mountain is rife with extreme weather, and those unfamiliar with the terrain are likely to get lost. Should anyone stray in the mountains, we all know the consequences. They could perish from wild animal attacks or succumb to starvation and hypothermia." The exploration specialists, desperate to preserve their lives, complied, wielding their surveying instruments in search of a suitable mining site. Yuan Hao mingled among them, keeping Gu Manuel close. At that moment, a geologist standing beside Yuan Hao spoke in hushed tones, "The difficulty of extracting jade from beneath the ice cap is exceptionally high. We will need to employ underground mining techniques, locating an appropriate site to drill a vertical or inclined shaft, then accessing the jade layer through tunnels. However, we must take care to prevent the ice cap from melting, which could lead to flooding and other issues." Another geologist solemnly added, "While that may be true, the terrain is complex. Without identifying a geologically stable point, we cannot proceed with operations. Yet, if we fail to find that point, these individuals will not relent. We truly risk losing our lives here. We have been surveying for over an hour, and there is no optimal mining point in sight." One geologist timidly suggested, "Regardless, we might all perish. How about we make a run for it together? Perhaps there's a chance of survival." Soon, the group acquiesced to this proposal. They all checked the time. Once it struck 2:30, they had to flee. As the hour arrived, all the exploration specialists summoned their strength and bolted for the exit. However, just as they took their first steps, 2 gunshots rang out behind them. I-Mate shouted, "Run! Bullets do not discriminate. You could be the next one to fall." Upon hearing this, the group's legs felt as if they had minds of their own, rendering them unable to move. Charlie did not anticipate that these exploration experts would dare to conspire to escape in secrecy. It seems that perhaps he had been too lenient with them. A display of intimidation was necessary to instill fear. I-Mate, take Akin and bring that woman here, regardless of her connection to Bai Zhen. Chapter 71. If one offends me, I shall retaliate. I-Mate, following Akin, approached the group. After Akin chambered round his firearm, I-Mate contemptuously remarked, "Had you complied and cooperated, we would not have harmed you. Yet, to our astonishment, you aimed to flee, indicating our mercy was misplaced." His piercing gaze swept over the crowd, and they instinctively lowered their heads, fearing I-Mate's attention. Gu Manuel curled tightly in Yuan Hao's embrace, yet I-Mate's gaze fell upon her. I-Mate approached Yuan Hao, with the exploration experts parting to create a path for him. There was no choice. Akin was behind them, gun drawn, and anyone attempting to resist would be ruthlessly shot. The moment Yuan Hao locked eyes with I-Mate, he surmised that I-Mate was indeed targeting Gu Manuel. Sometimes, beauty was a disadvantage, drawing unwanted attention. However, to bully a woman in front of him required more than mere bravado, and those flimsy sticks of wood would hardly suffice. Aware of Yuan Hao's martial prowess, I-Mate dared not draw too close, lest he invite calamity. "Yuan Hao, if you wish to live, it would be wise to step aside. Otherwise, my bullets do not discriminate." He had seen Yuan Hao and his woman participate in the escape attempt. He believed that the threat of Akin's weapon would compel Yuan Hao to yield. But to his surprise, Yuan Hao appeared to dismiss him entirely. Gu Manuel, holding her breath, clutched Yuan Hao's hand tightly, her palms slick with sweat. If harm befell Yuan Hao, she would rather perish than be subjected to such beasts. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Hao spoke in a hushed yet firm voice. "As the saying goes, misfortune comes in threes. My patience has its limits. I initially thought you sought to discreetly take a few pieces of Hutian jade to settle your debts. To my shock, you colluded with the security personnel, and not only did you betray us, but you also dared to target my woman. Are you courting death?" I-Mate's brows furrowed as he retorted, "Have you lost your mind? To accuse me of courting death? You wish to impress a woman, do you? I relish dealing with braggarts like you." Akin, fire. Akin aimed for Yuan Hao's knee, ready to pull the trigger. Gu Manuel cried out no. As the bullet was unleashed like an arrow from the bow, Yuan Hao swiftly pushed Gu Manuel aside. In the next instant, the crowd witnessed a blur, as Yuan Hao seized I-Mate by the throat, lifting him high. All present were utterly astonished, completely oblivious to the moment Yuan Hao made his move. Achin was equally taken aback, despite having aimed at Yuan Hao's knee and pulled the trigger. The bullet not only missed its target, but also found its way into I-Mate's hand. I-Mate was engulfed by an overwhelming sensation of suffocation, desperately pounding on Yuan Hao's arm in a futile attempt to inhale some oxygen. An aura of chilling intensity emanated from Yuan Hao. "You previously mentioned that this place is devoid of civilization. If one were to lose their life here, it could easily be attributed to extreme weather." The oppressive feeling of suffocation intensified, and I-Mate summoned every ounce of his strength to strike Yuan Hao's arm frantically. Yet it remained as unyielding as steel, refusing to budge. Seeing I-Mate on the brink of collapse, Nbanmu immediately interjected, "Release him." Yuan Hao had no intention of acknowledging him. These individuals were allies of I-Mate, and he planned to deal with all of them together. Initially, he intended to wait until the jade mine was uncovered before making his move, but this group had grown increasingly audacious, even daring to target Gu Manuel before his eyes. As a man, witnessing his woman being humiliated in plain sight was an affront that no one could endure. Nbanmu drew his pistol and emptied the magazine in mere seconds. In the blink of an eye, a ghostly occurrence unfolded, mirroring the earlier incident. All present perceived a shadow darting past. When they regained their senses, bullets had pierced I-Mate's body. "Damn it, can't you aim properly before shooting?" I-Mate exclaimed before collapsing into unconsciousness. Yet, Yuan Hao had vanished from Nbanmu's sight. Furrowing his brow, Nbanmu questioned, "Where did he go? Why is he gone?" Achin pointed behind Nbanmu. "Boss, he's right behind you." Nbanmu's body jolted, and leveraging the momentum of his turn, he delivered a fierce sidekick aimed at Yuan Hao's chest. Swiftly, Yuan Hao leaned back, effortlessly evading the blow, his toes leaving a faint mark on the icy surface. The ability to react and counterattack in such a brief span indicated that this head of security possessed genuine skill. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot, and Yuan Hao was determined to afford him no respite. With a swift motion, Yuan Hao bent his elbow and propelled a powerful punch toward Nbanmu's chest. Nbanmu could not discern when Yuan Hao had thrown the punch, relying solely on instinct to retaliate. He sidestepped while raising his arm to block, the collision of fist and arm resonating with a dull thud. The two exchanged blows, engaged in an intense struggle. Meanwhile, a surveying expert, noticing Achin's focus on her boss, quietly remarked, "Everyone, someone is already fighting Nbanmu. We cannot stand by idly. If we do not resist, and he is overpowered by Nbanmu, our lives will hang in the balance at the hands of these brutes." The recollection of Imate's previous actions towards Gumanue ignited a fervor among the crowd once more. "Let us take them down." A furious roar erupted, and before Akin could react, he was pinned to the ground by 5 or 6 men. They swiftly seized the firearm from Akin's grasp. Realizing the weapon had been taken, Akin still intended to resist. Despite his professional training, the sheer force of the crowd proved overwhelming. Within moments, a dozen individuals surrounded him, bringing him down. Faced with the prospect of defeat and potential death, the group engaged in a frenzied struggle with Akin, driven by a reckless disregard for their own lives. "Nbanmu, I advise you to surrender. Your subordinates have already been subdued, and we are armed." Hearing the voices from outside, Nbanmu turned his head for just a moment. And unexpectedly, Yuan Hao's massive fist came crashing down upon his head, rendering him unconscious with a single blow. Gumanue, noticing Yuan Hao panting heavily, rushed over, her slender hands gently resting on his cheek. The winter sunlight bathed Yuan Hao's parched face, and in that moment, Gumanue found him irresistibly handsome. However, before anyone could catch their breath, urgent footsteps echoed nearby. Chapter 72. Frequent extreme weather. An unexpected encounter at the abandoned mine. Initially, only 2 individuals were dispatched for procurement. But due to the heavy drilling equipment, they called upon a dozen others to ascend a mountain. They were hauling the cumbersome machinery, chatting and laughing as they approached. From a distance, Yuan Hao recognized 3 familiar faces among the group. The same individuals who had come to Black Mountain Village to collect a debt from MIT just 2 days prior. This indicated that they were all part of the same faction. Aria's already darkened expression deepened. "This is troublesome. I know these people. They frequently associate with MIT. Young brother, do you have confidence in handling them?" The group turned to Yuan Hao, their eyes glimmering with hope, anticipating that he would assure them of his capability. Confronting a dozen people single-handedly left Yuan Hao feeling uncertain, and it was undeniably risky. "I certainly cannot manage alone, but we have numbers on our side. When they arrive, the moment you see any action, rush in together, and we will subdue them as one." How's that sound? Seeing the disappointment on everyone's faces, Aria quickly added, "At this moment, we must unite. If we fall into their hands, we will have no chance of escaping alive. Let us consider this. If we are released and report the situation to Boss Lee, we be inviting trouble upon ourselves?" Aria's words resonated with those present. "All right, young brother, once you make a move, we will all follow." Indeed, after exchanging affirmations, Yuan Hao signaled for everyone to remain in place, feigning ignorance of the unfolding events. "Boss, MIT, where are you? We have brought up the drilling equipment." Seizing the opportune moment, Yuan Hao shouted, "Attack." With that, he leaped forward, delivering a powerful punch to the security personnel before the crouching exploration specialists sprang into action. "Let's do this. Take them down." The scene descended into utter chaos. As everyone engaged in a frenzied struggle, fighting for their lives, they understood that their adversaries sought not merely the jade mine, but their very lives. To falter meant death upon this icy expanse. However, the security personnel had summoned individuals, most of whom were trained in combat, while the exploration experts and local Uyghurs were no match for them. Within mere minutes, the tide of battle had visibly shifted. "You truly believe you can contend with us? In this desolate wilderness, I could slay you, and none would apprehend me." At that moment, the sky unleashed hailstones the size of pigeon eggs. During a scuffle between a security guard and an exploration expert, one was struck by hail, resulting in a grievous head injury. "Get into the tent. The hail is coming," someone yelled. The crowd, previously lost in their brawl, hastily retreated to the tents, as survival became their shared instinct in the face of the extreme weather. Yuan Hao spotted Gumanue standing frozen in confusion and rushed to her side, enveloping her in his arms as they dashed towards the tent. However, What no one anticipated was the emergence of a once-in-a-century gale at Lake Axa. With no shelter to shield them, the ferocity of the gale amplified immensely. Everything upon the ice, including the tents, was uprooted by the tempest. Even the drilling equipment that had just been transported vanished amidst the swirling blizzard and hail. The air was filled with cries for help and the howling wind, while the icy, hard hail stung their faces, leaving several painful gashes. Yuan Hao held Gumanyu tightly, swept away by the raging wind. An unknown duration passed before Yuan Hao sensed the stillness and rose, shaking off the snow and hail that clung to him. Gumanyu, still reeling from the shock, remained disoriented. Yuan Hao surveyed the surroundings. All was a blinding white, devoid of any recognizable landmarks, and there was no signal for his phone, rendering navigation futile. Noticing Gumanyu's pallor, he instinctively checked her forehead with the back of his hand. "Goodness, you're burning up. You have a fever," he exclaimed. Gumanyu weakly nodded, then closed her eyes, collapsing backward. Yuan Hao reacted swiftly, catching her in his arms. Time was of the essence. He needed to find a warm place to tend to her. Fortunately, he had procured some medicinal supplies before ascending the mountain. A dose of fever-reducing medication would suffice for her recovery. Scanning the vicinity, he spotted a cave not far ahead and hurriedly carried Gumanyu towards it. Once inside, he laid her gently on the ground and retrieved food, water, and a portable stove from his ring-s small world. After preparing a fragrant pot of instant noodles, he boiled water for Gumanyu, intending to soak her feet. Lacking a basin, he had to manage with an iron pot, ensuring to clean it afterward. In her dazed state, Gumanyu felt warmth spreading from her feet, a soothing sensation that quickly enveloped her entire body. Gumanyu gradually opened her eyes, only to find Yuan Hao bowing his head to soak her feet in warm water. She quickly drew her legs back and exclaimed, "Yuan Hao, what are you doing? Why are you soaking my feet?" Yuan Hao explained, "You had a fever, so I thought a warm foot bath would help. The ibuprofen seems to have worked quickly. You woke up in less than half an hour. Here, have a bowl of noodles I just made for you." Seeing the steaming bowl of instant noodles in Yuan Hao's hands, Gumanyu was taken aback but obediently finished the meal. "Where did you get these things?" she inquired. Yuan Hao, with a spark of inspiration, replied, "After I carried you into this cave, I noticed a pile of supplies here. Perhaps the strong wind earlier blew everyone's belongings inside." Gumanyu stood up and embraced Yuan Hao tightly, sobbing, "I thought I would never get the chance to see you alive again." Yuan Hao gently patted her back, offering comfort. "I told you, as long as I'm here, everything will be fine." He touched her forehead with the back of his hand, relieved to find her fever had subsided. "You stay here and soak your feet while I check if there are any useful items nearby." Gumanyu nodded obediently. Yuan Hao rose and stepped outside the cave. Glancing around at the pristine white landscape, he knew that rushing out could lead to encountering extreme weather again, likely resulting in getting lost in the snow. Upon returning to the cave, he idly used his X-ray vision to survey the interior. When his vision landed on a wall of stone, he was taken aback. Through his vision, he saw a dazzling expanse of white, resembling mutton fat jade, with a soft, warm hue rather than a stark white. The color was pure and rich, devoid of blemishes, radiating a strong luster that was both pleasing to the eye and inviting. In his heart, he mused, "Isn't this the finest Hitian jade? Could this cave possibly be an old mine?" As he gazed at the vast expanse of white beyond the stone wall, he couldn't resist drawing closer, gently caressing the uneven surface of the stone wall as if it were Hitian jade. His expression of joy became increasingly difficult to contain. "Ha, Gumanyu! Truly, what a serendipitous discovery. This is fate." Chapter 73. Yuan Hao buried by an avalanche. Gumanyu frowned and turned to face the dark stones, suspecting that Yuan Hao might be feeling unwell, which was causing him to speak nonsensically. She quickly put on her shoes and approached him, reaching out to check his forehead for fever. "You're not even running a fever. Why are you talking nonsense?" Yuan Hao, caught up in his excitement, held her head gently and planted a few kisses on her. "I'm not speaking nonsense. You stay here in the cave while I go outside to find some food or useful items." Feeling a twinge of fear, Gumanyu grasped Yuan Hao's hand tightly. "I'm scared." Yuan Hao softly stroked her forehead. "Don't be afraid. I'll be nearby." "Do you still not believe in your man's capabilities?" Gumanyu bit her lip and nodded slightly. Emerging from the cave, Yuan Hao employed his X-ray vision to survey his surroundings, primarily seeking to locate the drilling equipment. He recalled that when the fierce 10th-level wind swept through, these devices were all blown away in unison. Behind the stone wall of the cave, there indeed lay exquisite Hitian jade. However, without any excavation tools, Yuan Hao was unable to acquire these treasures. Thus, with a sense of serendipity, he wandered around the vicinity of the cave. Beneath the snow lay remnants of animal carcasses and some fragmented tree trunks, but no other useful items were in sight. Yuan Hao sighed in resignation, acknowledging that it was only natural. Fortune does not always favor one. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the very drilling equipment he sought was indeed present. Yet, it had been swept by the gale and lodged precariously on the cliff. The slope of the cliff was nearly vertical, making any ascent without safety measures exceedingly perilous. Attempting to climb and retrieve the equipment would be tantamount to courting death for an ordinary person. It is worth noting that the equipment weighed an astonishing 900 kilograms. Nevertheless, Yuan Hao was determined to give it a try, bolstered by the significant enhancements to his abilities. Estimating the height from the base of the mountain to the drilling equipment at approximately 500 meters, Yuan Hao took a deep breath, held it, and began to scale the cliff, utilizing the ice columns for support. Some of these columns were not sufficiently stable. He had to leap and grasp another column at the very moment one shattered beneath him. Every function of his body needed to be engaged to the fullest. There could be no room for error. A fall from such a height would turn his body into mere pulp upon impact with the ice below. After half an hour of arduous climbing, Yuan Hao, thanks to his enhanced physique, finally reached the location of the drilling equipment. Transporting it back to the cave would be a trivial task, as the stone wall, less than a meter thick, posed no challenge for this apparatus. However, ascending was far easier than descending, especially with the burden of such a heavy object. Gritting his teeth, Yuan Hao endeavored to lift the drilling equipment. Despite summoning all his strength, the equipment merely budged slightly. To bring the device down from such a height was surely a fanciful notion. Yet, without it, the stone wall could not be breached, and the Hetian jade within would remain forever out of reach. Yuan Hao found himself in a precarious dilemma when he suddenly felt the ground beneath him shift. Possibly due to melting snow combined with the weight of the equipment, the area beneath his feet began to slide downward. As he regained his composure and surveyed the nearly vertical slope, a bold idea flashed through his mind. Summoning his strength once more, he lifted the drilling equipment slightly, then abruptly withdrew his hands. The 900-kilogram device plummeted onto the rocks below. This force acted like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing the protruding section to snap and tumble down the cliff. The resulting commotion sent tremors through the snow atop the mountain, causing it to sway precariously. In an instant, large sheets of snow cascaded downwards. Gu Manuel, sensing the disturbance outside the cave, hurriedly approached and peered out. In the distance, a great mass of snow cascaded down from the mountaintop, while halfway up the slope, a dark shadow plummeted rapidly. A woman's intuition alerted Gu Manuel. That shadow was none other than Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao, an avalanche is coming. Run! Gu Manuel screamed in a frenzy. Yet, the speed of the snow was overwhelmingly swift, and that ink-like shadow was instantaneously engulfed by a blanket of white. As she witnessed this unfolding spectacle, Gu Manuel felt as though her very soul had been wrenched from her, staring vacantly into the distance before recklessly sprinting forward. The world around her was a blinding white, rendering her unable to discern Yuan Hao's exact location. Fear, regret, and a torrent of emotions surged within her. If only she had been more resolute when Yuan Hao insisted on going out, perhaps this outcome could have been avoided. In a fit of madness, Gu Manuel, her eyes swollen and red, frantically clawed at the snow before her. Yuan Hao, come out. You have yet to take responsibility for me. You have bullied me, and I intend to settle the score. She cried out. You cannot leave like this. Are you not a man? Show yourself. Gradually, her fingertips bled, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain, continuing her desperate excavation of the snowdrift. She yearned for a glimmer of hope to materialize, as if Yuan Hao might suddenly surprise her, not only capable of appraising treasures, but also of gambling on stones. However, with such a colossal avalanche, what chance did an ordinary person have of survival? As this thought crossed her mind, tears streamed down her cheeks, yet she remained relentless, digging fervently through the snow. Yuan Hao, could you please come out quickly? If you do, I will grant you any wish you desire. She cried. Yuan Hao, a world without you holds no meaning for me. Chapter 74. True Feelings Revealed in Adversity. Minutes passed, and Gu Manuel had excavated a considerable pit with her hands. Yet still, there was no sign of Yuan Hao. The golden rescue time frame following an avalanche is typically around 15 minutes. Thereafter, the likelihood of survival diminishes perilously. Those buried not only find themselves immobilized, but may also suffocate due to difficulty in breathing. Hey, Ilea, does that person over there look somewhat familiar? A Uyghur pointed towards Gu Manue in the distance. Ilea rubbed her eyes and looked closely. Isn't that the warrior's girlfriend? Let us hurry over and see what has transpired. The other 4 Uyghurs followed Ilea as they approached Gu Manue. Upon seeing Ilea arrive, Gu Manue felt a flicker of hope ignite within her and pleaded with a desperate tone, "Please, help me. Yuan Hao has been buried by the avalanche. Help me find him, I beg you." The optimal rescue time after an avalanche is merely 15 minutes. Time is running out. I implore you, considering how Yuan Hao risked his life to protect you, please assist me. If you have tools in your backpacks, use them. We must find Mr. Yuan. At the command of Ilea, the remaining 4 Uyghurs retrieved shovels from their bags and joined the rescue effort. With their assistance, the snow was excavated swiftly. Yet Yuan Hao's figure remained elusive. As the clock approached the 15-minute mark, significant areas of snow had been cleared, and Ilea had already mentally drafted a verdict for Yuan Hao. Under normal circumstances, a person buried by heavy snow would have a golden rescue window of approximately 15 minutes. However, this was at an altitude of 5,000 meters above Lake Oksai. The temperature here was significantly lower than in other regions. A person engulfed by snow, if not found within 10 minutes, would undoubtedly perish. Ilea noticed Gu Manue's fingers were covered in blood, the result of prolonged digging through the snow, with several of her nails having torn away. Yet, Gu Manue seemed oblivious to the pain, relentlessly continuing her desperate excavation. Ilea approached her, gently patting her shoulder. "Let it be, the golden rescue time has passed. Let Mr. Yuan rest here." Upon hearing this, Gu Manue trembled uncontrollably, tears cascading down her cheeks like a breached dam. No, he cannot be in danger. Gu Manue seized the engineer's shovel from Ilea's hands, her eyes swollen and red, burying her head as she resumed digging through the snow. The other Uyghurs watched this scene with sorrow. Had it not been for Yuan Hao's courageous intervention, they could not fathom the torment they would have endured. As Gu Manue continued her efforts, she struck something metallic. "Isn't this the drilling equipment those people brought up?" The Uyghurs wasted no time, surrounding the drilling apparatus and clearing the surrounding snow. As the machinery came into view, they also discovered Yuan Hao's lifeless body. He lay in the corner of the drilling equipment, his lips already turned purple, his limbs frozen stiff. Any discerning eye would recognize that Yuan Hao was beyond saving. Seeing Yuan Hao lying there, barely clinging to life, Gu Manue was overcome with grief. Ilea quickly supported her. "We must look forward. Those who remain must continue to live well." Gu Manue desperately broke free from Ilea's embrace, clutching Yuan Hao tightly. "Isn't it cold here? I will take you to a cave. It's warm inside. Yuan Hao, let's go." Ilea, filled with resignation, said, "Miss Gu, I fear that Yuan Hao is already." One of those standing beside Ilea interjected, "Let her be. She is already in a fragile state. My father perished in an avalanche. I can understand her feelings." There was nothing in the cave to provide warmth, and in her desperation, Gu Manue recalled a saying, "A quilt, no matter how thick, cannot compare to the warmth of flesh against flesh." In haste, she stripped off her outer garments and enveloped Yuan Hao in her arms, pressing as close as possible to elevate their body temperatures. Gu Manue cradled Yuan Hao's face, whispering, "I know you will wake up. I will wait here for you until you do." Unbeknownst to her, as the snow on her ring melted, wisps of vapor began to escape from the ring and drift into Yuan Hao's body. The originally stiff limbs gradually regained their vitality as the body temperature rose. After approximately 10 minutes, Yuan Hao felt a rush of fresh air flooding into his nostrils. Suddenly, he sneezed violently. Achoo! Gu Manue was startled, and upon closer inspection, she realized that Yuan Hao had opened his eyes. Overjoyed, Gu Manue exclaimed, "Yuan Hao, you've awakened, haven't you? Oh, I knew you would come back to me. You would never abandon me." In that moment, Yuan Hao understood the immense effort this frail woman had exerted to ensure his survival. His nose tinged with emotion as he tightly embraced Gu Manue, saying, "Fool, I promised I would protect you. If I were to leave, who would safeguard you?" However, upon hearing this, Gu Manue cried even harder, insisting, "You must never engage in such perilous actions again." All right, just put on your clothes. I am fine now." Yuan Hao coaxed her for a while until she finally calmed down. Perhaps due to exhaustion, Gu Manue soon fell into a deep slumber. Not wishing to disturb her, Yuan Hao quietly exited the cave and was elated to see the undamaged drilling equipment in the snow. He quickly approached the equipment, realizing that moving it into the cave by sheer strength was impossible. Thus, he retrieved 4 barrels of water from his small world, placing them beneath the 4 corners of the drilling apparatus as makeshift wheels. To secure these barrels, he simply needed to carve indentations in each corner. With his extraordinary strength, creating a few indentations was effortlessly accomplished. Once everything was prepared, Yuan Hao positioned himself behind the drilling equipment and gently pushed, causing it to roll forward in the direction of the water barrels. In no time, it was positioned before the stone wall. Yuan Hao hastily retrieved 5 or 6 portable stoves from his small world, intending to use them to elevate the ambient temperature and expedite the melting of the accumulated snow. After all, the drilling equipment was heavily coated in snow, making it unusable until cleared. With all 6 portable stoves operating simultaneously, the temperature inside the cave rose quickly, and within 10 minutes, all the ice and snow on the drilling equipment had melted away. Yuan Hao pressed the power button, and to his surprise, the drilling equipment was still operational. Without hesitation, he utilized his X-ray vision to identify the weakest area of the stone wall, then pressed the power button to activate the drill. Sparks flew in a dazzling display as he beheld what appeared to be jade of the finest quality before him. The joy at the corners of his mouth was impossible to suppress. Gu Manuel was also awakened by the cacophony, and upon opening her eyes, she was astonished to see a vast expanse of pristine stone blocks before the drilling machine. Rubbing her eyes, she leaned in closer and exclaimed, "Isn't this jade?" Chapter 75, Transporting the Jade Mine, Descending the Mountain to Report. Gu Manuel, please don't blame me. Now that you've seen the jade mine, how can I conceal it in my small world to take away? After a series of apologies, Yuan Hao approached the jade mine, his ring emitting a continuous buzzing sound, seemingly more exhilarated than he was upon encountering the jade mine itself. Following his instincts, he gently placed his ring-adorned right hand upon the jade mine, and in an instant, the mine transformed into countless strands of black mist that surged into the ring. Simultaneously, his X-ray vision revealed new information: Heishan material and Hetian jade. It is important to note that Heishan material is one of the rarest types within the mountain materials, known for its dense texture, pale hue, and exceptional hardness. Its felt-like or fibrous structure grants Heishan material and Hetian jade remarkable resilience. The raw stones of Heishan material may exhibit a grayish tint, yet the material can become increasingly white with refinement. Renowned for its excellent whiteness and oiliness, Heishan material is significantly scarcer than other mountain materials. Its extraction is perhaps the most arduous among these jade mines. The cavern beneath him was likely an old mining site that had been excavated manually, and regrettably, they were mere meters away from fully unveiling the jade mine. After absorbing the mist, Yuan Hao sensed that the ring had become considerably enriched. To prevent Gu Manuel from awakening and discovering the jade mine, he swiftly transported all the Heishan material and Hetian jade from the mining area into the jade mine, while Gu Manuel remained in slumber. Several hours later, he had completed the transfer. A preliminary estimate indicated that, excluding some worthless debris, the jade mine contained approximately 2 tons of Heishan material and Hetian jade. Based on this quality assessment, each gram of Heishan material and Hetian jade could fetch between 10 to 20,000. Thus, the 2 tons of Heishan material and Hetian jade could potentially be valued between 20 billion and 40 billion. This journey had proven to be both thrilling and fruitful. Now, the small world was filled with Hetian jade worth a staggering 400 billion. Yuan Hao was not foolish. The influx of Hetian jade in the market would inevitably lead to a decline in the price of Heishan material and Hetian jade. These gemstones could be sold gradually over time. 400 billion, what a concept! Yuan Hao had never imagined he would one day possess such immense wealth. He envisioned utilizing this fortune to continuously expand his influence and establish his own commercial empire. The following morning, sunlight pierced through the darkness of the cavern, illuminating Yuan Hao and Gu Manuel's faces. Gu Manuel squinted against the brightness, rubbing her eyes and feeling a twinge of pain in her neck. "Yuan Hao, why does my neck hurt so much?" Upon waking, Yuan Hao casually replied, "Perhaps it's due to sleeping without a pillow." Gu Manuel stood up and noticed a large gap in the cave's stone wall. "When did this cave acquire a hole? I feel like I saw a pile of raw Hetian jade here last night." Now that she was awake, she urged, "Let's have some breakfast and pack our things. We need to prepare to leave." Yuan Hao retrieved 2 bottles of water and some hand-torn beef jerky from his pocket. Without hesitation, Gu Manuel took a bite of the jerky. "Where did you get this beef jerky?" Yuan Hao took a sip of water. "I bought it in town." Gu Manuel paused. "Is there beef jerky for sale in town?" "I didn't see any." At that moment, several figures appeared at the entrance of the cave. It was Ari Lia and the others. The Uyghurs were astonished to witness Yuan Hao miraculously awaken, their eyes widening in disbelief as they began to perform peculiar gestures. Gu Manuel inquired with curiosity. What are they doing? Ilea explained. Mr. Yuan's awakening must be a result of a divine miracle. They are praying. Miss Gu, it is surely your true love for Mr. Yuan that has moved the heavens. Yuan Hao spoke gravely. We must hasten to find a way out of here. We are still alive, and it is possible that iMate and his group are safe as well. We need to descend the mountain and report everything to the authorities. Ilea nodded. We Uyghurs possess a fair understanding of the terrain here. I will lead you out immediately. Yuan Hao and Gu Manuel agreed, for she had no desire to linger in that dreadful place. Yuan Hao was no deity, unable to save everyone. The Uyghurs had their own unique methods of navigating directions, which, although Yuan Hao did not fully comprehend, proved to be quite reliable. After following Ilea for 4 or 5 hours, they finally emerged from the shores of Lake Oksai, spotting the outline of Haishan village in the distance. They dared not make a sound, fearful that iMate's accomplices might still be lurking within the village, as they were all from the same community. Thus, under Yuan Hao's guidance, they stealthily led away a few donkeys and rode them down mountain. By the time they reached the town, dusk was nearly upon them. Without pausing for a meal, they rushed to the local police station to report their ordeal. Upon learning of the events at Lake Oksai, Bai Jian furiously called Boss Li of Port City. Boss Li, it was your people who arranged the trip to Lake Oksai. Wasn't it? I sent my disciple there, only to have your people robbed and murdered. If I had gone, would I have met the same fate? Chapter 76. Boss Li prepares to visit and apologize. Boss Li of Port City was instantly taken aback. Oh Bai, where did you hear such rumors? All the people I arranged are my trusted associates. Otherwise, I wouldn't have invited you to join us. Bai Jian scoffed. Rumors? Can my disciples' words be false? It seems your information is rather lacking. Boss Li, you are aware that I have not taken on many disciples over the years, to finally accept one, only for them to nearly perish at the hands of your associates. Surely, this warrants an explanation. Having known Bai Jian for many years, Boss Li had never seen him so enraged. Upon reflection, it was only natural. His disciple had nearly lost their life due to this incident. It was evident that the matter was likely true. Although Boss Li was situated in Port City, his business interests were extensive and spanned the globe, with numerous enterprises in Huaxia as well. Bai Jian was a significant figure in the jade and antique circles. Offending him would surely hinder certain business developments. From Bai Jian's words, it was clear that his disciple was still alive, and as long as that was the case, there remained room for negotiation. Thus, Boss Li spoke softly. Oh Bai, please do not be angry. This matter was indeed a result of my poor arrangements. Fortunately, no one was harmed. How about this? Next Monday, I shall take some time to send someone to visit your disciple and personally offer my apologies. What do you think? Bai Jian understood clearly that Boss Li's words were an attempt to provide some compensation to Yuan Hao, whose family background he had investigated thoroughly beforehand. If Yuan Hao wished to thrive in the world of jade antiques, relying solely on his own capabilities would be insufficient. He would need to cultivate connections across various circles. Establishing a relationship with Boss Li of Harbor City presented an exceptional opportunity for Yuan Hao. Since no one was injured, it would be prudent to look ahead. Making the connection with Boss Li overly strained would not be wise. Therefore, Bai Jian graciously accepted this generous offer on Yuan Hao's behalf. After ending the call with Boss Li, Bai Jian promptly contacted Yuan Hao. Xiao Hao, are you injured? Do you need to go to the hospital? I truly did not anticipate this situation escalating to such a degree. My intention was simply to have you gain some experience in Xinqing and expand your network. Yuan Hao replied solemnly, Master, I am fine. This incident cannot be blamed on you. These individuals turned against us unexpectedly. No one could have foreseen that, not even a deity. I am quite robust. All right then, Master. I must board now, so I will speak to you later. After hanging up, Gu Manuel furrowed her brow and suddenly grasped Yuan Hao's arm. Did your master mean Boss Li from Harbor City? Yuan Hao pondered for a moment. It should be otherwise. It seems unlikely that any other Boss Li would be connected to us. Gu Manuel's eyes began to gleam with excitement. Yuan Hao, Boss Li from Harbor City, is a significant figure. He was once the wealthiest man in Huaxia and is involved in countless industries. If he is sending someone to see you, he undoubtedly intends to take responsibility for this matter, especially since you are Bai Jian's disciple. To achieve great things, one must possess patience. Yuan Hao, noticing Gu Manuel's serious expression, nearly burst into laughter. She seemed to think he would harbor resentment over this incident and reject Boss Li's apology. Yuan Hao chuckled and waved his hand. Gu Manuel, you underestimate me. I know precisely how to handle this. Upon hearing Yuan Hao's words, Gu Manuel felt considerably relieved. She then naturally pulled Yuan Hao's hand against her chest, leaning against his arm for a brief moment. Once they boarded the vehicle, she fell asleep almost immediately. The distance from Xinqing to Hansheng was quite long. So in order to ensure Gu Manua had a restful sleep, Yuan Hao decided to upgrade their cabin. Money, after all, should be earned and spent. Saving without expenditure is mere folly. From their earlier conversation, it seemed Gu Manua had not taken the recent events to heart, indicating her mental fortitude was indeed remarkable. It was understandable, as managing numerous business operations at such a young age was no small feat in Hansheng, in the office of the general manager of the Huang Group. Huang Yaohua, upon learning of the incident in Xinqing, immediately summoned Huang Jiqiang. Quickly, come up with some strategies. For the sake of our family's business. I toil day in and day out, while you, my son, seem to live in carefree indulgence. Huang Jiqiang lowered his head, hastily taking the phone to scrutinize its contents. A few minutes later, the furrows on his forehead were deep enough to crush a fly. Dad, this is bad. It appears that in the circles of New City, it is said that Bosley from Port City invited Bai Jian. Bai Jian did not attend, but Yuan Hao did, indicating that this lad might indeed be on the path to becoming Bai Jian's apprentice. Moreover, Gu Manua is also in New City, and they're involved with each other. With such events unfolding, Bosley will surely compensate Yuan Hao to placate Bai Jian's anger. When that happens, 1T the Gu Group also rise in fortune. Our years of efforts to merge with the Gu Group could be in jeopardy. Huang Yaohua's face flushed with anger. Isn't that just stating the obvious? Look at Gu Manua. So young yet adept at currying favor with Yuan Hao, while you send people to ambush his mother at their doorstep. I wonder why Yuan Hao showed me no respect in front of so many people. It's utterly illogical. Furthermore, I summoned you here to devise a strategy. According to the latest news, Yuan Hao will arrive at Han City Airport in 5 hours. Your time is running short. Huang Jiqiang wore a bitter expression. If he had any good ideas, they would not be in this predicament. Yet the thought of the Huang Group's plans, years in the making, potentially collapsing, weighed heavily on his heart. After much contemplation, an audacious idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Dad, I have a plan. This can resolve the issue and eliminate future troubles. A flicker of surprise crossed Huang Yaohua's face. Speak up. Chapter 77. The Huang father and son resolved to follow a dark path. Huang Yaohua approached and slapped Huang Jiqiang across the face. Have you lost your mind? How dare you even contemplate such a thing? Have you been drinking counterfeit liquor? With Gu Manua's support from Yuan Hao equating to a platform from Bai Jian, and with Bosley from Port City extending his hand to them, our Huang Group would be utterly defeated. All our years of hard work would go to waste. Are you truly willing to watch the Gu Group rise from the ashes, pressing us down and slapping our faces, saying, Huang Yaohua? Is that all you are? Listening to Huang Jiqiang's words, Huang Yaohua felt as if his soul had been siphoned away, collapsing onto the sofa. He certainly did not wish to witness the resurgence of the Gu Group, nor did he want to see his years of toil squandered. Huang Jiqiang slowly approached his father, patting his shoulder. Dad, indeed, our time is limited. Let professionals handle the specialized matters. One must be ruthless to achieve great things. Huang Yaohua suddenly kicked Huang Jiqiang in the abdomen. You brat, you think you can teach your father how to handle things? If it weren't for you, would things have devolved into this state? Huang Jiqiang clutched his abdomen, wincing in pain, yet continued to murmur, Dad, in the past, I may have been unfilial, but the situation has escalated to this point. It must be resolved. Huang Yaohua took a deep breath, casting a helpless glance at the landline phone before retrieving a cigar from his drawer and placing it between his lips. He lifted his gaze towards the window, where the moon was obscured by thick clouds. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the clouds. The silvery moonlight streamed through the glass, illuminating Huang Yaohua's weathered face. His eyes gradually cleared, as if an answer had emerged within him. He leisurely extracted a lighter from the inner pocket of his suit and ignited the cigar. Huang Jiqiang, momentarily taken aback, exclaimed, Dad, what are you doing? Get out. Huang Yaohua barked. Without daring to hesitate, Huang Jiqiang bowed his head and fled the Huang Group in disgrace. Once his son had distanced himself, Huang Yaohua took another puff from his cigar and dialed a series of numbers on the landline. Tell Ao Hei, I crave fish, he instructed. Gu Manua rubbed her sleepy eyes and noticed that the plane had landed, prompting her to grasp Yuan Hao's hand as they disembarked. Yuan Hao, with a smile, remarked, Does it hurt? Merely saying it won't suffice. Actions speak louder. Seeing Yuan Hao's playful expression, Gu Manua puffed her chest and playfully bumped into him. Yuan Hao, however, evaded her advance and dashed towards the roadside. Don't run. Aren't you quite bold? Let me demonstrate my intentions. Gu Manua laughed as she pursued him. However, when she caught up, Yuan Hao suddenly halted, turned around, and unleashed the renowned Dragon Claw technique. By the time Gu Manyu realized what was happening, it was too late to resist. She found herself willingly captured. They're only tired oxen, never a ruined field. Just watch how I deal with this. Yuan Hao called out to a passing taxi, waving it down and hopping in. Driver, take me to Jiyuan Community. Sir, are you sure this is the right way? This isn't the route to Jiyuan Community. The taxi driver replied, but without a word, he turned into a narrow alley, where a large truck blocked their path. Yuan Hao sensed trouble and quickly grasped Gu Manyue's hand. When they reached the truck, the driver slammed the brakes, removed the keys, unbuckled his seatbelt, and fled the vehicle. Suddenly, a dozen masked men wielding machetes emerged from the truck. Gu Manyue's heart raced. Yuan Hao, it seems they are coming for us. Yuan Hao reassured her. Don't be afraid. Nothing will happen while I'm here. Stay in the car and do not exit. With that, he unfastened his seatbelt, exited the vehicle, and closed the door behind him. Please, gentlemen, show mercy and spare us. It's tough for everyone to make a living these days. I'm sure you're just here for money. Just name your price, and let us avoid any harm. One of the masked men shouted, brandishing his gleaming machete. Kill him. Leave no one alive, came the chilling command. In that instant, Yuan Hao understood that these men were after his life. Reflecting on the trials he had faced in recent days, a fire of indignation ignited within him. What do they think? That I'm an easy target to bully? In a desolate place, far from any village or shop, one might have resigned themselves to their fate. Yet, upon disembarking from the airport, they foolishly attempted to deceive and rob him, truly believing him to be an easy target. Yuan Hao, before the eyes of the crowd, shattered the driver's side window with a single punch, gripping a shard of glass as he charged towards the masked assailants. What a terrifying force. Just that one strike was enough to intimidate all the masked figures. One of them bellowed defiantly, "What are we afraid of? No matter how skilled, one can still fear a kitchen knife. A stab from us can be just as deadly. We must take them down, even if it costs us our lives. Attack!" Yuan Hao moved with remarkable speed. Before their machetes could strike, his glass shard had already carved a deep gash into their arms. Within mere minutes, blood flowed freely from the right arms of numerous masked men. Yuan Hao initially believed this would suffice to halt their advance. To his surprise, the wounded assailants tore their clothing into strips, binding their injuries tightly. After hastily dressing their wounds, they grasped their machetes once more and charged at Yuan Hao again. Furthermore, the resolute determination in their eyes revealed that they were not mere thugs, but rather a band of fanatical warriors. In a matter of seconds, a dozen masked figures formed a fan-like formation around Yuan Hao. The leader, draped in black, commanded quietly, "Let us end this swiftly. Do we fear we cannot overcome a mere boy?" With that, a flurry of machetes descended upon Yuan Hao, showing no intention of granting him any mercy. In the back seat, Gu Manyue's heart twisted in anxiety as she hastily checked her phone, only to find the signal completely jammed. Thankfully, she was still able to dial emergency services. "There are a dozen people trying to kill us near a small road by Han City Airport. Please hurry." Yuan Hao remained unperturbed. The attacker's movements seemed agonizingly slow to him. As the machetes swung down, his eyes gleamed with intensity. His body moved like a nimble leopard, deftly evading each lethal strike. "Is it possible to dodge such attacks? One might think we are filming a movie," exclaimed one of the assailants, bewildered. "How dare he act so cool with death at hand? Finish him." Yuan Hao smirked. "You don't think I can do more than just evade, do you?" In the blink of an eye, Yuan Hao was upon the masked men, unleashing rapid punches, each blow akin to a cannonball striking their chests. With powerful kicks, he sent one flying several meters away, crashing heavily onto the ground. The missed machete strikes collided with the concrete floor, sparking brilliantly. In just a few minutes, the tide of battle turned entirely. The unarmed Yuan Hao had laid the masked men low, leaving them incapacitated. Old Black soon realized that their forces were vastly outmatched, and continuing this futile fight would only lead to further injuries among his men. "Brothers, retreat." Yuan Hao furrowed his brows. "Withdraw? No. You strike at me and then think to flee? Do you truly believe I'm so easily trifled with?" To the leader among them, he demanded, "Who directed you to carry out this assassination against me?" The masked figures had no intention of engaging with Yuan Hao and hastily dispersed in 4 different directions. Yet, they were unaware that they had provoked a formidable adversary, one entirely extraordinary. Ordinarily, with a group of over a dozen fleeing in various directions, it would be impossible for a solitary Yuan Hao to apprehend them all. However, Yuan Hao was no ordinary individual. The masked assailants only perceived a fleeting shadow before they felt a sharp pain in their abdomens. Before they could comprehend the situation, they all collapsed to the ground. Releasing anguished cries, Yuan Hao approached the leader of the masked figures, slowly removing his mask. The face revealed was that of a seemingly simple and honest farmer, utterly incongruous with the fierce demeanor of a ruthless thug moments prior. Most astonishingly, Yuan Hao had never encountered this man in his life. "My friend, what grievances or vendettas could warrant such a large group sent to kill me? Who commanded you to do this? Speak." On the ground, Lao He chuckled faintly. "Huh? You will never uncover the truth." And a glint of cold light flashed before Lao He's eyes as he suddenly produced a dagger from his sleeve, thrusting it viciously towards Yuan Hao's chest with a menacing glare. In that instant, Yuan Hao delivered a powerful punch to Lao He's wrist, shattering the tendons of his arm. Lao He cried out in agony, a lamentation echoing through the air. Then came a piercing sound, a cacophony of chaos. Lao He mocked, "You will never discover who sent me to kill you, haha. Is it amusing? You have yet to realize you have crossed paths with someone you should never have provoked." At that moment, a radiant glow emanated from the ring on Yuan Hao's right hand, and in an instant, Lao He was pulled from the realm of reality into a different world. The brilliance faded swiftly, and in a heartbeat, no one noticed how Lao He had vanished. The remaining masked figures had already been vanquished by Yuan Hao, lacking the energy to pay attention to the unfolding events. With the sound of police sirens drawing nearer, Yuan Hao, clutching his wrist, limped toward the taxi. Gu Manuel swiftly unbuckled her seatbelt, flung open the door, and rushed to him. "Yuan Hao, are you injured?" Yuan Hao shook his head. "I'm fine. Just a slight sprain." Soon, a cadre of law enforcement officials emerged from the police car. Gu Manuel raised her hand and announced, "I called the police. These thugs were subdued by my husband. This was indeed an exaggeration. Please cooperate and accompany us to the station for a statement." "All right, no problem." Yuan Hao nodded slightly. He had no concerns regarding whether the dashcam would capture anything untoward. The events from the moment they exited the vehicle to the street assault had been seamless and fluid, executed with precision by these professional criminals. Thus, it was certain that the dashcam must have malfunctioned, and their fingerprints were likely singed by cigarette butts. They could not have recorded their own criminal evidence. In the end, Uncle Hat conducted DNA tests on everyone, ultimately discovering that this group consisted of A-level wanted criminals, responsible for a murder case from a decade ago that had finally been solved. Under Gu Manuel's arrangement, Su Yuan had already moved in. Lao He had never encountered such absurdity in his life. Facing this unfamiliar world left him nearly paralyzed with fear. In the next moment, Yuan Hao appeared before him out of thin air. Lao He pointed at Yuan Hao and shouted, "Are you human or a ghost?" Yuan Hao scrutinized Lao He, smiling as he replied, "What does it matter if I am human or ghost? 10 years ago, you committed murder, and it seems you have thrived these past 10 years. Someone must be taking good care of you. Now, tell me who instructed you to kill me. Do not pretend to be tough with me, for I possess 1,000 methods to torment you here." Upon hearing Yuan Hao's words, Lao He realized that his accomplices were likely already apprehended. With a grin, he declared, "Having lived freely for over a decade is sufficient. I will never betray my elder brother. Do as you wish." Yuan Hao smirked slightly. "Ah, so you are willing to submit to my will, are you? If not for my superior abilities, you would have already become a soul beneath my blade. I am curious to see how tough your bones truly are." With that, Yuan Hao swiftly struck, breaking Lao He's limbs, rendering him immobile. Subsequently, he procured 2 bundles of rope from the stockpile and tightly bound Lao He's extremities. Once everything was in order, Yuan Hao returned to the real world, using his X-ray vision to catch a mouse in the darkness. He nonchalantly brought the mouse into his little world. Lao He, still oblivious to Yuan Hao's intentions, stubbornly insisted, "Don't waste your time. I won't tell you anything." Ignoring him, Yuan Hao retrieved a pot lid, lifted Lao He's shirt, and placed the mouse on his abdomen before covering it with the lid. The mouse scurried frantically, and Lao He's eyes gradually filled with dread. Yuan Hao remained silent, crafting a makeshift torch, igniting it with a lighter, and placing it atop the pot lid to heat it. As the temperature rose, the mouse desperately attempted to burrow into Lao He's belly to survive. In an instant, a searing pain surged through him as his abdomen was torn open, blood flowing from the gaping wound. An intense agony spread throughout his body. "Kill me. Just kill me," Lao He screamed weakly. Unexpectedly, Yuan Hao removed the torch, demanding, "Speak. Who instructed you? If you tell me, I will spare your wife and child. If not, they will suffer the same fate as you." Lao He gasped, "You don't even know where my wife and child are. You're bluffing." Yuan Hao chuckled. "Let us make a wager and see whether I truly know where your family is." He repositioned the torch, and the mouse once again fought for its life, desperately trying to burrow into Lao Hei's belly. In agony, Lao Hei hesitated. He realized he had a weakness. His wife and child were his Achilles heel. He could die, but they could not. I will tell you. I will tell you. The individual who instigated my assassination is none other than the chairman of the Huang Group. Huang Yaohua. Chapter 79. The shocking case from a decade ago appears to be linked to Huang Yaohua. Huang Yaohua? What grievance could I possibly have against him that would warrant such an elaborate scheme to eliminate me at the airport? Moreover, Uncle Hat had mentioned that this group had committed a murder 10 years prior, and their sudden reappearance after a decade clearly indicates that Huang Yaohua has been supporting them. Therefore, it is undeniable that Huang Yaohua is implicated in that previous case. Yuan Hao felt a twinge of curiosity. Surely this old man wouldn't go to such lengths unless absolutely necessary? The state of Old Black suggested he was not speaking idly. The reasons for the intended assassination seemed irrelevant now, since Huang Yaohua sought my life. Dismantling the Huang Group and ensuring that both he and his son face dire consequences must be prioritized. Thus, Yuan Hao swiftly untied Old Black's restraints and tossed him a medical kit, instructing, bite the bullet and tend to your wounds. There is food and water. Help yourself. And do not entertain thoughts of self-harm. This world is mine to command, not yours. In a span of merely a week from New City to Han City, he had narrowly escaped death several times. Yuan Hao gently caressed the ring on his right hand, astonished to find that the previous small dent had vanished. Could it have been restored by the mist from the jade mine? Might this restoration bestow some extraordinary abilities? Otherwise, under these circumstances, any ordinary person would have long since perished. Rest eluded Yuan Hao, while Su Yuan had set out early for a morning stroll. He turned on the television to catch the local news, which was reporting on the capture of wanted fugitives from the previous night. The notorious group from a decade ago, known as the 126 Gang, had struck again and was now apprehended, save for one individual still at large. Justice, it seems, is relentless. Curious, Yuan Hao searched for details about the crimes committed by the 126 Gang 10 years prior. He discovered that the chairman of a real estate company and his family of 4 had met a gruesome fate within their home. The crime scene bore no fingerprints or shoe prints, indicating that these were undoubtedly seasoned criminals. During an era with scant surveillance, identifying the culprits was an exceedingly arduous task. How could their DNA have been obtained? The answer lay in the discovery of several slightly curved, fine hairs in the floor crevice beside the bed. DNA analysis revealed that these hairs did not originate from a single individual, but rather from 10 distinct persons. Following the tragic demise of the family, the Huang Group acquired all shares of the real estate company within a month. It is said that the accumulation of capital is steeped in bloodshed, yet one could hardly fathom the ruthlessness exhibited by the Huang father and son. It remained uncertain whether they would take action now that their accomplices had been captured. Merely Old Black's testimony would not suffice to imprison them. Crucial evidence must be procured. Just then, a hurried knock echoed from outside the door. "Who is it?" Yuan Hao inquired as he briskly approached the entrance. "It's me, Wang Zhiro," as she pushed open the door. Wang Zhiro greeted Yuan Hao with a warm smile and a wave. Today, she appeared particularly demure, dressed in soft hues and sporting a pair of white sneakers. "Yuan Hao, I'm truly delighted to see you. It's such a relief to know you are well. I sincerely apologize for what happened during my last visit to the village. My father never anticipated such an incident. We have heard about your situation in the new city, and my father wishes to invite you to our home for dinner to extend his apologies." Wang Zhiro bit her lip, occasionally pinching her left index finger with her right hand. "The meal is already prepared. Why don't you come over for a bit? Since you've been away these past few days, my father has hardly enjoyed his meals or had a restful sleep." Feeling a pang of hunger himself, Yuan Hao thought it wise to accept the invitation, recognizing the value of forging a connection with Wang Fugui. "All right, just wait for me a moment." At that moment, Gu Manuel emerged from the room, fully dressed. "Yuan Hao, I'll accompany you." She boldly linked her arm with his in front of Wang Zhiro. Wang Zhiro was aware that Gu Manuel was deliberately putting on a show for her benefit, yet she remained unfazed. It was only natural for a good man to attract admiration from the opposite sex. The absence of a formidable rival would rather imply a lack of discernment on her part. With a cheerful demeanor, Wang Zhiro remarked, "Great, then you both should come along." Chapter 80. The banquet hosted by Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui's residence was indeed quite close to Yuan Hao's. A mere turn and a walk of several hundred meters brought them to his doorstep. As they entered, the rich aroma of dishes wafted out to greet them, instantly awakening their appetites. To her surprise, Gu Manue had also arrived. Xiao Hao, please come in. Ah, Miss Gu, how wonderful that you are here as well. Gu Manue, seizing the moment, continued to link her arm with Yuan Hao, subtly asserting her claim in front of Wang Fugui. I stayed over at Yuan Hao's last night, as I was rather fatigued. It seems that Mr. Wang is not particularly welcoming of my presence. Wang Fugui chuckled. Not all. I am merely surprised. It is indeed a pleasure to have you, Miss Gu. Please, make yourselves at home. Observing that Yuan Hao did not resist Gu Manue's gesture, Wang Zhiro felt a twinge of defeat in her heart. Upon entering, Wang Fugui warmly encouraged Xiao Hao. Miss Gu, please treat this place as your own. Feel free to eat whatever you desire. Noticing Wang Zhiro's bitter expression, Wang Fugui understood his daughter's feelings all too well. He gently patted her back and whispered, Foolish girl, as long as you're not married, you should boldly pursue what you want. There's no shame in striving for your own happiness. I support your quest for love. Wang Zhiro gazed at her father with glistening eyes, and he returned a reassuring look. Together, they made their way from the entrance to the dining table. The meal Wang Fugui prepared was lavish, featuring everything from lobsters and abalone to a variety of home-style dishes, carefully selected to cater to Yuan Hao's palate. Xiao Hao, how do you find the flavors of the meal? Wang Fugui inquired with a smile. Yuan Hao nodded in appreciation. It's absolutely delicious. Brother Wang truly understands my tastes. Wang Fugui smiled and said, As long as it is delicious, do you have anything in particular that you desire to eat? If so, do not hesitate to mention it to Brother Wang. My cook is truly exceptional. Please do not feel embarrassed. Regarding the incident in Laoyao village, I sincerely owe you an apology. As he spoke, Wang Fugui stood up, preparing to bow an apology to Yuan Hao, who quickly assisted him back to his feet. Brother Wang, you need not blame yourself. Your intentions were good. Who could have anticipated such complications arising? Wang Fugui covered his face with his hand, looking distressed. Xiao Hao, the more you say this, the more it weighs on my heart. I have heard about the events that transpired in the new city, and, as your elder brother, I'm deeply pained to learn of such occurrences. Had I known sooner, I would have rallied a group of brothers to escort you safely. While speaking, Wang Fugui discreetly gestured to Gu Manue and Wang Zhiro, indicating for them to excuse themselves for a moment. Gu Manue, being a businesswoman herself, quickly understood. This meal was indeed prepared by Wang Fugui for Yuan Hao, and she was well aware of Wang Fugui's admiration for Yuan Hao, as he intended to draw him closer as a potential son-in-law. Wang Fugui wielded considerable influence in this area, and Gu Manue saw no reason to hinder Yuan Hao from making such an acquaintance. Gu Manue nodded in agreement. Once she and Wang Zhiro ascended the stairs, Wang Fugui spoke candidly. Tomorrow, a female entrepreneur from Haishur is hosting a banquet, and I would like to invite you to accompany me. Many industry luminaries will be present. He continued, This lady, named Zhang Wei, is 36 years old and unmarried. Let me clarify, I do not wish for you to compromise your dignity. She possesses significant clout in the South and has a penchant for collecting antiques and paintings. Therefore, I advise against bringing Miss Gu and Wang Zhiro along. It should just be the two of us. Yuan Hao furrowed his brow. Why is that? Wang Fugui quickly elaborated. If you were to bring a companion, a woman of her standing would not pay you much attention. However, if you attend alone, with your expertise in appraising antiques and your commendable appearance, you stand a good chance of capturing her interest. Regardless of her formidable exterior, she is still a woman at heart, yearning for a refreshing connection. If she harbors even a modicum of fondness for you, it could greatly facilitate your future endeavors in establishing an antique shop or any other enterprise. Remember, this is not about romance. It is merely about fostering a favorable impression to propel your career forward. After contemplating for a moment, Yuan Hao conceded that the idea was indeed promising. Brother Wang, I will accompany you tomorrow. Thank you very much. There is another matter I wish to inquire about. Wang Fugui prompted, Go ahead. Yuan Hao paused thoughtfully. Do you know how the Huang Group initially prospered? I wish to seek insights from esteemed predecessors, as I aspire to carve out a path for my own career. In front of Wang Fugui, a glimmer of brilliance emerged. Although he surmised that Yuan Hao would undoubtedly strive to carve out his own grand enterprise in the future, he never anticipated that the young man could set aside his biases and seek wisdom from his competitors, a rarity among the youth. Wang Fugui pondered for a moment. It seemed that in the 1990s, the Huang Group initially thrived through coal mining, with Huang Yaohua and his brothers monopolizing the local coal industry. However, success is never replicable. It requires the perfect harmony of timing, location, and human factors, none of which can be overlooked. Yuan Hao pressed further, inquiring about the subsequent developments of Huang Yaohua and his brothers. Wang Fuguei squinted, reflecting deeply. Those who ventured into coal mining in the 90s all amassed wealth. Those known to him fared quite well. Yet, as for President Huang, he is a proverbial smiling tiger. One must tread carefully when seeking to be acquainted with him. At a critical moment, he might very well stab you in the back. In the house, Gu Manuel called out, "All right." Following this, she and Yuan Hao departed from Wang Fuguei's grand villa. It was said that the money had already been paid, and leaving it idle would be a waste. Yuan Hao was now of an age where he needed his own personal space. Even if he himself was indifferent to such matters, his girlfriend would surely desire more solitude. Men sometimes need to consider their girlfriend's emotions and refrain from excessive machismo. Upon seeing the contents of the note, Gu Manuel's eyes brimmed with tears. Did the girlfriend mentioned on the note refer to anyone other than her? Chapter 81. In the little world, words manifest as law. A mere glance downward revealed a scene of exquisite beauty before him. Young people are often like this. Having just eaten, they soon feel hungry again, and without food, they feel utterly unwell. Observing Gu Manuel up close, Yuan Hao suddenly realized that her complexion seemed markedly improved compared to before. Her skin appeared delicate enough to be plucked, and the adage that men are a remedy for women seemed to hold some truth. Upon returning to the room, Gu Manuel provided Yuan Hao with a thorough massage. Afterward, she nestled in his arms and fell into a deep slumber. However, her countenance was troubled in her dreams, likely beset by nightmares. After much effort to fall asleep, Yuan Hao, reluctant to wake her, gently placed his thumb on her temple and began to massage it softly. At that moment, a wisp of mist emanated from the ring, flowing along Yuan Hao's fingertips into Gu Manuel's body. Within mere seconds, her expression softened, and her complexion appeared considerably improved. Yuan Hao knew that this transformation was not merely due to the massage. It was undoubtedly the effect of the mist. Could it be that this mist possessed calming properties? Might it even induce a state of hypnosis? Yuan Hao suddenly recalled the masked figure within the little world. This individual, given his vulnerabilities, must possess some evidence regarding Huang Yaohua for self-preservation. If the mist could indeed induce hypnosis, employing it on him could yield the information he sought. It is worth noting that the initial hesitation to confront him for evidence stemmed from the fear of making a mistake and revealing his own deceit. Once critical evidence was secured, sending Huang Yaohua to prison would be a matter of mere moments. Upon contemplating this, Yuan Hao swiftly entered the small world within the ring. However, the scene that unfolded before him left him utterly astonished. This individual, rendered immobile, had unexpectedly resorted to biting his own tongue in a desperate act of self-termination, resulting in excessive blood loss. He was dead. This was catastrophic. The crucial eyewitnesses had all perished, and Yuan Hao was completely oblivious to the whereabouts of his wife and child. His previous assertions had merely been fabrications to extract information from him. Furthermore, how was he to dispose of this corpse? The stench of decay was universally recognized, far more repugnant than that of a rodent deceased for a month. Should he simply discard it on any mountain? What if someone discovered it and reported him? Would that not spell immense trouble? If only this individual could vanish into thin air within the small world. Just as this thought crossed Yuan Hao's mind, Old Hei's body instantaneously transformed into a pile of ashes, carried away by the gentle breeze. It was as if he had never existed in the small world. Witnessing this miraculous event, Yuan Hao was left in awe. Could it be that within this realm he possessed the power to manifest his words? If so, he could have simply compelled him to disclose the evidence from the outset. To confirm his hypothesis, Yuan Hao shouted, "Lightning, wind, rain, hail." Without exception, each command was fulfilled. To his astonishment, the small world exhibited such capabilities, leaving Yuan Hao with feelings of regret. He now had to hasten to uncover the whereabouts of Old Hei's family. With Old Hei gone, it was certain that Huang Yaohua would also take action. Perhaps Old Hei's wife possessed pivotal information, but the pressing question remained. Where was she? These matters fell solely upon Yuan Hao to investigate. He could not involve Gu Manuel, as the situation was perilously delicate. When Yuan Hao awoke, it was already the following morning, and his companion had risen long before him. The air was filled with the rich aroma of eggs. Yuan Hao threw off the sheets, slipped on his slippers, and followed the scent to the kitchen. There, Gu Manuel, clad in her nightwear, was preparing breakfast, having not yet donned a proper top, revealing glimpses of her delicate form. Yuan Hao swallowed hard and embraced her from behind, exclaiming, "I'm starving." Gu Manuel was momentarily startled, but upon hearing his voice, a smile spread across her face. "I'm making breakfast for you. Just a moment." In a teasing tone, Yuan Hao replied, "Not enough. I'm famished." Without allowing her a chance to respond, He turned off the stove and lifted Gu Manua, placing her directly on the table, gently caressing her fair, slender legs. A mischievous grin appeared on his lips. Why should you not eat when you're hungry? They both indulged heartily in the breakfast. Darling, I've been scouting locations for the jade shop. Do you have any thoughts? Yuan Hao pondered for a moment. The shop's location must be prime, and we need a batch of exceptionally high-quality jade. We should enlist a top-tier celebrity to endorse our products. We must not be overly concerned with costs. Necessary expenses must be incurred. Chapter 82. The City S Matron. Ultimately, this jade shop will need to be registered under the Gu Group's name. Gu Manyu nodded gently, meticulously recording Yuan Hao's earlier words in her phone's memo. Spending such a substantial sum to hire a celebrity for endorsement, was it not merely to elevate the reputation of the Gu Group? In the eyes of many women, a man's love is often gauged by his willingness to invest in them. Yet, to her surprise, Yuan Hao, with car keys in hand, strode out the door without affording her a chance to respond. He drove a Porsche Cayenne, clad in a tailored business suit, presenting himself as a quintessential business elite. Little did anyone suspect that just a month prior, Yuan Hao had been working in a nightclub, striving to earn $200,000 for his mother's medical expenses. Yuan Hao initially intended to ride with Wang Fuguei to the banquet, but Wang specifically requested that Yuan drive himself. If he lacked a vehicle, he should select a luxury car from his garage. It seemed to suggest that if Zhang Wei harbored any affection for Yuan Hao, she would surely take note of the car he drove. Only those successful, composed, and capable men might possess a magnetic allure for her. An hour later, Yuan Hao followed closely behind Wang Fuguei, arriving at the entrance of an upscale private club. The parking spaces on either side were filled with an array of luxury vehicles. Lincolns, Maybachs, and Rolls-Royces were abundant, with numerous supercars also gracing the lot. The most captivating of all was a Rolls-Royce Phantom adorned with the license plate HA-AZ88888. After Wang Fuguei parked, he approached Yuan Hao with a smile, pointing out, "Did you see those 5/8s on the license plate? That S. Zhang Wei's car." It seemed Wang Fuguei had indeed spoken the truth. Zhang Wei's influence was undoubtedly considerable. The HA license plate typically belonged to the first batch of private car owners in High City, and after years of evolution, one could only imagine the formidable power behind this High City matron. Wang Fuguei led Yuan Hao to the entrance of the private club, producing an invitation from his pocket. Upon receiving permission, they were allowed to enter. As they stepped into the grand hall, Yuan Hao was astonished to find several A-list celebrities present. However, these stars, who appeared exalted in the public eye, were here, smiling and toasting to various affluent patrons. Noticing Yuan Hao's astonished gaze, Wang Fuguei chuckled and clarified, "Don't be too surprised. Everyone has their own circle. These stars need to earn for their companies, and they cannot afford to offend these wealthy bosses." Yuan Hao nodded frequently, yet his eyes remained fixated on the female stars. It is well known that at social gatherings or banquets, these actresses don daring and stunning attire, each striving to showcase their enviable attributes. Unbeknownst to them, Yuan Hao was not merely astonished by their presence. He was admiring them with a discerning eye, akin to appreciating antique artworks. Their delicate skin resembled freshly shelled eggs, so tender it seemed one could draw water from it. And the unique landscapes before him had mountains, waters, and forests. Though the foliage appeared bare, it did not detract from their beauty. Such an opportunity for close-up appreciation was rare, especially since Yuan Hao was not one to idolize stars. Perhaps it was the intensity of Yuan Hao's gaze that compelled these starlets to instinctively shield certain areas of their bodies. It was only then that Yuan Hao averted his eyes, taking a moment to survey his surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed a group of individuals from the land of the rising sun emerging from a room behind him, their presence accompanied by an array of exquisite porcelain displayed before them. Upon examination through his discerning sight, he confirmed that each piece was an authentic artifact, likely intended as gifts for the enchanting lady of the seaside city. Once they exited the room, one of the Japanese individuals discreetly sent a text message, "Ready." Did they not possess their own language? Or was it that some Chinese individual felt too embarrassed to present such lavish gifts personally, thus delegating the task to these Japanese? This seemed illogical, considering the total value of the porcelain approached 6 million. At that moment, two familiar figures made their entrance into the gathering, Huang Yaohua and Huang Jiqian. Their demeanor exuded an extraordinary air of confidence, as if nothing out of the ordinary had transpired. Just then, a strikingly beautiful woman, clad in a haute couture gown, walked into the soiree, drawing the collective gaze of the attendees. As she sauntered, her presence was commanding, and the light accentuated her allure. Wang Fuguei leaned in closer to Yuan Hao and whispered, "That is Zhang Wei." Yuan Hao, taken aback, responded, "Is she truly Zhang Wei? At 36? With skin like that? I would believe she was an 18-year-old maiden." Wang Fuguwei chuckled. "Don't be fooled by her age. She might not even be a matron." Yuan Hao furrowed his brow. "Is that truly the case? It seems implausible." Wang Fuguwei patted Yuan Hao on the shoulder. Just making a good impression with her would be a triumph. As Zhang Wei mingled with the crowd, she grasped a microphone and smiled, addressing the attendees. "Welcome to my gathering. I hope everyone enjoys themselves today." At that moment, the group of Japanese individuals stepped forward, announcing, "We have heard that Miss Zhang possesses a particular fondness for antiques and calligraphy. Today, I have brought some porcelain from overseas. If anyone can accurately guess the dynasty and name of this porcelain, I shall gift it to Miss Zhang." No sooner had the words left his lips than two waiters wheeled out the carefully prepared porcelain on a small cart. Around them, those with any discerning knowledge eagerly raised their hands, each hoping to seize the opportunity to leave a favorable impression on the lady of the seaside city. The Japanese individuals squinted as they surveyed the crowd before ultimately selecting the portly Huang Jiqiang. One of them, in halting Mandarin, addressed Zhang Wei. "Miss Zhang, how about this gentleman for the appraisal?" Zhang Wei, intrigued by the novelty of the situation, nodded in agreement. Huang Jiqiang pointed to himself, his expression brimming with excitement. "Are you calling for me?" The Japanese individual nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is you." Judging by Huang Jiqiang's attire, it was evident he had put considerable thought into his appearance for this event. His sparkling outfit suggested a significant investment. With an air of utmost confidence, Huang Jiqiang approached the porcelain display. How could Yuan Hao be unaware of Huang Jiqiang's true capabilities? This fellow, lacking even the most basic knowledge, was bound to embarrass himself by attempting to appraise porcelain. Huang Jiqiang cleared his throat and pointed to the nearest piece of porcelain, stating, "This is a Qing Yongzheng imitation June red glaze lotus-shaped wash." The June red glaze is one of the earliest varieties of copper red glaze. This particular wash boasts exquisite craftsmanship, with a unique hue and texture, estimated to be valued around 2.8 million yuan. Huang Jiqiang swiftly approached the second piece, feigning a meticulous examination for a moment. This second piece was a Southern Song Dynasty Longquan kiln flower mouthwash. It is well known that the Longquan kiln is celebrated for its celadon ware. This wash features a flower mouth with angular folds and a straight edge, supported by a circular foot. Its glaze is thick and lustrous, and its value should be approximately 3 million yuan. With each appraisal, Yuan Hao was increasingly astonished, not due to the absurdity of Huang Jiqiang's statements, but rather because this individual seemed to have a sudden epiphany. Everything he said was accurate, entirely consistent with the information revealed by his perceptive insight. Although it is often said that one should reconsider their views after 3 days, this pertains to antiques, and it is unlikely for others to grasp even the basics without diligent study, unless, of course, they possessed a miraculous insight akin to Yuan Hao's, which was undoubtedly impossible. A Japanese individual expressed admiration, stating, "Miss Zhang, I have long heard of the remarkable talents emerging from Huaxia. I never anticipated that a randomly chosen gentleman could provide such precise appraisals. I am thoroughly impressed. I shall generously gift these porcelain pieces to Miss Zhang." Upon hearing this, the audience erupted into applause. Zhang Wei smiled and replied, "I will personally donate these porcelain pieces to the Huaxia Museum. May I ask the name of the gentleman who just appraised them?" Hearing Zhang Wei inquire about his name, Huang Jiqiang could not suppress a smile, replying, "My surname is Huang, and my name is Huang Jiqiang." Zhang Wei remarked, "Mr. Huang, you seem to have quite a profound understanding of antique appraisal." Huang Jiqiang nodded, stating, "Indeed, I often delve into the study of these vessels in my spare time. It is quite elementary for me." Wang Fugue, witnessing the unexpected camaraderie between the two, slapped his forehead in disbelief. What has gotten into Huang Jiqiang today? This is quite peculiar. Yuan Hao, we must seize this opportunity. Yuan Hao, why are you silent? Chapter 83, The Wine Party Appreciation. As Huang Jiqiang noticed Yuan Hao's face drawing nearer, he felt a sense of surprise. Convinced that this encounter boded ill, Yuan Hao, displaying impeccable manners, said, "I have heard that Miss Zhang has a passion for antiques and art. I noticed several porcelain pieces in the display case, but I am uncertain about their dates. Might I request an opportunity for Ms. Zhang to invite Mr. Huang to showcase his expertise?" In a favorable mood, Zhang Wei readily accepted Yuan Hao's request. "Mr. Huang, I would also like to see you demonstrate your skills." With Zhang Wei's encouragement, Huang Jiqiang could hardly refuse, despite inwardly cursing Yuan Hao countless times. just when success seemed imminent. This meddlesome fellow had suddenly inserted himself into the situation. Left with no choice, Huang Jiqiang reluctantly said, "Lead the way." Yuan Hao led Huang Jiqiang and Zhang Wei to the appreciation area at the entrance, where a crowd of onlookers began to gather. Yuan Hao pointed at the array of bottles and jars before them and inquired, "Mr. Huang, could you please offer your insights?" Upon seeing his son approach the porcelain, Huang Yaogua sensed impending trouble. He was well aware of his son's capabilities. Huang Jiqiang coughed twice and squinted as he scrutinized the objects. A slight smile appearing on his lips as he declared, "I recognize this. The first one is indeed a Qing dynasty imitation of roux glaze." At this proclamation, Yuan Hao clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, "Excellent. Mr. Huang, you are quite impressive. You reached a conclusion in mere seconds." With a hint of skepticism, he added, "You must have delved deeply into these artifacts. So surely you wouldn't be mistaken, would you?" Huang Jiqiang chuckled. "You might be underestimating me. During the Yongzheng and Qianlong periods of the Qing dynasty, the imperial kilns frequently imitated roux glaze. Observe the lustrous surface and irregular form. There is no room for error here." Huang Yaogua's expression darkened at this, while Zhang Wei, standing beside him, felt a twinge of doubt. Though she acknowledged that even experts can occasionally misjudge, Yuan Hao, with a smile, interjected, "I must respectfully disagree with Mr. Huang. I believe this piece is from the Song dynasty. The body of Song porcelain is thinner than that of the Qing, with a grayish-blue glaze and natural ice crackle patterns. In contrast, Qing imitations tend to have a bluer hue, a wider body, and more uniform crackle." Without allowing Huang Jiqiang a chance to respond, Yuan Hao directed their attention to another porcelain piece. "Mr. Huang, if you would be so kind as to inspect this one." Huang Jiqiang approached the porcelain, squinting and observing intently. Realizing his earlier misjudgment, he adopted a more cautious demeanor. After 10 minutes of contemplation, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "This porcelain must be Qing dynasty blue and white." The blue and white of the Qing dynasty inherited the styles of the Yuan and Ming dynasties, particularly during the Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong periods, where the blue hues are vibrant and reminiscent of the Yuan blue and white. This statement caused Zhang Wei to question Huang Jiqiang's expertise in antiquities. One mistake could be overlooked, but to err twice was troubling. Just moments ago, Huang Jiqiang had been exceedingly confident in his assessments. How could he falter now? Observing Zhang Wei's stiff expression, Huang Jiqiang recognized his mistake. No, this is not Qing dynasty blue and white. I need to think again. I'm feeling rather anxious." He understood that blue and white porcelain from the Yuan dynasty is exceedingly rare, while Qing blue and white, though exquisite, pales in historical significance and scarcity compared to its predecessor. Zhang Wei smiled. "You are correct. These two pieces often lead to misjudgments, which is entirely understandable." Though it appeared she was defending Huang Jiqiang, one could also interpret her words as a subtle suggestion that his appraisal skills were inferior to Yuan Hao's. Zhang Wei then took a moment to closely observe Yuan Hao, noting his youthful appearance and handsome demeanor, as well as his evident knowledge of antiquities. "May I ask your name? You are quite young, yet possess such insight into antiques. Surely you must be a protege of a distinguished master?" Seeing that Yuan Hao had successfully piqued Zhang Wei's curiosity, Huang Jiqiang clenched his teeth in frustration. A pair of eyes glared fiercely at Yuan Hao. If gazes could kill, he would surely have become a lifeless corpse, riddled with wounds. Yuan Hao could not be bothered to consider Huang Jiqiang's mood. "I am Yuan Hao, and my master is Bai Jian." Zhang Wei's expression suddenly sharpened. "Bai Jian, your master is the esteemed expert in appraisal from Huaxia? No wonder this fellow is so formidable. He is a disciple of Bai Jian. The moment I laid eyes on him, I sensed an extraordinary aura about this young man. I too felt he was remarkable upon first seeing him. His presence was akin to that of a paragon among men. It is no surprise he is a disciple of Bai Jian." Hearing the praises from those around him, Yuan Hao found the situation somewhat amusing. There is a saying, "After entering the pass, great scholars will debate my doctrines." To achieve the status of Bai Jian's disciple at such a young age piqued Zhang Wei's interest in Yuan Hao significantly. She softly inquired, "Mr. Yuan, I have some antiques at my home that I would like you to appraise. I wonder if you might have time later." Chapter 84. Huang Jiqiang goes mad at the wine party. Yuan Hao was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Zhang Wei would extend an invitation to him to her home for such an appraisal. There must be something amiss. Individuals of Zhang Wei's caliber have encountered many storms and bizarre characters. It is unlikely that a mere man could easily earn her favor. Why is she still single after all this time? With a polite smile, Yuan Hao replied. Thank you for your kindness, but I fear today is not feasible. I must visit my master. He nodded affirmatively. Huang Jiqiang, witnessing Yuan Hao reject this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, stared in disbelief. He thought to himself, is Yuan Hao out of his mind? Which man at this gathering would not desire Zhang Wei's attention? If he doesn't want this chance, then I shall seize it. Hastily, Huang Jiqiang approached. Miss Zhang, if he is unavailable, I would be more than willing to go. I was merely nervous earlier and overlooked the situation. Opportunities like this are exceedingly rare. His ambition was evident on his face, and Zhang Wei, perceptive as she was, could easily discern it. Casting a glance at Huang Jiqiang's protruding abdomen, Zhang Wei felt a twinge of discomfort. I can understand what you're saying. My grandmother sometimes misjudges antiques as well. It's only human. She then added, oh dear, it seems I have left the keys to my place in Haishur, Mr. Huang. Unfortunately, I cannot invite you to appraise the antiques this time. I apologize. Huang Jiqiang forced a smile and replied, no matter, perhaps another time. Zhang Wei nodded with a smile. Very well. With that, she turned to leave, her alluring figure captivating, particularly her shapely form swaying gracefully in high heels. Huang Jiqiang couldn't help but swallow hard. Zhang Wei casually picked up a glass of red wine from a passing waiter and made her way towards the crowd, not far off. Huang Jiqiang sighed. Any discerning observer would understand that Zhang Wei's remarks indicated that there was little hope left. In the past, I, Huang Shao, never regarded you with any importance. Yet you have repeatedly sabotaged my endeavors. Have I given you too much face? Huang Jiqiang leaned closer to Yuan Hao, whispering, you must understand. Your family resides in Han City. With a mere stamp of my foot, the Huang group can stir up a tempest in Han City, let alone deal with someone like you. Possessing ability is commendable, yet one should not be overly ostentatious and create enemies everywhere. What if you can fight? I could easily summon a throng to deal with your mother. Can you fend them off alone? Ah! Huang Jiqiang laughed arrogantly, as if extinguishing Yuan Hao's life were as simple as crushing an ant. Unbeknownst to him, Yuan Hao paid little heed to his threats. Upon deciding to oppose Huang Jiqiang, Yuan Hao had already resolved to discreetly commission Gu Manue to recruit a cadre of elite bodyguards to ensure Su Yuan's safety. This way, he could act freely, especially since the Huang father and son had earlier summoned a band of assassins to take his life. Yuan Hao felt no obligation to show mercy to such individuals. Had there been an opportunity to lure them to a secluded place, he would have relished the chance to eliminate them. However, it seemed there was yet another method to exact revenge on Huang Jiqiang. Huang Jiqiang, wait, I have something to say to you. Yuan Hao gently patted Huang Jiqiang's shoulder, covertly attempting to channel the mist from his ring into Huang Jiqiang's body. Previously, while massaging Gu Manue, the mist had exhibited a degree of hypnotic effect. Yet he was uncertain if it would work on Huang Jiqiang. Yuan Hao observed a stream of dark mist surge into Huang Jiqiang's body. Moments later, Huang Jiqiang's gaze shifted from clarity to a hazy stupor. Yuan Hao waved his hand in front of Huang Jiqiang. Huang Jiqiang, are you all right? Huang Jiqiang remained silent, merely grinning vacantly. Witnessing this, Yuan Hao realized the hypnosis had taken effect, though he was curious about the world Huang Jiqiang now perceived. At that moment, Huang Yaowen noticed Huang Jiqiang's sudden stupor and hurried over. Huang Jiqiang, stop embarrassing yourself and come with me. Huang Yaowen turned to leave, but Huang Jiqiang remained rooted in place, unresponsive. Huang Yaowen approached once more, frowning as he scolded. What are you doing? Hurry up and follow me. I'll introduce you to some dignitaries. A visit like this should yield some gain. Huang Jiqiang, grinning foolishly, then did something that stunned everyone present. He seized Huang Yaowen's head and impulsively kissed him. Come into your brother's embrace, little beauty. At his age, Huang Yaowen had never endured such humiliation in front of so many prominent figures. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully pushed Huang Jiqiang away and delivered a resounding slap across his face. You wretched fool, have you lost your senses? Open your eyes and see who stands before you. It is well known that the people of Huaxia delight in being mere spectators, and at the banquet, nothing is more entertaining than watching the spectacle unfold. With that resounding slap, the eyes of all onlookers converged upon the scene of the Huang father and son. Only then did Huang Jiqiang, covering his swollen face, chuckle and say, Little beauty, I have you nestled in my heart, and you have me at your beck and call. Right? Just wait and see how I deal with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Jiqiang lunged at Huang Yaowen, swiftly yanking down his dress pants. It was the first time in his long life that Huang Yaowen had suffered such humiliation. His once sallow cheeks flushed a deep crimson. while tugging at his underwear. He shouted in anger, "I am your father. Open your eyes and see clearly. You are my father? I'm not blind, old man. Little beauty. Kneel and call me daddy." Huang Jiqiang retorted with a laugh, promptly pinning Huang Yaogua to the ground. Before Huang Yaogua could utter a sound, they were both fiercely tugging at the clothing. In a matter of moments, a seam tore open, followed by a thunderous chorus of screams. "Huang Jiqiang, you are courting death." Huang Yaogua desperately attempted to push Huang Jiqiang away, but the strength of an old man could hardly match that of a youth. Yuan Hao was left in stunned disbelief, never expecting such audacity to unfold. Before Huang Jiqiang could take further action, several security guards rushed over, escorting both him and Huang Yaogua away. The discontent was not limited to Huang Yaogua. Zhang Wei, the host of the soiree, wore an equally troubled expression, as such a disgraceful incident occurring at her event was simply intolerable. Yuan Hao shook his head innocently, remarking, "How was I to know?" Perhaps Ms. Zhang rejected him, and in his fury, he lost his wits. At that moment, Yuan Hao, using his perceptive vision, noticed a group of Japanese individuals observing the scene as the Huang father and son were taken away. He sighed, and they collectively entered the men's restroom. One of the Japanese men stood guard at the door, preventing others from entering, while the rest conferred inside, seemingly plotting something nefarious. Instinctively aware of the deep-seated enmity his bloodline held towards the Japanese, Yuan Hao sensed that this group was indeed concocting a sinister scheme. Chapter 85. The Peculiar Japanese Men. Wang Fugui patted Yuan Hao on the shoulder, saying, "Xiao Hao, why don't you wander around for a bit? I need to meet with a few friends." After Wang Fugui departed, the group of Japanese men hiding in the restroom emerged, splitting into 3 factions as they exited the banquet hall. With no choice but to follow one, Yuan Hao trailed behind, leading him to the kitchen, where the Japanese man adeptly navigated to the supply room. Before long, he emerged clad in a chef's uniform, complete with a white mask. Had it not been for Yuan Hao's keen eyesight, he might have lost track of him. What could this Japanese man be scheming in the kitchen? Fearing to alert them, Yuan Hao seized a moment of distraction among the staff to stealthily slip into the cloakroom, employing his perceptive vision to monitor the Japanese man's every move. The man traversed the bustling crowd and pushed open a door. Observing the room's layout, it appeared to house the main switch for the electrical circuit. The seemingly well-off individual did not act immediately. Instead, he took out his phone, seemingly awaiting instructions from his accomplices. Moments later, as the instant the phone received a message arrived, the man promptly turned off the power. In an instant, the private club was enveloped in darkness. It is crucial to note that the establishment was frequented by prominent figures, and to prevent the risk of being secretly filmed, the interiors were shrouded in near-total obscurity. Simultaneously, the banquet hall erupted with piercing cries. Yuan Hao followed the direction of the commotion, only to witness the Japanese individuals scurrying about in the pitch-black surroundings. Their unwelcome hands were far from discreet. As they passed by each woman, they would audaciously squeeze their hips. These celebrated actresses had never endured such indignities, and amidst the enveloping darkness, panic ensued, causing them to scream and scatter in all directions. With the first to flee leading the way, chaos quickly reigned in the confined space. Zhang Wei, sensing something amiss, decisively approached her bodyguard, ready to leave under his protection, clutching a dazzling diamond tightly to her chest with her right hand. It was then that Yuan Hao realized the Japanese were all pursuing Zhang Wei's escape route. As they dashed out, they seamlessly changed into new attire and donned black masks, the transformation as smooth as if they had rehearsed it beforehand. Yuan Hao, disregarding the intentions of the Japanese behind him, hurriedly followed suit. "How much longer until we can escape?" Zhang Wei inquired anxiously. The bodyguard replied, "Just a few hundred meters. Hold on a little longer. You need not endure any further. Simply hand over the pink star." 2 Japanese men leaped in front of them, blocking the sole exit. The 4 Japanese surrounded them, slowly advancing toward Zhang Wei. Clutching the pink star tightly, Zhang Wei retorted, "You must be dreaming. For if you think you can handle 8 of my bodyguards, you underestimate their capabilities. Miss Zhang, it appears you are determined to challenge fate. If that is the case, do not blame us for resorting to force." As soon as the words left his lips, the 4 Japanese men unsheathed daggers from their chests. The 8 bodyguards, likely of exorbitant value, showed no sign of fear despite the weapons in their adversaries' hands. Instead, they bravely engaged in a fierce struggle. Zhang Wei trembled in the center, silently praying that her bodyguards would subdue the attackers. However, mere minutes into the confrontation, the bodyguards began to falter, one being brutally incapacitated by the Japanese. The leader of the Japanese could not contain his mockery, saying, "Miss Zhang, it's time to surrender the pink star. Our knives are not particularly steady. Should we inadvertently mar your skin, do not blame us." Zhang Wei, clutching her diamond ring tightly, declared defiantly, "You shall not have it. I would rather die than relinquish the pink star to you." The Japanese were taken aback, not expecting a wealthy woman like Zhang Wei to cling to her diamond in the face of mortal peril. Attack! As the dagger in the hands of the Eastern Japanese was raised high, Zhang Wei tightly closed her eyes. It was impossible to claim that she felt no fear. Her limbs trembled uncontrollably, yet she clutched the pink star with unwavering determination, refusing to release it. In a fleeting moment when the dagger grazed her neck, a size 42 shoe was hurled with precision, dislodging the weapon and sending it clattering to the ground. Zhang Wei felt a sharp sting at her neck and opened her eyes to see Yuan Hao rushing toward her with great urgency. A pang of dread filled her heart. "Hurry, you are no match for them." Yet, Yuan Hao paid her no heed. The Eastern Japanese, upon spotting him, immediately recalled how he had thwarted their plans in the hall moments earlier. "Bakiru, it's this brat. I want him dead here." Yuan Hao's brow furrowed deeply. He felt the gravity of the situation. The speed at which these Eastern Japanese struck was astonishing, and even with the enhancement of his X-ray vision, he found it difficult to respond as he had before. "Who are you, coming to our Chinese land to conspire over a mere diamond ring? How absurd." The four of them worked in seamless unison. In an instant, Yuan Hao felt a sharp cut across his arm. Bakiru! One of the Eastern Japanese roared as he leaped forward, dagger poised to pierce Yuan Hao's skull. In Yuan Hao's vision, the daggers seemed to multiply, transforming from 1 into 3. Such an occurrence had never manifested in his X-ray vision before. The 3 daggers lunged directly at him, leaving him no space to evade. In previous encounters, he had relied on his X-ray vision to discern the fleeting moments of his opponent's strikes, thus avoiding their attacks. However, this time, he was paralyzed with uncertainty, watching helplessly as the daggers drew closer, the manic glee on the Eastern Japanese's face growing ever more frenzied, as if anticipating the moment the blades would pierce his flesh. Spilling blood. Just as the dagger was about to embed itself in his head, a stone struck the Eastern Japanese's right hand with pinpoint accuracy. The man winced in pain, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes, and the dagger fell from his grasp before he could regain his composure. Yuan Hao then glimpsed a pair of black boots sweep past him, and before he could fully discern her visage, the figure delivered a powerful kick, sending the Eastern Japanese flying. The remaining 3 Eastern Japanese, witnessing their comrades' defeat, remained unfazed, gripping their daggers tightly as they swiftly advanced toward her with lethal intent. Each thrust aimed directly at vital points, their movements even more ferocious than when they had faced Yuan Hao. The speed of the daggers in Yuan Hao's X-ray vision was so rapid that they appeared as mere afterimages, leaving him at a loss for how to counter their assault. "Trivial techniques," she scoffed, sidestepping the daggers as her right fist surged forward, striking the opponent's chest with a forceful precision. This entire sequence flowed seamlessly, her punches executed with such swiftness that they blurred to the naked eye. In the following minute, she demonstrated a flawless application of grappling techniques, swiftly subduing all 4 Eastern Japanese. "Those Eastern invaders dare to stir trouble on our Chinese soil. They shall face dire consequences." "Wan Qingsha, why have you only just arrived? I was almost at the brink of death alongside this young man." Zhang Wei approached, linking her arm with Wan Qingsha's in reprimand. Their camaraderie appeared quite strong. Could this gentleman be Zhang Wei's personal bodyguard? "Did you lose anything?" Zhang Wei inquired, shaking her head. "No, but please check if this young man has sustained any injuries." Wan Qingsha nodded and turned a glance at Yuan Hao. She was aware that the group of Easterners was not to be underestimated. She had witnessed Yuan Hao's confrontation with them and recognized his potential. Simultaneously, Yuan Hao assessed Wan Qingsha's appearance. Standing tall, with a lustrous black ponytail, her striking figure was captivating, and her alluring silhouette was difficult to ignore. Unable to resist, Yuan Hao discreetly employed his perceptive abilities, noting her youthful allure. Reminiscent of a ripe peach, enticingly fresh. When their gazes met, her eyes bore an unnerving sharpness, as if she could penetrate the depths of Yuan Hao's soul, cold yet resolute. However, Yuan Hao remained skeptical of her ability to discern his thoughts, if she was indeed an icy goddess. He felt compelled to delve deeper into her essence. Moments later, Wan Qingsha broke the silence. "What is your name, and what brings you here?" Yuan Hao muttered, "I came to attend the banquet." As she spoke, a group hurriedly approached, escorting the four Easterners away. Yuan Hao noticed the calloused hands of these individuals, indicative of considerable experience with firearms. In this peaceful era, such hands were not those of ordinary citizens. Bewildered, Yuan Hao questioned, "Aren't those Easterners the real criminals? Why are you interrogating me?" Upon revealing her credentials, the bold character's national security caught Yuan Hao's eye. He murmured, "Luan Qingsha, deputy team leader of the Special Operations Unit." Luan Qingsha promptly tucked away her identification. "Are you interested in joining my team? Your foundation is solid, your reflexes swift, and your strikes powerful." Alas, without professional training, an ordinary person would struggle against even moderately strong adversaries. Had I not arrived, you might have met a grim fate. With some guidance, your potential is limitless. Luan Qingsha's observations resonated with Yuan Hao, who understood the implications. However, joining the Special Operations Unit would undoubtedly constrain his freedom. Perceiving his hesitation, Luan Qingsha retrieved her phone and scrolled for a moment. "Your name is Yuan Hao, residing in Hacheng's Jiyuan community. Last month, your mother was gravely ill and hospitalized. You also have a gambling father. Joining us does not entail a rigid work schedule. You may come and go as you please, much like an undercover agent, though you'll need to follow orders during missions." Yuan Hao furrowed his brow. "Are you investigating me? I just assisted you, and now I'm treated like a criminal?" Luan Qingsha shook her head. "You misunderstand. Extending an invitation to join us necessitates a thorough background check. Do you know the purpose of the recent visit from those individuals from the land of the rising sun to our illustrious China? Despite the apparent comfort of our lives and the seeming remoteness of conflict, the spies from Japan have long been active within our borders. They have colluded with certain enterprises, conspiring to pilfer resources from us, even those pertaining to military secrets." Suddenly, Yuan Hao recalled witnessing at the recent banquet how the Huang group was collaborating with these Japanese individuals. Otherwise, how could Huang Jiqiang's expertise in antique appraisal have advanced so rapidly? Just as Yuan Hao was about to speak, Luan Qingsha interjected, "I understand your intentions, but I urge you to remain calm. We have our own plans. If you wish to bring them down, join me, and I shall lend you my support." Yuan Hao accepted the business card Luan Qingsha offered, which bore not the insignia of a national security task force, but rather the name of a feng shui shop called Shiwan Divination. Luan Qingsha smiled, confirming the address was indeed accurate. "I have matters to attend to, Zhang Wei. I must take my leave. Do attend to your neck wound promptly to avoid infection." Zhang Wei nodded, and Luan Qingsha turned to exit. As Yuan Hao tucked the card into his pocket and prepared to leave, Zhang Wei called out to him, "Yuan Hao, do not alarm them. They are already aware of these matters. I sincerely appreciate your assistance today." Yuan Hao understood Zhang Wei was subtly referring to Huang Jiqiang. No need for thanks. Zhang Wei claimed that the power outage at the banquet was the cause of the incident and that the perpetrators had already been apprehended. Those actresses who had been harassed could come to her for compensation. However, upon hearing this, none of the actresses came forward. No one wished to admit to having been molested. Wang Fuguei spotted Yuan Hao and hurried over. "Lil Hao, where have you been? I searched for you everywhere." Yuan Hao scratched his head and chuckled. "I just went to the restroom. Seeing the chaos outside, I chose not to enter." Wang Fuguei sighed. "Zhang Wei is likely quite upset. It is unfortunate that such an incident occurred at her banquet. Did those two flee upon realizing the situation was exposed? Or were they apprehended?" Chapter 87, Shiwan Divination Shop. "Brother Wang, where are Huang Jiqiang and his son?" Yuan Hao casually inquired. "I see." Yuan Hao nodded thoughtfully. The national security personnel must have already set their sights on Huang Jiqiang and are undoubtedly aware of the unsavory dealings between the Huang group and these Japanese visitors. Yuan Hao found himself perplexed. The fact that these Japanese individuals could infiltrate the banquet to present gifts to Zhang Wei indicated they were likely prominent figures from well-known enterprises. To receive an invitation, one must possess substantial wealth, surely worth at least hundreds of millions. Was it truly necessary to conspire to steal a diamond ring named the Pink Star? Regardless of its value, which might reach 1 or 200 million at most. Exposing one's identity for such a sum seems rather imprudent. At that moment, Zhang Wei, adorned in a plunging evening gown and holding a swaying glass of red wine, approached Yuan Hao. Wang Fuguei expressed a hint of surprise. "Xiao Hao, it seems that Zhang Wei is here for you." Zhang Wei approached Yuan Hao, sharing only a fleeting glance with Wang Fuguei. Wang Fuguei quickly grasped Zhang Wei's intent and gently patted Yuan Hao's shoulder. "Xiao Hao, I've just remembered that I have some matters to attend to at the company. I shall take my leave." Once Wang Fuguei had distanced himself, Yuan Hao finally ventured to inquire, "Did you seek me for a specific reason?" Zhang Wei, adorned with a subtle smile, leaned closer to Yuan Hao. The sight of her fullness nearly overflowing captivated Yuan Hao, causing his cheeks to flush. Leaning in a whisper in Yuan Hao's ear, Zhang Wei said softly, "In gratitude for your life-saving grace, I am willing to share some answers you seek. If you desire these answers, follow me. This place is too crowded and not conducive for discussion." With that, she drained her glass of red wine, observing Yuan Hao with a teasing glint in her eyes. Zhang Wei parted her lips slightly, her luscious, vivid mouth undeniably alluring. Before Yuan Hao could respond, she smiled gently and, accompanied by her bodyguard, hastily departed. Recognizing that Zhang Wei must possess some vital information, Yuan Hao hastened to follow her. Upon exiting the private club, Zhang Wei, escorted by her bodyguards, arrived at the door of a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The bodyguard opened the door, and Zhang Wei elegantly settled into the seat. Just as the door was about to close, a pair of large hands halted it. Those hands belonged to Yuan Hao. Zhang Wei reclined in her seat, casually crossing her slender legs, her fair and delicate limbs reminiscent of unrefined jade, making it difficult to believe she was a 36-year-old woman. Unaware of the allure of mature women in youth, one often misjudges the value of youthful beauty. "Get in." Yuan Hao nodded and, under the watchful gaze of the bodyguard, climbed into the car. Zhang Wei pondered momentarily. "Now, tell me what you wish to inquire about." Yuan Hao, uncertain of Zhang Wei's reliability, hesitated to reveal all his questions. "You know what I wish to understand." Zhang Wei playfully beckoned him closer with a finger. "Come sit beside me." Yuan Hao swallowed hard. The sight beneath her skirt was tantalizingly ambiguous, provoking his imagination. In pursuit of answers, he obediently moved closer, the distinctive fragrance enveloping him once more. He felt a wave of dizziness, likely due to their proximity, the atmosphere charged with an undeniable tension. Zhang Wei, in a hushed tone, urged, "Come a bit closer. This is a secret that must not be overheard." Yuan Hao nodded, his emotions a tumultuous blend of excitement and complexity. Did this 36-year-old woman intend to engage in something more? It is said that heroic acts can easily evoke affection. Yet this progression felt rather swift. Nonetheless, his curiosity about the answers compelled him to lean in further. Discerning that Luan Qingsha must possess numerous secrets concerning the Huang family conglomerate, Zhang Wei noticed the faint blush on Yuan Hao's ears and smiled. "You are wondering why I let the Huang father and son go? The answer lies with Luan Qingsha. If you wish to know, simply seek her out. If you are inquiring why this group of individuals from the land of the rising sun is so fervently vying for the pink star, the answer lies with Luan Qingsha." Yuan Hao furrowed his brow. "Does she also know about this matter? Then why hasn't Ti Huang Yaogu been apprehended? Is this how you conduct law enforcement? Sister, did you not promise that once I arrived, you would reveal the answer to me? Why must I seek out Luan Qingsha?" Zhang Wei poured herself half a glass of red wine, gently swirling the goblet while smiling. "Isn't Luan Qingsha also the answer? Here, drink this half glass of red wine." Yuan Hao pondered, deducing that these words were likely instilled in her by the woman named Luan Qingsha, with the intention of compelling her to visit that so-called 10-yuan fortune-telling shop. Yuan Hao glanced at Zhang Wei, a 36-year-old woman whose beauty rivaled that of an 18-year-old girl, devoid of any wrinkles. How could one resist such a lure? A subtle smile graced Yuan Hao's lips as she accepted the wine glass and drained its contents in one go. Zhang Wei checked her phone. "Time is of the essence. Driver, stop the car." Once the Rolls-Royce came to a steady halt by the roadside, Zhang Wei coolly instructed, "Get out." Yuan Hao was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, Zhang Wei had been all smiles, inviting her to drink. Yet now she seemed like a different person altogether. Zhang Wei spoke. "The 10-yuan fortune-telling shop is right here, and the answers you seek lie within." Yuan Hao nodded, hurriedly alighting from the vehicle and watching as the Rolls-Royce gradually receded into the distance. A light drizzle began to fall from the sky, prompting Yuan Hao to quickly take refuge under a nearby small shop, retrieving the business card for her pocket for a closer inspection. The address was indeed correct. The 10-yuan fortune-telling shop was just across the alley. Clutching the card, Yuan Hao dashed into the alley, keenly observing the names of the shops lining either side. Upon reaching the entrance of the 10-yuan fortune-telling shop, she was met with a simple sign, a stark contrast to the vivid imagery she had conjured in her mind. Yuan Hao frowned. Isn't the national security quite affluent? How could they afford to rent such a modestly sized shop as their interview base? Though perplexed, she dutifully knocked on the shop door. Is anyone there? No sooner had the words left her lips than the wooden door creaked open. A big-eyed young girl with 2 ponytails peeked through the gap. Noticing Yuan Hao's somewhat handsome appearance, she squinted and smiled. Welcome to the 10 Yuan fortune-telling shop. Love fortunes, career guidance, and astrology. All for just 10 Yuan. Please come in. Chapter 88. The answer from Wan Qingsha. Seeing the underage girl managing the shop, Yuan Hao instinctively took a step back, repeatedly comparing the business card with her phone's navigation. Furrowing her brow, she mumbled. This is indeed the address on the card. But why is there a young girl here? Where's Wan Qingsha? The big-eyed girl clenched her rosy fist. You. Who are you calling an underage girl? I'm already 22 this year. Is it so wrong to appear youthful? Yuan Hao awkwardly replied. I apologize. It's just that you look quite youthful. Wan Qingsha sent me here. I have matters to discuss with her. So, it was Sister Qingsha who sent you. This is indeed the right address. Come in with me. The big-eyed girl beckoned Yuan Hao with a playful gesture. Yuan Hao nodded obediently and followed the big-eyed, adorable girl into the shop. Upon reaching the front desk, the girl, with a lollipop perched at the corner of her mouth, busily tapped away at the computer. My name is Zhao Xiaoyao, but you may also call me Xiaoyao. Yuan Hao, unable to contain his impatience, interjected, Hello, Xiaoyao. Where's Wan Qingsha? I have something to discuss with her. With the lollipop still in her mouth, Xiaoyao replied, Be patient, we must follow the procedure. Name? Age Yuan Hao. Age 25. Are you married? Single. Do you have a girlfriend? Why do you ask that? Zhao Xiaoyao cheerfully responded, Just a casual inquiry. Come here to leave a thumbprint, and then you can meet Sister Luan. Yuan Hao frowned slightly. What kind of rule is this? Do I really need to report my name and age and leave a thumbprint to meet her? Zhao Xiaoyao shot him a look. Brother, we must adhere to the rules. There is no other way. Yuan Hao felt somewhat helpless, but considering this was a secure location, he decided to comply and pressed his thumbprint on the personal information section. Now that you have left your thumbprint, we are like family. Please follow me inside. Zhao Xiaoyao gestured for him to enter. Yuan Hao retorted, Who said we are family? I just need to speak with Wan Qingsha. Sister Luan is right inside, Zhao Xiaoyao exclaimed, approaching a bookshelf and pulling out a book, causing the shelf to slowly retract into the wall. Before them unfolded a remarkable scene, a surveillance room monitoring various corners of the city, a firearms training area, a gym, and an array of other facilities. Yuan Hao was taken aback. Wait, how did you manage to build all of this? Has it passed fire safety inspections? What if a fire breaks out? There are no emergency exits. Zhao Xiaoyao regarded him with a bemused expression. Buddy, handling such matters is merely a matter of a single command. She pointed to the office door ahead and muttered, Sister Luan is inside. Go on in. Nodding, Yuan Hao approached the door and knocked. Come in. Upon opening the door, he found Wan Qingsha rubbing her temples, looking somewhat troubled. The 4 individuals detained were indeed those 4 Japanese men. This was not an office, but an interrogation room. Turning to face Yuan Hao, she extended her hand. Welcome. You have joined the Special Operations Group. From this day forth, you are one of us. Yuan Hao's brow furrowed. Sister, what did I ever say I wanted to join you? She continued, besides, joining us has its benefits. During missions, you will enjoy the highest privileges, receive a salary with full benefits, and we will also ensure the safety of your family, specifically your mother, Su Yuan. Upon hearing this last statement, Yuan Hao felt a twinge of temptation. Before he could respond, Wan Qingsha pointed towards the 4 Japanese men behind the glass, stating, Why release the Huang family? These were a merely small fry. We know they are backed by an organization that has already infiltrated various sectors of our country. Huang Yaowa has maintained close ties with Japan for over a decade. He has access to significant figures that these small-time players cannot reach. If we capture Huang Yaowa, we may never uncover the larger fish lurking behind him. Yuan Hao expressed his confusion. Isn't it possible to apprehend Huang Yaowa for questioning? Wan Qingsha replied, The risk is far too great. This matter is not as straightforward as you presume. Additionally, why would they covet the pink star? We have meticulously prepared for this gala for several months, intending to lure these individuals into our trap. If it were merely an ordinary diamond ring, they would not dare to take such substantial risks. The diamond ring holds a secret, making it worthy of their pursuit. That is all I can disclose for now. Regarding the assassination attempt on you by Huang Yaowa, we are indeed aware, but we did not receive an emergency call, which prevented us from arriving on the scene immediately. Otherwise, we would have alerted the culprits. After receiving the alert, we rushed to the scene, only to discover that you had single-handedly dealt with all the attackers. Your exceptional performance certainly captured our attention. We are aware of your close association with Wang Fuguwei. Hence we asked Zhang Wei to extend an invitation to him as well. Yuan Hao pressed further. So, am I merely a pawn in your plan? Chapter 89. Cousin Hu Yuan. Wan Qingsha shot Yuan Hao a disapproving glance. What do you mean by pawn? We are comrades. A team. Brothers bound by life and death. Please be mindful of your terminology. Our team has existed longer than your age. We have no need to treat you as a mere piece to be manipulated. I extend a sincere invitation for you to join us. Yuan Sha produced a small notebook from her pocket and handed it to Yuan Hao. This notebook resembled the one she had previously taken out, presumably an official document from the National Security Agency. Yuan Hao accepted the document and opened it to find his own photograph on the first page. After speaking, Yuan Hao turned to leave, and, as he opened the door, Yuan Sha softly remarked, "Brother, your file has been registered. We eagerly await your arrival." Yuan Hao paused momentarily, then hastened his steps to exit this unsettling place. As he passed the front desk, the bright-eyed girl Zhao Xiaoyao waved her hand. "Goodbye, brother. We welcome you to visit again. Remember, all information seen here today must be kept confidential." Upon stepping out of the establishment, Yuan Hao glanced up at the overcast sky. After earning so much money with great difficulty, would it not be foolish to refrain from enjoying life? There is a saying, better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. I have no shortage of funds. I need not heed a woman's commands. Returning to the private club, Yuan Hao called Wang Fuguei. "Brother Wang, where are you?" "I've finished up here." Wang Fuguei replied. "Xiao Hao, I'm tied up with matters of my company right now." "Zhang Wei, has T caused you any trouble, has she?" Yuan Hao pondered for a moment. "She didn't trouble me. She just asked me to appraise some antiques." Upon hearing this, Wang Fuguei chuckled. "Xiao Hao, when you become prosperous, don't forget about your brother Wang. Talented horses are common, but those who recognize their worth are rare. I recognized your potential long ago. You're destined for greatness." Yuan Hao smiled and said, "No need for that. You think of me whenever there's good fortune. I still have a bit of money in my pocket, so I shall take my leave now." After hanging up the phone, Yuan Hao drove towards the South Station, contemplating that since he had nothing better to do, he might as well pick up Wang Jiro's cousin for some leisure. Half an hour later, he arrived at Hachang South Station, where Wang Jiro, presumably having received a message from Wang Fuguei, was waiting on the roadside with her little cousin for quite some time. Spotting Yuan Hao's Porsche Cayenne, Wang Jiro waved her hands vigorously, calling out, "Hao Ge, over here." Following her voice, Yuan Hao noticed that beside her stood a young girl with messy braids and striking blue hair, dressed in tattered clothes adorned with numerous holes. Although he understood that some circles considered such attire fashionable, he couldn't help but admire Wang Jiro's cousin's figure, which seemed even more voluptuous than Wang Jiro's own. At a height of 165 meters, her ample curves were certainly eye-catching. Yuan Hao couldn't help but marvel at the formidable strength of family genetics. Once the Porsche Cayenne came to a halt, Wang Jiro opened the door and plopped down inside, introducing her cousin. "Hao Ge, this is my cousin, Hu Yuan." "Hello." Hu Yuan, Yuan Hao greeted politely. Through the rearview mirror, he noticed that Hu Yuan appeared to have a tongue piercing, a trend he had encountered before. While he could appreciate ear piercings for their aesthetic appeal, he was puzzled by the function of a tongue piercing. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable during certain activities? Although he found it perplexing, he maintained his respect. Yuan Hao set off, intending to take the two girls shopping at a mall, as girls typically enjoy such outings. Wang Jiro casually inquired, "Bro, where are you taking us today?" Yuan Hao replied, "I thought we could go shopping." Hu Yuan leaned forward, saying, "Please, let's not go shopping. Buying clothes and bags is utterly uninteresting." Yuan Hao was taken aback and asked, "Then where would you like to go?" After a moment's thought, Hu Yuan suggested, "Is there a shooting club nearby? Or maybe a boxing gym?" Yuan Hao was astonished. It was his first encounter with a girl who had a penchant for both shooting and combat sports. He took a closer look at Hu Yuan's physique and was surprised to find that she possessed quite a bit of muscle, complete with defined abs. It was evident she prioritized fitness, a feat that would be challenging for most. Wang Jiro chimed in, "Hao Ge, don't underestimate my cousin. She's the shooting champion at her school and holds the school record. Not many can compete with her in boxing either." Yuan Hao was taken aback. "Is that true? That impressive?" Hu Yuan crossed her arms dismissively. "It's not as exaggerated as she says, but I am indeed quite capable." "All right, according to the navigation, there's a shooting club nearby. Let's go have some fun," Yuan Hao announced. Shortly after, he followed the directions to the entrance of the shooting club. As the three of them stepped out of the car, they instantly attracted the attention of several onlookers, primarily due to the striking beauty of Hu Yuan and Wang Jiro, along with their enviable figures. As Yuan Hao observed the envious glances from the other men, he could not help but chuckle. While his peers were only capable of appreciating exterior appearances, Yuan Hao possessed the unique ability to perceive inner beauty at first glance. The intrinsic beauty of Hu Yuan and Wang Jiro was distinctly different. One exuded a sense of strength, while the other had a hint of softness, each possessing its own merits. Upon entering the shooting range and approaching the front desk to purchase tickets, he noted the varying prices for different calibers of ammunition. The cost for shooting a 566mm handgun was 120 yuan per person, which included 10 rounds and one-on-one coaching. Leading the two women into the shooting range, Yuan Hao noticed Hu Yuanyuan's grip on the gun, which revealed her professionalism. The instructor need not offer her any guidance on her stance. Bang, 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 as she fired. The powerful recoil caused her body to tremble, particularly noticeable at her chest. The instructor glanced at the target. Out of 10 shots, 7 hit the 9 ring, 2 the 8 ring, and 1 the 7 ring. Hu Yuanyuan sighed, admitting, "It's my first time with this gun. I feel a bit clumsy." The coach chuckled. "You're already quite impressive." For Wang Jiro, it was her inaugural experience with a real firearm. Had the instructor not been there to supervise, her aim would have sent the muzzle soaring to the ceiling. Irritated, she declared, "I'm done. This is too frightening." Yuan Hao gripped the firearm, recalling the notion that the essence of a man is intrinsically tied to his affinity for guns. Indeed, holding it stirred a sense of fervor within him. Observing his grip, Hu Yuanyuan furrowed her brow and remarked, "If you shoot like that, you'll injure your hand. Your grip should be with both hands, arms extended forward, forming a natural angle between them." Understood. Yuan Hao nodded, and with the guidance of Hu Yuanyuan and the instructor, he adjusted his grip. Once positioned, he aimed at the target and pulled the trigger. As the bullet flew forth, the instructor glanced over and, extending his thumb, praised, "Impressive. Brother, for your first time, you hit the 10 ring." Yuan Hao chuckled, "Haha, it's just luck, a fortunate coincidence." Initially, Hu Yuanyuan did not think much of it. But as Yuan Hao continued to fire, his third, fifth, and ultimately his last shot, both she and the instructor, along with Wang Jiro, stared wide-eyed at him, as if gazing upon an anomaly. Full marks. 10 perfect 10 rings? Was he perhaps a ringer, masquerading as an amateur? Hu Yuanyuan, perplexed, hurried closer, unaware of the proximity. Yuan Hao felt a gentle pressure on his arm and realized that Hu Yuanyuan had leaned in. "Yuan Hao, have you never practiced shooting before?" she inquired. With a smile, he explained, "You saw me struggle with my grip just now. How could I have practiced? I was merely fortunate." While such claims might placate Wang Jiro, Hu Yuanyuan understood that if Yuan Hao truly had no prior experience and achieved such results on his first attempt, it could only attest to his extraordinary talent in marksmanship. Chapter 90. Hu Yuanyuan challenges the range. "I don't believe it. Try gripping the gun again." Hu Yuanyuan insisted that Yuan Hao once again hold a handgun in her presence. Otherwise, he would not be permitted to leave. Perhaps it was her competitive spirit at play. Thus, Yuan Hao had no choice but to acquiesce to her modest desire. To her astonishment, Hu Yuanyuan observed that as Yuan Hao raised the firearm, his arm remained as steady as a seasoned marksman, showing no signs of tremor. It is worth noting that even an average individual, after a year and a half of training, might not achieve such proficiency as Yuan Hao displayed. "Is this truly your first time handling a gun?" she inquired. "Of course, the grip is still the one you taught me. It's exhausting," Yuan Hao replied before lowering the handgun. The coach, standing nearby, interjected, "Brother, your grip is remarkably steady. Such talent should not go untested in professional competitions." Yuan Hao smiled and explained, "I have no interest in participating in any professional contests." Hu Yuanyuan, "Wang Jiro, let's be on our way." Yuan Hao, has he really never practiced shooting? What a waste of such talent if he doesn't compete, Wang Jiro mused. Hu Yuanyuan furrowed her brow and murmured, "He must not have trained. If you say so, it seems Brother Hao is indeed exceptional." Hu Yuanyuan bit her lip and nodded. She was aware that she was a key member of the school's shooting team, having started her training in middle school. After so many years of practice, how could she be outperformed by a novice who had just learned to grip a gun? Yet, instead of feeling discontent, Hu Yuanyuan found herself developing a certain fondness for Yuan Hao. Throughout her school days, she had received countless suitors, but she was not drawn to the delicate, fair-skinned boys. Rather, she sought a man who excelled in both shooting and boxing. Simultaneously, she had no patience for men who trailed after her like obedient pets. A woman like Hu Yuanyuan was inherently inclined to admire strength. These 3 criteria were sufficient to eliminate 99 of potential suitors. Yuan Hao purchased 3 bottles of mineral water and handed one each to Wang Jiro and Hu Yuanyuan. "Where shall we go to have fun?" he asked. Hu Yuanyuan twisted off the cap, tilted her head back, and gulped down nearly half the bottle. A droplet of water trailing from the corner of her mouth down her neck, cascading like a stream. "To the boxing gym," she declared. Soon, Yuan Hao drove the 2 of them to a nearby boxing facility. As the trio entered, they instantly captured the attention of everyone inside the gym. With a fierce determination, Hu Yuanyuan asserted, I want a box. Can I fight in the ring? The men around her regarded her ample figure with mocking expressions. One bald man derided, we can't bear to hit a beauty like you. Just find someone for a sparring partner. Upon hearing this, Hu Yuanyuan's expression darkened considerably. She pointed at the bald man who had spoken, declaring, you, come here, let us go. The bald man stepped forward from the crowd, deliberately flexing his biceps. We are not in the same league. Are you sure you want to challenge me? I would want to hit you in the wrong spot and be accused of being a lewd man. Hu Yuanyuan replied with pride, feel free to strike. There is no need to hold back. Wang Zhiro, somewhat concerned for Hu Yuanyuan, gently grasped her wrist and whispered, Hu Yuanyuan, he towers over you. As women, we need not engage with someone like him. Hu Yuanyuan abruptly shook off Wang Zhiro's hand and retorted, what of being a woman? Does being a woman mean we cannot contend with men? At that moment, a companion of the man beside him chuckled and said, when she isn't paying attention, take the opportunity to strike. It's quite common to accidentally hit sensitive areas in the ring. The man smirked, don't worry, I know my limits. Hu Yuanyuan scoffed, can you even fight? If you all admit to being timid turtles, then stay hidden. I shall seek another boxing gym. The bald man donned his gloves and leaped onto the ring, pointing at Hu Yuanyuan while taunting, get up here. One punch to smash your head. But don't let any little pearls slip away. The surrounding men applauded and jeered. Such a beautiful woman. Will he really dare to strike? Not me. After the fight, I do want her WeChat to catch a glimpse of that pert derriere. She'll be like a little electric motor at night. Haha. Did she really think she could take me down? Impossible. Listening to the vulgar remarks from the men, Hu Yuanyuan clenched her teeth, channeling her fury into strength. Once she donned her gloves, she too ascended to the ring. Yuan Hao remained silent throughout, primarily wishing to gauge Hu Yuanyuan's prowess. Charging in to challenge the ring is akin to provoking a fight. If she possesses skill, that is commendable, but if she lacks it and persists, it's only natural to be scorned. Attempting to undermine someone's livelihood warrants scorn, after all. As the referee gave the signal, the bald man leered lecherously at Hu Yuanyuan's ample bosom. To his astonishment, the woman, who was a head shorter than him, delivered a punch with such force that he found himself struggling to defend against it. Before he could regain his composure, Hu Yuanyuan unleashed a series of left hooks followed by right uppercuts, relentlessly striking at his head. The entire sequence was executed flawlessly, landing squarely and knocking the bald man unconscious. The referee, witnessing this astonishing scene, exclaimed, that combination of punches was remarkably executed. Hu Yuanyuan disdainfully remarked, you think you're formidable, yet in my eyes, you are nothing. Next, Chapter 91, The Ring Match. Yuan Hao displays his skill. A hint of brilliance emerges. Is this woman truly so fierce? The bald man likely underestimated her. Noticing her stance, he realized she possessed some skill. Allow me to have a go at this little lady. A slightly frail man donned the gloves and entered the ring. As the match commenced, the man's fists were powerful, relentlessly pounding toward Hu Yuanyuan's head. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his head. Next, Hu Yuanyuan seemed to become addicted to the fight, quickly dispatching several opponents, each falling before her. Yuan Hao took a deep breath and leaned closer to Wang Zhiro, whispering, your cousin is quite fierce. Has she ever had a boyfriend? Yuan Hao gasped. The authenticity of the matter was clear. Witnessing Hu Yuanyuan's boxing prowess, it was highly likely that she truly possessed it. Witnessing the members of the gym being successively defeated by a single woman, the owner of the boxing gym began to feel increasingly restless. If this continued, the gym would be on the brink of closure. He removed his jacket, revealing an array of tattoos adorning his muscular physique. Unlike those who merely consumed protein powder, his body bore numerous visible scars, most likely from battles in the ring. Ascending the platform, he softly declared, allow me to have a word with you. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Hu Yuanyuan beckoned the owner with a finger. As the referee signaled the start of the match, she recognized that the owner's size would disadvantage her in a prolonged fight. Thus, she planned to replicate her previous tactics, aiming to deliver a decisive blow during his moment of vulnerability. Initially, her strategy unfolded precisely as anticipated. She deftly evaded his attacks with her jabs and seized the opportunity to strike. With all her strength concentrated in this one punch, Hu Yuanyuan aimed for a knockout. However, her power and technique, sufficient to confront someone with 2 or 3 years of training, proved inadequate against the seasoned boxer who was the gym's owner. She could not withstand the force of his blow and fell backward. Wang Zhiro rushed over in distress. Hu Yuanyuan, are you all right? Hu Yuanyuan's complexion turned ashen, and she replied, I think my right arm is dislocated. The owner was indeed formidable, knocking the girl down with a single punch. It was clear that the owner's intervention was necessary. This girl, relying on her years of training, was taking advantage of newcomers. After all this time, one could only wonder if her skills in bed were equally fiery. How delightful that must be, given her well-developed gluteal muscles. Listening to the crude remarks from the surrounding men, Yuan felt her temper boiling. Yuan Hao coldly interjected, "Gentlemen, your words are crossing the line." One of them pointed at Yuan Hao and shouted, "What are you, trying to show off in front of the women? With so many of us here, dealing with you would be a simple matter." The boxing gym owner gestured for silence. "Young man, I offer you a chance to play the hero." He tossed 2 boxing gloves to Yuan Hao. Everyone anticipated that the owner intended to humiliate Yuan Hao before Yuan for her audacity in challenging the gym. Yuan Hao caught the gloves. Yuan, "Is this how you wear these?" Laughter erupted. This lad has never worn gloves before. Seeing this, the gym owner lost interest. "Forget it. You've never fought before. You just be another punching bag for me." After donning the gloves, Yuan Hao climbed onto the platform. "This may be my first boxing match, but it doesn't mean it's my first fight. Let us see what you've got." The gym owner scoffed. "Fool, are you courting death? I'm giving you an opportunity to let your woman witness you fall at my feet." Once off the platform, Yuan gritted her teeth and quickly set her dislocated right arm back into place. Yuan gazed at Yuan Hao on stage and curiously inquired, "Wang Zhiro, have you ever seen him fight?" Wang Zhiro shook her head. I haven't known him for long. I find him incredibly handsome. How can he excel at everything?" Observing Wang Zhiro's infatuation with Yuan Hao, Yuan sighed. The gym owner is no slouch. Yuan Hao is undoubtedly no match for him. A man who clings to his pride and puts on a facade is not worth your affection. Although he had never engaged in boxing, thanks to his extraordinary perceptive abilities, dodging the gym owner's attacks proved to be a mere trifle. The gym owner, noticing Yuan Hao bouncing around, taunted, "Kid, I'll give you a chance. You strike first." Yuan Hao replied with a smile, "No need. If you possess the skill, then knock me out with a single punch." The gym owner couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, all right. I respect your spirit. I'll grant you that wish." As soon as he finished speaking, the gym owner unleashed a flurry of rapid punches toward Yuan Hao. The speed was so astonishing that it blurred the vision. A single blow to any part of Yuan Hao's body could easily break ribs. Yuan held her breath, her heart racing. Surprisingly, Yuan Hao executed some elusive footwork, evading all the gym owner's relentless punches. Seizing the moment when the gym owner was exhausted, Yuan Hao aimed a punch directly at his chest. The gym owner felt a sharp pain in his chest, and before he could regain his composure, he was sent flying, barely restrained from toppling over the ring's barrier. Yuan Hao's strength had multiplied exponentially. Had he not tempered his force, that punch could have felled the bull. Witnessing this scene, Yuan stood up, exclaiming, "This is simply unbelievable. Can a normal human deliver such power with a single punch?" Wang Zhiro, now captivated, rushed onto the ring and showered Yuan Hao with affectionate kisses. "Yuan Hao, you're incredibly handsome. From this day forth, I, Wang Zhiro, am devoted to you." Chapter 92. Yuan's attitude towards Yuan Hao changes. In the monitoring room of the 10 yuan divination shop, Wan Qingsha sipped her freshly brewed coffee, a smile creeping onto her lips as she observed the footage. This lad is indeed a talent worth nurturing. It would be a shame to let such potential go to waste. We must devise a way to ensure his unwavering loyalty to us. The protagonist on the monitor was none other than Yuan Hao. The adorable girl Zhao Xiaoyao, lollipop in mouth, mumbled, "Let us see what he lacks. Whatever he needs, we'll provide to entice him." Wan Qingsha gently blew on her coffee and took a sip. "Zhao Xiaoyao, that's a splendid idea. Securing Yuan Hao's allegiance is now your responsibility. This is an assignment from the organization that you cannot refuse. It must be accomplished." "What?" Zhao Xiaoyao bit her lip and muttered, "Oh, dear Sister Luan, you send me to do what you cannot handle." Wan Qingsha furrowed her brow, a fierce glimmer in her eyes. "What? Do you harbor grievances against the organization?" Zhao Xiaoyao shook her little head like a rattling drum, exclaiming, No. I mean, Sister Luan is simply wonderful. She can think of every task for me. I adore you, Xiaoyao." Wan Qingsha softly replied, "Then why are we still standing here?" Zhao Xiaoyao obediently nodded and quickly made her way to the front desk, grabbing her pink handbag before rushing out the door. Inside the boxing gym, Yuan Hao wiped the excess moisture from his face and quietly remarked, "Wang Zhiro, we should leave promptly." Wang Zhiro nodded. She had transformed into Yuan Hao's #1 fan, unaware that her little cousin had also developed some fondness for him. If looks could kill, Yuan Hao would have surely become a beehive. As everyone in the gym glared at him with fierce intent, none dared to step onto the ring. For Yuan Hao had just sent the gym's owner flying with a single punch. In the face of absolute strength, all techniques appeared futile. After a while, the gym owner managed to rise from the floor, exclaiming, "What do you eat to grow so strong? How could you deliver such force with a single punch?" Yuan Hao chuckled and replied, "I'm for the countryside, often lifting bricks at construction sites, so perhaps that's why I have grown stronger. I apologize for that." Turning to Wang Zhuro, he whispered, "Let's go quickly. This place is not safe for long." Hu Yuan also sensed the unusual atmosphere and hurriedly followed Yuan Hao out of the boxing gym. She tugged at Wang Zhuro's sleeve. "Is he really a bricklayer?" Upon hearing this, Wang Zhuro laughed, her dimples appearing adorably. "Oh dear, that's just him pulling our leg." Yuan Hao is quite impressive. Not only does he appraise treasures at a young age, but he also engages in stone gambling. My father is quite fond of him too. Hu Yuan's eyes sparkled. Although she did not fully understand the intricacies of stone gambling and treasure appraisal, she knew that not everyone could thrive in those fields. To master them, one must possess a certain background. Hu Yuan lifted her gaze, re-evaluating Yuan Hao's appearance. Standing at around 6 feet tall, his skin was not particularly fair. Yet he had a well-defined physique that exuded masculinity, a quality that was irresistibly alluring to women. Yuan Hao ushered the two ladies into the car, advising Hu Yuan, "Next time you come to the boxing gym, please don't rush onto the stage as you did earlier. It's quite risky." Hu Yuan nodded. "Okay." Yuan Hao glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly mealtime. "What would you like to eat?" Wang Zhuro pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Brother, take us for some authentic home-cooked dishes. I've been craving them after watching countless cooking videos while studying abroad." Yuan Hao looked at Hu Yuan, seeking her opinion. She bit her glossy lips and sweetly replied, "Sure, I want to eat that too." Upon hearing her soft and endearing tone, Wang Zhuro's surprised expression was as if she had seen the sun rise from the west. "Is this really the Hu Yuan I know? Are you feeling all right with how you're speaking?" Hu Yuan shot Wang Zhuro a glance, and with just a look, Wang Zhuro obediently closed her mouth. Yuan Hao pondered for a moment, recalling the delightful flavor from the last time Gu Manua had taken him to eat. He pressed the accelerator, steering the car towards the alleyway. An hour later, they finally arrived, and Yuan Hao parked the vehicle in a cozy corner. As soon as they alighted, Hu Yuan and Wang Zhuro, both young ladies of distinction, expressed their excitement upon seeing the cobblestone path of the alley. Despite its diminutive size, the surroundings were adorned with exquisite decor. Yuan Hao led the two into a quaint restaurant. Aunt May recognized Yuan Hao. "It's been a while. Did you not come with Gu Manua today?" With a warm smile, she continued, "Oh, I see. Please, take a seat in the private room. Is there anything specific you wish to order?" Hu Yuan contemplated for a moment and replied, "I would like to have braised pork with preserved vegetables and oil-braised bamboo shoots. Do you have those here?" Aunt May nodded, saying, "No problem. Please wait a moment." Knowing that 2 dishes would not suffice, Yuan Hao ordered several more dishes. As the three entered the private room, Hu Yuan suddenly turned to Yuan Hao and inquired, "Who is this Gu Manua that the proprietress mentioned?" Before Yuan Hao could respond, Wang Zhuro patted Hu Yuan on the shoulder and said solemnly, "She is my rival in love. She has a fondness for Yuan Hao and currently seems to be his official girlfriend." Hu Yuan expressed her surprise. "He already has a girlfriend. Why do you still wish to pursue him?" Wang Zhuro crossed her arms and disdainfully replied, "So what if he has a girlfriend? They are indeed married. And I'm not claiming to be a mistress. I am pursuing Yuan Hao openly. What's wrong with that? Even stars have numerous admirers despite being married. Where is it written that I cannot like him?" Hu Yuan lifted her teacup, took a sip, and then gave Wang Zhuro a thumbs up. While they awaited their dishes, Wang Zhuro engaged in light conversation with Yuan Hao, whereas Hu Yuan sank into contemplation, her mind at odds with itself. Men who could capture her affection were few and far between. How could it be that she finally found one, only to discover he had a significant other? Yet Wang Zhuro had a point. As long as there was no marriage, pursuing someone was entirely reasonable. With this thought, Hu Yuan cast a glance at her own figure. Feeling reassured about her own assets, acknowledging that few women could surpass her in beauty and physique. After a brief wait, Aunt May presented the dishes one by one. Gazing at the aromatic braised pork with preserved vegetables and oil-braised bamboo shoots, Hu Yuan eagerly picked up her chopsticks, taking 2 pieces to savor. Yuan Hao also sampled the dishes, and it was undeniable that Aunt May's culinary skills were exceptional. The braised pork was sweet and savory, tender and perfectly steamed, with the preserved vegetables absorbing the meat juices, melting in the mouth without being greasy. Paired with fragrant white rice, a sense of satisfaction surged from within. The oil-braised bamboo shoots were equally delightful, fresh, sweet, and crisp. Both Hu Yuan and Wang Zhiro indulged in 2 generous bowls of rice. After satiating their appetites, Wang Zhiro rubbed her belly and exclaimed, "I am utterly satisfied. I shall definitely frequent this place in the future." Hu Yuan cast a sideways glance at Wang Zhiro, teasing, "Aren't you afraid of gaining weight?" Wang Zhiro chuckled, "So what? I'm not worried. Wang Zhiro doesn't gain weight. As the saying goes, a stroll after a meal can extend life." Yuan Hao led the 2 ladies leisurely down the street for a post-meal stroll. At that moment, a man's voice called out from behind. Hu Yuan? Chapter 93. The Jade Store is about to open. Hu Yuan frowned slightly, clearly not particularly pleased by the man's arrival. "Deng Yao, what are you doing here?" "I was just out for a stroll, and from a distance, I spotted a woman of such exquisite figure before me. I thought to myself, in this city, could there be another besides Hu Yuan? Upon approaching, I saw it truly was you." Deng Yao spoke, his beady eyes lecherously fixated on Hu Yuan's bosom, making her feel slightly uneasy. "I'm shopping with a friend. You should attend to your own matters," she replied. Only then did Deng Yao notice that Hu Yuan was accompanied by a stunning beauty. Yet what irked him was the presence of a man between the 2 women. Shouldn't that position belong to him? Deng Yao? Who is this man? Hu Yuan, in response, linked her arm with Yuan Hao's, which provoked Deng Yao's ire. It was clear that Hu Yuan intended to use him as a shield, while Yuan Hao was disinterested in such antics. Hu Yuan felt perplexed. In the past, men would eagerly flock to her, yet this Yuan Hao seemed disinclined to take advantage of the situation. As she watched Yuan Hao walk away, an unfamiliar emptiness settled in her heart. Noticing her dismay, Deng Yao chuckled, "Come, you can hold my hand instead. I'll accompany you shopping." Hu Yuan shot him a glare. "I'm not in the mood right now. Don't provoke me, or I might just practice my skills on you." "Zhiro, accompany me shopping," she directed. Yuan Hao sent a message to Wang Fugue, informing him that he had matters to attend to, leaving Wang Zhiro and Hu Yuan together. This was not a mere excuse. He genuinely had business to attend to. Just moments ago, Gu Manhua had messaged him, stating that the preparations for the Jade Store were complete and ready for opening, inviting him to take a look. Thus, Yuan Hao drove directly to the address provided by Gu Manhua. The Jade Store was located in the most prosperous commercial district of Jinling City, where the property prices averaged around 50,000 yuan per square meter. Of course, that was the purchase price. Whether the owners were willing to sell was another matter. A store could support 3 generations. As long as the location remained, the business could thrive. Although the real estate market was currently sluggish, the central commercial area would not be significantly affected. The affluent in Jinling City outnumbered those in Hansheng by a considerable margin, and the proximity to Haisher only added to the allure. Yuan Hao had specifically instructed that this Jade Store should cater to a high-end clientele, ensuring that both the decor and location were of the utmost quality. After an hour's drive on the highway, Yuan Hao finally arrived at the commercial district. Upon parking, as he stepped out of the car, he spotted Gu Manhua approaching in casual attire. Despite her simple clothing, her captivating aura remained unmissable. Today, Gu Manhua had taken special care in her appearance, adorned with exquisite makeup. After several of Yuan Hao's tutelage sessions, she had become increasingly feminine. Taking advantage of the absence of onlookers, Yuan Hao embraced Gu Manhua, the delicate fragrance of her body wafting into his nostrils, continuously igniting a flicker of passion within him. Gazing at Gu Manhua's luscious lips, which appeared so succulent they could be squeezed for juice, he cradled her face and indulged in a fervent kiss. Moments later, the lipstick on her lips had been completely devoured. Blushing with a hint of shyness, Gu Manhua exclaimed, "What are you doing? There are still people around, and you've eaten all my freshly applied lipstick." Yuan Hao wiped the remnants of lipstick from his lips with a napkin, retorting, "And what of it? Am I not allowed to kiss you? Can't you reapply your lipstick? Just because I let you off the hook last night, you think you can run wild now?" Gu Manhua replied with a playful tone, "I wonder who it is that goes out with 2 beautiful women. Quite enviable indeed." Yuan Hao immediately surmised that it must have been Mei who informed Gu Manhua. "They're just friends. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken them to Mei's restaurant." That would be like walking into a trap. It seemed that tonight, he would indeed need to help her stretch her limbs a bit. Gu Manhua, with a cheeky smile, leaned in closer, saying, Yes, dear husband, please don't let me off the hook." Her voice was sweet and enticing, sending a rush of blood to Yuan Hao's head. "All right, tonight you'll see how I deal with you," he replied, playfully swatting her perky backside. Gu Manhua took out her phone, touching up her makeup as she remarked, "As if you could manage me." No sooner had she said this than she strode ahead briskly in her high heels. Upon entering the shop, Gu Manhua had seemingly transformed. With a cool and composed gaze, She surveyed the surroundings, prompting several voices to greet her. "Hello, President Gu." She nodded slightly, instructing, "Please, everyone, continue with your tasks." A middle-aged man, sporting reading glasses, remarked, "You must be President Yuan. I've heard President Gu speak highly of you." "Indeed, a promising young man." Gu Manuel spoke in a serious tone. "Let me provide President Yuan with a brief overview of the shop's layout." "Of course, President Gu. Please follow me, President Yuan." This shop has 2 levels, each with a usable area of 500. As he elaborated on the details, Yuan Hao envisioned a bright future for the shop. With the advantage of a discerning eye, he was confident that the quality of the jade would not disappoint, establishing a favorable reputation among consumers, thus alleviating concerns about sales. Gu Manuel shot him a discreet glance, signaling, "You may return to your work. I need to discuss something with President Yuan." Once the man departed, Gu Manuel began. "As per your suggestion, we have procured 2,000 pieces of mid to high quality jade product for sale. However, this is not a sustainable strategy. Directly purchasing high quality jade is prohibitively expensive, with limited profit margins, especially considering the substantial costs associated with jade carving." Yuan Hao concurred with her assessment, stating, "Hiring a skilled sculptor is essential. Do you have any potential candidates in mind?" Gu Manuel frowned slightly. "Didn't I mention this to you before?" Song Shi had already been approached, but he informed us that his current workload is saturated and has declined our request. Yuan Hao continued to inquire, "Are there any better candidates?" Gu Manuel shook her head. "As for the other master sculptors, we have no connections with them. Why would they be willing to collaborate with us?" Yuan Hao found Gu Manuel's reasoning quite persuasive. "Well then, let us proceed with the sculptor who has already partnered with your company. If we can eventually collaborate with some masters, that would be ideal, as we could showcase the jade products crafted by them as our store's main selling point. Over the next few days, arrange for several large trucks. I intend to procure a ton of Heishan jade and Hetian jade, both in their raw form and requiring polishing. We should sell the Hetian jade gradually, rather than all at once." "How much? A ton? Where do you expect to find that much Heishan jade and Hetian jade?" Gu Manuel exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. "A ton of Heishan jade and Hetian jade is indeed quite scarce. The sudden emergence of such a large quantity is perplexing." Yuan Hao chuckled. "Just follow my instructions and refrain from asking too many questions. Some secrets are best kept." At that moment, the middle-aged man who had previously introduced the shop to Yuan Hao rushed over, visibly flustered. "Gu Zong, Zhang Wei from Haisher has arrived. She mentioned she has a significant gift for Yuan Zong, one that he is sure to appreciate." Chapter 94. Zhang Wei's Generous Gift. Zhang Wei intends to present a significant gift to Yuan Zong. The middle-aged man nodded. Gu Manuel shot Yuan Hao an annoyed glance. It seems Yuan Zong's charm is quite potent. He is never without the company of beautiful women. Yuan Hao smiled. "Do not misunderstand. It was merely a chance encounter, and I assisted her once. The gift has arrived. Shall we not take a look?" Gu Manuel teased. "Let us go together." Yuan Hao took Gu Manuel's hand, and they made their way to the first floor. Zhang Wei was seated in the lobby, surveying the shop's decor. Upon seeing Yuan Hao and Gu Manuel descending hand in hand, she smiled and said, "Yuan Zong, I have a significant gift for you. I wonder if you would be willing to accept it." Yuan Hao looked around, noticing that Zhang Wei had not brought any gift boxes with her. "Where's this significant gift? I do not see it." Zhang Wei replied with a smile. "This gift is an invitation for you to meet Master Song Shi. Whether or not you can collaborate depends entirely on your capabilities. I can only assist to this extent." Gu Manuel was somewhat astonished. "I contacted Master Song Shi in advance, and he stated that he has already filled his schedule for this year." Zhang Wei glanced at Gu Manuel, her air of affluence seemingly overshadowing Gu Manuel. "That may be true for you, but I have learned that Yuan Zong intends to open a jade shop, and you, Gu Zong, are reaching out to jade sculpting masters. In gratitude for Yuan Zong's assistance, I utilized my connections to reach Master Song Shi. So, Yuan Zong, will you accept this generous gift?" Gu Manuel felt a twinge of envy, sensing her own capabilities were somewhat lacking, unable to assist Yuan Hao effectively. However, she understood the importance of priorities and did not intend to pressure Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao pondered carefully. Collaborating with Master Song Shi would undoubtedly be advantageous, but he needed to devise a strategy to persuade him to partner with him. Noticing Yuan Hao's prolonged silence, Zhang Wei inquired, "Yuan Zong, are you declining?" Upon witnessing the scene, Gu Manuel chuckled, saying, "Yuan Hao seems rather flustered. Of course, we must graciously accept this generous gift. Many thanks to General Manager Zhang. I shall treat you to a meal on another occasion." Zhang Wei retrieved a small card from her bag, inscribing an address and contact number. This is the current residence of Master Songshi. I've already given him a heads up. He has some availability in the next couple of days. Do ensure to call ahead for an appointment. As for dining, it's unnecessary. I'm quite busy. If it's Yuan Zong treating me, however, I might consider it. With that, Zhang Wei lifted her bag and turned to leave. Observing Zhang Wei's graceful figure, Gu Manuel felt a surge of indignation, clearly insinuating that she, Gu Manuel, was unworthy. Yuan Hao, if you don't appease me properly today, I shan't bother with you. Gu Manuel bit her lip, her demeanor radiating displeasure. The nearby employees were taken aback. It was the first time they had seen the usually formidable general manager, Gu, acting like a petulant girl. Indeed, no matter how domineering a woman may appear to the outside world, in the presence of a beloved man, she forever remains a little girl. Yuan Hao pinched Gu Manuel's puffed-up cheek, softly murmuring, I merely assisted her with a simple favor. The entirety of this evening is yours. Wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you. What do you say? Gu Manuel's bright eyes sparkled with mischief as she huffed. You said it. Now, come with me this instant. Certainly. Yuan Hao assumed Gu Manuel would lead him on a shopping spree, indulging in bags or other delights, as is customary for most girls. To his surprise, Gu Manuel took him directly to the entrance of a hotel. Yuan Hao furrowed his brow, questioning, what brings us here? Gu Manuel retorted, what do you think we are here for? To clear the magazine. Who knows if you'll be tempted by others when you're out and about. From now on, I shall clear the magazine daily, ensuring you have no excess energy to pursue other women. Who could have anticipated such astonishing words from Gu Manuel? It must be said, her strategy was indeed ruthless. How could an ordinary man withstand such endurance? Thankfully, Yuan Hao had significantly bolstered his physique. Otherwise, enduring such encounters daily would be quite unbearable. After securing a room, they wasted no time and plunged directly into the matter at hand. Yuan Hao, not want to back down, was determined to show Gu Manuel that her little tricks would not intimidate him. Adhering to the principle that only the overworked oxen yield, Gu Manuel persisted. Over an hour later, she finally began to plead for mercy. Yuan Hao, have you taken something? Why are you so insatiable? Oh, weren't you quite audacious just a moment ago? Yuan Hao teased, gently grasping Gu Manuel's neck with a chuckle. Gu Manuel shook her head, exclaiming, I can't bear it anymore. But her pleas fell on deaf ears. Chapter 95. A visit to the master of jade carving, Songshi. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Yuan Hao was already awake. After a night of considerable exertion, Gu Manuel remained in deep slumber. Yuan Hao gazed at Gu Manuel's adorably pouting lips and found her utterly charming, so he gently kissed her. He recalled the cabbage seeds he had previously purchased and cast in a small world, yet had not yet had the opportunity to plant. Yuan Hao gently closed his eyes and entered the small world. Upon opening them, he was astounded to discover that the cabbage seeds he had casually scattered on the ground had grown into a magnificent cabbage. Just a few days had passed, and it was already ripe. Could it be that the soil in this small world possessed some extraordinary properties? If so, would it allow species with lengthy growth cycles to flourish rapidly? Even more astonishing was that this cabbage seemed to radiate a hint of spiritual energy, appearing to be brimming with vitality. As Yuan Hao leaned closer and delicately caressed the leaves of the cabbage, he confirmed that this was indeed real, and then casually plucked a large cabbage. In the small world, all sorts of cooking utensils were available. Yuan Hao decided to taste this cabbage to see if it held any peculiar qualities. He opened his portable stove, heated some oil in a pan, and after a simple wash, tore the cabbage into small pieces and tossed them into the pan. A sprinkle of salt was all that was needed. No other seasonings were required. After all, this was freshly harvested cabbage. The flavor was so delightful that it left one craving for more. Completely unlike the cabbages from the real world, Yuan Hao was somewhat astonished that this cabbage, with just a dash of salt, could be so delicious. Wasn't that a bit exaggerated? He tried a few more bites, and soon found himself unable to stop, devouring an entire bowl. If he were to sell these cabbages at the Jia Lu restaurant, wouldn't he make a fortune? With a label of being organic and pollution-free, he could price a single cabbage at several hundred yuan, and if presented artistically, sell it for 888. With this thought, Yuan Hao felt a surge of excitement. He had previously worried that Jia Lu restaurant lacked standout signature dishes, which might hinder its potential to become a national chain. But now, it seemed promising. All those fruits and vegetables could be cultivated in the small world, maturing rapidly, and then packaged and sold to the affluent ladies and gentlemen of Haishur. At that moment, Yuan Hao sensed that Gu Manuel had awakened, so he hastily withdrew from the small world. Gu Manuel rubbed her bleary eyes, and as she attempted to rise, she realized her limbs were sore. Ouch, Yuan Hao. You're bullying me. I'm gonna tell Aunt Sue that my whole body is aching. It hurts so much, woo woo woo. Let me give you a massage. Yuan Hao said as he reached out to rub her chest. Gu Manuel swatted his arm playfully, exclaiming, "Where are you touching, you rogue?" Yuan Hao chuckled. "Why are you up so early? Sleep a little longer." Gu Manuel replied solemnly, "Aren't we supposed to go see Master Songshi today? Since Zhang Wei has already given him a heads up, we should leave early to show our sincerity. Otherwise, if he notices we haven't contacted him in a day or two, he might leave." All right, you're not helping me massage. You're just taking advantage of the situation." Gu Manuel supported herself against the headboard, struggling to rise from the bed. "What do you want, Yuan Hao? Since you said I'm taking advantage, I'll show you." An hour later, Gu Manuel helped Yuan Hao pick out some decent gifts, then hailed a taxi, heading straight to Master Song Shi's residence. To be cautious, Yuan Hao made a call to Master Song Shi in advance while in the car. The phone was answered by an assistant, who informed that Yuan Hao could go directly to see Master Song Shi, who was currently at home. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Gu Manuel initially intended to accompany Yuan Hao inside. However, after taking a few steps, she realized her legs felt weak. "It's all your fault. How am I supposed to face anyone like this? Any discerning person can tell that it's your doing." Gu Manuel pouted, mumbling under her breath. Yuan Hao scratched his head and chuckled. "Well, who was it that said yesterday they'd help me clear the magazine every day? What, can't you do it now?" Gu Manuel waved her hand dismissively. "I truly cannot. You should go in alone later. Be mindful of your demeanor if you wish to collaborate with these masters. No amount of money guarantees success." Observing Gu Manuel's limping gait, Yuan Hao realized he may have overstepped the previous night, and thus he had no choice but to meet the master alone. Arriving at the entrance, he surveyed his surroundings. The solitary villa was surrounded by an exquisite garden, exuding an air of elegance. He pressed the doorbell, and an elderly woman approached briskly, sizing up Yuan Hao's appearance, perhaps finding him somewhat unfamiliar. "May I ask who you are?" she inquired. The elderly woman hurriedly opened the door and led Yuan Hao inside. The interior of the villa was adorned with a myriad of floral species, including snow lotuses, Qinling guanyin lotuses, and spring willow peonies, among others. Many of these flowers were quite valuable, with a single spring willow peony worth around 100,000 yuan. The elderly woman gestured towards a small room and softly remarked, "Master Song is just ahead. However, I suggest you wait a moment as he is currently feeding his treasured son." The sounds of various birds chirping resonated from within, presumably the treasured son she referred to. Yuan Hao smiled and replied, "No rush. I shall wait here." "Very well. I will prepare a pot of tea for you. Please hold on," the elderly woman said as she brought a cup of tea for Yuan Hao. A master sculptor of Song Shi's caliber does not pursue monetary gain, but rather places great emphasis on reputation. Thus, the imperial seal could prove beneficial in this context. After all, Yuan Hao would not dare to sell it domestically, yet selling it abroad might be feasible. However, as someone with Chinese heritage, he could not bring himself to engage in such morally reprehensible actions. At that moment, an elderly man emerged from the room, holding a birdcage and dressed in a white shirt. The man radiated a serene and peaceful demeanor. This must be Master Song Shi. Upon noticing Yuan Hao, Master Song, holding the birdcage, inquired, "And you are?" "Greetings, Master Song. I am Yuan Hao, here to pay my respects to you, and I bring a modest gift," Yuan Hao said, placing the gifts prepared by Gu Manuel on the table. Master Song nodded and then, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "Mr. Yuan, what brings you to seek my counsel?" Yuan Hao shook his head. "Please, no need for formalities. Just call me Xiao Hao. I have heard that you have a particular fondness for cultivating flowers. It seems we share a connection in this regard. My ancestors possessed a remarkable technique for growing flowers, and I have the ability to nurture some rare species." Master Song's body stiffened slightly. "Oh, a remarkable technique for cultivating flowers? This is the first I have heard of it. Might you elaborate? I am eager to learn about the intricacies involved." Yuan Hao spoke solemnly. "There are traditions in my family, which I hope you understand. However, if there are any flowers you wish to cultivate and have seeds for, I can assist in nurturing them and then deliver them to you." Chapter 96. Donation of the Imperial Seal. Upon hearing this, Song Shi was immediately intrigued. It is well known that individuals like Yuan Hao, who are young executives, are often second-generation wealthy, and few possess a genuine appreciation for flowers. Typically, such sentiments are expressed merely to forge connections. This is the seed of the rare Wei Ji peony, a genuine rarity in the market. There is no need for subterfuge. I understand you are here to seek collaboration. Thus, Whenever you cultivate this way Ji using your ancestral methods, I shall cooperate with you. Yuan Hao, not lacking in discernment, sensed the subtle refusal from Master Song. Accepting the seed with both hands, he replied, I will certainly nurture this way Ji for you, but the timing for our collaboration presents a challenge. This exquisite item bore 8 grand characters, seemingly inscribed with the phrase commanded by heaven, may longevity and prosperity endure. Song Shi nearly burst into laughter, exclaiming, Are you implying you possess the imperial seal? Yuan, you certainly have a sense of humor. That artifact has been lost to history for many years. Yuan Hao remained silent, then retrieved a carefully packaged object resembling the imperial seal from his pocket. As Song Shi observed Yuan Hao unveiling what appeared to be the imperial seal, his curiosity piqued. I have lived over half my life and have yet to behold the imperial seal as true form. Today, I shall examine it closely. Yuan Hao nodded and proceeded to unwrap the package, revealing an exquisitely crafted jade seal before their eyes. Suddenly, Song Shi's mirth vanished, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Wait a moment, I must fetch my reading glasses. Very well, I shall await your return. Noticing Master Song's excitement, Yuan Hao recognized that this collaboration was indeed promising. In a flurry, Song Shi dashed into the room, hurriedly donning his reading glasses and rushed back. Positioned before the imperial seal, he held a UV flashlight in his left hand and a magnifying glass in his right, meticulously examining the artifact. The furrow in his brow deepened, for he had handled tens of thousands of jade pieces in his lifetime. The beauty of jade is evident at a glance. Yet he sought to ascertain the age of this seal, whether it was an ancient imitation or a masterful reproduction. Minutes passed, and Song Shi shook his head in bewilderment. Strange. Could this be the authentic imperial seal? The material and age seemed to align perfectly. Is it truly genuine? Yuan Hao, smiling, responded, Master Song, I am a disciple of Bai Jian, and I can assure you that this imperial seal is indeed authentic. He then produced a jade pendant inscribed with Bai Jian's name, a piece valued at $1 million. Song Shi, well acquainted with Bai Jian's reputation, felt his doubts about the imperial seal dissipate upon seeing the luxurious jade. With hands clasped behind his back, he scrutinized Yuan Hao closely. Since it is authentic, what is your intention in bringing it here? Yuan Hao explained with a smile. Having never encountered the imperial seal myself, I sought your esteemed expertise. If it is indeed genuine, it would be most appropriate for you to personally present it to the nation. The imperial seal holds profound significance for our Huaxia, and having a distinguished master like yourself submit, it would be most fitting. Gazing at the imperial seal before him, Master Song felt a surge of excitement within. The imperial seal of the state is indeed a national treasure. To personally donate the imperial seal would likely secure a place in the annals of history, etching one's name forever in the chronicles. Song 11 squinted, questioning, is there truly such a thing as a free lunch in this world? Merely collaborating with me, and you would relinquish such an artifact so easily? Yuan Hao took a sip of tea, responding, as long as you agree to collaborate with me, this gift is well-deserved. I do not place much value on such accolades. Master Song probed further. Are you speaking truthfully? Yuan Hao nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. However, it is imperative that Master Song donates it to the National Museum. It must not be hidden away or sold privately. With a smile, Song 11 replied, how could that be possible? Very well. Since you are so sincere, shall we draft a cooperation agreement today? No problem at all. Just let me know when you plan to donate it to the National Museum, and I shall ensure the imperial seal is brought before you, Yuan Hao said, proceeding to carefully wrap the imperial seal once more in front of Master Song. Song's keen, gray eyes remained fixated on the imperial seal. He wished to persuade Yuan Hao to keep it, yet felt it inappropriate to voice such a request directly. No problem, of course. Song 11 nodded. I will call the National Museum tonight to arrange the donation of the imperial seal tomorrow, and afterward, I shall present you with the cooperation agreement. Very well. I shall take my leave now. We shall meet tomorrow. With the imperial seal in hand, Yuan Hao departed the villa under the guidance of the elderly woman. Once they were out of sight, he discreetly placed the imperial seal into his small world. Gu Manuel, seeing Yuan Hao exit the villa, hurriedly approached him, inquiring, how'd it go? Is it settled? Yuan Hao playfully patted Gu Manuel's backside. Your man handles matters with ease. Prepare some cooperation contracts to deliver to Master Song tomorrow. Really? Gu Manuel exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Yuan Hao and showering him with kisses. You truly are remarkable. Master Song is notoriously difficult to deal with. How did you manage to persuade him? Yuan Hao appraised Gu Manuel's figure. Would you like to know? Recalling the events of the previous night, Gu Manuel felt a twinge of apprehension. She clung to Yuan Hao's arm, playfully pouting. Darling, I can't take much more. It still aches. I'm but a little calf. And you are like the king of beasts. No field could withstand your plowing. By the way, I've arranged for the 2 trucks you requested yesterday. 1 ton of Black Mountain material and jade. Where should I send them? The secret of the ring's small world must not be discovered. So Yuan Hao pinned an address in the outskirts for Gu Manuel. She gently squeezed his cheek. Do you need a driver for that? Are you smuggling? Smuggling indeed. Yuan Hao shot her a glare before hailing a taxi by the roadside. An hour later, they arrived at the Gu Corporation's building. Gazing up at the towering structure, Yuan Hao couldn't help but exclaim, "It is truly remarkable for a company to achieve such scale. It's exhausting while peers my age roam about. I toil away like a dog every day. Allow me to guide you on a tour. I presume this is your first visit to the Gu Group." Gu Manuel grasped Yuan Hao's hand as they entered the grand entrance of the corporation. The security personnel flanking the entrance immediately straightened up upon seeing Gu Manuel, exclaiming in unison, "Greetings, General Manager Gu." The opulence of the lobby was quite impressive, and Yuan Hao silently vowed to one day establish his own business empire. Shortly after entering the hall, a manager, spotting Gu Manuel, hurriedly approached. "General Manager, we have been searching for you. There is a crisis at the company. Please speak slowly. Can't you see there are guests present?" Gu Manuel responded, her displeasure evident. The manager nodded, taking a moment to compose himself. "There has been an issue with the raw material supplier. They have declared a cessation of our partnership and are halting all business dealings with us." He lamented, "I'm unsure of the reasons. The chairman requests your presence in his office." Gu Manuel leaned against the wall, taking a deep breath in an attempt to regain her composure. "Yuan Hao, I may not be able to show you around the company today. As you can see, we are facing a significant problem, and I must meet with my grandfather." Yuan Hao gently patted Gu Manuel's shoulder. "If anything arises, do not hesitate to confide in me. You need not bear this burden alone. I have become quite capable and will certainly assist you." Hearing these words warmed Gu Manuel's heart. It is during crises that one truly discerns who genuinely cares for them. She patted the back of Yuan Hao's hand before turning to enter the elevator. Yuan Hao remained seated in the lobby, unwilling to depart. At the previous night's banquet, the Huang father and son had suffered a substantial humiliation before a large audience, losing 4 of their Japanese associates. Today, the sudden suspension of collaboration with the Gu Group by the supplier was likely orchestrated by the Huang Group and their Japanese counterparts. What a relic of the past, still acting as a sycophant. The thought alone incensed Yuan Hao, and he wondered when national security would finally take action against them. 2 hours later, Gu Manuel emerged hastily from the elevator, surprised to find Yuan Hao still there. He quickly rose. "I was merely waiting for you. Is everything all right? Do you need my assistance?" The Gu Group cannot continue to be manipulated. Yuan Hao pressed. "Are you required to travel to Myanmar to find a supplier? Is there no one else in the company?" Gu Manuel was acutely aware of the turmoil in Myanmar. "Yuan Hao, you must remain calm. At my young age, I hold this position, and there are not many who respect me. I must achieve results. I understand the risks in Myanmar, but as a representative of a business partnership, I should be relatively safe. They can surely discern the gravity of the situation. Collaborating with us offers far greater long-term benefits than fleeting gains." Seeing Gu Manuel's resolute gaze, Yuan Hao realized that persuasion would be futile. "Very well. Inform me when you plan to depart from Myanmar, and I shall accompany you. However, let us first finalize Master Son's collaboration agreement before you leave." Gu Manuel nodded. "Agreed. But what shall we do about Boss Lee from Port City who will be seeking you out?" Yuan Hao contemplated for a moment, deciding to inform his master later, believing that Boss Lee would surely understand. "Aren't you afraid of going to Myanmar? What if something happens to you?" Yuan Hao embraced Gu Manuel tightly, declaring, "I won't let anything happen to me. I must survive to protect you." Gu Manuel paused momentarily, then rose on her toes to kiss Yuan Hao's cheek, whispering, "Darling, I love you." After departing from the Gu Group, Gu Manuel drove Yuan Hao to purchase a multitude of items, intending to visit Aunt Sue at their rental apartment. Just as they approached the elevator, they spotted a big-eyed girl with a pink bear backpack standing nearby. Gu Manuel initially assumed she was merely the charming daughter of someone and paid little heed. Yuan Hao, however, felt a twinge of confusion upon seeing Zhao Xiaoyao there as well. Once inside the elevator, Gu Manuel pressed the button for their floor and noticed that the big-eyed girl had not selected a floor. "Little sister, which floor are you going to?" Zhao Xiaoyao glanced at Yuan Hao, replying, "Wherever he goes, I shall follow." "Are you a distant relative of Yuan Hao?" Gu Manuel inquired softly. Yuan Hao waved his hand dismissively. "No, I don't know her." Zhao Xiaoyao, upon hearing this, expressed her displeasure. "Don't know me? We're quite familiar." As the elevator reached their floor, Yuan Hao pulled Zhao Xiaoyao into the fire escape, instructing Gu Manue, "Wait for me at the entrance for a moment." He shot Zhao Xiaoyao a fierce glare. "What do you want in my house?" Crossing her arms, Zhao Xiaoyao huffed. "I'm here to persuade you to join the crew." "What? No. I misspoke. I'm here to help you. Sister Luan asked me to assist you," Zhao Xiaoyao asserted, nodding firmly. Yuan Hao scrutinized Zhao Xiaoyao's petite stature. Standing at around 1.60 meters, with her bare backpack, one might easily mistake her for a middle school student. "You? Help me? As long as you don't hinder me." "That would suffice." Zhao Xiaoyao bristled at his words. "I am a genius girl. How can I appear worthless in your eyes? You better watch out." With that, she produced a watch from her bare backpack, pressed a button, and surprisingly projected a miniature computer. With a flurry of keystrokes, the door to the apartment opened automatically. "Wow. When did you steal the password to my house?" Zhao Xiaoyao nonchalantly pulled a lollipop from her pocket, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth. "Huh, I Zhao Xiaoyao, the genius, would never resort to theft. If I wanted to, I could hack into your cloud storage and reveal to this lovely lady what secrets you hold." Yuan Hao felt a surge of anxiety and quickly covered Zhao Xiaoyao's mouth. "The cloud storage merely contains study materials. There's nothing of interest." Chapter 98. Zhao Xiaoyao wants to go to Myanmar. "Are you certain it's just study materials?" Yuan Hao nodded. "Absolutely." Upon entering the house, they discovered Aunt Sue was not at home, prompting Yuan Hao to send her a message, stating that he had brought Gu Manue and a colleague over for dinner. At that moment, Aunt Sue was taking a stroll in the park, and upon receiving the message, she felt an overwhelming joy. During her time at the hospital, Gu Manue had provided meticulous care for Su Yuan, and from that moment on, Su Yuan had genuinely taken a liking to her future daughter-in-law. However, she later learned that Gu Manue came from an exceptionally well-off family. Marriage often requires compatibility in social standing, which is why Su Yuan had dismissed any romantic notions about Gu Manue. However, upon closer acquaintance, she discovered that Gu Manue seemed quite intrigued by Yuan Hao. Much to Su Yuan's delight, holding a bag of shrimp, she pushed open the door, and a rich, fragrant aroma wafted from the kitchen, instantly igniting her appetite. Who could have cooked such delectable dishes? After changing her shoes, she turned to find Yuan Hao and Gu Manue seated at the dining table, while a girl with a ponytail skillfully managed the frying pan in the kitchen. "Mom, come eat. This is my colleague, who claims our cooking lacks flavor and insisted on cooking herself," Yuan Hao quickly explained. Su Yuan washed her hands and approached the table, pleasantly surprised by the appealing presentation of the dishes. Sweet and sour pork, steamed base, braised ribs, stir-fried eggs with chives, and a plate of shredded carrots. Zhao Xiaoyao emerged with a steaming platter of shrimp, exclaiming, "Here it is, delicious shrimp. Everyone, come and taste my culinary skills." Su Yuan lifted the shrimp in her hand. "I also brought shrimp for you, hoping to add to your meal." "Mom, that's unnecessary. Come and try this instead. I must admit, your cooking is quite impressive." Zhao Xiaoyao beamed with pride. "Of course. Don't you know who I am? A genius girl." The family enjoyed a delightful dinner, and after the meal, Yuan Hao took the initiative to clean all the dishes. Later that evening, as he prepared for bed, he grew anxious upon noticing Zhao Xiaoyao's demeanor, which suggested she had no intention of going out. Therefore, he summoned her to the bedroom. Zhao Xiaoyao entered the room, sniffing the air curiously. "What's that smell? You didn't leave a mess here, did you?" Yuan Hao promptly opened the window for ventilation. "Pfft. Enough with the nonsense. We need to discuss serious matters." He was astonished to discover such individuals existed within the national security sector. "With your kawaii appearance, you'd surely be captured as a prized asset." He expected this remark would deter Zhao Xiaoyao, but to his surprise, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "I want to go." The eagerness in her voice was unmistakable. "Take me with you. I won't hold you back. Don't underestimate me. Just wait and see. Give me half an hour." Without hesitation, Zhao Xiaoyao pulled a plethora of cosmetics from her small bear-shaped backpack and, within 30 minutes, transformed her appearance dramatically before Yuan Hao's eyes. The once adorable girl morphed into a disheveled man. Had Yuan Hao not been fully aware of her appearance throughout, he might have suspected a switch had occurred. Seeing Yuan Hao's astonished expression, Zhao Xiaoyao reveled in her success. "Did you see that? This is what a genius girl can do. You didn't really believe our team was composed of amateurs, did you? Without a few skills, you wouldn't even get in." Yuan Hao pondered carefully. Bringing Zhao Xiaoyao along might indeed prove beneficial. Gu Manue, possessing such exquisite beauty, undoubtedly stands out in a crowd, making her an easy target for ill-intentioned individuals. If she were to don an unflattering disguise, her safety would markedly increase. "Very well. If you wish to accompany me, I shall take you along." Let us procure tickets for tomorrow afternoon. However, all actions must adhere to my directives. No reckless movements are permitted. Zhao Xiaoyao eagerly nodded in agreement. Absolutely no problem. That evening, Yuan Hao sent a message to his mentor, Bai Jian, primarily aiming to postpone the meeting with Boss Li. Yuan Hao initially worried that Boss Li might take offense. However, the outcome proved satisfactory for all parties involved. Upon awakening the following day, Yuan Hao received a call from Song Shi. It was reported that the National Museum had expressed interest in donating the imperial seal of the realm, and they rushed over early in the morning, eager to catch a glimpse of this treasured artifact. Yet, the imperial seal was not in their possession. It resided with Yuan Hao. Consequently, old Master Song had no choice but to feign a leisurely slumber as an excuse not to admit them. However, this charade could not last long, so he promptly called Yuan Hao, urging him to arrive quickly before the museum officials discovered that the imperial seal was a donation from him. What a tremendous embarrassment that would be. Upon arriving at Song Shi's residence, Yuan Hao noticed a throng of reporters gathered outside. Given the circumstances, it seemed that journalists from every television station in Huaxia were present. After all, what is the imperial seal? A national treasure, having vanished from public view for so long. Its sudden reappearance would excite anyone. Yuan Hao, accompanied by Gu Manyu and Zhao Xiaoyao, stealthily entered through the back door, guided by Master Song's instructions. Ah, you have arrived. The cooperation agreement has been signed. Do you have the imperial seal? Song Shi sighed in relief upon seeing Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao presented the prearranged imperial seal to Master Song. Master Song, may our collaboration be fruitful. Splendid, Master Song exclaimed, and upon receiving the imperial seal, he instructed the elderly woman to allow the reporters outside to enter. In no time, the news of Master Song's donation of the imperial seal topped the charts on major platforms. Meanwhile, with the contract secured, Yuan Hao promptly hailed a cab and made his way to the airport, embarking on his journey to Myanmar. This marked Yuan Hao's first trip abroad, and little did he expect that his inaugural venture would lead him to such perilous grounds. The unique ability of X-ray vision instilled a sense of security in him. Otherwise, he would never have allowed Gu Manyu to accompany him to Myanmar. However, just as Yuan Hao was about to board the plane, he was interrupted. Huang Xiao, Yuan Hao, and Gu Manyu have already boarded the flight to Myanmar. Chapter 99. The Genius Girl Zhao Xiaoyao. Yuan Hao, along with Gu Manyu and Zhao Xiaoyao, was preparing to queue for the check-in procedure. With some idle time, he thought to utilize his X-ray vision to observe the flight attendants, who are often noted for their alluring figures, certainly worthy of a meticulous appraisal. Each one boasted long legs, their black stockings particularly enticing. To his surprise, he noticed someone trailing behind him. Sensing something amiss, Yuan Hao grasped Gu Manyu's hand. I believe it would be prudent for you not to go to Myanmar. There may be a ruse at play. Zhao Xiaoyao. All actions must heed my commands. Assist your sister Gu in changing her appearance. Zhao Xiaoyao, with a lollipop in her mouth, nodded and swiftly unzipped her bear-shaped backpack, retrieving an assortment of cosmetics. Gu Jia, follow me. She led Gu Manyu aside for makeup. Observing Yuan Hao's serious demeanor, Gu Manyu was utterly bewildered. We're about to board. Why suddenly say I'm not going? Yuan Hao, we need to go. We will meet the suppliers once we arrive in Myanmar. Gu Manyu exclaimed in astonishment. Is something wrong? Why the sudden change? There are individuals tracking us. It's undoubtedly a scheme orchestrated by the Huang father and son. Trust me. Yuan Hao's unusually grave expression left Gu Manyu without further questions, and she gently nodded. Subsequently, she shared the contact details and addresses with Yuan Hao. The makeup skills of the big-eyed girl were truly impressive. Within just 5 minutes, Gu Manyu transformed from a beautiful woman into an internet sensation resembling Feng Jia. Yuan Hao glanced over, and had it not been for his composure, he might have burst into laughter. Once we reach Myanmar, we will contact you. If you don't hear from us, please be patient. We may have encountered some difficulties, but we will definitely reach out when we can. With her head bowed, Gu Manyu followed Yuan Hao's instructions, dragging her suitcase towards the left exit. Big-eyed girl, grab your luggage. It's time to board. The flight from Seoul to Myanmar takes approximately 4.5 hours to reach Mandalay. Once on the plane, claiming not to feel nervous would be disingenuous. Knowing the risks, one still ventures towards danger, especially in Myanmar. Yuan Hao mentally replayed the events leading up to this moment. The Huang family was undoubtedly intent on undermining the Gu Corporation. Gu Manyu was destined to be the future chairperson. If anything were to happen to her, the spirit of old Master Gu would likely diminish alongside her. Thus, eliminating Gu Manyu would render dismantling the Gu Corporation an effortless task. Why the Huang family? Well established in business, would resort to such nefarious schemes was beyond comprehension. Noticing Yuan Hao's complex expression, Zhao Xiaoyao deduced some of the reasons. Once the plane lands, I will promptly assist you in analyzing the safest escape route. Yuan Hao furrowed his brow. You know what I'm thinking? Zhao Xiaoyao nodded, proudly declaring, it's obvious. Your urgency for Gu Jie to leave signals trouble. We will likely be whisked away by a van immediately upon exiting the airport. Yuan Hao made a shushing gesture. Keep it down. How do you know the safest way to proceed? Zhao Xiaoyao rolled up her right sleeve and proudly displayed a watch on her wrist. As a genius girl, to me, a computer is like a weapon. How can a soldier face battle without their gun? Seeing the adorable, big-eyed girl, Yuan Hao couldn't help but gently ruffle her hair. Her round little head was surprisingly clever. Zhao Xiaoyao shot him a glare. Yuan Hao, no touching my head. If you do it again, I will send all your study materials from the cloud to every passenger's phone on this plane. Yuan Hao furrowed his brow. Did you sneak a peek at my study materials while I was asleep? How else would you know what's inside? So what if I did? I'm already an adult. It's merely rated for ages 18 and above, not 22. Zhao Xiaoyao crossed her arms and tilted her head, squinting for a brief moment. For hours later, as the plane landed at Mandalay Airport, Yuan Hao promptly roused Zhao Xiaoyao from her slumber. Big-eyed cutie, we've arrived. Let us quickly assess the optimal exit. All right. Zhao Xiaoyao wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and promptly retrieved 2 pairs of glasses. She donned one pair and handed the other to Yuan Hao. Without a word, he mimicked her and put on the glasses. Before his eyes materialized a projection video of approximately 20 inches. Zhao Xiaoyao began typing away on the projection keyboard, and soon enough, the video displayed various surveillance feeds from Mandalay Airport. Wow, impressive. You're quite the genius, aren't you? Gazing at this prodigious, big-eyed girl, Yuan Hao felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Zhao Xiaoyao replied proudly, of course. Have you forgotten who I am? Yuan Hao pointed at the display and urged, look quickly, big-eyed cutie. Let us see if there are any suspicious individuals lurking in the airport S-corners. At that moment, the flight attendant noticed that there were still passengers aboard the plane and urgently called out in fluent English, Sir, we have arrived at our destination. All right, I'll be right there. Yuan Hao casually responded. The projection revealed several men clad in leather jackets stationed at various airport exits, with a gray van parked nearby at each location. With people at every intersection, how are we supposed to escape? Zhao Xiaoyao chuckled, don't fret, just follow my lead. As they disembarked, Yuan Hao collected their luggage, and Zhao Xiaoyao demonstrated a remarkable transformation right before his eyes. As they walked toward the restroom, she applied makeup, and upon reaching the men's restroom, she morphed from a big-eyed cutie into a scruffy man sporting a goatee. With a swift flip of her teddy bear backpack, it transformed into a locally styled snakeskin bag. No wonder she had chosen a more masculine outfit that morning. It seems the moniker Genius Girl was truly well-deserved. Seeing Yuan Hao standing at the door in a daze, Zhao Xiaoyao frowned. What are you waiting for? If they see we Haven Tea come out yet, they'll surely come looking for us. Hurry up. All right. Just as Yuan Hao prepared to enter the men's restroom, Zhao Xiaoyao exasperatedly directed, this way. Supply room. Move like a machine. They slipped into the supply room, where they discovered some janitorial uniforms. Zhao Xiaoyao quickly donned one and tossed another to Yuan Hao. Hurry up. Why are you dawdling? I don't want to be seen with you in the park. You just need to tap on a keyboard. While I have no desire to play the role of a train conductor. Chapter 100. Escaping while betting on a stone. Outside the airport, the leather-clad men stared at the photos on their phones, puzzled. Isn't it true that Xiao Huang said they were on this flight? Why haven't they emerged yet? I've heard there's an exceptional beauty on board. Her figure and looks could easily qualify her as a top-tier companion. My performance this first half of the year has relied entirely on her. Isn't that delightful? Shouldn't we allow the brothers to enjoy themselves first? A portly man standing to the side lit a cigarette, puffing clouds of smoke. Let me call Xiao Huang and check. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, 2 cleaners swaggered by, one carrying a bucket and the other wielding a mop. Xiao Huang, where are the people you mentioned? Surely you're not playing us for fools? With so many brothers here today, and no sight of them, who will bear the loss? Huang Jiqiang paused, bewildered. It's impossible. My people saw them board together. And the Gu family's representatives Haven T encountered Gu Manuet today at all. Could it be you didn't keep a close watch and let them slip away? I assure you, they must be in the car. 2 women and a man. With that, Huang Jiqiang hung up the phone. You useless lot. Gu Manuet and her companions surely slipped away right under your noses. This is a rare opportunity. We must seize it. Later, instruct the underlings to spread rumors, claiming that Gu Manuet, the heiress of the Gu family, has gone missing in Myanmar. Once old Master Gu hears this news, he will surely lose his composure. And that will be our chance to swallow them whole. After Yuan Hao and Zhao Xiaoyao escaped the airport, they flagged down a taxi by the roadside. Zhao Xiaoyao shouted in the local dialect, "To the Mandalay Jade Market." Yuan Hao was taken aback, never expecting Zhao Xiaoyao's linguistic prowess to extend to Burmese. Half an hour later, upon arriving at the Mandalay Jade Market, Zhao Xiaoyao handed the driver a few dollar bills. No need for change. After exiting the vehicle, noticing Yuan Hao's astonished expression, she patted her backpack. Surprised? When you're out and about, you must be fully prepared. Hurry up and call the contact. No rush. Yuan Hao replied, leading Zhao Xiaoyao into the jade market. As one of the larger jade markets in the area, it buzzed daily with merchants and buyers from all over. The crowd was dense. They soon became lost in the throng, and to ensure Zhao Xiaoyao didn't get separated, Yuan Hao held her hand tightly. Upon seeing the raw jade stones of the stalls, Yuan Hao felt a surge of excitement. After all, he possessed the ability to see through them. To him, it was as if a pile of gold awaited purchase. The most outrageous part was that the sellers only required a few $100s to acquire such a fortune. Who wouldn't he be tempted? Zhao Xiaoyao noticed Yuan Hao's eager gaze. Brother, you're not thinking of gambling on jade, are you? The odds of striking it rich are about the same as winning the lottery. We just escaped a crisis. How can you still think about buying jade? Yuan Hao chuckled, You don't understand. Surviving a great calamity surely brings blessings. Can't you see the fortune right before us? Zhao Xiaoyao cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Hao, saying, as if merely purchasing it guarantees the emergence of jade. Yuan Hao, disinterested in engaging with the wide-eyed girl, approached the stall, surveying the offerings with keen interest. The jadeite rough stones displayed here were of commendable quality, with a notable selection of ice-type jade, yet the coveted imperial green jade was conspicuously absent. Such exquisite jade is notoriously elusive, a reality one must accept. Yuan Hao selected a piece of ice jade the size of a pigeon egg of above-average quality, estimated to be valued at around 400,000 yuan. Converting that to US dollars, if he were to sell it promptly, he might receive just over 60,000. He pointed to the stone, awkwardly inquiring in broken English, "How much?" The vendor glanced at him and replied, $3,000. In a hurry to leave, and without any cash on hand, Yuan Hao nudged Zhao Xiaoyao, recalling that her bag contained several tens of thousands of dollars. Sufficient for purchasing the rough stone. Zhao Xiaoyao shot him a glare. "Why are you pushing me?" Yuan Hao gestured towards her bag. "Take some money to buy the stone. Consider a loan from me." Yuan Hao, you must be out of your mind. That money is what we rely on to survive these days. If we don't find jade, what will we do? Go into the bank? Are you not afraid of being caught by those people again? No sooner had she spoken than a merchant nearby, who had spent a considerable sum on rough stone only to find no jade within, stumbled out, clutching two halves of the stone, mumbling frantically, "It's all over, it's all over." See, the risks of gambling on stones are immense. All right, deal. Zhao Xiaoyao approached the vendor with a beaming smile. "How much for this rough stone?" The vendor replied, $3,000. Zhao Xiaoyao shook her head. No. That's far too expensive. $2,000. The vendor waved his hand in refusal. "No, 2,000 is too little. 2,005. Zhao Xiaoyao turned and went to the neighboring stall, casually pointing at another rough stone, asking, "How much for this jade rough?" The vendor, noticing her intent to purchase from a rival, immediately shouted, 2,000 it is. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao slapped his thigh, realizing that the local authorities had already discerned his financial situation. Observing Zhao Xiaoyao's cheerful demeanor, he recognized he had been outsmarted. Those few brief exchanges would cost him half of his funds, a significant loss. After purchasing the rough stone, Yuan Hao promptly began the stone-cutting process, marking a few lines for cutting before placing it in the machine to execute the task himself. Despite the bustling crowd, jade stones are often dealt with swiftly. Yuan Hao, pressed for time, had no leisure for haggling. Once the stone was cut, and with a splash of water, the ice jade the size of a pigeon egg emerged. Zhao Xiaoyao, upon seeing the jade, was utterly thrilled, exclaiming, "Yuan Hao, I knew you could do it. You certainly did not disappoint." Yuan Hao scoffed. "Who just called me a madman? Hurry up and call out to the crowd to bid. The highest offer wins." Zhao Xiaoyao, excited, nodded vigorously, for among the profits, 30,000 belonged to her. The onlookers, hearing that jade had been revealed, began to shout their bids. A disheveled man raised his hand and shouted, "The deal is on. The deal is on." Yuan Hao furrowed his brow and called out in broken English, "Get lost." Starting bid at $60,000. 63. 65. As the price reached 65,000, The surrounding crowd began to hesitate. Noticing the increasing number of onlookers, Yuan Hao, worried about being discovered, pointed at the man and declared, 65,000, it's a deal. Cash on delivery. After the transaction was completed, Yuan Hao stuffed the entirety of the cash into Zhao Xiaoyao's backpack and then pulled her into a frenzied dash towards the commercial district. Zhao Xiaoyao, still in shock, exclaimed, Yuan Hao, why are we running so fast all of a sudden? Wait for me. We were spotted by thieves during the trade. If we want to keep our money, we must flee. Zhao Xiaoyao glanced at the heavy dollars in her arms and insisted, no way. This is all my money. No one is taking it. Chapter 101. Surrounded by traitors. Yuan Hao, slow down. I can hardly keep up. Zhao Xiaoyao said, her face flushed and breathless. We must hurry. If we are caught, all the money in the bag will be lost. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyao summoned all her strength, clutching the backpack and sprinting after Yuan Hao. As they ran, Zhao Xiaoyao sensed something was amiss. Yuan Hao maintained an ambiguous distance from her. No matter how hard she tried to catch up, she always fell a few steps short. Finally, she stopped, one hand clutching the bag, the other resting against a wall as she gasped for breath. You sly Yuan Hao, are you toying with me? If I hadn't been there, you would have been captured by that group the moment we disembarked the plane. Yuan Hao grinned mischievously, scratching his head awkwardly. Hee, you caught me. I was planning to lead you on a few more kilometers. Zhao Xiaoyao, you truly are a genius. Are you praising me or insulting me? Hurry up and handle the matter at hand. I really can't run anymore. Zhao Xiaoyao sat on a bench by the roadside to rest for a moment. Yuan Hao understood the importance of prioritizing. He had teased Zhao Xiaoyao long enough and needed to focus on the task at hand. Thus, he first called Gu Manue to report his safety. Although international calls were not cheap, for Yuan Hao's current financial standing, it was a trivial expense. As soon as the call connected, Gu Manue's anxious voice came through. Yuan Hao, why did it take you so long to call? I was about to lose my mind. The plane should have landed by now. Yuan Hao covered the earpiece and spoke softly. I encountered some unusual circumstances. Listen closely. I've arrived in Myanmar with a big-eyed girl. We were indeed followed before boarding, and as soon as we landed, a group was waiting for us at the airport exits. However, with the big-eyed girl's assistance, we managed to escape. You were planning to come to Myanmar yesterday, but these individuals had already plotted our abduction, which clearly indicates there is a traitor within the Gu Corporation. Gu Manue's expression darkened as she realized the gravity of the situation. She had never imagined that someone within the company would go so far as to sabotage the Gu Corporation. Had she come to Myanmar alone, she would have likely been en route to the facility by now. It is well known that beautiful women entering the park are bound to endure inhumane torment. Of course, you might want to inform your grandfather. Otherwise, I fear he may take your disappearance seriously, and the old man cannot withstand such a blow. He might not cope well with it. Gu Manue nodded, I will. Furthermore, I suspect that the supplier may very well be in cahoots with those who have been abducting individuals. We must find a new supplier. We cannot allow ourselves to be led by the nose. Gu Manue fully agreed with Yuan Hao's analysis. At this critical juncture, we must refrain from engaging in any reckless actions. Yuan Hao, I believe you are right. I will provide you with the contact details of a new liaison. We collaborated with him during the early stages of our company, and he is certainly trustworthy. Yuan Hao glanced around, ever vigilant for any suspicious individuals in the vicinity. All right, let us reconnect shortly. Staying here for too long makes me feel somewhat insecure. After hanging up the phone, Yuan Hao took a seat across from Zhao Xiaoyao to rest for a moment. He noticed Zhao Xiaoyao blissfully cradling a freshly opened coconut, eager to indulge in its sweet nectar. Yuan Hao swiftly snatched the coconut from her hands and greedily took a large sip of the coconut water in front of the wide-eyed girl. Yuan Hao, that's mine. If you want a drink, go buy one from the vendor yourself. Zhao Xiaoyao exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Burp. Yuan Hao looked at her smugly. It's sweeter when it's free. Besides, you've already swindled me out of several $1,000s over that jadeite stone. So what's wrong with enjoying your coconut water? Remember, you're a man now, not a little girl. Where's your masculine composure in throwing a tantrum? Zhao Xiaoyao, fuming, raised her fists. Yuan Hao, you're going too far. I curse you to never find a wife. Yuan Hao was indifferent to the prospect of finding a wife. That was a concern only incompetent men had. A man with wealth need not worry about attracting women. At that moment, Yuan Hao received a message from Gu Manue containing the contact number, photograph, and basic information of the new liaison. The individual was named Zhang Yan, a Chinese national who had been conducting jade business in Myanmar for over 20 years. Yuan Hao dialed the number provided. Before long, a raspy voice came through. Hello, who is this? Yuan Hao paused for a moment. I am from Manager Gu's team. I have come regarding the Jadeite matter and would like to meet to discuss it. Manager Gu? Which Manager Gu? The Gu family from Han City? Yuan Hao replied softly. Yes. The tone on the other end suddenly became more animated. Where are you now? Yuan Hao glanced at the sign of a nearby shop. Near the Mandalay Jade Market. There's a shop called Frequent Visits, and I am here. Zhang Yin replied in a deep voice. Good. Wait for me there, and do not wander off. I will be there shortly. Before Yuan Hao could respond, Zhang Yin hung up. As Zhao Xiaoyao sipped her coconut water, she muttered, I feel something is off about this person. He seems overly eager, as if he can't wait to meet us. Yuan Hao nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in the observation. Indeed, I share that sentiment. There happens to be a tea house across the street. Let us take refuge there. If Zhang Yin poses no threat, we shall emerge afterward. Despite their playful banter, both were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Half an hour later, Yuan Hao and Zhao Xiaoyao concealed themselves in a private room on the second floor of the tea house, attentively observing the surroundings of the convenience store. The area was sparsely monitored by surveillance cameras, rendering Zhao Xiaoyao's usual skills less effective this time. At that moment, aided by his enhanced vision, Yuan Hao spotted a gray sedan parked less than 100 meters from the convenience store. Zhang Yin occupied the passenger seat, remaining inside the vehicle. Just then, Yuan Hao's phone rang. It was a call from Zhang Yin. He activated the speakerphone. I'm near the convenience store. Where are you? Yuan Hao felt an unsettling suspicion regarding Zhang Yin. He noticed a man in a black jacket nearby, smoking a cigarette, who also happened to be on the phone. I'm right here at the convenience store, smoking. Did you see me? I'm wearing a black jacket. No sooner had he finished speaking than a group of 7 or 8 burly men surged forth from the vicinity of the convenience store. One of them swiftly threw a sack over the man's head, while the others rushed in to hoist him away, tossing him into a passing van. The entire operation took no more than half a minute. Zhao Xiaoyao gasped, that's terrifying. It seems there isn't a trustworthy soul around Sister Gu. What are you saying? Am I not a good person? Yuan Hao playfully ruffled Zhao Xiaoyao's hair. She shot him an indignant glare and retorted, Don't mess with my hair. If it weren't for my vigilance, you would have been the one tossed into that van. They're here, right above us in the tea house. Yuan Hao caught strange murmurs from downstairs. Peering through his enhanced vision, he saw the tea house owner leading a group from the airport rushing up to the second floor. Big Eye Darling, stop sipping tea. The airport crew is on their way. Zhao Xiaoyao hastily grabbed her backpack and followed Yuan Hao into the men's restroom. They intended to escape through the window, but to their dismay, it was sealed shut. Yuan Hao smashed the restroom window with a punch, glancing down to find they were at least 10 meters above ground. Only an old, worn-down drainage pipe was visible nearby, which was impractical for descent. Meanwhile, the tea house owner and his entourage reached the second floor. Bowing respectfully, the owner said, Brother, they are right there. The airport crew glanced around the second floor, failing to spot Yuan Hao and Zhao Xiaoyao. Are you toying with me? Where are they? One of the men demanded. I wouldn't dare joke with you, I swear. The Haven Tea left the first floor. There's no exit on the second floor. They must still be up here. Zhao Xiaoyao peeked through the broken window and exclaimed, Yuan Hao, jumping from here would at least break a leg. We're doomed. I don't want to play train, Hua. Yuan T die. Just hold on tight to me. Quickly. Yuan Hao extended his right hand towards Zhao Xiaoyao. As despair loomed, Yuan Hao, faced with impending doom, still dared to covet my innocence. At that moment, the restroom door was thrust open by a burly man. They were in the restroom. Hurry. Yuan Hao, acting with determination, seized Zhao Xiaoyao and leaped out of the window. Good heavens. That fellow actually jumped. Yuan Hao patted Zhao Xiaoyao on the shoulder, exclaiming, Why are you closing your eyes? Quickly, run with me. Upon opening her eyes, Zhao Xiaoyao was astonished to realize that this extraordinary individual had truly brought her down from a height of 10 meters. Though slight of build, she still weighed over 80 pounds. What a marvel. No wonder Sister Luan insisted on recruiting him into their team. Outside the restroom, the leader burst in, only to discover the place utterly deserted. He swiftly approached the one who had called out earlier and slapped him across the face. Where are they? Have you lost your mind over the bounty? They just jumped out of here. The leader approached the window's edge and peered down. Finding no sign of anyone below, he then slapped the man again, saying, Do you take me for a fool? Yuan Hao's speed was now akin to that of a mythical being. Cradling Zhao Xiaoyao, he sprinted as if competing against Usain Bolt himself. As night fell, the two concealed their faces with cloth, hiding in a corner of an alley, not daring to check into a hotel with their identification. Who could tell if the hotel owner was affiliated with that gang? What a clever idea. They quickly discarded that thought. There were several of their associates near the airport. Having slipped past their watchful eyes during the day, Every person entering the airport was now subjected to meticulous scrutiny. What on earth has Sister Gu provoked? These individuals are utterly unhinged, clearly intent on bringing her to ruin. Zhao Xiaoyao suddenly had a brilliant idea. Let us venture into the black market. The most perilous places often provide the greatest safety. In the chaotic black market, they would never expect us to dare enter. Yuan Hao nodded in agreement, and with a shared resolve, they followed Zhao Xiaoyao's technological expertise to locate the correct address for the black market in Myanmar. Thus, the scrutiny at the airport would undoubtedly become even more rigorous. The Myanmar black market buzzed with activity, offering a plethora of goods, allowing them to worry less about being targeted by the park's personnel, as all who came to the black market were there to spend. There was no logic in abducting all the vendors, for who would dare visit the black market thereafter? With Zhao Xiaoyao's astounding makeup skills, Yuan Hao and Zhao Xiaoyao successfully infiltrated the black market, eluding the eyes of the park's guards. The Myanmar black market was vibrant. One could find anything imaginable, and only the limits of one's imagination constrained what was available. Yuan Hao, do you see that? Zhao Xiaoyao gently nudged his arm, her voice barely above a whisper. Following her gaze, he beheld a group of naked women imprisoned within cages on the platform. A local man was holding a microphone, calling out bids for an auction. $10,000. The woman on the left has never been deflowered. Which esteemed gentleman wishes to bid? To his astonishment, he noticed that a significant number of these women appeared to hail from Huaxia. One of the women, Yuan Hao, appeared somewhat familiar, yet her identity eluded my memory. Resembling a social media influencer, this woman, with her exquisite beauty and figure, undoubtedly belonged to the upper echelon of attractiveness. Zhao Xiaoyao could not help but whisper, "This woman seems to be Athena." With Zhao Xiaoyao's prompt, Yuan Hao recalled the uproar this matter had caused domestically. It was astonishing to discover that Athena was present here. Perhaps due to Athena's striking allure, the onlookers below began to fixate their gazes upon her. The auctioneer, being astute, recognized the value of Athena. Esteemed guests, cast your eyes this way. For a mere $1,000, you may spend an evening with this enchanting beauty. No sooner had he spoken than a line of masked men brandishing their dollars formed eagerly. Yuan Hao nudged Zhao Xiaoyao. Let us not indulge in misplaced compassion. We must first ensure our own safety. Zhao Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. I understand. One day we shall eradicate these brutes. The usually light-hearted Zhao Xiaoyao spoke these words with an unmistakable undertone of vengeance. As they ventured deeper, they encountered stalls dealing in jade and antiques, and even some parts of the human body available for purchase. Naturally, those seeking such items were affluent older gentlemen, desperate due to ailments requiring organ transplants, resorting to the black market for solutions. Despite the exorbitant prices, the abundance of supply ensured that once a suitable match was found, surgery could be promptly arranged. The black market also featured lodgings, frequented by individuals who had committed transgressions outside. Here, no identification was required. In this realm, as long as one possessed dollars, anything was attainable. Zhao Xiaoyao paid $300 for a double room, fully aware that they were being treated like livestock, yet feeling powerless to alter their fate. Upon entering the room, they found only 2 rudimentary wooden beds and a bathroom that contained merely a pipe supplying hot water and a small bar of soap. Zhao Xiaoyao lamented, truly, this is the black market. It is exceedingly grim. $300 for this. Having a place to sleep was a small mercy. Yuan Hao made a casual remark, then lay down on the bed. I'll take a shower shortly. You mustn't peek, or I shall make you regret it. Also, if anything happens and we need to flee, you must take me with you. I have no desire to play with fire. Observing the clarity in Zhao Xiaoyao's eyes, Yuan Hao understood her genuine fear. Do not worry. I shall not abandon you. You go ahead and shower, and I will keep watch. Zhao Xiaoyao nodded, clutching her backpack as she entered the bathroom. With time to spare, Yuan Hao employed her X-ray vision to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, she noticed an assortment of items in the adjacent room's backpacks, a Luoyang shovel, an explosion-proof lamp, detectors, and the like. These items were notorious for their use in tomb raiding. Could they have encountered professional treasure hunters? The occupants of a room spoke in halting English. Brother, are you certain about the location of the ancient city of Bagan?